I originally thought that having the soul banner in hand would make me invincible in the world. But the ancestral soul banner was empty. 5 years ago, I found a book on the heavenly demon technique in my ancestral home, thinking I had opened the path to immortality. Little did I know that this evil cultivation method required the consumption of death energy. In this scientific age, I searched through hospital morgues and scoured graveyards across the country, only to discover a cruel truth: the high temperatures of cremation had severed my path to immortality. However, some people had their ways and did not burn the bodies to ashes but buried them directly here. The loopholes they exploited became my hope, and I began to cultivate in this graveyard. But 5 years have passed, and that little bit of death energy hasn't even allowed me to reach the first level of chi refinement. Clearly, there was an opportunity, but I couldn't take advantage of it. Sometimes, I even had the crazy thought of transforming into a butcher on a rainy night to create my own path to immortality. But as soon as I thought of the criminal law, that idea was suppressed. The special police take 7 minutes and 32 seconds to break through the door, while the protective chi of the third level of chi refinement requires 13 years of cultivation. That day, in the duty room of the graveyard, I was sighing and contemplating whether to immigrate to another country to do something big. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. At this late hour, in a suburban graveyard, who would come knocking? Could it be a beautiful pale ghost? Thinking of this, my eyes lit up instantly, and I rushed to open the door, only to find no one outside. Could it be that I was so eager for death energy that I was hallucinating? I was a bit disappointed, just about to close the door when I noticed a letter on the ground. The envelope had no mailing address, the sender didn't write anything, and there wasn't even a stamp. It only had my name written as the recipient. As I complained, I picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside was a golden card stained with large patches of fresh blood, still warm to the touch, featuring a grotesque ghostly face with red eyes staring at me. Below it were the words, "You have been accepted by the Death Grand Hotel." Accepted for what? Manhwa guan? I frowned, suspecting it was a prank or someone trying to scare me into leaving. I casually tossed the card on the ground, closed the door, and continued to study criminal law, hoping to find a way to get a lighter sentence or avoid the death penalty. But I didn't notice that the golden card on the ground remained completely still despite the wind, and the ghostly face was wearing a strange smile, full of anticipation. At the same time, a countdown appeared above my head, 0:59. Meanwhile, there was also some commotion online. Many people on the platform said that after receiving a strange letter, a countdown appeared above their heads. Some even shared selfies, and the countdown could actually be captured in the photos. A portion of superstitious netizens believed this was a message from the King of Hell, while others mocked it as a new trend, with everyone jumping on the bandwagon to set their own life countdowns, all within an hour. The platform even created a special effect for the life countdown, and influencers rushed to imitate and film it. The invitation letter incident was drowned out by laughter, and the authorities did not take it seriously. Only those who received the letter, when the time was up, disappeared from the real world. The sky was gray and covered in thick fog. Under the fog, I and 4 others saw a huge and dilapidated hotel in front of us. The hotel was 5 stories high, with most of the exterior paint peeling off, looking mottled and overgrown with ivy. In the dim environment, it resembled a series of hanging ghosts swaying. Above the main entrance, the neon sign had only a few lights flickering, faintly revealing the 5 dim words Death Grand Hotel. Upon seeing these words, the chubby guy exclaimed, "This is exactly the same place as the one written in the letter I received." The others also showed expressions of shock. A woman dressed for the workplace spoke in a panic. "You all received that letter too, and saw the countdown above your heads?" A tall man in a fur coat and gold chain snorted coldly. "Yeah," I told others, "and they thought I was doing a special effect. Just wait until we get out. I'll show them how to deal with it." A boy in a uniform from Chenchuay City No. 3 Middle School said nervously, "Let's think about what this place is before we go out." The invitation letter clearly stated that it was to come and die. Upon seeing the young man, the others' eyes lit up. After all, high school students are considered to be at the peak of their intelligence. Perhaps he can figure out where this is and how to get out. So they all gathered around him. As the crowd surged towards the boy in the school uniform, I was staring at the swirling evil aura behind the lobby manager. Those black mists transformed into countless wailing vengeful spirits, but the moment they touched my skin, they turned into pure true energy. This is not a deadly trap, it is clearly a VIP training room opened for me by the heavenly way. Just then, the revolving door of the Death Hotel gently swayed, and a middle-aged man in a black suit walked out from the hotel. He smiled at us. "Welcome, new employees. I am Wei Yuan, the lobby manager of the Death Hotel. This is the world of a bizarre game, and you will work here for 8 hours, during which you must serve all the guests in the hotel well. These guests are all the deceased from a bizarre game, each with different tempers and abilities. If you fail to meet their demands, you will be eaten bite by bite. I have explained the rules, and now I welcome you all to this world, a hell filled with blood and slaughter." After Wei Yuan finished his welcome speech, his gaze swept over us like a knife, finally stopping on me. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. Are you very scared? My body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in my eyes, while others cast disdainful glances at me, as if I were a coward. Truly embarrassing for a man. The big brother with the gold chain spat, scared like this? I don't believe they went through so much trouble to bring us into this game world just to let us die. That's right, a high school student excitedly interjected, his eyes shining. This must be a trial ground. We are the protagonists, and with effort, we can become kings or immortals and return to save the world. Others nodded in agreement, as if they could already see themselves becoming heroes, their faces filled with confidence. But just then, the smile on Wei Yuan's face deepened, and he stepped aside. Go in and get your work uniforms. We strode confidently into the hotel, as if stepping on the halo of a protagonist. However, as soon as we entered, a chill swept over us, the temperature plummeting, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Unlike them, I felt a surge of excitement, such pure deathly energy. This place was simply a training ground tailor-made for me. Achoo! A female white-collar worker sneezed, dressed in a thin professional skirt and black stockings, shivering from the cold. A few men, seeing this, quickly took off their coats to offer her warmth, as if that would win her favor. Hurry up and change your clothes, Wei Yuan said coldly. Don't keep the guests waiting. We walked into the changing room, where the wardrobe was filled with fitted staff uniforms. The others quickly changed and left, while I stayed in the changing room, greedily absorbing the surrounding deathly energy, practicing the evil technique. I couldn't miss this opportunity. 4 people gathered in the lobby. When they found I hadn't come out, the big brother laughed and said, that guy isn't too scared to come out, is he? No more waiting, Wei Yuan said expressionlessly. You each take responsibility for 1 floor. Draw the floor number tags. After the 4 drew their tags, the big brother got the first floor, the female white-collar worker got the second floor, the high school student got the 3rd floor, and the fat guy got the 4th floor, leaving the 5th floor for me. The guests' needs were written on the door. Wei Yuan smiled coldly. Now your work begins. The original confidence of the 4 was instantly shaken, especially the female white-collar worker who pitifully asked, is there really a problem here? Don't be afraid. The big brother patted his chest, looking heroic. I'll go to the 1st floor first and show you. He strode towards room 101, where the door was covered in bloody handprints, as if something terrifying had struggled here before. Suddenly, he froze in place, his face turning pale in an instant. Big brother, what's wrong? The female white-collar worker asked in a delicate voice, with a hint of unease. The big brother suddenly turned around, his lips trembling, and no, it's nothing. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and looked at the note on the door, a piece of old blood-stained paper. Strangely, this demand is exactly the same as in the illusion just now. He knocked on the door, his voice trembling. Does the guest need any other services? The door suddenly swung open, and a cyan hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his left hand. You dare to disturb me without serving the dishes. The big brother's right arm was brutally torn off, blood gushing out. He screamed as he fell to the ground. The door slammed shut with a bang, as if nothing had happened. The remaining 3 were dumbfounded, their faces filled with terror, as if struck by lightning. It was only at this moment that they realized this was not a trial. Was it? How could they really have lost an arm? Could it be that this place is truly hell? In the changing room, I didn't change clothes at all. Instead, I sat cross-legged on the floor, greedily absorbing the surrounding death energy. The death energy here was so enchanting, like a group of JK girls in white stockings with open crotch designs, looking at me innocently. I really couldn't control myself. Over the years of practicing the evil technique, I had been to many places where the dead gathered, but I had never seen a place with such dense death energy as here. My parched body felt as if it were being nourished by sweet rain, with the continuous flow of death energy transforming into spiritual power that filled my meridians, eventually converging in my dantian to form a small vortex. In just half an hour, I broke through to the first layer of chi refining. Awesome! Lin Ming had finally become a cultivator. What pleased him even more was that something was definitely not right with this bizarre game world. Originally, he had occasionally felt lonely and terrified because he knew he was the last cultivator in the real world, because he felt that he had nothing to learn from and was afraid of practicing the wrong thing. Now that this bizarre game has appeared, it makes him want to probe to understand the truth behind it, and maybe find a kindred spirit? Duck duck duck. Someone knocked on the door, interrupting Lin Ming's thoughts. At the same time a terrified white woman's voice came from the door. Are you still alive? Lin Ming subconsciously looked towards the doorway, not realizing that his line of sight looked through the door of the room and saw the naked white woman outside. No, not even clothes? Just joined the spooky game and had a silver party. Is that so exciting? Soon, Lin Ming reacted that something was wrong, as if he had instinctively used the spell himself. As an evil cultivation technique, it was reasonable for Heavenly Evil Gong to possess a small spell of perspective, right? Lin Ming remembered that there were 4 spells that could be used at the Qi refining stage of the Heavenly Evil technique: penetration, curse, pact, sacrifice. It can also refine a magic weapon, the 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer is usable from the refining stage through to the transition stage, and can be constantly sent into bizarre cultivation to become stronger. No one? Could it be that you're already dead? The white woman's voice became even more terrified, and even took on a sobbing tone. Lin Ming was curious about how she had just looked down on herself, but now she was running over to cry in her grave. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, "What did you want to see me about?" Seeing that Lin Ming was still alive, the female white-collar girl was relieved and explained with tears mixed in her big eyes, "Big brother's hand is broken." "So?" Lin Ming shrugged. "How are you? You so cold-blooded?" "Big brother broke his arm in order to help a scout and figure out what's in the room." "Don't you want to know what's in the room?" The white-collar woman looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, not expecting him to be so calm. "What's in the room?" "Of course it's an essential elixir for cultivation. I know what's in the room. Just mind your own business and I'll take care of the problem myself," Lin Ming said as he walked out of the locker room. The white-collar woman looked at Lin Ming's appearance, which was different from when she first came in, and only found it incomprehensible. Wasn't he scared just now? When she saw that Lin Ming wasn't wearing his work clothes, in the way of coming in together, the white female couldn't help but remind, "The rules and regulations say that you must wear a waiter's uniform or you'll be punished. So I'd suggest that you stick to the rules, as we suspect that this is rule weirdness. If it's really a rule weirdness and there really is such a rule, then I should have been killed the moment I left the house without changing my clothes," Lin Ming said without looking back. He's going to have a nice chat with those guests. The white-collar woman was also shocked to hear Lin Ming's words, because this might be the rules freak-out game here. Make sure they follow the rules and regulations to the letter, and carefully find out the loophole in there is that high school student. People still trust this high school student whose IQ is at the highest point in his human life. At this time, to see Lin Ming does not wear overalls is also fine. Female white-collar confidence shaken. She ran back to the gathering point of the 4, her locker room. Inside the locker room, the other 3 were busy with their own lives. Big brother was being held down dead on the ground by the fat man, while the high school student was gritting his teeth and forcibly stitching up big brother, who was struggling frantically. His wounds are so big that he'll die if he doesn't keep bleeding without stitches, but there was no anesthetic, so it had to be hard. The stitching was nearing completion by the time the white woman returned. The high schooler, covered in a mixture of blood and sweat, took the time to look back at the white female and was surprised to see her return on her own. "That guy's dead?" "Not yet, but he said this probably isn't the world of rule weirdness because he left without his coveralls," the white woman said nervously. The high schooler blushed, actually taking a wild guess, because these people believed in him. After his big brother broke his arm, a few of them got together to discuss what to do next, and he was always asked to come up with an idea, so he took it for granted and said a guess. Originally, he was still very proud that these people believed in him. What teenager doesn't want to be the boss or the leader? "I just didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon." The high schooler, a little embarrassed, gritted his teeth as he stitched harder. "Don't pay any attention to him. That coward was scared like that. What the hell does he know?" But the white woman wanted to continue saying that Lin Ming was really fine. The high school student flipped out and shouted, "Do you believe me or him? If you believe him, go find him." The white-collar woman was also a bit upset at being disliked, but there was only one person on Lin Ming's side, and 3 men on this side, so she still felt that this side was safer and could only swallow her breath silently. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that I didn't believe you." "Alright, let that guy die if he wants to." The high school student had a dark face. "First help big brother stop the bleeding, then we several people will enter the room together later." "I don't believe that the 4 of us still can't handle a guest in a room." The woman rushed over to help hold down her struggling big brother. At this time, Lin Ming had already found Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan stood at the front desk of the hotel, his face stiff and his pupils lifeless, as if he was a dead body. Only after Lin Ming came closer did he mechanically twist his head to look at Lin Ming, frowning slightly. "Why don't you wear work clothes?" "There's no need," Lin Ming said indifferently. Wei Yuan revealed that signature wry smile. "No problem if you want to die quickly. Your service area is on the 5th floor. Lin Ming thought about it, but took the number plate and went to the 5th floor. "Let's start on the 5th floor and clean up those guys." This manager stayed at the end. After all, he looked badass, and Wei Yuan watched him go and murmured in a low voice, "What an idiot. Wearing coveralls at least has a slight chance of escape. Not wearing coveralls is just pure death. Creepy games that actually leave a silver lining, even though they say they send the living to their deaths." In Wei Yuan's opinion, Lin Ming was the equivalent of giving up his own ray of life, and had truly become a white-knuckle death. But this has nothing to do with him. the more living people die here, the more customers will be attracted to move in, the more the hotel will make, and the more his bonus will increase. Chapter 4, Shame on you for looking at a corpse. Lin Ming came to the hotel's elevator and found that it was dilapidated and even had traces of fire, with large areas of scorched blackness on the doors, as well as the stench of burnt plastic, on and next to the buttons of the elevator. There are also many bloody handprints, as if someone was being chased and poked the elevator frantically, trying to escape, but ultimately did not escape. It's all on fire and you still want to use the elevator to escape. No common sense at all. Lin Ming spat, and the elevator doors dinged open. The elevator opened and a puff of black smoke came out, mixed with a strong burning smell and a faint smell of grilled meat. When the elevator door opened completely, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that there was a charred corpse lying in the corner of the elevator. The corpse was half leaning against the wall of the box, its head tilted, its face burned to the point of not being able to see its features was facing Lin Ming, its eyelids burned away, its eyeballs missing, its black eye holes, just staring at him. Lin Ming didn't enter the elevator, so he stood still, staring at the corpse with a deadly stare. The charred corpse looked at him, and he looked at the corpse. The two just stared at each other for a moment. The corners of the corpse's mouth unexpectedly rose slightly, and that smile looked incomparably bizarre and terrifying, and a normal person seeing it would inevitably back away in horror, or even run away screaming. But Lin Ming didn't, and even revealed a smile that was even more bizarre than the charred corpse's, before stepping into the elevator. Yeah, that's great. I can't believe there are ghosts in the elevator. What a door opener. He entered the elevator and the doors closed, but pressed the 5th floor and it didn't go up. Even the top light inside the elevator, which was burned down to only half, suddenly emitted a zip, zip, zip sound while starting to flicker madly, between one light and one dark. The atmosphere in the elevator compartment became gloomy. The smile at the corner of the charred black corpse's mouth widened even more, and the pitch-black eye holes stared deathly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was still staring at him dead on, and even took 2 steps closer, his face even coming forward, less than 10 centimeters from the corpse's face, just staring at him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the smile at the corners of the corpse's mouth seemed to stiffen for a moment, and his face slightly sidestepped towards the side, his eyes no longer facing Lin Ming squarely. Don't hide. Lin Ming reached out and wrenched the charred corpse's face upright, continuing to stare at him. Scorched black corpses. After another 5 seconds of silence, Lin Ming's eyes grew a little sore from watching, and then his eyes moved slightly to the corpse's chest. Yo, it's still a female body. Lin Ming put his hand over and touched it. Hot. The corpse finally tensed up and opened his mouth in anger and cursed. No, what's wrong with you? Lin Ming hemmed and hawed. Yeah, I'm sick. I'm sick of being poor. He really craved death breath too much. The aura of death on this corpse was simply fascinating, more so than the milky black headlights. Lin Ming's tawdry maneuver finally made the corpse angry, and flames actually appeared in his eyes as he grimly said, "Get out of here. Those guys in the guest room are waiting to get anxious. And you're dead. There's no rush. Let's both have some fun first." Lin Ming suddenly pounced over and pressed down on the corpse. The corpse was startled and struggled in panic, and hot flames erupted from its body as well, turning the entire elevator compartment into a sea of fire in an instant. That terrifying blaze and high temperature caused Lin Ming some trouble. After all, he was only at the first level of qi refining, but there wasn't much trouble for a short time, and even he was very pleasantly surprised. "You're so burnt. I love it." He was seen pressing down on the charred corpse with one hand and biting through his own finger with the other, then using his blood to write runes on the corpse's forehead, as the talisman seal was written. A black aura flashed as the talisman took shape and drilled into the charred corpse's mind. Ghostly pacts. Become. In an instant, all of the blazing fire in the elevator subsided, and the virtual image of a charred corpse appeared in Lin Ming's mind. This meant that the charred black corpse became his ghost slave, to follow all his commands. The charred black corpse looked at the uncontrolled flames with a shocked expression. "What have you done to me? Stand up." Lin Ming once again gave the order. The charred black corpse then felt his body stand up uncontrollably. As it stood up, a lot of black ash poured off its body, clouding the air in the elevator compartment a bit. Lin Ming frowned and ordered, "Open the elevator compartment to dissipate the smell," only to see that the lights in the elevator compartment suddenly stopped flickering, and the elevator doors opened on their own, with all the black ash flying out. Waiting until the elevator compartment was back to being clean, Lin Ming sneered, "Now you're my slave and I'm your master. You have to listen to everything I say or don't blame me for being impolite." The charred black corpse confirmed that this was true, as it had just attempted to burn Lin Ming to death, only to realize that as soon as it had that thought, it suffered immensely, as if it wasn't supposed to think that way. What the hell is this guy? Why can you control yourself? Is he the owner of this hotel? I've heard that the owner of this hotel is a terrifying being, and those ghostly guests are already powerful, yet they still don't dare to make a move. Thinking so, the charred black corpse became even more fearful and its attitude became respectful. Master, what do you want me to do? Take me to the 5th floor. Lin Ming stood with his arms folded in the elevator compartment, in a highbrow manner. After obtaining the heavenly evil technique for so long, he was finally considered to have raised his eyebrows. The charred black corpse dared not disobey and took control of the elevator. Arriving at the 5th floor, beyond the elevator were dilapidated corridors filled with bloodstains and a fishy stench. Lin Ming stepped out of the elevator and glanced back at the charred corpse that wasn't following. Come here. The charred black corpse was full of helplessness. Master, I was originally an elevator operator, and when I died here, I was bound to the elevator and couldn't leave. Lin Ming didn't believe him and ordered, "Come out." The charred black corpse walked uncontrollably towards the elevator door, screaming, "No way! Master, don't do this. I can't stand it. It hurts so much. As soon as the corpse had taken one of the elevator's legs, it began to be broken apart by some sort of force, causing the corpse to suffer intense pain. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood that the rules of this bizarre game were not something that his chi-refining layer self could resist. Sure enough, it's still necessary to refine the 10,000 soul streamer. With the 10,000 soul streamer, this guy should be able to get rid of the restrictions of the rules here by directly storing it inside the 10,000 soul streamer, right? He could only give up on letting the charred black corpse leave the elevator, and said in a deep voice, "Then stay here, and when I've taken care of the guests here, I'll see if I can take you out." The charred black corpse backed up with palpitations, cowering and squatting in the corner of the elevator compartment, crying with pear blossoms, "Thank you, master." Ooh-hoo. Looking at the charred black corpses being spoiled, Lin Ming gently shook his head. "I was thinking of finding a ghost slave for scouting, but now it's kind of ruined, and it's not very useful to keep it, so I'll sacrifice it later when I have a need for it." Lin Ming walked forward with large strides and arrived at the door of room 501. According to Wei Yuan, the room doorways are hung with things that the room guests need to fulfill in order to come out alive. And on the door to room 501, it says the guests' needs are a delicious human thigh. Chapter 5. Come out, little elevator burner. I didn't realize this ghost was quite so nice. It's so simple to ask. He had thought that the other man would simply ask for his life. Given that the other party was so good at talking, Lin Ming was also a bit more polite and knocked on the door. "Honorable guest, I have come to take your life." Cough. "I have come to deliver the thigh." Squeak. The door to the room opened by itself and it was dark inside. Lin Ming, however, walked straight in, and asked with his mouth, "Guest, do you like the lights off? Do you want to turn on the lights and still have some excitement?" Snap. The lights came on, but it wasn't the room one would expect in a hotel room. Instead, it's a kitchen. It's the kind of kitchen you'd find in a normal home. 2 gas stoves, one squatting above the kind of big iron pot used in restaurants for stir-frying, which is boiling half a pot of water, which boils and gurgles and rolls. Next to the gas stove, there was a cutting board with 3 knives laid out on it, a thick-backed, narrow-bladed bone chopper. This was used to cut off legs, a long, thin boning knife to pick off the bones, otherwise it's not easy to eat, a nail clipper, which is supposed to be for cutting toenails, or else the nails are too long and unpalatable. How come there's no lava rocks for removing dead skin from the soles of your feet? It's so unprofessional. Lin Ming looked over to the side of the cutting board and realized that the seasonings were already prepared as well. Peppercorns, wine, onion, ginger, garlic, cilantro, and surprisingly, rock sugar. Yay! A couple of the others are understandably used to remove the fishy flavor. Is this icing sugar for me to fry the sugar color? Lin Ming looked around and realized that this was the usual kitchen, and there was no more door to get out. "Guest, where are you?" Lin Ming greeted. "You didn't bring the ingredients I asked for, so cut off your legs." A grim voice came from all directions. "A game of hide and seek? Or is it a puzzle game? Conditions need to be met to see where the guests are?" Lin Ming probably understood one of the little rules of this hotel, which was that you couldn't see the guest by entering the guest room, and you needed to fulfill the guest's request to meet them. Luckily, he had perspective. This see-through eye can be used not only to see the woman there, but also to see through the maze of this place. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a black light, and then his surroundings changed. No longer a kitchen, but a cluttered hotel room. In the corner of the room, there were several corpses, all missing 2 legs, lying in a pool of blood and pieces, their expressions horrified and twisted. And at that moment, a huge guest full of fat and at least 300 pounds of fat and grease all over his body was lying on the big bed in the room, and was staring at Lin Ming's pair of thighs with eyes glowing with excitement. Lin Ming didn't get nauseous when he saw the bodies on the ground, but the sight of this guest felt revolting. The grandson was even naked. What conditions play naked sleep? Lin Ming was filled with disgust as he casually grabbed the knife on the cutting board, which was a real thing. He carried his chopper ignoring the kitchen walls and cookware in his way and made his way to the king-sized bed. When the fat man on the big bed saw that Lin Ming was actually walking straight towards him, he immediately revealed a puzzled look. How come this guy wasn't disturbed by his own deadly aura? It was so surprised that Lin Ming came to the bedside before reacting, but even when Lin Ming approached, it was blissfully unafraid, only to see the big fat guest slowly sit up and look at the calm Lin Ming with a sardonic smile. I didn't expect you to be somewhat capable of seeing through my presence. It's just a pity that you won't be able to get out of the door of this room without completing my request, because that's the rules of your hotel. Lin Ming glanced back at the door of the room, and sure enough, it was already covered in mist. This mist, even with a penetrating eye, could not be seen through. It seemed that the rules of this hotel were not something that the refining stage could fight against, but it didn't matter. Lin Ming once again turned back to the big fat guest. I think there's another way out. Oh, what way? The big fat guest was curious. That means there are no guests in this room, Lin Ming said seriously. Ha 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 ha. The big fat man suddenly laughed maniacally, his voice so loud that everything in the room seemed to tremble. You want to kill me? Kill me with this knife? Do you know that my existence is not something a small knife can hurt? The spiritual energy within Lin Ming's body wrapped around the bone chopper before chopping heavily on the big fat guest's leg. Wrapped in spiritual energy, the bone chopper had briefly turned into a magic weapon, easily slicing off that fatty thigh. The big fat guest suddenly stopped laughing. It froze and looked at its legs, then looked up at the knife in Lin Ming's hand. Ouch! My leg! My leg! The big fat guest suddenly howled in pain. Even though it was incorporeal, the slash cut through its ghostly body, making it experience the pain of those who had once been its victims. Lin Ming was not polite and faced the big fat man's fat leg, grabbing it and refining it in a moment. Deadliness plus 200. Lin Ming came up with such a value after quantifying the dead chi he had absorbed according to a specific unit. It had to be said that the heavenly evil technique was good for this. The restraints on ghosts were natural, and they could even absorb them directly. At this time, this fat man's one leg topped Lin Ming's bitter cultivation for a month. It's even still a month inside this weird game world. Lin Ming sensed the dead chi in his body, and now his realm was at the second level of chi refining, 3%. After all, it is the early stage of chi refining, so the amount of spiritual energy needed is definitely less. But this also surprised Lin Ming, knowing that he had found a treasure. He immediately jumped on the bed and rode on the obese stomach of his big fat guest, waving his bone chopper with an excited face and madly slashing at the guest. Giggling, in 2 or 3 strokes, he sliced off 2 chunks of flesh from the big fat man's arm and chest. Big Fatty finally reacted and flipped Lin Ming to the ground with a growl. At the same time, the flesh and blood on its body surged rapidly, surprisingly growing 2 more arms and a big fat leg. But accordingly, it got a little thinner physically. The big fat guest was heartbroken beyond belief. His eyes reddened as he stared at Lin Ming and growled, I'm going to complain about you. Complain about you. It rushed to the guest room's telephone and tried to call Wei Yuan, the lobby manager. Lin Ming wondered if this guy was a ghost, not thinking of ING himself, but even thinking of complaining? But how could he let this guy have his way? Lin Ming rushed over and slashed at the big fat man's hand that was grasping the telephone. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to absorb it and once again slashed at the big fat man. The big fat man reached out to grab the phone twice in a row, and both times his arm was split off. It finally got scared and started running towards the distance. Don't run! Lin Ming shouted, raising his sword to chase after him. The big fat guest was so scared that he ran in circles around the room while shouting, I am a guest. I'm an honored guest. I'm your food and clothing. You can't cut me. Cut the crap. Let me have one more bite and I'll take one. Lin Ming shouted. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't believe you. The big fat guest was on the verge of tears. You just took a bite. Are you kidding me? Damn. Still running, right? Then I'll eat all of you. Lin Ming shouted, chased the guest's gibberish and ran around, froze the 300 pounds of big fat, forced to run faster than a monkey. Big Fatty was still trying to interfere with Lin Ming, and the place turned into a kitchen full of bloodstains one moment, and a slaughterhouse full of broken bodies the next. Several times in the middle, it attempted to pick up the iron pot and fight Lin Ming for its life, only to be heavily cut through by the bone chopper in Lin Ming's hand. The heavenly evil power, specifically, restrains ghosts, and it's not much stronger than Lin Ming, so how could it be a match? Just like that, every few steps it ran, a large chunk of meat was chopped off by Lin Ming. 10 minutes later, a big fat man of more than 300 pounds froze and was chopped into a bamboo pole, painful and agonizing. That's the result of its years of hard work. Spare me. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to anything you say. Big Fatty wailed and begged. Fine, then let me eat you and make sure you don't suffer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How all can't work right. Then I'll fight with you. The big fat guest saw that there was no way to ask for help and angrily turned around to fight Lin Ming. It mobilized all of its dead chi and transformed into a huge, hideous ghost face, opening its bloody mouth and biting over. You eat me and I eat you. Lin Ming saw the bloody mouth bite down and knew that this guy's strength was actually above his own, and at this point he was fighting for his life, so if he carried on hard, he was bound to get hurt. Then, come on out, little elevator burner. Chapter 6, Brides in Action Movies. Along with the contract spell array surfacing on the ground with a black glow, a charred corpse appeared between Lin Ming and the hideous giant face. The corpse left the elevator in excruciating pain, but still spewed flames that wrapped around the giant face. Giant face couldn't believe it. It's you? Why are you helping this human? You think I want to? The charred corpse growled, desperately mobilizing its flames against the giant face, trying to get it killed quickly and then hide back in the elevator. Meanwhile, Lin Ming went to pick up those fat ghost bodies that he had cut down earlier. He absorbed all of those ghost bodies piece by piece, and the pure dead chi didn't even need to be re-refined to be turned into spiritual energy in his body. With each piece of ghost carcass he absorbed, he could feel a large increase in the dead chi in his body. Deadliness plus 200, deadliness plus 100, deadliness plus 50, deadly aura plus 170, breaking, refinement of chi 3 tier, 45%. That's a hell of a speedy upgrade. After the guest's scattered ghostly body was finished being devoured by Lin Ming, the ghostly face that the remnants of the body had transformed into was pretty much scorched by the flames, and there was no resistance left. The charred black corpse was surprisingly disappearing at a rapid pace as well, apparently to be erased by the rules of the hotel. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lin Ming devoured the charred black corpse that was about to dissipate, and then devoured the dying giant face as well. Deadliness plus 600, the 4th level of chi refining. I'll just ask, who else? Lin Ming was screaming in pain, carrying his bone chopper and smiling like a child. But it's too early to be happy. There are other guests outside. There are 15 rooms on this 5th floor. If all of them are inhabited by ghosts, then one will make a lot of money. Lin Ming joyfully went out and went to serve the second guest. 1st floor of the hotel. The 4 high school students have finished conferring. They have confirmed that they may not be the protagonist and that this is not a proving ground. Rather, it's a real hell. If you want to get out alive, you either have to serve those guests or make it through the 8 hours as Wei Yuan said. It's a regular hotel. Sticking to the 8-hour workday? A few people saw hope for survival. However, for safety's sake, the 4 decided that it would be better to find Lin Ming and act together. Although Lin Ming was a bit less bold, one more person was more powerful. Even if they let Lin Ming go as a daredevil vanguard, at least they would be able to live a little longer. It was only when the 4 of them left the locker room together that they heard Wei Yuan say that Lin Ming had gone to the 5th floor. At once, the high school student was furious. This idiot, why did he take the liberty to act without consulting me? The female white collar was also filled with panic. It's over. He must be dead. We've lost another fighting force. Although the elder brother had only broken an arm, the pain had made him incapable of facing any situation. And at that moment, he was pale and constantly trembling just by standing there, so he couldn't be considered a fighter at all. Why don't we check the 5th floor? Maybe he's still alive? Fatty suggested hesitantly. Yes, let's go take a look. The female white-collar worker also nodded her head repeatedly. The main reason was that she felt that these people were looking at her in the wrong way. She was the weakest here, and if a few people forced her to be a daredevil, she really couldn't do anything about it. In normal times, people will protect women because they are horny. When it comes to life and death, there's no more men and women, only strength and weakness. That's why the female white-collar couldn't wait for Lin Ming to be this daredevil pioneer. The high schooler, however, shook his head firmly. I can't go. Who knows what's at stake upstairs? Next to Wei Yuan saw a few people still chatting. With a mocking smile on his face he reminded, if you don't go to room service overtime, the guests will also complain. By then the hotel will be the one to punish you, not those guests. If you let the hotel punish you, you'll be miserable 10,000 times over yo. The faces of several people present changed, and they immediately decided to act. Since there are rules, let's strictly follow them, and I don't believe I'll still die. 5th floor. Lin Ming had arrived at the door of the second room, 502. The door number is posted underneath what guests need. A fine, strong man. Lin Ming looked down at himself, because he was already at the 4th level of chi refining. His physical body had also undergone enhancement and was much better than his previous skinny monkey-like state. The muscles have gotten bigger. The men seem to be a little taller, and they do look strong. It seems the guest in this room needs to be himself. Lin Ming immediately knocked on the door of the room and said in a sexy bubbly voice in a deep voice, "Guest, the lean man you need is here." Squeak! The door to the room opened again. This time the construction of the room changed once again, and it turned out to be an ancient bridal chamber. Big red she characters were plastered all over the room, making it blood red, and lanterns were hung at the door. That big bed also turned into an ancient wooden bed, with a lot of red dates, peanuts, cinnamon, And a bunch of dead babies sprinkled on it. Those babies have been dead for a long time. Their bodies are all green and purple, but they are dressed up as if they were rag dolls. Only their eyes are wide and there are no whites of the eyes. Not far from the bed, there was a dresser, also of solid wood, with some rouge and a bronze mirror. That copper mirror image was not clear, vaguely reflecting the image of the room, but the image in the mirror was even more horrifying. Surprisingly, it was countless dried corpses, right in the corner of the room, but in the reality of the room, there was no way to see the desiccated bodies. One is a big red happy room and the other is a graveyard full of corpses. This sense of contrast made the room even more bizarre and terrifying, making one cautious with every step for fear of stepping on a corpse. Even though Lin Ming was an evil cultivator, he had no interest in these corpses, because their life essence had been drained. They had absolutely no use for them, and even the value of making them into zombies had been lost. Lin Ming opened his penetrating eyes and checked the room, only to find that it was still devoid of ghosts. That made him wonder, is the ghost not at home? Guest, are you home? I'm here to serve you? Come and me. Lin Ming even deliberately lifted up his clothes to show his attractiveness, revealing his 8-pack abs, but the ghost still hadn't appeared, forcing Lin Ming to wonder if he had to take off his pants in order to tempt the other person to come out. This need to decrypt is so unpleasant. I come to you for pleasure and I have to use my brain? When he was in the real world, Lin Ming couldn't figure out what those who liked to play scripted kills thought. Spent hundreds of dollars, find a small room, to sit there as fooling around for 2 or 3 hours, like a company meeting, or spending money on meetings. With that kind of money, he'd prefer something simpler and more exciting, like finding a little girl to give a massage and listen to her miserable life. It's even more exciting if you run into one of those understanding girls. I say guest, if you don't come out, there's no way I can serve you. Lin Ming opened his penetrating eyes and scanned the room while urging. However, the other party just refused to show up, probably because they had sensed the aura of a strong person in Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming was contemplating whether or not to look for a breath convergence technique on the heavenly evil technique, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What he was seeing now wasn't an illusion that the ghost had set up with his death breath, but a real guest room. But in this guest room, there seemed to be an extra mirror than the one I had just seen. That mirror was facing the queen-sized bed in the room. How can a hotel break this taboo when ordinary people know that mirrors don't face the bed? Looks like it was found. Lin Ming was incredibly excited, immediately walked over and wanted to see where the ghost in the mirror was. But he never expected just stood in front of the mirror. The picture appeared inside. This time it's not a weird gory picture. It's an action movie? Chapter 7, You're a Ghost? I'm also a big devil. The plot is kinda rich. There's one-on-one, and then there's one-on-many. The images are extremely unpleasant and haunting. Lin Ming looked at it critically for 10 minutes before reacting to what the mirror was doing. Is this ghost trying to use this method to tease himself to the point of being so sexually aroused that he loses his mind? The dead chi in the body of a ghost or monster is a great influence on the living, easily obscuring one's sanity and making one do something crazy. But Lin Ming was a cultivator and even practiced the heavenly evil technique. The interference of this dead chi on him was almost equal to nothing, and at best, he had learned 10 minutes of practical experience. Lin Ming shook his head and stepped forward to slam his fist into the mirror. Click! The mirror shattered and countless cracks appeared, accompanied by a mournful woman's scream. In that mirror crack, rolling blood actually flowed out, making the mirror's surface become even more distorted. A ghastly white face then appeared in the mirror. The shattered mirror cut into her face, making it look as if she had been split up and forcibly put back together again. Looking at the woman looking at herself with a resentful face, Lin Ming once again slammed his fist over. What are you looking at? With another mournful scream, the female ghost flew out of the mirror, her eyes staring resentfully at Lin Ming. Lin Ming then realized that those cracks on her face were real, as if they had been cut up and then sewn back together a little. Why don't you take the bait? Don't you men just want my body? I'll give it to you, and you can play with me as much as you like. The female ghost's voice was eerie, and she also lifted the big red wedding robe on her body, revealing a tattered body covered with rips and stitch marks inside. Lin Ming sneered. Who's interested in stuff like you? Old me still prefers clean women. A clean woman? I was a clean woman once, but he failed me. I was with him behind my husband's back, and he said he loved me for life, but he didn't. I wanted to run away with him, but he tried to run away after coaxing me in my wedding dress to play with him on our wedding night. The female ghost howled mournfully and complained in grief, with blood and tears flowing from her eyes, making her stitched-up face even more frightening. Lin Ming sked. Sis, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about cleanliness? You're practically more of a than a. The female ghost was scolded, her deathly breath raging with rage. And where are you men any better? Do you dare to say you don't like other people's wives? Then you have to say this. I won't refute it. Lin Ming graciously admitted, but I don't want others to like my wife. Oh, lowly man, The female ghost showed a thick sneer on her face, then said with a look of disgust, "In the past, when others entered this room, they were able to get my body before they died, but you can't, because I will directly eat you." It seemed that Lin Ming had revealed her true colors and upset her. Dressed in a large red joyful robe, she lunged at Lin Ming, wanting to bite through his throat and devour his essence. Lin Ming slapped her to the ground, then stomped on her face with his foot and said contemptuously, "Eat me? Just you?" The female ghost was hit a little confused. Unbelieving. Impossible. You can hurt the mirror, that is because the mirror has a solid body, but I am a ghost. Why can you still touch me? You're a ghost? I'm still a great demon. Lin Ming revolved the heavenly evil technique, frantically absorbing the female ghost's deathly aura. Deadliness plus 80. Deadliness plus 180. Deadliness plus 300. The female ghost felt that the dead chi she had gotten from sucking so many men was rolling away, so she panicked and screamed out of breath. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Let go of me. Help! Scream! Scream louder. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Lin Ming easily drained the female ghost. The dead chi entered the body and transformed into spiritual energy once again, but this time, there was surprisingly no breakthrough. Refinement of chi 4th level, 89%. It's not, is it? I'm only at the 4th level of chi refining. I can't even satisfy a dead ghost? Is this heavenly evil technique so hungry that it needs so much dead energy? Just to be sure, Lin Ming immediately left the house and went to the next room. He had just stepped out of 502 when he heard a mournful scream coming from downstairs, as if it was one of the four who had just come in together. Got one killed. Ha, forget it, it's none of your business. Lin Ming didn't bother and looked toward 503. There's no list of needs hanging below the room sign number. He figured it was because there were no guests inside, but opened the door to take a look just to be on the safe side. Sure enough, the room was empty. No dead ghosts despite the strong dead aura that wafted through it. Next room, 504. Still no ghosts. 505. And no, 506. This time there was something hanging instead, but it was a hotel do not disturb sign. Yeehaw! Lin Ming didn't believe it and knocked on the door. "Guest, I've come to disturb you. No movement. What is it that you're working on?" Curious, Lin Ming immediately turned the door handle and realized that the door could be opened. The room was dark and devoid of any ghosts. At first Lin Ming thought that it was an illusion constructed by dead chi, and after scanning around with his penetrating eyes, he still didn't find anything. And even this room didn't have dead chi in it. How come there's an empty room? Curious, Lin Ming once again scrutinized the room and found that on the table in the room, there was one thing. It was a bloodstained watermelon knife. The blade of the watermelon knife was tattered, several chipped, and didn't look very sharp. However, when Lin Ming looked over, he realized that there was a dense flow of death chi in that watermelon knife. Curious, he walked over and picked it up. Just as he entered his hand, he only felt that the handle of the watermelon knife was incredibly cold, and it was as if a hand had similarly gripped him. Is this a ghost? Nope, didn't feel its awareness or hostility, rather like some kind of magic weapon. Lin Ming tried hacking at the wall with this blade. The tattered blade clearly looked like it would shatter with a single push, but it was surprisingly tough, hacking a crater out of the wall, but it was fine. At this, Lin Ming probably had some guesses and began to stab himself with a knife. He used his spiritual energy to protect the hand that had been stabbed, only to find that the watermelon knife very slowly broke through his defenses and ended up being stabbed in his hand. These can be determined. This watermelon knife is a kind of magic weapon like existence in the weird game. It's special props. It's fine to use it against him, and it should be fine to kill ghosts. Empty rooms, special spells. Now Lin Ming understood that this room should be a safe house. It seems that within the spooky game doesn't give a sure death game. It always gives some chance to escape and live. Lin Ming studied this watermelon knife and realized that his spiritual energy injected into it would make it even sharper. Slicing through a solid wood cabinet would not be a problem. It was just as well that although he was a cultivator, he didn't have a magic weapon yet, so he laughed this off. And see if there's anything else in the room. Chapter 8, There's no such thing as a plowed field. Lin Ming searched the rooms on the 5th floor. Wei Yuan, who had been in a state of rigid necrosis downstairs, suddenly moved and slowly looked at the clock hanging in the distance. It's time for a break. He gracefully picked up the intercom on the front desk and called out, "Employees, you'll have a half-hour break for your next meal or sleep." Lin Ming didn't have a walkie-talkie with him and had no idea of the situation. The high school student and the female white-collar worker rolled and crawled to escape from the 2nd floor, covered in blood, with the high school student missing a finger. It was asked for by a guest, and of the original 4, there were only 2 of them left. Wei Yuan was a bit surprised. Not bad, surprisingly still alive. The 2 no longer had the confidence they had before, only trepidation. The female white-collar even couldn't control herself and knelt down in front of Wei Yuan, begging bitterly, "Please let me out. as long as you let me out. I'll listen to you in everything. I'll do whatever you want. Crying? Crying counts as time. Wei Yuan reminded. You have time to rest. Only half an hour. The high school student saw this and knew that he would not be able to escape until he had survived the time. But he was smart in the end, and yelled down to the white woman. Stop crying. There will be an antidote within 10 meters of the poison, and there's bound to be a way out of this weird game. So we're going to find it somehow. How can we find it? 5 of us came in and we're the only 2 left dead. There's no way out. The female white collar cried. The high school student's face was blue and he didn't know what to say. Wei Yuan, however, suddenly said, no, there are 3 more of you, and there have been no complaints on the 5th floor, so it looks like that kid is making the guests comfortable. What? That coward's still alive? The high school student showed a look of disbelief. The white woman was also a bit surprised. I told you I was going to get him before, didn't I? The 5th floor must be different. Maybe it'll be safe over there. The high school student also had this idea. He didn't think Lin Ming could have an advantage over himself in any way. Only maybe the 5th floor is not quite the same, or more relaxed. Thinking this way, the high school student immediately looked at Wei Yuan. During the break, can we move around freely? Whatever you want, but if you affect the guests, you guys will also be killed. Wei Yuan reminded. The high school student revealed a look of fear, but thinking that the 5th floor might be safe, he gritted his teeth and decided to go up and take a look anyway. Come on, let's go to the 5th floor and look for that guy, and ask him what's his best means of survival. Will he tell us? The white woman shuddered. A grimace flashed across the high schooler's face. He's going to say it even if he does, and he's going to say it even if he doesn't. Don't forget, there are 2 of us. The female white collar knew this guy's ruthlessness, even though he was just a teenager, but when he encountered danger just now, he even pushed out both of his teammates to their deaths at the first time, so that both of them could survive until now. If Lin Ming really had any good ideas, he would definitely not be able to escape his poisonous hand, but the female white collar didn't dare to offend him, so she could only honestly follow up to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was empty. There was no one there. The white woman was nervous and asked in a low voice, could it be a mistake? That person is actually dead? The high school student had the same idea, but still, undeterred, took a few tentative steps down the hallway. Soon he saw an open door to a room. That guy should be in there. The high school student judged with his intuition. He's serving customers? Then let's not go in, right? The white-collar woman instinctively chose to retreat, but then the high school student saw the Do Not Disturb sign on the door, and a flash of light went through his mind. Yeah, why didn't I think of that before? Even though we're waitresses, we may not be unable to become guests. Become a guest? How? The white woman was confused. It costs money to stay here, right? What if it's an empty room? The high school student reasoned excitedly. If it's in an empty room and we put a Do Not Disturb sign on the door, will the hotel mistake it for someone inside and then be afraid to disturb it? 4 of us acted together and 2 of us are dead by now. What makes this coward himself survive this long? There's only one possibility. He used this method to cheat. The female white collar felt this inference. It was just bull ********. She stayed in hotels often enough to know that they had a back office, and there was no way she wouldn't know if there was someone in the room. It's also the case that high school students have never been to a hotel before, but the high school student had already determined that Lin Ming was in the room and ran over there with gusto. The white woman didn't dare to stay here by herself, so she could only hurriedly follow. You're really here? At the door of the room, the high school student saw Lin Ming and excitedly shouted in a low voice. The female white collar was also surprised, not expecting Lin Ming to really be alive and well. She's also knocked out her knees and hands because she fell while running away. Surprisingly, Lin Ming was not the slightest bit as wretched as he was when he first came in. No, he's even become more comfortable than he was when he came in earlier. Lin Ming saw the 2 coming and asked curiously, "What are you guys doing here looking for me? Why don't you share when you have such a safe way? Why are you so selfish?" The high school student questioned back to back. Lin Ming was originally curious about what the 2 men had come to find him for, but when he heard him questioning, he was instantly disinterested. Get lost. I still have things to do. The high school student had already been somewhat inflated by a few people touting him, and was already upset that Lin Ming had found the safe spot before he did. Now that she heard him scolding herself, she was instantly annoyed and wanted to scold back, but her eyes were sharp enough to see that Lin Ming had put something away, and she immediately questioned, "What did you take? Is it the room key? It doesn't seem to be a key. It's a knife," the white woman whispered. "A knife? The knife in this room?" The high school student froze, then his eyes glowed. It can't be a special prop. Lin Ming is really a little surprised. This kid does have some brains. Even guessed that there are props at once. But it's normal. This is the age when you like to play games, read novels, and get into some weird and wonderful things, and your thoughts are naturally flexible. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't say anything, The high school student knew that he had guessed correctly and moved. That prop must be one of the ways to stay alive. It can even be used against the guests. And it also has a special effect that can turn him into Superman. It must be seized. But by himself alone, he was certainly no match for this guy. So the high school student secretly winked and asked the white female to help herself. White women are flirty, but not stupid. This high school kid is ruthless and unreliable. Lin Ming was a wimp when he first came in, but now he'd found a safe spot and gotten props. She naturally wouldn't help against Lin Ming. However, the female white collar was also afraid of this high school student, so she didn't help Lin Ming, but instead stepped back and said, "I don't know anything, and I don't care about anything, so you guys can settle your conflicts on your own." The high school student immediately exploded with anger. "You forget who protected you to survive just now? You still want to play fisherman at this time? Aren't you afraid that he will you to death?" The female white-collar worker wasn't really afraid of being Ed, and thought she was even less likely to be Ed to death. There's no such thing as a plowed field. Chapter 9, Refining the 10,000 Soul Streamer. It looked like the white woman was determined not to help. The high school student became even more furious and pointed at the white female. Lin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them. Striding towards the outside, he still wanted to deal with the other guests, but that high school student was actually all pretense. He appeared to be scolding the white collar, but in fact, he had been staring at Lin Ming. As Lin Ming passed by, the high school student lunged forward, trying to knock Lin Ming down and grab his props. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was a cultivator, not an ordinary person. He sensed the moment the high schooler moved and kicked over. The high school student screamed miserably and was kicked out, hitting the wall hard and falling back down with a spray of blood. The man was already out of breath. Seeing this, Lin Ming sighed that he had been too hard on himself, and hadn't even had the chance to say that immortal cultivators can't be insulted to put on a show. The female white collar is even more scared silly. Thud sound kneeling on the ground, face pale. "Big brother, do not kill me. I listen to you in everything. I will take off." This, without even giving Lin Ming time to speak, the woman stripped herself naked. Lin Ming lamented her hand speed, then glanced at the key areas. What capital? Seeing Lin Ming's interest, the female white-collar worker hurriedly crawled over. "Brother, I know everything." "Well, will do. Lin Ming turned around and headed out the door, heading straight for the next room. This woman looked like she had a rich history of love affairs, and he wasn't interested at all. When she saw Lin Ming walking away, the white woman froze for a moment, unable to believe that there was a man who could resist her great body. Then didn't she go to Goryeo and spend money on plastic surgery for nothing? But with Lin Ming gone, would he be able to have this room all to himself? Thinking this, the white woman carefully crawled to the door and closed it behind her. There was no response at the door, and the room was even starting to get warm. This really is the safe spot. The white woman showed her surprise, only to turn around and see the body of the high school student on the floor and become terrified again, only to run into the bathroom, where she planned to hide out for the rest of the hours. Meanwhile, the real world outside is starting to get messy. Though the first group to enter the spooky game was small, just over 10,000 people nationwide, but the way they disappeared was so weird. Some of them are missing out of thin air while they're on the air. Some are sitting next to family members and chatting away. There are also cases where the entire person disappears while doing a checkup at the hospital. The fact that many people reported the incident at the same time brought it to the attention of the authorities. To say that this authorities do act fast, after visiting and investigating, it was found that the people who disappeared, without exception, had a countdown, and before the countdown appeared they had all received a strange letter. Those letters are all gone, but there are still a lot of people who shared what they were up to before they got into the spooky game and mentioned the word spooky game. This time, the bizarre game and the major news and short video platforms all fire. Countless people are discussing what it is. Or a revival? Rule weirdness? Or is it God's game? What's scary is that the officials didn't block the news this time. In other words, the officials knew that the story could no longer be covered up and that something destined to change the course of mankind had happened. For a while, countless people began to revel. Especially the ordinary people living at the bottom of the social ladder are excited. This game, as horrible as it sounds, is definitely their chance to change their destiny, more so than the college entrance exams. However, there are many people who have expressed concern because the game is not safe on first hearing and could kill people. But who cares if people die now? Everyone was chatting about whether or not they could get superpowers when they entered the spooky game, and others were wishing for what powers they could get. Of these, invisibility and partial body enlargement are the hottest amongst male internet users. As for the superpower with the highest number of likes in the female demographic, it's the man vanishing technique, with the exception of fresh meat. The official sector is also sulking because they know better. A lot of people are disappearing abroad as well, suggesting that this is a globalized event. And if this globalization event is really related to superpowers, the importance of grabbing the lead is no less than the introduction of the world's first atomic bomb. So the country couldn't care less about internet opinion and started recruiting the elite to the nation. This elite includes game masters, horror game high rollers, escape room game enthusiasts, and a few high priests and Taoists. Again, people are waiting for the first players of the spooky game to come out and want to ask what's in it. Lin Ming knew nothing about this. He had come to the door of room 507. Under the door number hangs the needs of the guests. Water. Lin Ming knocked on the door and the room opened automatically. An icy voice coming out. You didn't bring any water. I brought it. Lin Ming turned to the house. He too. What? Enough for the guests? The room was instantly raging with dead air, and the guest's snarling voice was heard. Come in if you want to find death. Great. Lin Ming excitedly rushed into the room. A few moments later, the wail of a guest begging for help came from the room. By the time Lin Ming came out of the guest room refreshed and wiping his mouth, the realm had already risen once again. Refinement of Qi 5 tier, 12%. With the 5th level of Qi refining now, and with a fair amount of mana in his body, Lin Ming decided that he would start refining the 10,000 soul streamer. The previous magic weapon, the watermelon knife, had given him a reminder that there were also magic weapons in this bizarre game world. It was safer to get a 10,000 soul streamer just in case. After all, the heavenly evil technique was very demanding, and only at the foundation establishment stage could one be considered a true cultivator to practice the truly great spells of the evil Tao. For example, the soul regeneration technique that can control the souls of living beings and turn them into puppets. For example, the Paperman spell that allows you to cut out paper adults instead of doing things or even fighting. There were also the blood-killing curse that could hunt down and kill an enemy through a drop of blood, or even abuse an enemy's entire family. These evil means required the foundation establishment stage, and if you want to protect yourself at the Qi refining stage, you can only do so with the 10,000 soul streamer. However, this refining of the 10,000 soul streamer required very unique materials. Ghost bones for poles, human skin for streamers. You also have to carve a spell formation with the blood of a ghost spirit that contains a special effect. Finally, many ghosts and spirits are used to fill it in order to have the effect. Plus how rare these few materials are. The blood of a ghost spirit is something that only ghosts who need to cultivate for more than 10 years will have. There was also the ghost bone, that even more so required more than 50 years of cultivation before it could be condensed. With these two things, Lin Ming probably wouldn't be able to find them even if he was exhausted in the real world. But coincidentally, this hotel has a lot of guests. Not every room is filled with guests, but it can't be helped that there are 5 floors here, with a handful of guests on each floor. That's pretty much it. So, Lin Ming went to that safe house first and skinned the high school student, not caring in the slightest that the white female in the bathroom was scared out of her wits. He then visited the guests in the remaining rooms on the 5th floor and got a bowl of ghost spirit blood, but that wasn't enough. He had to go to the 4th floor and ask those lovely guests for help, even though that belonged to was the other waitress's territory. Everyone else was dead and the hotel shouldn't have minded helping out a little bit on their own. Just like that, Lin Ming got ghost blood on the 5th and 4th floors, and ghost bones on the 3rd and 2nd floors. The guests on the 1st floor were then used to fill up the 10,000 soul streamer. After that 10,000 soul streamer was crafted and had 4 ghosts functioning within it, but there was still one main soul missing before it could be considered a primary magic weapon. So, who is the best candidate for the Lord Soul? Wei Yuan. Who do you think it is? Chapter 10, Subduing Wei Yuan. Master Soul in place. Wei Yuan stood inside the front desk and met Lin Ming, who walked over. He was a bit surprised that Lin Ming was still alive. It seems like you're really lucky. Wei Yuan's hollow eye stared at Lin Ming. Yeah, I also feel very lucky. Plus I have to be very grateful to the hotel for giving me this opportunity. Lin Ming said sincerely. Chance? Thanks? That wry smile reappeared at the corners of Wei Yuan's lips. Are the people out there so naive? It's okay. Lin Ming waved his hand, then came a little closer and inquired. I just looked out the window. The hotel is surrounded by thick fog. Is it impossible to get out over there? Wei Yuan was not bad. He actually answered. Yes, if you enter here, you can only stay with us. That thick fog is cannibalistic. How strong is it to walk out? Lin Ming asked after him. At least as powerful as our boss. A rare flash of awe appeared on Wei Yuan's stiff face. Lin Ming was curious. How strong is your boss? Is he here? I don't know how strong our boss is. I only know that he is a king, and he won't always be in one place because the boss has many industries. Wei Yuan surprisingly answered honestly as well, but then suddenly revealed a teasing look. Are you happy that I am so cooperative? Not bad, thanks. Lin Ming nodded. Wei Yuan suddenly revealed a look of excitement. You even thanked me? Ha ha ha. Do you know that I did it on purpose? Didn't you see what the guest in room 207 needed? He wants a piece of meat and he wants it every 3 hours. It's been over 3 hours since those guys fed him just now. and now he's going to complain about the waiter if you don't deliver it. Unfortunately, all the other waitresses have been lost, and you should be the only waitress here now, so guess what I'll be punishing you for? I really didn't expect that there would be a cutie like you, thinking that you can extract information from me, running over to make small talk with me and asking nothing but nonsense. Lin Ming didn't expect Wei Yuan to say such a big call. It seemed like being able to punish himself was really getting him excited. Unfortunately, Wei Yuan was destined to be disappointed. 207's guest. Lin Ming really did have some impression. The guy said he had to eat human flesh, and it had to be 5 pounds at a time. When Lin Ming went in, the guy still disliked him for being skinny and said it wasn't good. Later, after being beaten up by Lin Ming, it was discovered that it had turned out to be relying on eating meat to spawn ghost bones. That ghost bone was naturally laughed at and used as part of the backbone of the 10,000 soul streamer. Scared? The smile on Wei Yuan's face became slightly grim. Unfortunately, it's too late to be afraid. Time is almost up. 5 seconds short of the complaint time. Even, Wei Yuan was thoughtful enough to help with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The complaint phone did not ring. This caused Wei Yuan's smile to stiffen slightly. It looks like the last guy's meat was so faggy it made the guests eat it for a little while longer. So guess how long that piece of meat lasted? What is this? Wei Yuan was scaring Lin Ming when he realized that he had taken out a strange object. It seems like a flag. The flagpole was put together with sections of black bone as if it were a human spine, with a slight curve at the top. The flagstaff was made out of human skin and had a lot of strange black patterns painted on it. Those lines were dizzying to look at and gave off a strong aura of danger. I don't know why. When Wei Yuan saw this thing, he felt his heart bursting, and subconsciously took 2 steps back, even wanting to run away directly. Lin Ming looked at Wei Yuan and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt, but it's definitely difficult to breathe. You just need to endure it." After saying that, he gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer. Above the flagstaff of the 10,000 soul streamer, 4 ghostly faces appeared steeply, all of them with grimace and pain, then howled at Wei Yuan in unison. Wei Yuan was appalled at the sight, for he recognized the 4 ghostly faces, clearly guests in the guest room. But why? On top of that strange thing, would they still help Lin Ming against himself? Without being able to think much about it, the sound wave had already rolled and swept over. Deadly chi filled his body, transforming into a huge shield, trying to block the sound wave. Boom! The sound wave and the shield clashed together. The front desk was instantly destroyed, and Wei Yuan also fell out backwards, hitting the wall so hard that even the wall cracked some. In the face of this terrifying sound wave, Wei Yuan was shocked and furious. His body's deathly aura surged even more, and a light suddenly appeared in those originally empty eyes. After the earlier battle with those guests, Lin Ming knew that these ghosts all had some specialized abilities of their own, in addition to confusing people with their death aura and attacking them directly. At this time, this Wei Yuan's ability was related to the eyes. When those empty eyes glowed, they fixed Lin Ming in place, unable to move. Stasis? The talent of these ghosts really couldn't be inferred from the realm. But Lin Ming was even more excited. The ability was simply too good to be true, and he liked it too much. Lin Ming urged the spiritual energy in his body, trying to break this fixation, but surprisingly, he couldn't do it. Luckily, there's still the 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer had been refined by Lin Ming into an instinctive magic weapon that he could activate with just a thought. The 4 ghosts lunged out of the 10,000 soul streamer, and they too had their own individual special abilities. One of the ghosts was seen summoning a large amount of paper money, a guest known as the greedy ghost, with the ability to summon large amounts of paper money to buy lives. As long as these paper money fall on the other person's body, they can take a part of the other person's life or power. It was considered one of Lin Ming's carefully selected secondary souls, accompanied by a sky of paper money spilling down. Wei Yuan was so shocked that it retreated, and its vision was obscured. So Lin Ming instantly got out of the trap. So you have to be watched to be immobilized? The second secondary soul, the mist ghost, immediately spewed out a large amount of corrosive mist, blocking Wei Yuan's line of sight from falling onto Lin Ming. The third secondary soul hanged ghost, on the other hand, immediately activated its death chi, and a bunch of ropes appeared from Wei Yuan's side, and as long as it touched it, it would be hung up. Wei Yuan was simply no match for the 3 ghosts joining forces, dodging and retreating in a lousy manner, wanting to escape to the guest room for shelter. Unfortunately, Lin Ming still had a 4th secondary soul, gluttony. This glutton opened his bloody mouth, his lower lip on the ground and his upper lip against the ceiling, his mouth bigger than the room, and waited on Wei Yuan's escape route. Wei Yuan was running away, and in a panic, he was swallowed. Damn! You can't kill me. Our boss is the king. He has tens of thousands of weird employees under him, and he's as strong as a cloud. If you dare to touch me, it will definitely break your soul. Wei Yuan completely collapsed. screaming threats while frantically urging his death chi, trying to break through the gluttony ghost's bonds. Lin Ming gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer, retrieving the 4 ghosts together into the 10,000 soul streamer, and Wei Yuan, who had been swallowed by the gluttony ghost, naturally went into it together. Chapter 11 Save the Child. Wei Yuan hasn't been the manager here for more than a day or two. Before these people from the outside world came in, he had seen many people die in the hotel, and had even become very powerful because of it. But he never thought that he would one day be taken out by a waiter. Moreover, in this strange thing, there was a special power suppressing him from moving, and his own consciousness was being erased little by little. Is everyone out there so scary? Lin Ming sat cross-legged within the hall, fully sacrificing the 10,000 soul streamer with his own spiritual energy. The 10,000 soul streamer emitted a black ghostly light, and 5 hideous ghost faces appeared on it from time to time. They were struggling and howling, and the sound they made resounded throughout the hall, so that even the female white-collar workers in the safe house on the 5th floor could hear them clearly. The white-collar woman hid in the bathtub and curled up in a ball, shivering in fear as she listened to the howl full of anger. She knew that this was definitely something Lin Ming had gotten up to, and developed an incomparable fear of him, even feeling that he was even more terrifying than creepy, and would become a shadow in her heart that she would never be able to erase. In fact, the 4 ghosts within the 10,000 soul streamer had already been refined, and only Wei Yuan was struggling desperately, and he even possessed a portion of the hotel's authority, so he was able to resist himself. The other 4 ghosts, under Lin Ming's urging, tried their best to suppress Wei Yuan, finally allowing him to be erased of his personal consciousness a little bit, completely becoming a part of the 10,000 soul streamer. That wasn't all. Lin Ming began to refine it into a master soul. The 10,000 soul streamer must have a main soul, which is equivalent to the existence of an artifact spirit that can perfectly use the 10,000 soul streamer to attack or defend without the master's manipulation. If cultivated well, it can even detect danger before its owner does, and instead protect the owner from attack. As Lin Ming pinched his hands together and branded a spell on it, Wei Yuan and the 10,000 soul streamer became more and more compatible. After spending 2.5 hours, it was finally completely refined into the main soul of the 10,000 soul streamer, and it created a connection with Lin Ming as well, turning the 10,000 soul streamer into a true primary magical artifact that could be used by him to cast many spells and abilities at the drop of a hat. With this magic artifact, Lin Ming would have a great ability to defend himself without having to worry too much. Lin Ming casually put away the 10,000 soul streamer. This magic weapon could become bigger and smaller, and it could turn into a tattoo and attach itself to his body. When he reached Foundation Establishment, this thing would be able to enter his dantian. When he had put away the 10,000 soul streamer, Lin Ming couldn't help but look at the mist outside the door again. Should we go in and take a look? Never mind. It's better not to be in too much of a hurry. Lin Ming was well aware that this world was absolutely extraordinary, and that there was even a possibility that immortals could exist. The only thing you do as a little evil cultivator yourself is that you can't be in a hurry. Things are done one step at a time, ghosts and monsters one bite at a time, or else the step is big and click. It's easy to rip your balls off. This side had just finished sacrificing the 10,000 soul streamer when Lin Ming heard a prompting sound in his ears. Congratulations on completing the mission. Now for the evaluation. Lin Ming realized that his body was rapidly vaporizing, as if he was detached from this world. Will the original still be evaluated? So that means the being that controls this world actually sees itself all the time? Or is it some sort of established operating rule? Lin Ming listened sideways to what the game was saying about himself, trying to make sure it was an established program or if someone was actually watching him. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance at the Death Hotel. You survived 8 hours perfectly. Plus 10 points. You have not been complained about by any guest. Plus 30 points. You found the safe house and props. Plus 20 points. You helped a coworker do a perfect job so that the hotel didn't receive a single complaint. Plus 30 points. You have gained Wei Yuan's approval and have not received a bad review from him, and now by default he has given a favorable review. Plus 10 points. Player Lin Ming's final score. 100 points. Evaluated as SSS. Congratulations on earning the title of Perfect Passer, which adds an additional 5% to your points at each game settlement. Congratulations on earning the title of Outstanding Worker, which prioritizes the appreciation of your leaders when you join the spooky game. The rewards for this game mission are now being handed out. Plus 100, plus 5, personal points. Skill card X1. Safe house room card X1. All rewards and props you scavenged will be sent down to your personal mailbox, which can be checked in the bazaar game, and points can be used to avoid death. Buy props, or use 1,000 points to extract any ability or prop into the real world. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This tricky game was generous. Passing the game perfectly will give so many goodies. Could be a lot better than the pain in the ass game. And the ability to extract abilities into reality? Doesn't that mean there will be a lot of weird and powerful people in the future reality? A trace of gravity appeared on Lin Ming's face. Although he could cultivate immortality, who knew what was in the weird game? In case others also mentioned immortal cultivation techniques, or even magic treasures, immortal weapons and the like, wouldn't he have no advantage at all? It seemed that he had to enter the game frequently while his advantage was still there, rapidly increase his strength, and stay at the forefront of everyone in order to continue his cultivation unharmed, and to ensure that his resources would never be in short supply. Thinking this, Lin Ming was about to use the skill card and rune card to see what the benefits were. Whoever thought the time was up, he simply disappeared back into reality. When he returns to reality, he realizes that it is not possible to check the mailbox of the bizarre game. We'll just have to wait until the next time we come in to check it out. And just moments after he disappeared, a powerful ghostly creature that emitted a horrifying aura walked through the door into the interior of the Death Hotel. The ghostly man was wearing a suit and casually threw the keys to his luxury car to the front desk. Wei Yuan, go park my car. Wei Yuan? Wei Yuan? The ghost in suit looked around and realized that Wei Yuan was surprisingly absent, and immediately said in irritation, surprisingly, he's not here to keep watch. It seems that you can stop doing your job as the lobby manager. In order to find Wei Yuan, he used the authority of the Death Hotel to view this place, but he realized that not only Wei Yuan had disappeared, even his own guests had disappeared, and there were only the corpses of the three outsiders. At once, the ghost in the suit realized what had happened and instantly roared in anger. Who is it? Who took out my lobby manager and so many guests? Don't let me catch you. In the real world, Lin Ming came out with a face full of hard feelings. Compared to inside the spooky game, the deathless world outside held no attraction for him, although the outside world also had a weak aura response. But he was an evil cultivator. What he needed was dead aura. So he, who was already used to being wrapped up in so much dead energy, was like the lean man who was having a good time at the Tender Club and was suddenly sent to prison. And although those male inmates had nice asses, it wasn't what he wanted. But luckily, there were still the 10,000 souls. Lin Ming summoned the 10,000 soul streamer and looked at this sinister treasure, only feeling that he had seen the most beautiful woman in the world and was filled with fascination. That laborious weird game, and it says that for 1,000 points, you can extract skills and props out of the game? Who cares? If I'm a great power in the chi refining stage, I'll need your gadgets. By the way, Wei Yuan, they also belong to the existence of the weird game. Can they be summoned to reality? Lin Ming tried to release them from the 10,000 soul streamer, and he didn't expect them to actually appear. Beautiful drop. Beautiful drop. Once he had rarefied enough 10,000 soul streamers, Lin Ming put the things away. He had no intention of taking the souls of the commoners, not being kind-hearted, but mainly those were worthless contraptions. It also has to be spooky in a spooky game, where a single ghost level at the lowest level can top hundreds or thousands of normal human souls. Although the 10,000 soul streamer is called the 10,000 soul streamer, it is not a matter of catching 10,000 souls and stuffing them in. If that's the case, you'd be better off finding a pig farm and getting you enough for the job in 2 days. The point is to raise a bunch of pigs in the all souls. What's the point? Ordinary souls came in and had to consume the power of the 10,000 soul streamer to contain them, cultivate their cultivation resources, and practice spells in order to have some attack power, all of which were not enough to bother with. It still has to be a weird game. The weirdness in there is the real mainstay of the 10,000 soul streamer. One section is better than 6. Filled with anticipation, Lin Ming began to research the matter of the bizarre game. Gotta figure out how this thing works and how to get back in there and have some friendly and in-depth conversations with the creeps. He, frankly, wanted to give them a home. When Lin Ming went online, he found that the internet had already exploded, because the first gamers, they've all come out. No, rather, all the living ones came out. Today is supposed to be the day when the weird game just opened, and Huaxiao went in with tens of thousands of people. Only a measly 100 came out as a result, because many people simply did not react to what kind of game that was, and even because they rarely experienced killing and fighting, many people went in and were just confused, scared silly, and were killed in a single shot by offending the ghosts and monsters. Originally, people in China thought this was definitely about to become a superhero and a homeland. Who would have thought that all those ghosts and goblins in the spooky game, every single one of them is a native of the motherland? What a 1% survival rate. People were all terrified, and no one was discussing about going in anymore, but were clamoring for the officials to come up with a countermeasure. Save the child. Chapter 12, the creepy bureau established. Scary players. The state was instead the first to find these survivors and inquire about them. From their mouths, some important information about the spooky game was obtained and then organized and made public. Spooky game cheats. 1. The odds are that the spooky game can't be dodged or avoided. 2. Spooky game within a lot of different places, and all the natives inside are ghosts and monsters, will be to slaughter the player for the purpose. but will follow some kind of rules. Need to find out the rules of the game of life. 3. There are suspected safe spots in the game. Due to incomplete information, it can only be tentatively labeled as suspected. 4. There will exist certain special props within the game that can cause damage to the ghosts and increase the survival rate. 5. Try to complete the game and increase your points as much as possible. Points are suspected to be the common currency of the weird game. The trading method is unknown but can be used to buy everything within the weird game. It is even suspected that you can consume the points to deny access to the game and be able to extract everything from the weird game to the real world. 6. Please the general public in the bizarre game invitation, do not panic. Whether it is contact with the game or contact with the game, must be the first time to find the local official departments to assist. We will give 1 million cash reward, and extremely ensure that you and your family's daily life. Note, the source of the spooky game is unknown, the reason for its appearance is unknown, and the way to find the player is unknown, so you must not panic when you enter the game. As long as you keep your sanity and hope, that is the key to victory. Lin Ming nodded slightly as he looked at the official rundown, and thought to himself that the country was indeed quite reliable, and had already compiled so many useful rundowns in such a short period of time. At the very least, that was all the cheats Lin Ming knew. Lin Ming rummaged through the internet again and found that there was no useful information beyond the trolling and panic trolling of netizens, and even people clamoring to emigrate. He simply turned off his cell phone and thought to himself, that weird game from before had delivered the letter to the door by itself, and he was unable to detect the other party's presence or any traces of it at all. So it's just a matter of waiting next? What a shame. Lin Ming's side was anxious, and so was the country's side. They'd done their best to invite the survivors of the game, even going so far as to promise a lot of money and send out rewards to the survivors, and it turned out that the only ones who'd found them were about 60 people. It is assumed that those who are left either do not believe that the state will genuinely help, fearing that they will be used as sliced and studied mice. Either that or they have their own particular mindset and want to be superhuman first and don't want to be tied down by the state. The state had a headache with this because they realized through the survivors' accounts that most of the first people who went in were lucky to get through. In that case, those people are highly likely to die once they enter the spooky game a second time. Besides, they're fed up with slicing and studying these people. They can't wait to take them in and add them to the national team and train them to be special agents to deal with the bizarre games. And the state has done so. The first batch of survivors who came to join the country were given a cash reward of $1 million in addition to directly becoming members of the special warfare team. Not only do they enjoy the pay and treatment of a major, but they are also given great privileges to facilitate their movements. Among these special forces members, the white woman who had stayed up in the safe house until the end of the game was also listed. She had just come out and warily told the official all her experiences without reservation, mainly because it's not good enough not to talk about it. And the people the officials get to question them are a bunch of masterminds. There were psychology professors and interrogation specialists who coaxed out all the experiences, even those of these survivors who had killed people. However, the state has not dealt with these people either, as their help is still needed at this stage. Capital City. Inside a conference room, several old men were sitting here at the meeting, all carrying 3 stars and a flower on their shoulders. Their status was frighteningly high. One of the old men with black presbyopes took the initiative to speak. Gentlemen, from today onwards, we, the Creepy Bureau, are considered to be completely established, and for the sake of safety, each of us shall have a code name, and be divided into No. 1, No. 2, No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5 according to our age. The other 4 all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, No. 1, who had just spoken, continued. I think everyone should understand about the importance of the bizarre game, and now all the countries in the world are fighting to enter it, trying to raid and even control the bizarre game. And once whoever is a little bit stronger will become the world's hegemon. Of course, although we also want to raid and control the game, our purpose is not the same as those countries. We are for the peace and unity of the world's people and to avoid World War III, which would otherwise be a catastrophe of a world-destroying nature. I've read through the intel I've put together this time, and they've provided a wide variety of content, and while there were a few good performers, they all relied on flukes to get through, which doesn't really help us that much. After all, they're all entering the game for the first time. But in that information, I found something very interesting. In our Weird Bureau's Special Operations team, there is a team member codenamed Queenflower. When he was raiding the copy of the Death Hotel within the Weird game, he encountered a special player, who initially acted fearful, but after entering the hotel, he completely changed as if he was a different person. And after the Queenflower's teammates were all died too, he acted alone without being injured. And even the information that we learned that there were safe houses and props within the game was learned through this person. And his face didn't change after killing someone. I suspect that this person may know far more about the bizarre game than any other surviving player. and possesses an extremely high level of mental and analytical judgment, and perhaps other, better things from the game. If we can find this person and have him lead the special operations team, our advantage within the Bazaar game will greatly surpass that of other countries. So now I announce that the first mission of the Trickster Bureau is to find and invite this person to join the Trickster Bureau's special operations team. No. 2 was curious, nowadays, the Skynet and file systems are so advanced, is it still difficult to find someone? Just have the Queen Flower describe what that person looks like and get the criminal department's portraitist to draw it. Number 1 size. That's the problem. Queen Flower won't tell us what the other person looks like for some reason. We've tried to hypnotize her, but people who have entered the spooky game seem to be immune to normal hypnosis tactics, so we can't work on the portrait for the time being. No. 3 immediately said. Then pay this female team member $10 million, $100 million. I don't believe it won't work. Number 4 agreed. Is she jealous of the other side? Just tell her that she's protected by the Trickster Bureau, and make sure she's okay. Several of the old men felt that Queen Flower was just too timid. What was so scary about it? Even though the creepy game can turn players into Superman, everyone is entering for the first time, and as powerful as that person is, they can't just turn into Superman right now, can they? Chapter 13, The Rotting Convenience Store. No. 5. Who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke stoically. If it's really that person who made Queen Flower so afraid, it means that the other party must have something superior, or there's something detailed that Queen Flower didn't say. This. No. 1 hesitates. This Queen Flower's identity I have investigated. Is an ordinary female white-collar worker, went to Goryeo for plastic surgery, using her body to bribe her bosses and clients in exchange for resources. On weekdays she is not a much smart person, also not much psychological quality. Facing the double questioning of interrogation experts and psychology professors can still hide, so I suspect that it's not that she personally wants to hide it, but the Bazaar game has some kind of means to make it impossible for her to divulge secrets. No. 5 asked rhetorically, and what if the woman had seen a real ghost, something worse than death? Would her mental faculties change? At those words, several people in the room fell silent, because they know that whether or not these people get their abilities from the tricky games, having gone into that place and made it out alive is already different from ordinary people. Perhaps those means of dealing with ordinary people no longer apply to these special players. So, do you have any ideas on how to get Queen Flower to let go? No. 1 asked, looking seriously at No. 5. I now suspect that it was that strange player who left a great shadow in Queen Flower's heart, causing her to be so terrified that she felt certain she would die if she revealed his identity. So all we have to do now is wait. Wait for Queen Flower to enter the game for the second time, and we train her to gain real growth and even abilities so she won't be too intimidated by the other side and be willing to tell the truth. 5 well to make his suggestions seriously, and then scanned everyone, waiting for their opinions. The other 4 looked at each other, exchanged eye contact, and finally all slowly nodded their heads. They think the plan works. Who wasn't the Special Forces team training anyway, except for a few particularly outstanding people? Adding an extra Queen's Flower wasn't something that couldn't be afforded. Besides, it was fine to waste some resources in order to find that being who could solve puzzles, find props, and even scare players who also entered the game like that the first time they entered the game, even if the Queen's Flower wasn't worth cultivating. No. 1 saw that everyone thought that this solution was feasible, so he also immediately clapped his hands on it. Well then, we'll settle this matter. The Special Warfare team will now begin to fully train those few standouts, including Queen Flower, and help Queen Flower develop confidence in various ways, so that she will not be afraid of the other party and speak out about their identity sooner. Agreed. 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 With the issuance of the first order for the establishment of the Trickster Bureau, the world's top state apparatus has officially begun to run at high speed. Lin Ming was looking for a way to enter the weird game a second time. Just listen to the phone ringing in your hand. He glanced at the caller ID. His sister, P.S., not a drag, always a useful character. No drag in this book. This sister, not his real sister, is his stepfather's daughter. After Lin Ming's real father died, his mother remarried with him, and that stepfather had a daughter about his age. But the two were at odds from the start, both seeing the other as a bad influence and often fighting. After the family lived for 7 or 8 years, Lin Ming's mother and stepfather died together in a car accident. Lin Ming did not want to live with this sister, so he dropped out of school and left home to work. The two of them haven't contacted each other in the past 2 years. Why are they suddenly calling today? Lin Ming was curious, but still answered the phone. Hello? Song Shui. What's up? His stepfather's last name was Song, and Lin Ming changed his name to Song Ming for a while, then changed it again when his stepfather died. It's not that I hate my stepfather, it's mostly that the name is just bad. Several times when he looked for a job, the bosses thought his name was bad luck and didn't want him. Also because of the matter of Lin Ming's name change, the relationship between the siblings became even worse. On the other side of the phone, Song Shue's tone was as cold as ever. I heard that the bizarre game descended. Let's see if you're dead yet. Lin Ming was even more staggered. Although Song Shue's tone was cold, Lin Ming could still hear that she was concerned about herself. I'm not dead. What about you? Are you getting close? Lin Ming subconsciously returned the favor. Me? Oh, dying. Are you happy? Song Shue surprisingly broke the mold by not getting angry. Instead, she was somewhat self-deprecating. Lin Ming was puzzled. What? You're gambling and owe loan sharks from the gangs and are going to be cut to death? A ***** came from the other side of the phone, as if someone was eavesdropping on the siblings on the phone. Song Shue was used to her oldest brother's venomous tongue, mainly because she wasn't too bad, and casually said, "Don't worry, I borrowed the loan sharks to sign your contact number and address. They can't find me, they'll go and cut you. Laugh your ass off, like you know where I am." Lin Ming sneered. Song Shue, Dongshan Cemetery in the eastern suburb of Quan City. Lin Ming was dismayed. How did you know? What do you care how I know? Can't I see it on your wanted poster? Song Shue's tone resumed its usual cold and venomous tone. If I die, you'll set up a burial mound for me. In the cemetery where you work, okay? Lin Ming frowned. What's wrong with you? Got a terminal illness? It wasn't really a curse this time, mainly because he could hear that the woman really wasn't talking right. Nothing. I just wanted to be buried near you to see how you starved yourself alive. You have a family fortune that you don't inherit, and you have to change your name to run around showing people graves. If you don't starve, God forbid. Song Shue spoke so viciously that it was hard to believe that she was the highly sought-after and pure schoolgirl of Quan City University. As Lin Ming listened to her mid-air, not like she was sick, he suddenly had a flash of light and said in surprise, "You couldn't have been chosen by the bizarre game, could you?" "Yeah, sounds like you're really happy. Not bad for my brother." Song Shue had an emotional tone of a toxic gang successor. "Cut the crap. Where are you? I'll go over there to find you." Lin Ming was overjoyed. He was worried about how to get into the bizarre game, but he didn't expect Song Shue, this stupid woman, to get the ticket. "Go see if that ticket can be captured before you say anything. What do you want with me? Want to see me one last time? Don't even think about it. I don't want to see an ugly man before I die, or I'd rather have a handsome man with me." Song Shue nonchalantly refused. "Don't, Song Shue, trust me. I've already gotten out of the weird game once. I can figure out a way to keep you out," Lin Ming said in a hurry. Song Shue was silent for a moment, not trusting Lin Ming at all, and not expecting him to even care about herself. She wanted to be sarcastic to Lin Ming one more time, but after thinking about it, she simply hung up the phone. In the dormitory of the University of Izumi, Song Shue handed over her bank card and house keys seriously to her best friend beside her. Yun, you're the one I trust the most. If I don't come out of the weird game, you'll give these things to Lin Ming, the password he knows. At least let him not live such a tiresome life in the future. Chen Yun looked at Song Shue with complicated eyes. Why bother? You obviously care about him so much, and I feel that he really wants to help you too. Why do you have to torture each other so much? Song Shue was silent. She didn't know what to say, because she didn't know how to get along with or deal with this brother she picked up halfway across the world. She grew up fighting with him. She had secretly vowed to take care of this brother after the loss of her family, but this asshole left from the house at this time, and changed his last name, completely disengaging himself from the family, as if everything in this house was disgusting to him. This made Song Shue really sad, but then again, after all these years of sibling love, it's impossible to really leave him alone, right? Song Shue looked at the bloody letter from the rotting convenience store in her hand and the 30-minute countdown above her head, estimating a 1% survival rate. One can't get out. People are dying. What is there to let go of? Chapter 14, Ways to Enter the Game. Lin Ming was also upset that Song Shue hung up on him. This woman, she's sick. I told you to tell me where it is. Just tell me. You have to pretend to be deep. Fortunately, Lin Ming knew that she was studying at the University of Quan City, and now that it was school time, she should be in the school dormitory. Lin Ming immediately went out and used his cell phone to call a cab, or added money for people to come to the suburban cemetery. When he took a taxi and arrived in the Quan City University, he found that this Song Shue was quite famous, and even the pure school flower of Quan City University. Is Izumi University a school for the blind? Lin Ming spat, then arrived under Song Shue's dormitory building, ignoring the hostess's obstruction, and went straight to dormitory 302. The resident mom cursed and went to call security. Lin Ming had knocked on the door of the room. Song Shue, not dead yet? The door to the room opened, revealing a beautiful and delicate woman's face. It was Chen Yun. Chen Yun scanned up and down a glance, found Lin Ming as a pretty handsome fresh meat. Suddenly eyes bright. You are Xiao Shue's brother? You're quite handsome. Why did Xiao Shue say you were so ugly? She's blind. Lin Ming dodged into the dormitory. Song Shui got up in surprise and stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes. How did you come here? And also know that I'm here? Yo, who doesn't know where the pure school flower of our Quan City University lives? Ha, pure school flower yo, Lin Ming said in a conspiratorial manner. Song Shui's face instantly reddened. She didn't like this title either, especially when it was shouted out by Lin Ming. She felt even more ashamed. Gritting her teeth, she said, if you dare to bull ***** one more time, I'll you to death, believe it or not. Okay, pure schoolgirl, let me see your blood letter. Lin Ming looked towards the table and walked over to it before picking it up. Song Shui was anxious. Don't touch it. What if it touches and brings you in too? Then I'll die with the pure schoolgirl, Lin Ming said without looking back. Song Shui was angry and touched. She really didn't expect that Lin Ming would come all the way over because of a phone call from herself. The people in the dormitory were now scared off by her bloody letter. Only Chen Yun, who was close to her, was left to stay. I didn't realize this stupid kid was here. To say that it was true that only in times of trouble could one see true love. She had thought that this brother was extremely disgusted with himself. Lin Ming picked up the bloody letter and glanced at it. It's pretty much the same as his letter, but in a different place. Rotten convenience stores. Lin Ming tried to inject his spiritual energy onto the blood letter and found that he was able to do so, but it didn't change anything. He turned his gaze to the envelope next to him again, and with a twitch in his mind, he immediately picked it up and tried to erase the name on it. Spiritual energy emanated from his fingers, little by little rubbing against the word Song Shui written on the bloody letter. It's not working, it won't rub off. A layer of bloodlight will appear to protect the name on there. If you can't erase it, can you add a name to it? This envelope should be some sort of teleportation medium from a practitioner's point of view. Just add your name to the medium and maybe take it with you. Lin Ming immediately bit through his own finger and used the blood filled with spiritual energy as ink to write on the paper. The word Lin Ming was written on it. With a flash of light, it was actually branded right on top of it, and it seemed to be working. But Lin Ming hadn't received a blood letter, so he wasn't sure if it would work. Song Shui saw Lin Ming working hard one after another, still writing in blood on it, and immediately stepped forward to snatch the envelope. Alright, I'm almost at the time. Get lost and don't get in my way. Almost there. Have you prepared who you want to inherit your family fortune yet? If not, I can grudgingly accept it. Lin Ming didn't leave either, sitting on the chair and quietly waiting for the countdown to end. Just you want to inherit the family fortune? I won't even leave you a piece of. Song Shui sneered, looking at the two who disliked each other. Chen Yun sighed helplessly and stepped forward. Lin Ming, your sister cares about you a lot. She left all the family's assets to you. Woo woo. Song Shui pounced over and covered Chen Yun's mouth, glaring at her in annoyance. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. I should have said so. If I had known that you left me the family fortune, why would I have come all the way here? Oh, how do you know that my family fortune is not tens of millions of dollars in debt? Song Shui sneered back. It's fine if you don't have any money. You said that if I organize an underworld wedding for you, by the time the name of Quan City's pure school flower hits, it's estimated that there will be a lot of old bachelors rushing to be buried with you. So will I be able to make a profit as well? Lin Ming asked. Chen Yun was surprised by the siblings' venomous battle. She knew that siblings in many families were natural enemies, but this kind of battle scene was rare. Just as the two were tossing and turning, the countdown was finally coming to an end. Seeing that there were still 5 seconds left on his head, the sneering and mocking words that came out of Song Shui's mouth suddenly choked in his throat. She looked at Lin Ming's handsome face and suddenly tears came out. Brother, I really love you. In my next life I'll still be your sister. Be your best sister. The countdown ends and Song Shui disappears. Lin Ming also disappeared. Chen Yun was stunned when she saw the two disappear together. Bam! School security guards and hostesses also rushed into the room together, and they were about to scold them. When they saw the siblings who disappeared together, they immediately fell to their knees when their legs went limp. OMG. Spooky game. It's still that world of fog. It's still 5 people. Oh no. Plus Lin Ming is 6. In front of Lin Ming was the rotten convenience store and a tearful Song Shui. Is this the spooky game here? It looks so eerie. Any veteran players out there? Anyone with a strategy guide? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Can I escape? Woohoo! That cry originated from Song Shui, who knew she was dead and still couldn't suppress her sobs. Until a yin and yang voice rang out from the side. Brother, I really love you. In my next life I'll be your best Jia. Hearing this voice, Song Shui's petite body trembled, and she twisted her head to look behind her in disbelief. Sure enough, Lin Ming was looking at her with a cheap grin on his face. Song Shui was stunned and said in a trembling voice, Is it an illusion? Lin Ming, why are you here too? Coming in with you. That method surprisingly worked. Lin Ming said calmly. Hearing this, Song Shui understood that Lin Ming had deliberately followed her in to protect her and cried even harder. Unable to suppress her emotions, she flung herself into Lin Ming's arms and wailed, no longer the arrogant and venomous person she was before. Lin Ming had wanted to joke a couple of times, but was also made a little embarrassed, and could only gently pat her slender back to appease. The four people next to them were attracted by the cries and looked at the two embracing each other, thinking only that it was the wailing of a young couple on the verge of death. But Song Shui cried as much as they wanted to cry, being too scared of this place. Jingle bells. With a windy bell, the convenience store door was opened. A corpse in a manager's uniform walked out. I say the guy was a corpse because his skin was greenish-purple. He moved stiffly, and he stank of decay. Watching the corpses approach, people became even more frightened, subconsciously backing away, and there were even people who turned around to escape into that mist. Chapter 15, A Little Test. Lin Ming was coming in for the second time and knew that once he entered that fog he would surely die. But he didn't block it, because he wanted to see, through the man, what was in the mist. The manager didn't stand in the way. He was counting people one by one with hands that were only white bones. 12,345. 6. What's with the extra one? Ah! The person who rushed into the mist suddenly emitted miserable screams, as well as blood splattering and the sound of chewing flesh and bones. Well, that puts the numbers right. The manager gave a stiff smile. Lin Ming looked towards the fog and activated his penetrating eyes. The fog was definitely too thick for him to see through completely, but it was good that the dead one was closer. At this moment, Lin Ming fully mobilized his penetrating eyes and barely saw that in the thick fog was actually a skeleton in a suit. The skeleton lay on the ground, devouring the flesh and blood of the man who had fled, and the bones in his body became noticeably a little thinner, probably because Lin Ming had been looking at it for too long. The skeleton sensed it and jerked its head around to look at it, its upper and lower jaws opening and closing as if to say, "Come over here." Lin Ming smiled faintly at the skeleton before giving a middle finger. The skeleton froze, not understanding what it meant. Lin Ming had already withdrawn his sight and withdrawn his penetrating eyes. Song Shui had also gotten out of his arms in embarrassment, and quietly wiped her nose with his clothes. The manager started talking about the rules of the place. It used the most grim and unpleasant tone. "Welcome, employees, to the decaying convenience store, where you will be working for 12 hours, facing many difficult customers, who will come to buy all sorts of things, and if you can't satisfy the customers and get complaints from them, I guarantee that I will let you die a painful death." Everyone else revealed a look of trepidation, and Song Shui even involuntarily grabbed Lin Ming's hand. It seems that even the most venomous and arrogant person would be scared when confronted with this scene. Lin Ming, however, had already adapted and said to the manager, promised to complete the task. He was the only one to answer, but drew the displeasure of the manager, who sorrowfully criticized, "What's all the shouting for?" The three people next to him all looked at Lin Ming with speechlessness and pity in their eyes. There was even a youngster who somewhat gloated and whispered, "This guy is definitely the kind of obnoxious lapdog in the company outside, with no ability whatsoever. He will just suck up to his superiors. Do you really think that the weird game is outside, and still popular with your set?" The others nodded with deep approval. This kind of lapdog who only shouts slogans and flatters people is really annoying. Song Shui also hurriedly pulled Lin Ming and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense, be careful of being targeted." Seeing that Lin Ming didn't reply, the manager didn't let him off the hook. Instead he pressed 2 steps closer. "I'm asking you, what's with all the shouting?" Lin Ming frowned, not realizing that his casual remark had attracted the manager's targeting, associating it with the fact that Wei Yuan always looked like he was eager to swallow himself before as well. It seems that the weirdness here should all have little contact with the living, and all have been craving for a long time, so they are using all means to find trouble with the living themselves, in an attempt to devour them. Now that the manager hadn't swallowed himself outright, he should have been scornful of the rule that he hadn't made a mistake. Now he deliberately pressed on like this, just to make himself make a mistake under fear and find an excuse that would eat him up. Without hesitation, Lin Ming took out the title that the bizarre game had rewarded him with earlier. Outstanding Worker. This title allows the wearer to be recognized by leaders within the game. Sure enough, once this title came out, the corpse manager was shocked, actually turned anger into joy. 3 or 2 steps over, enthusiastically grabbed Lin Ming's hand with a hand bone. "I didn't think there would be such a talented person who could come to my store to apply for a job. Quickly please, quickly please." After speaking, he warmly invited Lin Ming inside the convenience store. Others? Before Lin Ming entered the convenience store, he glanced at Song Shui. "Not coming yet? Waiting to be late and get cleaned up?" The corpse manager's feet lurched, and a pair of pupil-less eyes looked at Lin Ming. "Not bad for a good employee. Seeing through the traps you've dug?" "That's right." The manager intentionally didn't yell for the others to come into the store in order to make them collectively late and then eat them up in the name of tardiness. Song Shui's few people rushed in, and just as they entered the store, they heard the sound of a clock chiming inside the store. "Time to go to work. Time to go to work." The crowd sniffed and looked around, because the clock was actually a giant eye, with eyeballs still gurgling, as if looking for people who didn't get to work on time. The cadaver manager was a little disappointed, but still said, "Since everyone has already reported for work, let's change into our work clothes and go to work." Song Shue's few people didn't move, but subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Although they had just mocked Lin Ming, that reminder just now could be said to have saved their lives, so now all of them were brazenly trying to follow Lin Ming. The young man who mocked Lin Ming as a lapdog just now, even accompanied by a smiling face, came over. "Brother, you're really great. From today onwards I'm your man. You let me do what I do. Absolutely no second thoughts." "What lapdog? It's called a loyal dog. It's so fragrant." The other two also hurriedly came over, constantly flattering Lin Ming. One of them, the old auntie in her 40s, even threw winks at Lin Ming and whispered, "Don't look at auntie's age, but auntie will be much better at keeping you from losing your fire." This was a statement that the two men next to him heard with no envy whatsoever. Song Shui, on the other hand, blushed and glared at the old aunt. "I told you to change your work clothes, didn't you hear me? What's the fuss here?" Old auntie, however, looked at Song Shui and said bitterly, "Maisie, don't be petty here. You're not unaware that there's only a 1% survival rate in the bizarre game world, right? Here, anyone who can help us pass the level is the savior. We should put a little respect. Next, the two of us will serve your boyfriend together. He can do whatever he wants. Don't lose your life because of a moment of confusion." Song Shui became even more mortified and stomped her foot and scolded, "You shameless, this is my brother." The old aunt took a look at the so-called siblings and realized that they did not look like each other at all, and then misunderstood. "You will not like that kind of tone, right? That is not impossible. If you are willing, you can call me little mom, or mother-in-law. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Song Shui finally couldn't hold it together and pulled her legs out to go change her clothes. The old aunt watched her go, still sighing. The youngsters are too formal nowadays, but these three didn't dare to delay and followed along to change their clothes. Lin Ming didn't move. He wanted to do a test, so he said to the corpse manager, "I won't change my work clothes." The corpse manager revealed a puzzled look, scanning Lin Ming up and down, saying suspiciously, "Are you really an excellent worker? Is that the best worker? You don't even change your work clothes? Isn't this a death wish? If you're fine, go back to your office and stay there." Lin Ming didn't bother to explain and waved his hand to whisk the corpse manager away. Seeing him being so arrogant, the corpse manager revealed a disgruntled look. After all, the title of outstanding worker is only to make the leader look high, and the wearer is taken care of a little bit more, but it is not a gold medal to avoid death. So Lin Ming's attitude completely displeased the corpse manager. Since the bastard wants to die, let him wait for his own death. Chapter 16 Acting Store Manager. The manager turned away in displeasure, because not wearing work clothes is not considered a violation. After all, it's part of the rules that protect the players, so the manager can't eat him for this. It even felt like Lin Ming might be eaten right out of the customer's hand later on because he didn't have overalls to protect him, and felt upset because of it. Before the corpse manager entered the office, he turned back and said, "All the next arriving guests to purchase any goods, you have to deliver and check out in a timely manner. If you are too slow in taking things to be complained about by the guests or check out the wrong bill, I will punish you on behalf of the convenience store. Also, you are the store." The corpse manager reached out and nodded Lin Ming, but quickly moved his hand bone away and pointed at the youngster who had just finished changing out of his work clothes. "From now on, you are the acting store manager." "Ha? Me?" The youngster was checking out his work clothes when he was suddenly appointed, surprised beyond belief. He had just seen the manager welcoming Lin Ming so much and thought that the store manager's candidate was not Lin Ming. "I didn't realize that it was just a matter of time to change clothes," and the joy came from the sky. The manager didn't say much and went straight into the office. After the decaying convenience store, only a few humans remained. The youngster looked at Lin Ming, then his bent waist slowly branched out, his entire aura suddenly branched out, and his face carried a slight smugness. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was contemplating that all of his behavior just now was just a test run for his title, because Creepy Game's explanation of the title is too generalized. It only says that it will be prioritized and the game doesn't say how. Now it seems that the title doesn't get unlimited favor with Creepy, it just gives 3 points of face, but with these 3 faces wanting to open a dye house, that's still overthinking it. The old aunt and another middle-aged man with a slightly balding head had just come out after changing their clothes, and after hearing the appointment, they didn't have the same enthusiasm for Lin Ming that they had just had, but instead, they turned their hot gazes towards the youngster who had become the store manager. "Ahem, since I've become the store manager, I'll say a few words." The youngster had just gotten the power and instinctively wanted to play it up a bit. After all, in reality, he was a geek who had just graduated from college and hadn't found a job yet. I didn't realize that getting into the spooky game that everyone fears would be taken seriously instead. So this is what it means to be born with something? The old aunt and the Mediterranean man piled on the smiles in a hurry. Yes, the store manager says a few words. If you need anything, store manager. Who wouldn't be a loyal dog? The youngster looked at Lin Ming, who hadn't spoken. What about you? What do you mean? Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the salted fish that had just turned over, as he was checking out the other rewards he had previously obtained. The younger man was a little offended when he didn't say anything. This person is really unruly. I flattered you just now. Shouldn't you flatter me back now? Just in time. Song Shui also changed into her work clothes and came out. The work clothes at this decaying convenience store were pretty much the same as in reality. A striped short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt. Song Shui originally bare big legs and long. Looks also pure. At this time to change into this dress. Very much like the kind of let people bully the working girl. At first glance is suitable for pressing on the counter. Get pearly. She also have to be pitifully clamped legs to ask the guests what commodities they need. The young man's eyes lit up, and immediately went over to comment, not bad. This dress is very suitable for you, and now I'm also wearing overalls. Do you think it is not counted as we wear couples clothes? Don't think about it. There are still dogs even if all the men in the world died out. It's not your turn. Song Shui circled around the youngster with a cold face. The words were simply more venomous than the fangs of a king cobra, and gave the youngster a dry spell on the spot. He couldn't imagine that such a pretty little girl could talk more hurtfully than acid. But being refuted in public made the youngster very upset and threatened. Do you know that I'm already the store manager? You have to listen to my command. And in the future, you have to be absolutely obedient to my orders. And I'll make sure that you get out of here alive. Do you understand? Song Shui was a little surprised to look at Lin Ming, who was sitting there not knowing what to study. Not understanding why he was so popular with the manager. A twist of the head, this guy became the store manager. But, obedience? Oh, off. Song Shui walked towards the counter with a cold face. What kind of attitude is that? Do you know what it means to be a store manager? The young man was still chasing after Song Shui and wanted to get angry. But when he saw Song Shui stood still and didn't dare to move, he suddenly revealed a smug look. How about it? Do you know you're scared? When the youngster stepped forward, he realized that Song Shui did have a look of fear on her face, but her eyes were fixed on the cargo container. The youngster subconsciously looked over and was dumbfounded as well. What are these goods all about? Mighty Ghost Sour Sauce. The ingredient list says it's made from the water of a fresh corpse that's just been dead for 3 days. Skull lollipops, made with real skulls glued with icing. 100 blood wine, a red wine made from the blood of 100 living people. Awful bread, and 5 sandwich flavors of heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, and hot dogs with severed limbs. Dolls with human faces draped over them. Eyeball candy canes. These commodities are one more horrible than the other. Even that cash register is completely built with human bones. The keyboard is inlaid with human teeth. And the spacebar is even still a living human tongue. And it is even moving in a wobbly way. Just now, these people were so focused on discussing how to survive that they completely failed to notice the horror of these goods. Now they realized why it was called the rotten convenience store. While several people were in fear, Lin Ming also studied to understand those things he had. It goes without saying that the 2 titles he had previously earned were mainly skill cards and hotel safe house room cards. Skill card. Use it to gain a skill in a weird game. The safe house room card, on the other hand, allows you to instantly teleport to a safe house in the death hotel at any time after use. However, this safe house room card has a cooldown time, can only be used once in 24 hours, and only one person can be teleported at a time. Lin Ming didn't care about teleportation or anything. He can't wait to find these places. Why would he think of running away? Skill cards were used by him instead. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Evil Ghost Substitute. Evil Ghost Double. When used, you can temporarily become the evil ghost you killed and gain 10% of the opponent's combat power. Who cares about the opponent's fighting ability when they can be taken out by me? But, this turning into the other side seems pretty cool. If this evil spirit had a family, by taking it out yourself, you would be able to blend inside the other's family. That way the other guy's wife, sister-in-law, daughter, whatever, can be taken in by himself, right? Lin Ming revealed a smile, satisfied. Song Shui had already snapped out of her panic and ran to Lin Ming's side, pushing him. What are you thinking about? Quickly look at those shelves. Lin Ming casually scanned it. Pretty normal gadgets. What's wrong? Normal? Gadgets? No, man. What are you pretending to be? Believe it or not, when the customers come later, in the name of the store manager, I'll order you to deal with all of them by yourself? Several people beside him had their attention drawn over by Lin Ming's forced aura, and the youngster was even more annoyed. I didn't become store manager, you pretend. Now that I'm the store manager, you're still pretending. So I'm not working for nothing? Chapter 17. You don't bite, do you? You can all hide in the restroom. I'll handle the customers myself when they come later. Lin Ming walked towards the counter and stood next to the cash register. Hearing Lin Ming being so arrogant, the young man immediately looked at Song Shui. Your brother really doesn't know what's good for him. I'm the store manager. I can help him live, understand? Song Shui didn't even look at this guy, walked over to Lin Ming and asked with a frown. Don't try to be a hero. Do you really have a way to deal with it? There, you stand here and learn, at least, how to deal with guests. Also, memorize the rules for each copy of the game. Lin Ming said, pointing to the rules and regulations on the wall. He couldn't enter the game with Song Shui every time in the future. The best way to do that is to teach her how to stay calm in the face of weirdness and to look for a way to live. Song Shui also looked at the rules and regulations on the wall. 1. You can't be late for work. 2. To serve the guests with the best gesture and not to offend them. 3. The goods should be sorted out and accounted for without enrichment or damage or soiling of the goods. 4. Guests are not allowed to stop service as long as they have made a purchase and have not finished enjoying their food in the store. It was just 4 rules, which was pretty easy to remember. But Song Shui didn't feel like she saw any life in it. Seeing that the siblings ignored themselves, the youngster became even more irritable, and after giving the two a grim look, he said to the old auntie and the Mediterranean man next to him, "Come with me, let's go to the locker room and hide, and see how the two of them die." The old aunt dutifully followed the youngster. It was the Mediterranean man who was a bit hesitant and asked in a low voice, "Why does that young man have a title? Did he enter this game once? How about we just stay here like them?" The youngsters were young in the end, doing things without looking at their heads, and completely failing to make observations for the sake of pretending. At this moment, when reminded by the Mediterranean man, he thought it was quite reasonable. "Hey, how did you get your title?" the youngster asked. Lin Ming ignored it, as he had already opened the cash register to see if there were any points in there to at least let him make a profit. Unfortunately, not a single point. Is it possible that the currency of trade within the spooky game isn't points? Lin Ming believed in the country, but not blindly. He reckoned that the state didn't know as much about the game as he did. "Asking you, are you deaf?" The youngster cursed and was about to walk up, but all I hear is the jingle bells. The wind chimes in front of the convenience store rang. A skeleton in a suit walks in. This skeleton exposed outside the clothes of the body parts. Already all the sins and white bone. Only the mouth is full of crimson blood. Between the teeth is still hanging a little bit of meat silk. Give a person a kind of just finished eating a person's feeling. In fact, it just finished eating people. The player who escaped into the mist just now was eaten by it. Just now also arrogant incomparable young man. See this skeleton, especially by its black hole eyes a sweep. The whole person scared are finished. Trembling, do not dare to move. Song Shuedu's delicate body stiffened violently, and she subconsciously grabbed Lin Ming's hand and clenched it to death. The skeleton swept around with eyes that only had holes in them and finally fixed its gaze on Lin Ming, opening its mouth wide and letting out an unpleasant laugh. It walked towards Lin Ming, one step at a time, and arrived in front of the counter, its black hole staring deathly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming also looked at it without fear. "That gesture you made at me just now intrigued me." The skeleton stared at Lin Ming, his tone cold. Hearing that they were here to seek revenge, the young trio breathed a sigh of relief and slowly backed away. They didn't want to care about Lin Ming's death. They just wanted to stay alive themselves. Even the younger ones were quick to retreat and had ducked into the locker room. The old aunt and the Mediterranean man followed suit. Click! The locker room door was locked from the inside. Song Shui, who had already been stunned, then reacted, and panicked, pulling Lin Ming to try to back away. Lin Ming didn't move a muscle and looked at the skeleton. "I didn't think you'd come looking for me. It's just as well that I inquired about something." The skeleton did not want to answer at all. The black hole in the eyes, huffing and puffing at the green flames, ghostly looked at Lin Ming. "You do not wear overalls. Living people enter this world without protection. I can eat you at will." Song Shui then realized that overalls turned out to be one of the ways to save her life. Yes, an outsider entering this world is technically an intruder, like a black person smuggled into some country, but with a uniform and an official job. You can stay and even be protected by laws and rules. Song Shui didn't know why Lin Ming hadn't changed his work clothes just now. Perhaps he had forgotten. Perhaps he hadn't had time. Without hesitation, she was about to take off her own work clothes and give them to Lin Ming. Lin Ming pressed down on her arm and reminded, "Don't take off your clothes. You can't lure ghosts and monsters with your 220 flesh color." Song Shui glared at Lin Ming shyly. What a time to be cheap. But he saw Lin Ming let go of her hand. Then with one hand on the counter, a Dongguan boy's leap came to the outside of the counter, reaching out and grabbing the skeleton. "Still coming for me? You're pretending to be your mother." When the skeleton saw that Lin Ming still dared to take the initiative, the green flames in his eyes flickered. Lin Ming also had a flash of green light in his eyes, and he felt like his soul was being grabbed and his body couldn't move. Soul control? Is this the skull's way? However, Lin Ming activated the heavenly evil technique and unlocked the control in less than a second. He even took the time to glance at Song Shui and realized that she hadn't been affected by the problem. Presumably, because she was wearing overalls. She was a staff member here, and guests couldn't just take a swing at her when they hadn't done anything wrong. But Lin Ming was not wearing overalls and was not protected by the convenience store. The skeleton took control of Lin Ming's soul and opened his upper and lower jaws in a wide grin as he reached out and grabbed Lin Ming by the throat, trying to carry him to a table inside the convenience store to dine on. Lin Ming, however, with a speed faster than it, grabbed its dry hand bones and looked at the surprised skeleton, and the swaying green pupil fire. In order to prevent this guy from continuing to use the soul control technique, Lin Ming utilized all of his spiritual energy and slapped the skeleton's head. The skeleton's head split open instantly, but surprisingly it didn't die. Still struggling in pain, howls coming out of its mouth. The slap broke up his spell casting. The manager of the office heard the commotion and revealed a look of regret. Someone died already? It should be that guy without overalls. What a pity. Originally when the guests complained, I was going to part with half of the living people. Now I can only have 2 living people left to enjoy. Outside the door, Lin Ming added 2 more slaps down in succession. The skeleton was broken and its body scattered all over the place. The green flame floated out and tried to escape, but Lin Ming grabbed it and swallowed it. Rolling death chi transformed into spiritual energy, causing Lin Ming to reveal a look of enjoyment. Refinement of chi 5 tier, 65%. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Song Shui. Only Song Shui stared at Lin Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes. The expression on her face had disbelief as well as horror. When she saw Lin Ming looking at her, she was so frightened that she hastily took 2 steps back, but she felt that this was not the right emotion for her. But she really didn't know what attitude she should use to face Lin Ming. How does this guy even eat ghosts? Thinking about it again and again, Song Shui finally held out a sentence with difficulty. You don't bite, do you? Lin Ming's face darkened. I'm not a dog. Song Shui almost cried out. You're worse than a dog. Dogs don't even eat ghosts. Chapter 18, continuing to receive customers. Chat if you can chat properly, and shut up if you can't talk, okay? Said Lin Ming in a bad mood. I won't say it. I won't say it. Seeing that he was angry, Song Shui hurriedly shut up. This was somewhat unexpected by Lin Ming. Since childhood, when had Song Shui ever listened to herself so much? That is really not moving to fight. Cannot be defeated. Then bite. Bite cannot be monkey stealing peaches. Lin Ming had never seen a woman use a monkey to steal a peach on a man in all his life. On the contrary, Song Shui not only knew how to use it, but every time the two of them fought, they also used it quite skillfully. This was what made Lin Ming bellyache about the fact that she even had the title of pure school flower. Lin Ming suddenly had the intention to scare this woman, and even directly used the evil ghost stand-in skill to incarnate the skeleton that he had just finished off, his upper and lower teeth clacking and colliding as he let out a sardonic laugh. Woman, I didn't expect it. You've been cheated by me. In fact, the one whose soul was just eaten by me is that man. Song Shui's pupils suddenly contracted, and her pretty face was instantly covered in fear. And then Lin Ming saw what it meant to be forceful. The woman actually threw the cash register. Lin Ming let out a cry and rushed to catch the cash register, but he saw Song Shui vigorously pumping between his legs with a powerful kick. It turns out that this woman only to their own grab peach. Outsiders are directly burst eggs? Although it was an evil ghost double, out of a normal man's instincts, it still made him subconsciously back away and recovered his real body, shouting at Song Shui, who was already crying uncontrollably. Stop, stop, just kidding, I'm not dead. Who are you fooling? Song Shui didn't believe it at all and copied the goods next to her to smash them over. Lin Ming rushed over to hold her down. Don't be impulsive. Once you throw away this cargo, the manager will immediately find an excuse to deal with you. I'm not afraid of him coming out to do battle, but I'm not happy enough with my work, and I want to make more money this time I'm in here. So calm down. Song Shui felt Lin Ming's body temperature, which calmed down a little, which was tears still flowed non-stop. Are you really Lin Ming? I'm so. No creepy would be so fed up with teasing you. Lin Ming said helplessly. He felt like there was something really wrong with him. What was he doing teasing this savage? Song Shui stared at Lin Ming and confirmed it again and again before her tears closed and she gritted her teeth. I told you, good people don't live long, and scourges are 1,000-year-old wankers. After what Lin Ming had just done, Song Shui didn't have too much fear of him. Presumably, he saw that attacking his peach still had an effect, so his self-confidence spiked. Seeing her calm down, Lin Ming looked around for paper towels and reminded, the paper here is either made of human skin or it's bloody. How dare you use it? Song Shui had all but found a tissue and immediately threw it away when she heard this. After a slight silence, she looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. How do you know how to kill ghosts? And so powerful? What have you been doing for the past 5 years since you left home? 5 years? Didn't I just leave home for 3 years? Lin Ming said subconsciously. Song Shui breathed a sigh of relief once again. Even knowing about this, it does seem to be you, the asshole. Alright, I didn't expect you to be so forceful and have such a brain before, Lin Ming praised, not realizing that Song Shui had just pretended to believe and would test herself. Cut the bull ***** and answer the question I just asked. Song Shui rolled her eyes. Don't worry about this matter. Just know that I can whip you to death with a slap right now, Lin Ming said as he waved his bushy palm. Song Shui was used to his mouth, so she only read the useful information in this sentence and only felt safe. Seeing that she wasn't talking back anymore, Lin Ming also reminded her in a rare and serious manner. In the end, I can only take you once in this game, so next time you'll just learn more and try to increase your chances of surviving the next time you're in the game. Or else there's no way that I'll be able to protect you for the rest of your life. Oh, Song Shui's brain was still good and agreed seriously. The two men at the convenience store didn't speak, and the usual silence returned. Inside the locker room, the three men were shivering, mostly because it was so scary out there just now. A moment later the skeleton howled. A moment later Song Shui cried out, and there was the sound of banging hands. Though it soon quieted down, the three were still afraid to come out. The youngster looked to his old aunt, who was holding him in a death grip next to him, and urged, "You go out and look." "Ha, me?" The old aunt panicked. I still want to serve you." The young man's face is black. Serving? Just now this old aunt tempted him. He did not hold back on the hand. The results are ing sagging to the navel. "Don't make me go out there, will you? Even if I'm not good looking, at least you wouldn't want to sleep with a man, would you?" The old auntie poses her only advantage. Mediterranean man face suddenly changed, quickly said, "Brothers." "Oh no." The store manager, "I have the strength. Encounter ghosts and monsters we can fight side by side. This woman is a drag and so on out I will introduce you to 100 young and beautiful women." The young man had some difficulty deciding at once. Old auntie and Mediterranean, on the other hand, were looking at each other, both hating the other for not dying for them. As for colluding to prey on the young, they wouldn't dare. Since the youngster was the store manager appointed by Creepy, no one wanted to offend Creepy. Soon, the youngster still made a decision. He felt that the Mediterranean man was right. It was useless to meet a creepy woman, so he said to the old aunt, "You go and take a look." The old aunt burst into tears and tried to hug the youngster's thighs to plead for mercy, but was kicked away. "Hurry up, no more nonsense." Seeing him so desperate, and the Mediterranean man foxing and glaring at himself, the old aunt did not dare to resist, but could only go to the door with trepidation, and cautiously opened it to look at it. When he saw Lin Ming and Song Shui outside the door without a thing, and there were no ghosts or monsters in the convenience store, his heart suddenly settled down, and he still plugged the door and turned back to say, "There's just those two people left outside. There's no ghosts." "No ghosts? Ghosts don't go away, do they?" The youngster came over in disbelief and took a careful look as well, waiting to see really no ghosts. Lin Ming, two people are still eye to eye. The young man upset came out, "There are no ghosts. Why do not you call out the old man out? You two are really siblings. Why are you looking at each other?" Lin Ming was imparting Song Shui's life path to live here, and felt that there were some things he still had to open Song Shui's eyes to, so he immediately pointed at the youngster and said, "Later on, I'll use these three to give you a sample of how passive and fragile human beings are in the face of ghosts and monsters." The young man immediately scolded, "Who the hell are you talking to? How dare you point your finger at me? I'm the store manager, you know?" "Right, young man, you'd better listen. He's the store manager and can decide our fate." The old auntie thought Lin Ming was quite handsome and kindly reminded him. Lin Ming didn't answer, but instead looked out the door. "There are ghosts and monsters coming again." Sure enough, a woman came out of the mist not far from the door. The woman seemed to be dressed like someone from Blue Star's 70s or 80s, wearing plain clothes and carrying a basket in her hand. She didn't seem to have any problems. The problem was that she had the head of a small child in her basket, and only a head and half of a neck. The body was completely missing, and blood was even dripping from the bottom of the neck. The little boy entered with a surprised smile and giggled as he stared at a couple of large living people. Chapter 19, Song Shui's troublesome operation. Seeing the mother and child, the young trio were again terrified. The old aunt even shrieked with horror. This caused the woman's anger and her face instantly exploded. It was literally blown up, and the plain, unassuming face instantly showed many scars deep enough to be seen on the bone. The scars were obviously from being slashed and cut, crisscrossing the face. The flesh at all the wounds flared out towards the sides, and it was hideous in every way. Seeing her blasted face, even with blood still flowing, the old auntie screamed even more miserably. Even the Mediterranean man gave a cry and pulled his legs out. The two scrambled into the locker room. The woman angrily tried to go in after them, but the door was closed and she couldn't break in, so she could only snarl, "I'm going to get an official complaint. You're ramming customers. I'm going to get the Consumers Association to fine you." The corpse manager smiled as he walked out of the office, glancing at Lin Ming and realizing that he was still alive. He was a bit surprised, but soon, he ignored the matter and said to the woman, "Guest, I wonder what has displeased you. Customers complain to it, that's its welfare. But if you complain to the consumer, you will lose a lot of money, so you must end this complaint in the store. Those two damn guys, constantly yelling and scaring my sweet son," the woman said angrily. "I'm sorry, it's my staff's negligence. As compensation, I'll give one of them to you. How about it?" The corpse manager sincerely apologized. The woman didn't speak, but looked to her son, the little kid with one head left, the big head just bouncing up and down in the basket. Yeah, I want meat. I want meat. Good. Mom will take you to eat meat." The woman stroked the little child's head full of favor. Watching a woman with a blossoming face caressing her child with only her head left was a scene that should have been warm and loving, but the few living people in the room were creeped out by how they looked at it. The corpse manager gave a miserable thumbs up and praised, "You're a good mother. I'll help you catch the man out." Lin Ming watched the corpse manager walk towards the locker room and whispered to Song Shui, "See, whether it's the leaders or the guests, they're all holding back on wanting to eat you dry. As long as you act a little bit wrong, you'll be approached for trouble. And how the leaders of the weird game want to deal with you is basically the same as the netizens judging the case. The death penalty to begin with." Song Shui noted down this important point and asked in a low voice, "Both to prevent the leaders from deliberately withholding information and to prevent the guests from deliberately picking a fight and teasing them. Indeed, the chances of survival are not high, so is there any particularly good way to survive?" "There, getting stronger." Lin Ming's eyes flashed. "You can't teach me the method you use to become powerful, can you?" Song Shui spoke in a calm tone. Lin Ming didn't say anything, just nodded. When he obtained the heavenly evil technique, the other party had said that the technique was just as evil as its name. The heavenly evil technique could only be practiced by one person, and if the previous practitioner did not die, a second practitioner could not appear, or else one of the two sides must die. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have long ago passed on the heavenly evil technique to Song Shui. The two were exchanging words when the corpse manager had brought up the Mediterranean man and the old ant. The two men howled and struggled desperately, waving their arms repeatedly for help. "Shopkeeper, help me. I'm willing to promise you anything, store manager. I also have a beautiful daughter. If you want to also introduce to you store manager, I have a daughter too. I have a wife. Can I give them all to you? If you like, I'll give you my mom. Help me." But as long as the two men desperately shouted and howled, the young man didn't even dare to look at them, but just turned his head to look away. The cadaver manager carries the two men and lets the women choose. The woman let the head child choose, and the head child chose the Mediterranean man and pounced on him and started gnawing on him. The Mediterranean man wailed in pain as the child's head bit him, and his hands kept flapping to get the child off. Unfortunately, the kid's head was stronger than a barnacle and just ate the Mediterranean man to the bone, bite by bite. The women, on the other hand, pick up the skeletons and put them in baskets. An adult skeleton that large was easily accommodated in the basket, and it didn't even take up a tenth of the basket. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Storage spells? Good stuff. The corpse manager carried the old ant and walked towards the office to enjoy going. Before entering the office, it turned back and looked coldly at Lin Ming. "Take care of the guests, or the excellent workers will die too." "Okay." Lin Ming said that he would definitely take care of it. Bang! The office door was slammed shut and the woman walked over, her blossoming face just rushing at Song Shui, her eyes staring at her in death. Lin Ming ducked away to the side, refusing to step in. Song Shui knew that he was testing himself, and that the woman was intentionally scaring herself, trying to make her lose her temper, trying to keep her emotions in check. She asked in a shaky voice, "What can I get for you, guest? Why is your voice shaking? Are you afraid of me?" The woman said coldly, "No, I was born this way." Song Shui's voice was still shaking, pretending to be calm. "You're just scared of me, aren't you?" The woman suddenly came closer to her blossoming face, and Song Shui was close at hand. Seeing this, Lin Ming subconsciously wanted to step in, because Song Shui would have angered this guest just by screaming. Who thought? Song Shui seems to have been prepared, actually twisted his head to look at the shelves behind him, but also took down a string of sugar gourds, and then did not face to look at the women, lowered his head and said, "This is the hottest selling delicious. Children, you like it? Sugar plums." The kid head's eyes were glowing. It had obviously just been fed and it still wanted one. The women, however, did not expect Song Shui to use this trick, and their faces stiffened slightly, because she had no money. She couldn't afford to buy candy canes, and she had just come here on purpose to pick a fight. When Song Shui saw the woman's delay in speaking and the child's head moving towards wanting to eat, she understood in her mind and immediately threw the sugar gourd into the basket and shouted to the office manager, "Someone wants to eat the king's dinner." The office door opened at once, and the corpse manager appeared with a grim face, his mouth covered in blood as he looked at Song Shui. Do you know that it's rude to disturb someone's meal? But she doesn't pay for her purchases, Song Shui shouted in a hurry. The manager immediately looked at the women with a grim look in his eyes. He didn't mind guests coming here to pick on his employees, but not to eat bully food. The woman was a little flustered when she saw the manager's eyes. I didn't say I wanted a candy cane, but your son ate it all. Look, Song Shui said, pointing at the child's head. The kid's head doesn't care if there's money or not. He's chowing down on eyeball candy canes and eating the blood juice. The corpse manager looked over at the women and gave a sardonic smile. Guest, since you've eaten, please pay. The woman where to take the money, stammered 2 sentences, actually turned and ran. The corpse manager gave a sardonic laugh and gave chase, watching the 2 ghosts rush out of the convenience store one after the other. Lin Ming looked at Song Shui in awe. Lin Ming's urine after 3 days on fire was not even as tawdry as this operation. Chapter 20 Body Manager Deceived. How did you come up with that? Lin Ming inquired with incomparable curiosity. I thought you said you wanted to find a way out of the rules to make a living. And when that female ghost came in just now and just looked for trouble but didn't mention anything about buying anything, I figured it would be broke. And for a store, selling something and collecting money should be the biggest rule. So I came up with what I just did. Of course, I didn't do it directly, but I used the sugar gourd to test this female ghost. And when I found out that it clearly acted like it doted on its own son, but refused to pay when its own son asked for food, I was sure that it really didn't have any money, and that's why I deliberately set it up. Song Shui's mind stabilized a little after the ghosts and monsters left and spoke her mind. Lin Ming couldn't help but applaud. Very good. Being able to maintain calm thinking in the midst of danger is the key to survival. But there's another question you haven't thought about, and that's whether or not that candy cane thrown at the lady ghost, which it can't afford, will make the manager count it against you? Song Shui's heart shrunk violently, and her expression was tense, because she knows that those bosses in the human world do. These bosses at creepy games are only going to get even more no-holds-barred. So what happens when the corpse manager asks you to pay for it later and you can't afford it? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Song Shui lowered her head into deep thought. The young man next to him was panicking that his followers had been eaten, and seeing that the 2 were still babbling, he shouted with a somewhat uncontrollable emotion. Are you guys done chatting? Shouldn't you think about how to get out of here alive? There are just the 3 of us left now. But as soon as he made such a sound, Song Shui violently turned her head to look at him, and then back to Lin Ming, a pair of beautiful eyes full of disbelief and questioning colors. It seems like you've already thought of it. Lin Ming revealed a look of approval. Is it good to kill each other like this? Song Shui frowned a little. Could it be that this is the conspiracy of the bizarre game to make us kill each other? And in the end the living are all destroyed. Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders. We can't rule out this possibility. But what can we do even if we know about it during the week period? Surviving first, then becoming strong, then going to change the rules. That's the proper way. Song Shui fell silent and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Ming. She felt as if her brother, who she had bullied since childhood, had changed a lot. Jingle bells. Convenience store wind chimes ring. The corpse manager walked in through the door with a contented look on his face and a basket in his hand. Apparently the twat had just been eaten by him. After waiting to casually place the basket on the counter, the corpse manager's face turned cold and stared dead at Song Shui. I didn't recover the money for that sugar gourd, so you'll be responsible for the compensation. Song Shui looked at the corpse manager's greenish-purple face and emotionless, empty eyes, using it to cultivate her courage, and said, Manager, that candy cane was sold by the store manager. It has nothing to do with me. The young man in the corner, who was terrified, was startled by this statement, and when he saw the corpse manager looking at him, he exploded even more. I did not. She's bull ting. She's lying. Really? I just tried my best to dissuade the store manager. That mother and father didn't have any money at first glance, but the store manager was scared by the mother and father and couldn't help but give a bunch of sugar gourds, Song Shui said with conviction. The young man broke down and cursed with a sobbing voice. Why did you harm me? I really didn't sell it. The corpse manager looked at the youngster's wimpy behavior, but instead, he somewhat believed Song Shui, not for anything else. Song Shui dared to stare at herself and talk, so that was really not a small amount of guts, not like he'd be intimidated by that twat. On the contrary, this little young man is a wimp. Maybe it really sold the goods to those 2 women. However, just to be on the safe side, the corpse manager still stared at Song Shui full of threats and questioned. I'll ask you one more time. Is it really the sugar plums he sold? If you lie, I'll eat you one bite at a time. Song Shui nodded heavily. I never lie. You were lying just now, the youngster growled. The corpse manager still wasn't quite sure and looked at Lin Ming. Who did you say sold the goods? I'm warning you, if you lie, the title of outstanding worker will be taken back. Lin Ming had a sincere look on his face. You know, the fact that I was able to get the title of outstanding worker means that I was very popular at my last workplace, and a person like me would never lie, so it's the store manager who sells them. The young man cried pearly. You both mother. The corpse manager, not doubting, rushed over and stared at the youngster and yelled, you shorted the store, now come up with 10 points to make up for it, or die. I don't have any points. I will work well, can you let me work to pay off my debt? The youngster knelt on the ground with a thud and begged bitterly. When the corpse manager heard the words no points, he didn't bother to listen back and revealed his signature sardonic smile. No money? That's good. Just use one of your arms to cover the debt. With that, it reached out violently and twisted the youngster's arm off. Card it. It was clear that one person had broken his arm, but there were 2 breaks. The corpse manager screamed in pain and covered his broken arm and backed away in horror. What happened? Why did I hurt him to be backfired by the rules? You guys lied to me. The corpse manager, who had finally reacted to being cheated, looked at Lin Ming and the 2 of them in anger and growled, his deathly aura overflowing. It's like this manager. There's nothing in the rules against lying to ghosts, Song Shui explained. Lin Ming, on the other hand, silently memorized this rule, that the natives of the bizarre game who harmed innocent players would themselves be equally harmed. It's just wrong for you guys to lie to me. Lie to me and I will eat you all. The corpse manager's dead chi raged, and his body rapidly decayed, turning into the appearance of a real dead man. Roaring angrily and striding over, Song Shui finally felt intimidated and began to back away, but of course it could have been from the stench of the rotting corpses. Lin Ming reminded, manager, she said it just now, there's no such thing as not being allowed to lie to you in the rules. You can't take us out just because we lied, or your consequences will only be worse than ours. Lin Ming believed that Creepy could only kill them with the help of the rules, otherwise he wouldn't have deliberately guided them to violate them. Instead, the player's counterkill relies on a loophole in the rules. You guys. The corpse manager froze in place at Lin Ming's words and subconsciously looked at the rules and regulations on the wall. Sure enough, it doesn't say you can't cheat it in that 4-pronged system. Damn it. The corpse manager was cranky, because he used to torture his employees with these rules. He purposely makes people late and eats them. He'll also randomly prey on people who aren't wearing overalls. It will also come down on employees who are fearful of guests and have been complained about. But I didn't expect to be tricked with these rules today. And so on. No overalls? The corpse manager jerked his head toward Lin Ming and said fiercely, you're not wearing work clothes, so it doesn't matter if I kill you. At this point, the good worker designation is completely ineffective. Lin Ming had a deeper perception of the effects of this title. Yes, it's another little experiment. And he had thought of a way back long before he did this experiment. Only Lin Ming stepped out of the counter and said to Song Shui, please give me a piece of bone sugar. Thank you, Song Shui. Corpse manager. Chapter 21, the corpse manager gets his ass kicked. Song Shui quickly reacted and immediately took a piece of bone sugar and gave it to Lin Ming, and also asked in a low voice, do you have money for the checkout? If you don't have any, just choose the merchandise for a little while longer, and you might be able to muddle through. So you're teaching an old bird how to survive? Lin Ming looked at Song Shui appreciatively, then nimbly gave 1 point. He had just studied how the cash register worked. Just point the scanning gun at himself and pay the bill. When the bill was finished, Lin Ming dropped the bone candy into his mouth and looked at the corpse manager. Now I'm a guest. Before I finish the candy, try touching me? No, you're sick. The corpse manager suddenly broke down a bit. You're simply here to play me, aren't you? Lin Ming looked sympathetically at the corpse manager, then said to Song Shui, go, give it a forced fight. The corpse manager and Song Shui reacted at the same time. Yes, with that comment earlier, the corpse manager offended the guest. Song Shui knew that Lin Ming was giving himself courage, and summoned up enough courage to stride out of the counter, pointing at the corpse manager and saying, you offended the guests. Snap, a crisp and loud slap. The corpse manager was jerked around, really confused. How many years? He's eaten I don't know how many people at this putrid convenience store, and he's being beaten up today? Song Shui looked cautiously at Lin Ming. If I take off my work clothes now and buy a candy bar, can I be a customer too? I can't. If you dare to take off your overalls, it will finish you off before you can even speak. Lin Ming's expression was serious. You must remember, to deal with Creepy you have to be quicker in the head than it is. And be surprised, or else it'll be prepared, and it'll be able to get you in one go. They're strong. I know. Song Shui made a mental note of that. The corpse manager covered his face, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Lin Ming and then Song Shui. He wanted to eat these two, but after thinking about it, he still didn't dare to go against the rules. And after all that, he had even forgotten about claiming compensation just now. The main thing is also afraid. Who knows what else Lin Ming can do to tidy up his own. After all, his own injuries are not yet good. Thinking so, the manager held his tongue and ducked into his office. I can't afford to mess with you, but I can't hide from you? I'll whisk you out of the rotten convenience store when you're done with the candy, and then we'll see how you survive in that fog." When the corpse manager had just entered the office, Lin Ming took the candy out of his mouth. Otherwise it would melt too quickly. Song Shui looked to the youngster in the corner who had fainted to death, his broken arm still bleeding. "Save him, right?" Lin Ming frowned. "Remember, never be a saintly mother in the game." "No, I'm going to trick him into stealing the merchandise here, to see what happens when a living person steals the merchandise from a decaying convenience store. If it's still manageable, the big deal is that I'll just harden my wounds and steal some of the merchandise here, and turn back to the ghosts and monsters when I go to the other copies, so that it will be easier to pass the level in the future." Song Shui spoke seriously. Lin Ming was dumbstruck. He suddenly understood why he, an evil cultivator seed that could be chosen by the heavenly evil technique, had been suppressed by Song Shui when he was a child. "That's not a good woman. Suit yourself. I'm only interested in the guests here." Lin Ming couldn't help Song Shui, so he could only watch her operate. Song Shui immediately ran over and shook the youngster awake. The youngster saw her, angry and afraid. Angry that this woman caused him so much pain. Fear that this woman could do him so much harm. Song Shui finally took out her innocent schoolgirl skills. A beautiful face full of innocence. A pair of big eyes that looked at the dog with deep love. Tearfully saying that she didn't do it on purpose. It was all because Lin Ming, this pervert, forced her to do it, and that she was actually heartbroken for this innocent big boy. Lin Ming watched from the side with his legs crossed, lamenting that Zhang Wuji's old lady was really 100 years ahead of the world. The T0 version. It's so damn good at cheating. The youngster was quickly lulled limp and followed the direction of Song Shui's finger to see a roll of gauze on the cargo container. The gauze looked as if it had been woven from threads cut from human skin, and the material was slippery to the touch, as if it were still a woman's skin. "But don't tell me, it works well." The young man didn't think much of it and casually took down the gauze and used it, gluing it to the wound. The gauze immediately wrapped tightly around the youngster's severed arm, fusing with its skin, and the bleeding stopped, even as the pain diminished. Seeing that his wound was wrapped, the youngster breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely to Song Shui, "Thank you." Song Shui gave him a slight nod to say no thanks, then turned back to the office and shouted, "Manager, someone stole something." The young man stared in disbelief. The cadaver manager rushed out of the office once more, and at once saw the gauze on the youngster's arm, and his face was impossibly grim. The young man collapsed, pointing at Song Shui and wailing, "What the do I have against you, manager? You believe me, she made me use it." The corpse manager looked to Song Shui. Song Shui spread her hands. "Manager, he lied to you." Lin Ming raised his hand. "I'll testify. Go to your mom." The corpse manager subconsciously opened his mouth to curse, but saw Song Shui on the rolled-up sleeves, panicked and changed his mouth. "Home time to help me bring sound good." "Great." Lin Ming agreed numbly, smoothly putting the bone candy in his mouth. The corpse manager once again spilled all his anger on the youngster. "You use it when she tells you to? She's your mom." "No." Song Shui answered on his behalf. "You shut up." The corpse manager shouted angrily. "If I can't yell at Lin Ming, I can't yell at you?" Song Shui does not care. A loss of parental protection, but also beautiful little girl. If even this tolerance is not, would have long jumped off the building, so she just watched as the corpse manager walked over, picked the youngster up, and took a bite out of his neck. As the corpse manager did this, he also gave Song Shui a death glare. Stealing is a capital offense. Obviously, it sensed Song Shui's intentions, which was a warning. Looking at the body of the youngster who desperately struggled and howled then gradually died and finally calmed down, Song Shui revealed a disappointed look. "Keep working." The cadaver manager dragged the youngster back into his office and resumed his meal. He was tortured by the siblings, but he was at least able to eat. Lin Ming waited for the manager to leave, once again took out the bone sugar, and said to Song Shui, "You've researched almost everything, right?" "Aha." Song Shui had already begun to silently write down the harvest this time. "Alright, then go sit next to me now and watch me perform." Lin Ming took Song Shui's place and stood next to the cash register. Half an hour later, accompanied by the wind chime, the door opened, but the door was empty. Nothing. Song Shui looked up suspiciously. Lin Ming, on the other hand, silently activated his penetrating eye, and sure enough, he saw a transparent soul body float over to the side of the cargo container, and began to wonder what it was going to take. Lin Ming walked over, spiritual energy attached to his hand, and patted the transparent soul body. "Dude, fancy something?" The spirit body was startled and looked at Lin Ming in surprise. "You can see me?" Lin Ming grinned. "Not only can I see you, I can hit you." Bang! Lin Ming punched the soul body to the ground before pouncing on it, pulling out the watermelon knife he'd gotten earlier at the hotel for a series of stabs. Chapter 22 Lin Ming, are you the main character? And from Song Shui's point of view, it was watching Lin Ming crouch on the ground like a psychopath, pressing his hand against the void and then frantically poking the air with his knife. Not long after, he even sucked harder, showing a look of intoxication and even shivering. But obviously can feel that this guy aura has become a little bigger. That kind of feeling kind of like, upgraded? Lin Ming had indeed upgraded. Refinement of Qi 6 tier, 18%. I didn't realize that there were quite a lot of ghostly dead air that could be invisible. When he got up, Song Shui asked curiously, "Are you practicing something?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Lin Ming glanced at her. Song Shui blankly glanced at him without any good reason and muttered in a low voice, "What are you pretending?" Seeing that she was unconvinced, Lin Ming towered over her and said, "Kid, brother's world is beyond your imagination." Song Shui smiled slightly. "Do you remember our family's computer?" "Remember? What's wrong?" Lin Ming was unconcerned. "I found the seeds you downloaded before in there. I didn't realize you liked it. So exciting?" Song Shui looked at Lin Ming with a smirk. Lin Ming's face stiffened with disbelief. "How did you find it?" "I remember deleting it all before I left home." Song Shui didn't explain, but said in a conspiratorial manner, "Still a brat. Brother's world is no longer something you can imagine." "I really can't imagine. You even like human wives?" "It also has to be a mature human wife." "No wonder you were looking at our neighbor's aunt with such wrong eyes." Lin Ming coughed dryly and twisted his head away from Song Shui. He was afraid that if he looked twice more, he would become evil and send Song Shui into the 10,000 soul streamer. Song Shui also stopped stimulating him and changed the topic. "Do you think it's possible for any immortal cultivation techniques to exist in this world?" "I don't know. What I do know is that there will be a variety of skills that can also make you strong," Lin Ming explained. "Ugh, if only there was a system." Song Shui clearly hadn't suffered much from the poison of internet writing either. Lin Ming said in a bad mood, "Go ahead and eat your farts. What part of you do you feel like a protagonist? And you have a system? So are you the main character? Is that special ability of yours a system?" Song Shui was suddenly very serious. "So it's here waiting for me, so don't ask. It's definitely not the system and you definitely can't be told." "Oh, don't worry. I'm not a reborn or a traveler or anything either." Lin Ming added a timely sentence, blocking Song Shui's mouth and preventing her from asking more questions. Song Shui instantly sighed in relief. It's good that it's not a traveler or a reborn. That kind of protagonist likes to engage in orthopedics the most. I'm afraid that I'll wake up one day and find myself lying in your nest, and I'll have to introduce my girlfriends to you. And even my girlfriend's mom will have to follow you, and I'll also have to help you manage your harem. No, what do you usually read?" Lin Ming was really shocked. He even wanted to open Song Shui's browsing history to take a look. It felt like she was usually more pornographic than what he was looking at. Song Shui didn't answer, but instead nudged toward the door. "Little Naruto, prepare to receive the guests." Outside the convenience store, 3 kids walk in. They were carrying backpacks, obviously just out of school, and swarmed up to the counter, eyeing the container. These 3 kid ghosts are not very old, just about 10 years old. One had a good-sized cut in its throat, and the wound seemed to be a mouth. And indeed it was, for when it spoke to its friends around it, that wound in its neck opened and closed, and it would make a sound. The other 2 child ghosts, respectively, had a dagger stuck in their eyebrows and were covered in flowing blood. Their chests had been slashed open and their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, kidneys, and whatnot were missing. The 3 brats at eye level didn't have the slightest intention of picking a fight, like they were really here to buy goods. Lin Ming was in no hurry to strike. The child ghost with a knife stuck in his head looked at Lin Ming and asked, "I want to buy a skull lollipop." Ghosts are also concerned about what they eat and what they make up. Lin Ming searched, then looked at the other 2 kid ghosts. "What about you two?" The kid ghost with his throat cut hesitated. "I'll take a piece of bone sugar." "Oh, poorer than that." The disemboweled child ghost, on the other hand, the dog sneakily hooked his finger at Lin Ming, signaling him to come over. Lin Ming curiously bent over. I heard the Ripper ghost whisper, "Get me a pack of cigarettes and keep it quiet, or I'll file a complaint against you." Lin Ming straightened up his waist, scanned up and down the Ripper ghost, and then a forced pipe on the pump past, "Little than cubs, just how old to learn people to smoke? Know that smoking is not good for the body. Herd lungs, understand?" The ripped kid ghost was jerked around and said with a sob, I don't have any lungs." "Oh yeah, forgot about that." Lin Ming looked at the disemboweled child ghost and slapped the other side of his face again, cursing, "That's not a good idea to smoke. Call your parents." The 3 kid ghosts were startled by this and all panicked a bit. I didn't realize the man would call the parents. But what kind of drooling is this guy doing when he says he's calling his parents? The 3 child ghosts looked at each other shivering, discussing what to do. But suddenly, the kid ghost with a knife sticking out of his head reacted by staring up and down at Lin Ming and scanning. "That's not right. You're an outsider. What gives you the right to meddle in our affairs?" This little cub reacted quite quickly. Lin Ming looked at the knife on its head, so it was the brain that was enlightened. The other 2 child ghosts also reacted. their ghostly auras slowly escaping from their bodies as they looked menacingly at Lin Ming. They were almost scared just now. An outsider? They were merciful enough not to say they'd eat this guy. And this guy dared to meddle in their business? Hurry up and get me my cigarettes or I'll eat you. You're not wearing overalls anyway, so your death will be in vain. The brainy kid ghost gritted his teeth. Lin Ming said seriously, are you guys really not going to call your parents? Cut the crap. We won't scream even if we die. The Ripper kid ghost snarled. Alright. Lin Ming compromised. The brainy kid ghost's eyes lit up. You're willing to get us cigarettes now? No, I'm going to help you guys die. Lin Ming slapped the 3 child ghosts to death. None of these little brats were qualified to enter its 10,000 soul streamer. The 3 kid ghosts were weak and couldn't resist at all. And even the 3 together didn't allow Lin Ming to upgrade. They do have some goodies in their book bags, though. Some books, language, math, history, biology. Lin Ming casually flipped through the pages and realized that the languages taught within the Bazaar game were similar to the outside world, with some articles written by literati within the Bazaar game and some not-so-good poems and songs. Math is also normal arithmetic and such, except the questions are a bit gory. Q. If you make an opening in Xiaoming's brain and then gargle Xiaoming's little Xiaoming, and then pour 100 cc of water per second into the inside from the brain and bleed 80 cc per second from the bottom, when will the 2000 cc of blood in Xiaoming's body be completely replaced with water? The history was rather important, telling some of the history of the world of weird games, which Lin Ming intended to keep for careful study. The creatures are kind of like a workbook for a slaughterhouse, and it even has a full analytical chart of the living, where the meat tastes good, where it's more faggy, and where it's most vulnerable, as well as how to tease the outsiders. On top of that, there are some points for entities. Chapter 23 History Book Records. Lin Ming was moved the moment he saw the points. He was most curious about the points, which were clearly the currency system of the Bazaar game. Those points, they're coins. I'm not sure which one should be considered the front, but anyway, on one side there are numbers with the denomination written on them, and on the other side there is a hideous head of a malevolent spirit. Lin Ming played with it for a bit. It felt pretty good in his hand. It was smooth, and the weight was just right while it lasted, kind of like a handlebar made specifically for certain people in reality. These points, the smallest denomination is 1 point, the highest denomination is 80 points, adding up to a 120 points. Lin Ming had worked hard for hours to clear the game, and had to prevent his guests from complaining about him, and even had to be praised by his leader in order to get 100 points. Now that you've exterminated 3 brats, you've gotten this much. So it shows that 996 is never a blessing, and that wealth can only be gained by looting and squeezing. Lin Ming casually absorbed the points. The thing wasn't coalesced by dead air, and when it said it was absorbed, it was actually absorbed into the panel-like thing. This is creepy games, and naturally there are player panels, and the panel had Lin Ming's human body image, as well as his name and level and various data, similar to the personal details interface within the Blue Star game. Right now, his rank is Ghost, the realms are Ghost, Grievous Spirit, Evil Ghost, Night Ghost, and Ghost King. Points are 224. The skill is Evil Ghost Substitute. The mailbox is empty. That's all the data. Nothing more is shown. How realms were rated, Lin Ming didn't know, because he felt like he should be more than a ghost. Next to her, Song Shui watched as the points disappeared from Lin Ming's hand, and suddenly had a change of heart. Ugly, do you think something would have happened if I had gotten a few goods and dropped them into the mailbox before I quit the game? Follow me and at 1T. Because, wait a minute, almost let you mix it. Pure school flower, who are you cursing? Lin Ming explained halfway through, suddenly cursing. Shut up. If you dare to mention those 4 words again in the future, I'll carve your seed into a CD-ROM and burn it to mom and dad, so that they can understand your hobby. Song Shui was also incredibly resistant to the 4 words of pure schoolgirl, because this appellation sounded like those iceberg female schoolgirls on tomato novels who had awakened their S-class supernatural abilities in the beginning and shone brightly, only to end up becoming the protagonist's licking dog. It had to be said that Song Shui's methods were truly beyond Lin Ming's imagination. Not wanting to bull the woman, he flipped open his history book and started checking out the world history of the Bazaar game. Lin Ming wondered if teaching in this world was also taught in tiers. Still, this history book is a complete record of things. The Bazaar game world turns out to be a very normal world as well, and well organized, both in terms of technology and social systems, like the Blue Planet. Lin Ming even suspected that this place was a parallel world or projection of the real world. The history books record that this world once functioned as normally as Blue Star, and one day, the first creepy appeared on this world. Yes, the world isn't creepy game Descent, it's really creepy Descent. This first creepy one is an innocent passerby who was hit and killed by a drunk driver while shopping at night. Just when everyone thinks the passerby is completely dead, the body in the pool of blood rises, kills the driver of the car, and begins to hunt down and kill the onlookers. That weirdness was fearless of powerful physical attacks such as guns and artillery, and people tried everything they could think of and paid a huge price in casualties to get it killed. But in the end, it died on its own. Early the next morning, after the sun came up, people then realized that Creepy was afraid of sunlight. Just when people think it's okay, a second, third, fourth, more of the same shenanigans start to appear. These shenanigans appeared from the dark of night and killed until dawn and then died, causing the world to freeze and follow the ancient example of starting a curfew. The moment the sun went down, people must have gone back to their homes and locked their doors and windows. The funniest thing is that even in this case, there are still capitalists who let their employees bring their computers back home to work overtime, and they even say that you must be more comfortable working at home, so just work a little longer. So the home office, which was supposed to be a blast, turned into a hellhole for cows and horses. In such a situation, there are numerous bulls and horses that are finally crushed. Some jumped, some looked for shenanigans to send to their deaths. But it was also the suicides of this group of cows and horses that found the world into bizarre conditions. Grievance. Because the cows and horses that died full of resentment almost always became creepy and started to take revenge on their bosses. The world started to go wrong before people knew what kind of situations would turn weird. Some people will turn out to be creepy on purpose for the thrill of it. Others are choosing to convert because they think creepy will live forever. But how can the living transform into the bizarre and remain unaffected? The first is that strong resentment affects the mind and can make creepy paranoid and irrational. It even gets more manic as more time passes. Especially when confronted with the living, creepy will always be filled with eagerness and so will constantly harass the living. Just after the world became completely bizarre, the mists descended. The moment the mists appeared, all the spooks heard a mysterious voice that told them the spooky game had descended, and they all became NPCs of this game and could invite players in. Lin Ming had thought that Blue Star, where he was the first unlucky person to be targeted by the bizarre game. I didn't realize it wasn't. And from the history books, it's been hundreds of years since creepy games came down. Countless players died during this period, but Blue Star had no record of this at all. It seems that other worlds were poisoned as well, and I guess it was the turn of Blue Star after that world was poisoned all over. And what exactly is the purpose of this bizarre game? Turning all worlds into bizarrely controlled ones? Lin Ming looked at the history book. It didn't say anything about it, so it seemed that these shenanigans didn't know either. Lin Ming remembered a more important point. Can creepy still have kids? Otherwise these books used to pass on cultural knowledge to the next generation are totally unnecessary. After all, those kid ghosts are supposed to have been around for a long time too, and won't die. What knowledge don't they know? Lin Ming was eager to go ask the manager, and before he could move, two ghosts walked in through the door. A family cook wearing an apron and holding a frying spoon, as if he were cooking. One, on the other hand, was a sexy woman with heavy makeup and a bad perfume smell. They walk in and instead of buying something, they look around. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he asked, "Looking for someone? A living person?" The family cooker first froze when he saw Lin Ming, and then greed appeared in his eyes. "Still not wearing your work clothes?" The sexy girl walked towards Lin Ming with her long, bruised legs. The two guys had obviously come in to look for something, but now they had forgotten their goal and were fixated on Lin Ming, wanting nothing more than to devour him. Lin Ming held up the textbook in his hand and reminded, "Are you here for the children?" Hearing about the child sobered the two ghosts up a little. The family boiler frowned and asked, "Whose book did you take? Is it the one of the little kid with the knife in his head? That's your son?" Lin Ming asked rhetorically. "Yes, I was the one who stuck that knife in, steadily and accurately, making its death a painful one." The family cook was proudly showing off his knife skills. Chapter 24, Aren't You Afraid to Die? It was hard for Song Shui to understand what there was to be proud of. She thought it should only be worth bragging about if she went down with a knife and died without pain. But it's not incomprehensible when you think about all these creepy brain misfits. Lin Ming then looked at the sexy woman. "Which one is your child?" "I don't have kids. I'm here to see my brother." The sexy girl scratched her head. "Tell me clearly, which brother are you looking for? A person or something else?" Lin Ming subconsciously glanced between the sexy girl's legs. None of these shenanigans were normal, and he had to ask closer questions. But Song Shui looked at Lin Ming and thought that he seemed more abnormal than a ghost. The sexy girl lifted her skirt and shook her waist to let out a shrill laugh. "This brother of mine is here, so of course I'm looking for my real brother, the one whose heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys I've ripped out." Song Shui looked at the small mushroom and her entire body was stunned. "I'm sorry Lin Ming, I misunderstood you." She had tried her best to keep up with the ghost's train of thought, not realizing that she was still slightly behind. Lin Ming glanced back at Song Shui to make sure she wasn't showing any disrespect for her guest before looking at the two ghosts. "There's no use scaring us. Besides, I suggest you call all of your own family members to confer. Those kids are in danger right now." "How much danger?" Who brought the danger? Doesn't it know that it's a student of Hell Elementary School? The family cook showed a disdainful look. Apparently, this hellish elementary school is supposed to be a very powerful place that will protect its students. The sexy girl, on the other hand, lowered her skirt and deliberately approached Lin Ming, her eyes painted with pink eyeshadow, staring at him dead in the face. Little handsome boy, it couldn't have been you who caught them, right? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I have a lot of good friends, yo. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, I'm the one who caught them. Call your friends, call them all. The sexy girl's face instantly turned cold, and her deadly aura spilled out from her red lips. You're really arrogant. It makes me want to eat you yet. Who isn't? Call someone. Lin Ming urged. I'm not very good at screaming, but I'm very good at making people scream. Do you want to try? The sexy girl stuck out her tongue and tried to lick Lin Ming's cheeks with a disgusting smile on her face. Pust. Lin Ming could see that the two ghosts didn't trust themselves, so he unceremoniously stabbed the sexy girl. The sexy girl froze and looked down at her stomach, realizing that there was a hole over there, and the dead air was scrambling to escape from that small hole. The most perverted thing was that Lin Ming also took a deep breath and sucked away all those escaping dead chi, revealing a soothing look. Subsequently, Lin Ming's watermelon knife was pumping back and forth in the sexy girl's body. The sexy girl was trembling violently. Her face was filled with pain. Stop. Don't. I can't. Please. Lin Ming was also quite accomplished in the area of making people call. Only when all of the sexy girl's dead chi had been absorbed by Lin Ming was he slightly satisfied. And he looked at the family cook and said grimly, Go, call all of your wives and daughters here. The household cook was shocked by his horrific murderous aura and couldn't understand how a ghost could be so scary. Only to see this ghost panicked backward, also stumbled and fell to the ground several times. And when its back was pressed against the door of the convenience store, it trembled and went to feel the door handle. So what? The child is dead. So dead. The big deal is that we will regenerate. I'm leaving first. When it finished, it pushed the door open and ran. Hey! Only then did Lin Ming realize that he had been overly frightened and rushed out after him, but by the time he rushed out of the convenience store, the family cooker had already rushed into the thick fog, exasperating Lin Ming with a secret hatred. He had thought to act strong and scare the home cook into calling for help. I didn't realize that. Instead, it scared the other side away from retaliation. But what this home cook said before he left was an important point of information. These ghosts can even have babies? Lin Ming returned to the decaying convenience store with doubts. Song Shuizheng looked at him with complicated eyes. You're really getting more and more evil. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ming, as an evil cultivator, accepted the comment quite openly. Back behind the cash register, Lin Ming looked at Song Shui, who was preoccupied with researching how to understand the bizarre game, and waited for a full hour without waiting for the family cook to bring someone back to retaliate. It seems to be really intimidated. During this time he also pored over the biology books of the three kid ghosts, attempting to find out why ghosts and monsters could have children, but instead learned how to stab someone 80 times and not kill them, and 123 dismemberment routines for the living. Time passed just a little bit, and in the middle of it came two more ghosts and monsters, both of which were very average and didn't cause Lin Ming the slightest bit of excitement. Seeing that it was about to reach the 12-hour mark, Song Shui looked at Lin Ming, who was already a bit impatient, and asked, Are you going to make a move on the manager? You can even see this? Lin Ming asked without blinking as he stared at the manager's office. Why don't you let me do a favor too? Song Shui was very serious. I want to try what it's like to kill ghosts and monsters. Aren't you afraid of dying? In case the fight goes on and I don't care about you, you are truly going to die. Lin Ming reminded. Song Shui shrugged. Doesn't matter if I can't master more skills, I'll die when I enter other games later. Besides, I was ready to die before entering this game. I can live until now has earned. If I can earn more better, if I die that's not a loss. After all, I'm giving this corpse manager a forced bucket. Lin Ming looked at Song Shui for a long time to make sure that she wasn't intentionally pretending or anything, and immediately threw the watermelon knife in his hand over. You go kill it, just in time for me to use you for an experiment. Song Shui was instantly filled with speechlessness. She was just trying to be brave, thinking that a small dab would be all that was needed. I didn't expect Lin Ming to want her to kill the ghosts and monsters alone. However, Song Shui didn't refuse, but cautiously asked, Is this ghost strong? I'll kill at will, but to you it's invincible, so you must think of a good countermeasure and find the right opportunity to kill in one strike. Lin Ming reminded. Song Shui lowered her head and thought, then looked to the pile on the shelf, walked over and hugged down a large pile, spilling it in front of the manager's office door, and screamed at the top of her voice, Why are you breaking all the goods? She then quickly crouched down in the middle of the pile of merchandise and pretended to pick things up in a panic as Lin Ming looked on in amusement. The manager immediately rushed out when he heard the commotion and was shocked and furious when he saw the goods all over the floor. What's going on? Manager, it's not me. It's really not me. Song Shui looked up and cried with tearful eyes. The corpse manager thought of this woman before hitting their own forced fight. Naturally want to retaliate. Hideous walk over. Reach out and carry to Song Shui's collar. Still want to lie to me? Not you do it. Why do you pick up? Put. Chapter 25, out of the copy. Settlement. Song Shui's watermelon knife, which she had steadily hidden in her sleeve, plunged into the corpse manager's throat with steady precision. The corpse manager's body instantly stiffened, and a large amount of dead chi leaked out, but it didn't die. Instead it realized that it had been fooled and roared madly. Damn you! This is the second time you've hurt me. I want you to die. The rules didn't say you couldn't hurt the manager, so even if Song Shui had stabbed the corpse manager, she wouldn't have been erased by the rules, and the manager would have had to use her powers to fight back. Seeing that the blow didn't kill him, but instead angered the corpse manager, Song Shui was scared inside but didn't run away. Instead she desperately mobilized her whole body's strength and used the watermelon knife to cut the corpse manager's neck. A watermelon knife is indeed a prop against ghosts and spirits, but it is not an invincible prop. The corpse manager was definitely a grievous spirit-level existence, and even held the authority of the decaying convenience store, so it wasn't something that could be killed so easily. And the work uniform on Song Shui's body would protect her from the random intrusion of ghosts and monsters during normal times. But as Song Shui attempts to harm the corpse manager, the authority of the decaying convenience store again controls and interferes with her through her work uniform. Song Shui felt that her body was bound by a strange power and was forcibly deprived of the power to resist an attack, and knew that she had still suffered from inexperience after all. The corpse manager was already incomparably furious, and after controlling Song Shui, he viciously bit into her face with a rotting breath. It wants a bite. One bite to take this woman and make her die in the most painful way possible. Watching that big mouth full of stench bite down, Song Shui could only watch with her eyes, even though she had a strong unwillingness to do so, because she couldn't even close her eyes right now. Just moments before the large mouthful of stench and yellow teeth was about to bite down, the body manager paused violently. Song Shui looked at the corpse manager close at hand, and the disbelief on its face. TSK, I knew that this so-called path to life wasn't such a good thing. Lin Ming walked over, holding the 10,000 soul streamer that was emitting a black aura in his hand, and kicked away the corpse manager that was being controlled by Wei Yuan. From the beginning, though, all the ghosts, including Wei Yuan and the corpse manager, were concerned about the whole overalls thing, even creating the appearance that it was the only way to survive. But Lin Ming considered it from his own perspective. If he wanted to play anyone, how could he leave the other party with a silver lining? As for whether or not Creepy Games is going to play the Blue Stars, is that even a question? What abilities the corpse manager had, Lin Ming didn't know, but he didn't mind taking this fellow into the 10,000 soul streamer, as he gently shook it. Four ghosts immediately poked out of the 10,000 soul streamer and yanked the corpse manager into it. Next, it's the main event. Lin Ming inserted the 10,000 soul streamer in front of himself, sat down on his knees, and began to attempt to refine it. And Song Shui, who couldn't move, lay at his feet, pretty and hot. Lin Ming continuously injected the spiritual energy within his body into the 10,000 soul streamer, which gently swayed as the internal spell formation continued to rotate, refining the corpse manager. The corpse manager resisted with all his might and was already out of Wei Yuan's control, although he was interfered with by the other dead ghosts and was able to catalyze his own abilities. As a manager, or even a grunt, it has its own special skills. Corpse control. It can control all corpses, bring them to life and turn them into its slaves, and even enhance the corpse's combat power. A few of the corpses that had just been brought into the office, the corpse manager had only eaten their fresh entrails, and the body shells had been turned into corpse slaves. At this moment, it attempted to control those few corpse slaves to come out and protect itself, but the 10,000 soul streamer blocked its communication and summoning, making it unable to utilize its abilities at all. The corpse manager changed its face as it sat in the spell. It didn't expect its strongest ability to lose its effect, and immediately wanted to urge the dead chi in its body to fight against refining. However, the slash from Song Shui just now had already injured it, and at this time, the dead chi in its body escaped, and its power wasn't as strong as it had been before. This was coupled with the constant interference of the 5 ghosts, including Wei Yuan, who took turns using their abilities to restrict it. Although the corpse manager tried his best to resist, he was ultimately unable to resist the power of the 10,000 soul streamer and gradually transformed into Lin Ming's shape. When he had completely refined this corpse manager, Lin Ming's mind moved, only to see the 10,000 soul streamer gently shake. The corpse manager flew out of it and stood expressionlessly in front of Lin Ming. Its wounds had been repaired by the 10,000 soul streamer, and the death chi it had consumed before had also been restored by the 10,000 soul streamer, and it was now as powerful as it had been when Lin Ming had first met it. However, it was completely devoid of hostility towards Lin Ming and Song Shui. instead summoning the two corpses from the office to walk out under Lin Ming's control. Song Shui has also gotten out of the trap, and when she saw the bodies of the little young man and the old aunt walking out, she subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Now they're my corpse slaves, Lin Ming said indifferently. Song Shui looked at the black-smoking 10,000 soul streamer again with complicated eyes. Your kid looks even more evil than these ghosts and monsters. Not bad. Scared? Lin Ming gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer and put away both the corpse manager and the 2 corpse slaves. Song Shui bristled. I'm all set there, and you're still only focusing on cultivation. What am I afraid of? Lin Ming still wanted to squeeze in a few more sentences, but realized that the time was almost over, and immediately said, don't take something yet, or you won't be able to get it later. Put it in the mailbox first. Song Shui didn't dare to talk nonsense and immediately rushed towards the cargo container and began to frantically stuff things into the mailbox. But there is a limit to the mailbox, just 12 compartments in total, and you can only store 12 of different things. She watched her finish taking her things and pondered with a regretful look on her face how she should have packed more. Lin Ming nimbly brought the basket that the corpse manager had snatched from the mother and son, and filled it with all the contents of the container, then put the basket in the mailbox. No sooner had he done so than he heard the sound of a bizarre game in his ears, while his body unrealized. Congratulations on completing the mission. Now for the settlement. You survived 12 hours perfectly. Plus 10 points. You have not been complained about by any guest. Plus 30 points. You helped a coworker do his job perfectly so that the rotten convenience store didn't receive a single complaint. Plus 30 points. You have received the corpse manager's approval without the bad review he gave, and now by default he gives a good review. Plus 10 points. You have explored the world of creepy games and gained some understanding. Plus 50 points. You have successfully evaded the owner of the Death Hotel. Plus 20 points. Player Lin Ming has a final score of 150, plus 5 points for this level and is evaluated as SSS. Hearing this, Lin Ming was somewhat stunned. So the ratings for each level of the spooky game aren't percentages. But what's this hiding from the owner of the Death Hotel? Without waiting for him to think more, the system had already started giving rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the Points Blitz card X1. The points for the next settlement will be randomly doubled when you use it. Congratulations on gaining Reputation plus 100. Successfully opening the Reputation system. Congratulations on obtaining the Ghost Weapon Coin of Doom. Congratulations on obtaining Decayed Convenience Store Fragment X1. Chapter 26, My Brother is an Introvert. That's quite a reward. Lin Ming knew that he would be forced to leave the game not long after the rewards were handed out, so he grabbed the rewards to check this time. The Points Blitz card Shenanigans game has notes, so just ignore them. Reputation. A very useful thing. Lin Ming checked the details and realized that this reputation was actually equivalent to popularity. The more people who know you, the higher your reputation will naturally be, and the other party will actively want to approach you, invite you, or even cooperate with you to trigger some hidden events and copies. It's like a star in the outside world. When you're well known, you're approached by a lot of advertisers, directors and so on. How this 100 points of reputation came about, Lin Ming didn't understand, but he felt the odds were that it had something to do with the owner of the Death Hotel coming after him, and this boss was chasing after himself, so he should have known that Wei Yuan and his guest had been taken out by himself, right? It seems that this bizarre game is a copy state for the players, but for the natives, it's actually one and the same. The owner of that Death Hotel can travel through any copy to find himself. It seems likely that I'll run into that boss later on in one of the copies, knowing that should be a Ghost King level existence. With the strength of Lin Ming at the chi refining stage, it would be better not to run into it in the short term. Lin Ming didn't have time to think about it much, and as he watched his body grow dimmer, he hurried to check the last reward. Rotten Convenience Store Fragment. The shard wasn't a decaying convenience store shattered. It was a map shard that was being referred to. This convenience store was now owned by Lin Ming in its entirety, and was considered occupied by him. So I'm making a home in the world of weird games? I've also raided the Death Hotel before, so why didn't it give shards? Because there's still an owner there and no one cares here anymore? There was always a feeling that the shard wouldn't be so simple, that it should have some other function, or maybe it would be bad. But before Lin Ming could scrutinize the shard function, he had left the game. He appeared in the girls' dormitory with Song Shui. 12 hours had passed and it was now daytime the next day. The dormitory was empty. Even 2 of the bedpans had been emptied. Even the bedding and stuff had been taken away. Those were Song Shui's 2 roommates, who had fled the dormitory upon learning that Song Shui had been chosen. I heard that after Song Shui entered the game, she even came and took away the bedding and changed the dormitory to live in. After all, this place is ominous, but the girl called Chunyun's futon from yesterday is still there. I don't know if she hasn't left or simply doesn't even want the futon anymore. Song Shui just got out of the game and ran to the table to grab a pen and paper. Writing quickly, Lin Ming came over and took a look. What? Working so hard? You just got out of a weird game and have to work overtime on your homework? Song Shui didn't bother to pay attention to him, just burying her head in recording the rules within the game and some of her own ideas as well as maneuvering techniques. Watching her take quick notes, she fills a page in no time and hasn't stopped writing. Lin Ming then didn't bother, just in time to hear the bathroom door slam and turn his head to look, only to see Chen Yun walk out with only a bath towel around her, her slender shoulders and collarbone, her white arms and long legs, and even half of her puffy breasts. All of them were exposed, so white that it made people's eyes dizzy. Seeing this siblings, Chen Yun is also a jolt. You came out? Well, you two chat. I'll leave first. Lin Ming nodded slightly to Chen Yun and left in large strides. Hey, wait, can we add a friend? Chen Yun just ran to the bed to bring a cell phone. Lin Ming has already disappeared. Not long after, Song Shui also finished writing, raised her notebook and said, Lin Ming, look at what I wrote right. Where are the people? Already gone. Chen Yun was a little disappointed, standing in front of the mirror, not wrapped in a bath towel, looking at her hot, tender, white petite body, a little puzzled. Xiao Shui, am I bad? Why doesn't your brother even give me a WeChat? Song Shui slapped towards Chen Yun's arse. Don't be flirty. Does any outsider know about me entering the weird game? Yes, you and your brother got into the game just in time to be seen by the hostess. She tried to tell the special ops team, but it was squashed by the school, which also warned us not to spread the word about you to the public or we'd get a major demerit and possible expulsion. Chen Yun was a bit angry and felt that the school had gone too far. The state recognizes that weird games exist, so why don't they still let students spread the word about them? Song Shui, however, understood the school's considerations. The trickster game is indeed powerful, but in a short period of time, it's not enough to cause the order of human society to collapse as a result. And going into a spooky game is a dangerous and scary thing to do. So if it became known that someone from Springs University had died going into the game, it would greatly affect enrollment, but not anymore. Song Shui is out, and she's now become a real creepy gamer. This way, the school would not press her news without announcing it to the outside world. Instead, it would vigorously publicize her, making her a living signboard of the school, even asking her to be the school's special teacher to talk about her experiences and successes in the game, which would definitely make the reputation of Quan City University, and even have the possibility to compare with Tsingbei in the future or the world's first-class universities. Song Shui thought about Lin Ming's performance in the game. This brat should have certain unseemly things. That's why he didn't sign up first when the country recruited the Special Forces team, but it might not be safe to hide it like that, and someone had to help him along to hide it. Thinking so, Song Shui immediately looked at Chen Yun. What happened to my brother and I? You must not say it to the public, no matter who asks. You just say that I came out with my own ability. Understand? Why? Chen Yun was puzzled. She didn't think Song Shui was such a person who liked to monopolize the credit. My brother is more introverted and doesn't like to be in the limelight. Song Shui faintly said. Introvert? Chen Yun thought of Lin Ming's previous attempt to help Song Shui organize an underworld wedding. Where's the introversion? Seeing that Chen Yun still didn't understand, Song Shui pinched her delay in a bad mood. I have the secret of passing the level here. If you want to see it, listen to me or delay will pinch and flatten it for you. Pain, pain, pain. Chen Yun painful even slapped Song Shui's hand. I promise not okay. Pinch people you. Only then did Song Shui release her hand in satisfaction. Judging in passing. Little girl. Still quite big. What's the point of you feeling big? It's only good that your little handsome brother likes it. Chen Yun was also quite bold and loose with her words when there were no outsiders around. After waiting to dislike Song Shui, Chen Yun also went to look at that passing secret. After all, who's to say that you won't get into spooky games in the future? Seeing her flipping through the secret book, Song Shui took out her cell phone and looked up the contact information for the creepy bureau. She was going to take all the credit for clearing the decaying convenience store this time and use it to quickly become a high-ranking member of the Special Operations Team or even the creepy bureau. This way, the country wouldn't notice Lin Ming for a short period of time, and in the future, Lin Ming wouldn't have to hide for the rest of his life. Most importantly, Song Shui always felt that Lin Ming should have come into contact with some crooked ways. It looks strong, but who knows if it will be a problem down the road. She wanted to use the power of the country to become stronger quickly so that in the future, she could help Lin Ming when he was unable to control himself. Who made that her brother? Chapter 27, The Leader's in for the kill. Lin Ming returned to his small quarters at the cemetery. He began to prepare for what was to come next. After this, all he could be sure of was that he could get into the spooky game by writing his name on someone else's invitation letter. But invitation letters can be hard to come by. Previously, people were given invitation letters and would also send short videos asking for help so that Lin Ming could be contacted privately to buy or grab them. Now that the state has released the help channel, Those people are all going to rely on the state and no one is posting short videos. This made Lin Ming unable to find a place to grab it even if he wanted to. Join the country? That does get you more access to the game and the privilege of being supported by state resources in reality. But the downside is that it needs to be regulated by the state and it needs to work with stupid people. This dumbass isn't talking about the national special forces, but the regular players in those games. Because when the country establishes a special forces team, it will never allow the special forces team to kill innocents indiscriminately. Like this time, for example, Song Shui and Lin Ming experimenting with those 3 idiots in the game would be severely banned by the special forces. You can't even just hurt and rescue when you come across stupid people who are dragging their feet. Lin Ming wasn't afraid of weirdness, but he was afraid of stupidity. That option will have to be dropped as well. Never mind. Let's see what the almighty internet has to say. Lin Ming helplessly picked up his cell phone and went online to brush up on videos, trying to see if there were any netizens with very flirty ideas that he could learn from. Soon enough, it really did lead him to an interesting video. Fix the donkey's hooves. Lin Ming was hard controlled for 5 minutes before he remembered his proper business and continued to start searching. This time he did find something in the right frame. There was a message posted by a player who was also asking if there was any way to get picked up by the game. There were many enthusiastic comments below. Some people say for bloggers to beg for Buddha. Some say let the blogger beg for ghosts. There's also the lackluster stuff about telling bloggers to kill themselves so they can turn into ghosts themselves. So why bother getting into spooky games? Just turn the world into a spooky place. Lin Ming's mind flashed when he saw this sentence. Suicide, of course, was out of the question. And what made Lin Ming care were the words, become a ghost. He thought of the history book he had read earlier in the spooky game. What it says is that people in that world become creepy because of the intense resentment and grievances that arise before they die. Does that mean that only people harboring strong resentments and grievances will draw invitations to the spooky game? Lin Ming recalled that when he had received the invitation from the Death Hotel before, he had indeed been immersed in feelings of unwillingness and resentment all day long because of the fact that he was unable to cultivate because he was in possession of a technique. In order to confirm his suspicions, Lin Ming began searching the internet for videos of other players. A lot of players instinctively make short videos asking for help when they get an invite, so it's easy to search quite a bit instead. Lin Ming studied the players who had been invited and found that the words and videos they usually posted on short video platforms were very negative. Some people are complaining about families of origin. Someone is complaining about the husband or the wife. There are still people complaining about the boss. Suffice it to say, none of it is aged well. Lin Ming revealed a happy expression, feeling that he should have grasped the key to entering the bizarre game. Grievance. Unwilling. It's the same as the first white-collar cows and horses to die in those weird worlds in order to get in touch with the weird. Thinking like this, Lin Ming began to think of ways to accumulate his grievances. But now that he was able to cultivate, he was in a good mood, and was even hopeful for tomorrow. So where to get resentment? Ding dong. Lin Ming's cell phone rang. It was the leader contacting him on WeChat. You're fired. Pack up and leave immediately. This. All I can say is thank you, leader. Lin Ming immediately sent an excited message asking the leader, why did you fire me? I'm doing a good job. He expected the leader to scold him twice, or even just drive up to his door and himself. The leader immediately sent a voice, his tone full of anger. You still have the face to ask? Did you know that Dongshan Cemetery has lost a lot of offerings recently? It has been complained about many times, but no one has come to pay their respects at the cemetery for half a year. Lin Ming replied silently. Immediately afterward, he saw that the WeChat chat box above showed the other party is typing, but after a full 3 minutes, there was no new message. 5 minutes later, another voice, then you are derelict in your duty. What use is there in having you if you don't even know someone is worshipping? Leader, there's surveillance in the cemetery. Do you want me to check the surveillance to see if anyone has come recently? Lin Ming asked rhetorically. But after sending this message, Lin Ming felt that something was wrong. How is it that I'm not angry at all, but rather have a dog-teasing sense of enjoyment? In progress appeared again after the leader's name, and then there was no response for half a day again. Finally, the leader was probably annoyed. Do I need a reason to fire you? If I tell you to get lost, I'll get lost. Do you know that I have connections in the police department that can put you directly in jail? Leader, you're classified as threatening and intimidating. I'll take a screenshot. The leader had no reply at all this time. Lin Ming curiously followed up with, Leader, is it still there? A red exclamation point. At the same time, the leader in a certain office in Quan City, furious, slammed his cell phone on the table. This, really think I have no way to pack him, is it? Even so dare to talk to me like this? Across from her, an old man was sitting on the sofa with a puzzled look on his face. Great niece, who upset you so much? It's not even the guy who's on duty now at the East Mountain Cemetery. What a revolt. Daring to talk to me like this, forgetting when he begged me to guard the cemetery in the first place. The leader got angrier and angrier as he spoke. The old man was a bit nervous. Then is my visit to guard the cemetery out of the question? What's your hurry? I'll help you when I say I will. Can this kid still turn the tables? No, piss me off. I'm going to make this asshole pay. Isn't he refusing to leave? I'll get 2 people to pretend to be ghosts in the middle of the night to scare him, and if that doesn't work, I'll get 2 people to beat him up and beat the living daylights out of him. The leader huffed and puffed, picking up his teacup and vigorously pouring a mouthful of tea, trying to suppress his inner resentment. After all, who can stand it when they thought they had a small matter in hand and could pretend in front of their old relatives, only to be hit in the face by a minor character? Dang it. There was a knock on the door. The leader's residual anger was so great that he droned out in an uncharacteristic manner. Who is it? No one made a sound. The leader got even more angry and shouted twice more. Still no answer. Oops. I'll just it. Whoever is against me today. Right? See if I don't scold you to death. The leader angrily strides up to the door, opens the office door and is about to curse, only to find the door empty, but a letter with her name on the floor. On the letter, there was still blood. An invitation to a spooky game. The leader slumped to the ground with a thud, his face unrecognizable. Chapter 28, Sisters Special Forces. Lin Ming didn't know that his plan had actually worked, except that it was his leader who was sent into the bizarre game. He was still thinking of ways to build up his resentment and discontent. It was just a couple days of dinking around. Lin Ming never found a way to do so, but he saw the news that Song Shui had joined the Special Forces and had become the acting leader of the Special Forces. What's the situation? Older sister joins an official department and becomes a special operations captain? Oh, it's because of all that information recorded at the decaying convenience store, isn't it? Lin Ming knew that all of those people invited by the Trickster Bureau's special operations team before were some guys who had gotten out of the game by fluke. Now he knows that joining the spooky game relies on resentment. Those who have a grudge and are strong enough to be among the first to enter the spooky game are certainly not big shots. Except for myself. Of course, there were also those companions that Lin Ming had met these 2 times he had joined the game. And they weren't smart people either. And many of them were even little pieces of trash. So he deduced that those people in the Trickster Bureau's special operations team were all rotten goods as well. Just when the creepy bureau was panning for gold for a smart person like Song Shui to join, it would definitely be an existence that would surprise the creepy bureau to no end. And being a special operations captain wasn't too much to ask for. It's only an acting captain, but it should only be a matter of time before he turns over. Honestly, Song Shui made the wisest choice. Unlike herself, she had feats to fall back on, and joining the officials to get their help was the best. Lin Ming wasn't averse to officialdom. It was just that he practiced evil kung fu himself, so it really wasn't appropriate to join. In fact, Song Shui's thoughts and methods are too tawdry and I'm not sure if they can adapt to the official constraints. Ding dong. Lin Ming was watching the news when his cell phone rang again, this time from Song Shui. It was a selfie of Song Shui in her special forces uniform. Looking heroic. Nice clothes, ugly person. Lin Ming quickly commented before Song Shui couldn't spit any ivory out of her dog's mouth. Cut the crap. I left my name on someone else's invitation. How come I can't follow along into the spooky game? Song Shui sent a message inquiring. You can't use it. As for my method, that's a secret. But well, he. Lin Ming replied with an emoticon of wealth. Oh, what favor do you want? Say it. Song Shui finished her message back and sent a sneering emoticon. Lin Ming couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he was worthy of being his own sister. He just knew what he was doing. I want the invitation letter for the weird game. Song Shui frowned and replied. I can use my authority to help you, but right now the officials don't trust me too much either. I need to show a little more value in order to help you better. And even when you have a problem in the future, I will be able to provide you with help in time. Lin Ming then realized that she had entered the officialdom because she was worried that the path she had taken would go wrong, and wanted to cover for and help her? This caused Lin Ming to be somewhat touched, and he also fell into a deep thought, pondering the consequences of leaking his thoughts out. That would indeed give official control over the method of getting into the game quickly. But, Lin Ming recalled that when he first came out of the game before, in less than half a day, the country had released many rules for the game. After all, the officials are capable of reasoning from the players' mere words that many of the players themselves have not discovered. So if the state's ability to control the method of entry is estimated to be the same as needing to enter the game 1 or 2 more times, or even just sorting out the commonalities of these players will be found. When that happens, this secret you're pinching will be worthless. Besides, they couldn't inspire resentment and discontent themselves, and they were all in high places, so it wouldn't be that easy. And the officials were different from themselves. They didn't have cultivation techniques, something Lin Ming had heard his own master promise with conviction. He had spent hundreds of years searching. There were no cultivators outside of himself on the Blue Star, so even if they had mastered the method, it would still take a while to get a firm foothold in the game, and it might not be as fast as relying on their own evil skills to upgrade. As for Song Shui, if she elevated her status in the special forces, it would be beneficial to herself. At least she could get herself quite a few invitation letters with her increased authority, and it wouldn't require her to pay too much. After weighing the situation slightly, Lin Ming quickly replied, resentment, unwillingness, can draw the attention and invitation of the bazaar game. If the verification is successful, remember to give me more favors. Song Shui was a bit incredulous. That simple? That's going to be hard. You're in a high position now. Resentment and unwillingness are that easy to obtain? Lin Ming replied. Also right. Song Shui replied and then sent another address. At the moment, with my authority, I can only risk giving you one. You need to go as soon as possible. The other party has already called the police, and the officials will soon intervene. Don't worry, when it's verified that you're right about this method, my status will rise, and then I'll get you lots and lots of invitations, and make sure that you won't be left behind. But you have to be careful. Don't play yourself into oblivion. Lin Ming was a little surprised. I did not expect to get an invitation letter so quickly. There are official people as good to do things. He immediately packed his things and went straight to the location Song Shui had said. Song Shui, who was hiding in the women's restroom, put away her cell phone and went out of the restroom straight to the conference room. She entered and looked at the crowd of people with stony faces, as well as the 5 old men on the other side of the live conference on the big screen, and quickly said, it just occurred to me how the creepy game chooses its people, and you'll know by investigating the profiles of those who entered the game that they all have one thing in common. That is, they usually live a very unsatisfactory life, or they have all recently encountered some troubles that fill them with resentment and grievances. So I guess that's the reason why they were chosen by the spooky game. Inside the conference room, everyone's eyes lit up. In particular, no one in the video conference showed a joyful expression. I've been having people research what these people entering the game have in common lately, and I didn't expect to be found by you first, but are you sure about this? This current information we have is still too little. I also suddenly thought of it when I was reading the information. I can only say try. Song Shui knew that this was definitely accurate. After all, it was Lin Ming who said it, but she still had to act like she wasn't sure so as not to be suspected. It's okay, I think we can give it a try. If it succeeds, it'll be a great honor for you, Song Shui, and we'll be able to grasp free access to the game ahead of other countries. What do you all think? No, one immediately suggested. The others looked at each other, lowered their voices in discussion, and then chose to agree. Everyone in the Trickster Bureau immediately began to run up and began to prepare to cooperate with the Special Forces team into the Trickster game. No matter how much training you go through, you don't grow up as fast as you do in a spooky game. Then there's the fact that other countries are already frantically piling up human lives to gain points to be the first to extract superpowers. Huaxia can't use that kind of evil, but it can't lag behind either. While they were meeting to prepare, Lin Ming had arrived at the place Song Shui had provided. It's a basement with a dozen or so houses built up illegally for rent to the public. This basement was dark, damp, never saw sunlight for years, and filled with a strange odor. I'll be damned if the people who live here don't have grievances. Lin Ming heard crying when he arrived in the basement. It was coming from a cramped little room. He padded over and heard the man inside going crazy, cursing why he had been chosen by the bazaar game when he was so miserable. Gee, is it possible that it's because you've had such a miserable life that you've been chosen? Poverty is the original sin of all misery. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief before walking into the room. In the messy room, a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes of life was lying on the bed and crying, and there was a great smell of cigarettes and alcohol. When Lin Ming came in, the middle-aged man just cried and didn't even notice him. He picked up the invitation and envelope that had been thrown in the corner, and with his spiritual energy gathered on top of his fingers, he wrote his name. When that was done, Lin Ming slipped out the door again. From the beginning, the crumbling middle-aged man didn't even notice. With that kind of mentality and alertness, Lin Ming shook his head. This dude was dead. Soon, the countdown ended. In the midst of a mournful and terrified cry in the room, Lin Ming and the middle-aged man disappeared together. When he entered the bazaar game, Lin Ming was dismayed to find that he had appeared in the middle of a room. What's going on? Based on the previous 2 experiences, shouldn't you show up in front of a building with the mist behind you and someone to pick you up to go to work? Why did you show up in a room this time? Lin Ming subconsciously surveyed the room and realized that it was just a very ordinary bedroom. There were beds and desks and books and pens and everything smelled normal. If it wasn't for the fact that the dead air here was so thick and scary, Lin Ming would have thought that he hadn't entered the bazaar game. At the same time, there were voices in his ears. This copy is a quest-style copy, and requires you to complete certain quests before you can leave. So now issue your players certain quests. Player Lin Ming, please find the missing little girl. Quest detail, that little girl is somewhere in this residential building, and residential buildings are full of spooks. Don't startle them. Time limit for the mission, 24 hours. Mission punishment, obliteration. Lin Ming had thought that the bizarre game is all business class copy it. I did not expect quite tart. So much to please the master of the little tricks. But, don't startle the creepiness of the building? Oh, the old man surprised them to death. Lin Ming estimated that he had hope for his promotion to foundation establishment this time, and the 10,000 soul streamer could no longer be empty. Chapter 29 Conflict of Rules and Ghostly Contracts. Lin Ming didn't panic at all when he found out about the quest, and was even in the mood to check the rewards that he hadn't had time to check last time. Fragments of a decaying convenience store. This one was the only special item he hadn't looked at the function of last time. When he tapped on the details, when you use the shard, you gain the right to operate and manage the place that the shard represents, and all revenues generated by the place during the shard's existence are distributed to you. I'm a GM? No, it should be NPCs. Lin Ming drifted off, but it didn't help. The rotten convenience store had already been gleaned of his goods. There was nothing to sell, and he didn't think anyone would go there, unless it's rented out. This game world is still pretty free, and those shenanigans won't be too restrictive, so maybe there will actually be shenanigans willing to rent their convenience store. With this idea in mind, Lin Ming decided to turn around and give it a try. Then there's the coin of doom, a ghostly, gambler-style prop. First make a wish, then flip a coin. Heads the wish is granted, tails itself suffers a reversal. Note, the bigger the wish, the greater the chance of throwing it to the opposite side, and the stronger the backlash effect. Lin Ming casually threw it into the mailbox. He cannot use this little. Turn around and see if you can sell it. As for now, it's still a good idea to pass the copy first, because it's a quest-based copy. You need to complete the quest to get out. Lin Ming immediately began searching the room, trying to find some clues. First up are those books and hopefully some diary-type stuff. Decent people don't keep diaries, but spooky will. In various urban stories, the protagonist finds clues by searching into some scattered diary entries, but Lin Ming looked through the desk and realized it was all hurtful literature. Blood against the river. Liang Shang, can we not be orthopedic? Cutting the left ear. The diary wasn't found, but from the pink room decor and some girly items, Lin Ming could tell that the former owner of this room shouldn't be older than 20. As for the books used by the students for school, they were not found, and I wonder if the owner of this room took them away to class. Lin Ming rummaged through the rest of the room again. Nothing under the bed. In the closet, where Creepy loves to hide. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Who is it? Lin Ming subconsciously responded, but after finishing his sentence, he suddenly reacted to something. It's not your own room. It's the creepy room. Wait, why would I respond to a knock on the door? That's not true. I didn't want to respond. Is this room affecting me? Lin Ming revealed a look of surprise, not realizing that he had been affected by this room without even realizing it. Because of his response, the knocking at the door faded abruptly. A few moments later, there was a violent slamming of the door and a man yelling hysterically. Who are you? Why are you in my daughter's room? That little has brought a man home again, hasn't she? Come out. You come out. Lin Ming was even more amazed. This mission-style script with a plot? So the ultimate goal of this quest is actually to get all sorts of hints and get through the level by playing as a certain character and plotting with the shenanigans here? It's kinda fun. Bam! Bam! The door to the room was slammed. Whoa! Wow! The doorknob was twisted frantically. The roar of the man outside, too, became shrill. Come out. You little, I'm going to chop you to death. Didn't you say you would love me for the rest of your life? You even dared to cheat Dad. Lin Ming didn't expect the plot of this weird game to be so exciting. Click. With a crunching sound, the door to the room was suddenly split open right in the center of the room by an axe, revealing half of its chilling blade. This was followed by 2 consecutive slashes, splitting a large hole in the door, and a hideous face that looked as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid appeared in the crack of the door, staring at a pair of large eyes full of blood, staring deathly at the only living person in the room. Lin Ming, sure enough. There's a man. I saw you. I saw you. The deathly aura in the room suddenly surged and stirred, making Lin Ming feel as if he had jumped into a river. And looking at that hideous ghostly face, Lin Ming realized that the other party was angry about his manhood, not angry that he was a living man. Besides, what kind of axe do you ghosts use? And you can't even open a door? Lin Ming even suspected that this ghost was so weak that he didn't even dare to burrow under his own covers. With total curiosity, Lin Ming walked towards the door of the room and opened it up. In fact, he was perfectly capable of using his skills to turn himself into the female ghost he had killed before, which would allow him to escape the men. But he doesn't, because he could this punk outside with one hand. Outside the door, the man is about 1 meter 9 tall, stout as if it were a bear, and carrying a fire axe in his hand, looking hideous and vicious to the extreme. Anyone else facing such a perverted enemy would be scared to death. I'm afraid. Lin Ming, however, just asked with his usual expression. let me ask you, do you know about the missing little girl? This missing little girl, it couldn't be the daughter this man is talking about, could it? If that's the case, it's a great find. The man's face twisted in anger, making it even uglier. What little girl? I don't know. Where is that one? Let that one come out to see me, or I'll chop you up and then go in and chop her up. So damn noisy. Lin Ming didn't bother with nonsense and directly flew and kicked the man to the ground. The man saw that Lin Ming still dared to make a move, furious and wanted to counterattack, but he only felt that the kick was too powerful to resist, and fell heavily to the ground, his body in pain as if it were a boiled prawn, his face suffocated and curled up into a ball. Lin Ming walked over to the man and stomped on him with one foot, his other hand drawing the ghost spirit contract on his forehead. With the completion of the contract, the originally terrified and angry man's face gradually calmed down, and the eyes that looked at Lin Ming were devoid of anger and mania, only submission. Master. The man prostrated himself on the ground like a dog wagging its tail. Lin Ming looked at him. Tell me where that missing little girl is. Which missing little girl did Master say? The man was bewildered. All of them, I guess. At least the little girls who went missing in this building. Lin Ming gave a rough range. The man was terrified. Master, I don't know. No one has ever gone missing from this building. Lin Ming frowned. With the ghost spirit contract in place, it was impossible for this guy to betray himself. So not knowing should mean that he really didn't know. Of course, it could be that the rules don't allow it to be said. Then do you know the rules in this building? Lin Ming inquired as he surveyed the home. Without waiting for the man to answer, he saw a piece of paper taped to the wall. House rules. 1. At home dad is supreme and any order must be obeyed. 2. Daughter must be home first thing every day after school at noon and in the evening. 3. The daughter must do everything she can to make her father happy every day. 4. Daughters are not allowed to bring home any men, but they may bring female classmates. 5. Daughters not allowed to wear clothes at home. And then it gets even more unpleasant later on. Lin Ming looked at the man with a disgusted expression. You're so perverted? Is that your own daughter? No, it's the one I brought from my second marriage. The one who rolled up my money and ran off with a wild man. So I'm going to make her daughter pay me back. The man respectfully climbed over and explained. Also master, there are no rules in this building. No rules? Lin Ming doesn't believe it. The weird game relies on the rules to control the players and the weirdness. If there are no rules then it wouldn't be over the top. It should be some hidden rule that a person needs to find out for themselves, and if they violate it they may. Ah! There was a sudden, mournful scream from outside the door. The screams echoed through the hallway, continuous, not knowing if they came from upstairs or downstairs, but the voice was familiar. Lin Ming could hear that it was the man he had met in the basement earlier. At that time, when someone went around his house and the guy didn't even notice, Lin Ming was sure that this guy would die very early. I didn't realize it had been less than an hour since I came in and the person was no more. I guess I didn't hide well and was seen by creepy? Lin Ming lamented. The man on the ground, however, suddenly said, No master, you do not break the rules, we will not appear. Lin Ming looked at the man on the ground in confusion. I thought you said there were no rules. Yes, there are no rules in this building, the man repeated seriously. Yoo-hoo, interesting. Chapter 30, Reflection in the Water. Lin Ming laughed, because he realized that something was clashing with the ghostly contract on this man. Should be the rule here. This copy prohibits NPCs from telling players about the rules. But then again, the ghost spirit contract doesn't allow ghost slaves to hide from their masters, so the two sides are battling it out. I have to say, the heavenly evil kung fu is still fierce enough. With the ghost spirit contract that Lin Ming had cast at this refining stage, he was actually able to fight against the rules within the bizarre game for a bit. Name all the rules you know. Lin Ming ordered the man. There are no rules in this building. Rules, don't look in the mirror. No, there are no rules. Stay away from the pictures. Aha. The man answered with a businesslike demeanor for a moment, then with immense devotion, and then gradually became twisted. It began to agonize, began to struggle, and as it spoke, it began to scream in agony, and black smoke was whistling out of its body. It was dead air. Dead air was breaking away from the man's body. Not good. It's going to be obliterated. Lin Ming immediately shook the 10,000 soul streamer and took the man in. Even so, the man in the 10,000 soul streamer was rapidly turning into dead air and finally disappearing completely. So tough? You can't even protect the soul streamer? Looks like I'm still too weak. Or the rules of the weird game are a bit stronger. Lin Ming decided that it would be better to stop fighting the weird game for now and upgrade first. When I promote myself to the transitional stage, let's see if I'll you or not and be done with it. Lin Ming had one less ghost slave, so he didn't waste any more. He was now at the 6th level of chi refining, and he was striving to try and build his foundation here today. Before that ghost slave died just now, he still revealed two pieces of information. Don't look in the mirror and stay away from photos. Lin Ming immediately looked around for a mirror and searched the entire house without seeing one. So angry that he wanted to take a leak and look at himself. Yeah, water should be able to act as a mirror too, right? Lin Ming searched and immediately went to the toilet sink. There are no mirrors here, but there's still water. He clattered a sink full of water, and when he looked closely he could indeed vaguely see his own reflection. This made Lin Ming happy, bracing his hands on the sink, leaning over slightly and just staring dead at his reflection in the water. A minute later, the calm water suddenly rippled. Lin Ming's face, which was originally handsome, reflected in the water, had the corners of his mouth raised in a bizarre arc. He's laughing. No, it's laughing. Lin Ming didn't expect this to work. It seems the shenanigans in this building have their own rules. Nothing can come out and slither around, only if it breaks their rules. The water rippled more and more, even as Lin Ming's face in the water suddenly split open. It was as if his forehead had been slashed, and suddenly a bloody gash opened up. At the same time, Lin Ming also felt a pain in his forehead, as if he had really been slashed. Then the pain began to spread, from his forehead all the way down to his nose, to his mouth, to his throat. Inside the water Lin Ming reflection face is also really cracked. Skin and flesh turned out, deep visible bone. Blood continues to gush out, stained red wash basin water. The water was really red and surprisingly it tasted like real blood. Bloody, horrible, but blood donation station employees in hospitals are ecstatic. That's untold amounts of blood. If you build a sterile workshop and tie the ghosts inside for constant output, you can probably solve the problem of not having enough blood in the hospital in one go. But Lin Ming just looked at the pool curiously. Is that all the tricks this ghost has? Suddenly, his hand trembled, surprisingly a little uncontrollably, and he slowly raised it. Lin Ming looked at his hand. After his refining stage, his flesh had undergone a metamorphosis, not to say like white jade, but also called white and tender, but at this time was slowly becoming rough and wrinkled, becoming not like his hand, but rather like an old woman's hand, and the nails were becoming longer and sharper, and then slowly put the nails on his face, little by little stabbing into the skin. According to this trend, the next step should be the same as the reflection in the water just now, using nails to slice the face one by one, cutting it into the same way as in the reflection just now, right? If this were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. Lin Ming, however, only operated his spiritual energy and infused his right hand. Only a scream could be heard as his right hand instantly returned to normal and violently grabbed into the pool. Obviously his hand reached into the pool, but instead of encountering water, it felt like he reached into some special place. At this point the water is no longer water, but the medium of that ghost. Lin Ming felt a grip on his opponent and pulled outward with all his might. In the sink, a wrinkled hand was yanked out of him, the very same one his hand had just turned into. Let go of me, let go. A woman's voice filled with rage came from the sink, and the wrinkled hand struggled desperately. Lin Ming infused his spiritual energy and continuously exerted force, hardening the female ghost and yanking an arm and a head out of the pool. It was the face of an old woman with a long scar on her face, just like the one seen in the reflection. So it's because she's become this way herself and doesn't want to look in the mirror, so she has to make everyone who does look in the mirror become like her? The old woman was yanked out and looked at Lin Ming in shock and anger, not expecting this guy to be so powerful. She could sense that she was no match for this guy and immediately went to cut off her arm with her sharp nails, trying to escape. Anyway, her ghostly body could still be repaired, and at most, she would lose some of the dead energy she had cultivated for so long. Lin Ming was shocked to realize that it was not good, and his eyes and hands quickly swooped over, and then drained the water in the pool. With the water drained and the medium of escape gone, this female ghost was instantly stuck between reality and illusion. Most of her body was in a void, an arm and a head resting in a pool, unable to get out or back in. The female ghost is dumbfounded, like holding one arm high there. Her tattered face is all confused. No, man, what's going on here? The female ghost has been running the trickster circle for so many years, scaring and killing who knows how many people, and for the first time, she has been broken like this. What's the point of having fun like this? On second thought, though, the female ghost felt that having a face stuck here was one of those unfortunate things. If I stuck an ass here, I could have 2 a year myself by the looks of this young man's fire. Lin Ming watched as the female ghost was controlled, and without any nonsense, he immediately stepped forward and began to plant a ghost spirit contract. The female ghost's face is stuck in the sink. Because of the angle, can only see Lin Ming's crotch, can't see anything else. So when she saw Lin Ming stepping forward and approaching herself, out of the corner of her eye, she also found him gesticulating on her forehead. She was anxious. What are you going to do? Dead man, don't come over. My mouth can't be used. I have bad breath, and mouth ulcers. Be careful of infecting you, and I give my man are not used. If you dare to insult me, Be careful if I give you bite down. Ah. Lin Ming listened to this guy's rambling with a look of impatience. I'm still going down on you. Look at your age and your broken face. If I'm going to go down on you, that falls under the category of you taking advantage of me. Chapter 31 Palace Jade Wine? When the ghost spirit contract was planted, the old woman finally quieted down, and even cooperated by opening her mouth. Master, please enjoy. You've been controlled and you're still thinking about it? Lin Ming blackened his face and coldly asked, can you come out? Master, I'm stuck. I can do whatever you want. I just can't get out, the old woman said obediently. Lin Ming could sort of see that it was actually this female ghost who wanted it badly, right? You've got to be kidding me. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ming casually turned on the faucet and let the water fill the sink. Come out. The female ghost slowly crawled out of the water. Not wet at all. Just as well. Lin Ming didn't want to see a wet granny, waiting for the female ghost to come out. Lin Ming thought to himself that he couldn't ask about the rules, so he would ask in a different way. Which room do you live in, can you tell? I live in 102. The female ghost dutifully replied. Shall I make the bed? Will you stop molesting me? Know about the missing little girl? Lin Ming asked, forcibly holding back his discomfort. Okay, master. I don't know. The female ghost was honest and no longer persistent. Another one that doesn't know about little girls? No wonder this quest was left behind. It does seem to be hard to find. So do you have any family? Lin Ming decided to hit the whole nest this time. Yes, I have some more moms and dads. Do you need me to call them out for you? The female ghost asked. Some parents? Lin Ming was puzzled, feeling that in front of this title, it seemed that the wrong quantifier had been used. The female ghost explained, when I first became creepy, they even resented my ugliness, so I killed them while they were looking in the mirror and cut them into pieces. Even after they died they were still being enslaved by me. Master, I'm awesome, right? Lin Ming looked at the female ghost's complacent appearance and didn't know what to say, only squeezing out 3 words after a long time. Good job. Thank you, master, for the compliment. The female ghost was joyful. If master likes it, I'll go and chop them up a bit more. Or really, I'll fry them up in a pot for you to drink? Rather, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Ming politely declined and thought of a serious matter. By the way, are you still able to give birth to children now? Previously, at the decaying convenience store, Lin Ming had seen the history books that were used to pass down knowledge and thought that these shenanigans should be able to give birth. Otherwise, what's the point of having schools? The female ghost reveals the color of surprise. Could it be that today the old iron tree, is going to open its legs? Not blossom. Can you really give birth? Lin Ming was surprised. How? Master, you are so bad. Just use a small stick and pestle. The female ghost said shyly. Be serious. I'm asking you how a ghost body can conceive a child. Don't you guys have no entities? Lin Ming asked with a black face. When the female ghost saw that Lin Ming was really angry, she then forced herself to resist the urge to offer her body and said, I don't know, but it's just that it can give birth. Otherwise, what do you need a hospital for? Lin Ming's eyes flashed. How? A hospital? You guys still get sick? Isn't it just a matter of cutting off the ghost body and fixing it? All of our ghost bodies have been cultivated for a long time before being condensed. Cutting them down will indeed restore them, but the consumption is also great. If you go to the hospital, some of the injuries can be treated for much less than cutting yourself. Besides, there are a lot of problems that the removal of a ghostly body won't cure, such as some of the special injuries of other ghosts. There are sick ghosts that can make other ghosts get sick or grow special things through their abilities, and then they have to go to the hospital to have them removed. And you need to go to the hospital to have an abortion. Does the master have a misunderstanding of the spooky? Explained in scientific terms, we are another life form, not simply the kind of after-death ghost children you imagine. The female ghost explained seriously, trying to correct her master's misperception of herself. Master, you can't refuse to sleep with me just because I'm a ghost. Lin Ming realized that he felt that he had gone into the wrong area. Thought there was dead air. What Blue Star calls ghosts. Thinking that if you can be controlled by a ghostly spirit contract, you are a ghostly spirit. But what is this place? Creepy Games. Spooky is spooky, but spooky can be more than just spooky. So Creepy Games is about creating another form of life, right? Could it be that there is some brain-dead bigot who thinks carbon-based organisms are unreliable and is going to try a new species? Lin Ming could only say, thank you, Ao, for this brain-dead behavior. If it wasn't for that big guy, he wouldn't have been able to get into the spooky game and cultivate immortality. When he thought about this clearly, Lin Ming immediately said to the female ghost, how many points do you have? 325. I'm stuck here and don't have many points. The female ghost said, trapped here? Lin Ming was just about to continue asking when he was suddenly startled to realize that something was wrong, as he saw a look of trepidation on the female ghost's face. This breaks the rules. He immediately reached out, grabbed the female ghost and began to frantically absorb her dead chi while yelling, "Give me your points." The female ghost was twisting, struggling, but not resisting Lin Ming because she was willing to die for him. It's a painful reaction to being penalized by rules that are being destroyed. Lin Ming had absorbed 2/3 of the female ghost's dead chi. Refinement of chi 6th level, 97%. Luckily, he reacted in time and took a wave while it was hot and didn't waste it. And this female ghost is good to die. Otherwise Lin Ming is really afraid of one day to fall asleep. This female ghost quietly climbed up his bed, and then once he opened his eyes to see her under his own pounding, that would definitely make him lose interest in women from that point on. Tinkerbell. A bunch of coins spilled out onto the floor. Those were points. Before she died, the female ghost offered her entire fortune to Lin Ming. Lin Ming picked up the points without any sense of guilt and absorbed them into his mailbox, which now had 705 points, 300 short of passing 1,000 to extract the ability into reality. However, Lin Ming really didn't feel excited at all, because he's awesome in reality too. Now there's another way to draw out the shenanigans, and that's photos. However, Lin Ming had looked at it just now when he was looking for the mirror. There were no photos in the room and there were no relevant and useful clues. It looks like you won't find much information in this room, so you'll have to check out the next house. Lin Ming pushed open the door of his house and came into the hallway. The building was clean and the walls were snow white, like they had just been painted. The floor was also free of debris and swept clean. Thought it would be a wall full of blood and internal organs, or even eyes or something. Lin Ming searched, his eyes looking towards the door of the opposite room. 301. It's an old building with no elevator and just 2 homes on one floor. Lin Ming was about to go across the street to his home to take a look, when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the staircase there, and a cautious voice coming, "Palace Jade Liquor?" Lin Ming's feet lurched and he looked back. "Players, ha?" The man didn't speak, just inquired, "Palace Jade Wine?" Chapter 32, ING thank you, 180 a cup. Lin Ming replied. The other man, visibly relieved, slowly came up from the bottom of the stairs. It was a young man in a tracksuit with a sports watch on his wrist, as if he was working out when he was targeted and brought into the bizarre game. When the sportsman saw what Lin Ming was wearing, and his rosy face, he became even more relaxed. "Finally, I've seen a living person. I was scared to death just now. A creepy just floated past my eyes. Luckily I hit it stealthily." Lin Ming's eyes lit up. "You saw creepy? Where is it? Quickly take me there." "You're sick. What's the point of looking for creepy? You're not afraid to die. Besides, it's floating away. How do I know where it went?" The athletic man disliked it without a good reason and showed his full confident look again. "Alright brother, seeing as how you don't seem to be too bright in the head, from now on, you'll follow me. I'm not going to lie. I've been working out for 5 years and practicing Muay Thai, and with a small body like yours, I'll you 5 no problem." Lin Ming looked at the athletic man who had already started to unzip his zipper to show off his muscles, and was speechless. Frack. He pulled open the door to room 301 in front of him and went right in. The sports guy was furious when he heard him cursing, catching up and yanking the door open. "Who the are you cursing at?" The voice stopped abruptly, because inside room 301, Lin Ming was standing in the entranceway, and in the living room stood a butcher with a bloodstained kitchen knife in his hand, staring viciously at the doorway. The athletic man instantly turned bloodless and screamed that he was sorry before slamming the door heavily behind him and pulling away. As he ran, he mentally cursed. Asterisk 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 purebred big, you have nothing to do blindly into other people's homes for what? Triggering the rules to draw out the weirdness. Right, even lousy almost killed. The athletic man rushed downstairs, this time choosing to go downstairs just in time to see a man poking his head out of the door to room 102, and stopped dead in his tracks. "Palace Jade Liquor? 180 a cup." The guy in room 102 also showed a happy face. "Dude, Blue Star? Yes, I'm alive. Let me in first." The athletic man went downstairs while looking back, afraid of a ghost coming after him. The 102s were a little surprised. "What are you running for? There's a messing around with someone's door, triggering the rules and invoking shenanigans. They're probably all dead at this point, so let me in and close the door or they might come after me," Sportsman said quickly. The 102s were also startled and immediately opened the door and let the sports guy in to discuss his next move. Lin Ming is walking towards the butcher. He hadn't seen Butcher when he opened the door and came in just now, but rather, after opening the door, the guy had suddenly appeared in the living room, as if he had been temporarily refreshed. In fact, Lin Ming felt that he should have just triggered the rules himself and this guy suddenly refreshed. "I hate it when people come into my house. That time I was clearly just trying to kill the damn leader when a thief broke in, so I chopped them up together. I was obviously resting today, and you snuck in to disturb me again, so it looks like I'm going to have to chop you up as well." The butcher's face was covered in blood and he kept approaching Lin Ming with his kitchen knife. Lin Ming glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand and calmly said, "This thing is still chopping up people? Do you know that the outer layer of human bones is dense bone with a tight structure that can resist 200 to 400 kilograms of pressure? While the blade of the chopper in your hand is so thin, even if you are strong, but limited by the blade, you won't be able to fully explode all your strength on the bones, and it will also result in the chopper curling its edge. Want to know how to chop someone up? Bypassing the joints, muscles, ligaments and other tissues in the human body. First stabbing in through the softest stomach with one guy, then along here. Where are you looking? I have a picture on my face, right? Look at the position of my hand gesture. Hey yes, look at my hand gesture of this. From the ribcage this quickly cut upwards, and then avoid the shoulder. From the armpit across, and then along the spine all the way down to the toe bone and from the calf before circling back. We'll be able to the whole person's meat and skeleton quickly separated. Learn it? The butcher suddenly didn't know what to say, and stared stupidly at Lin Ming. Did you run into a fellow traveler? Nope, it's the seniors. Butcher dropped to his knees with a thud and said sincerely, Coach, I want to kill someone. Well, how nice. Lin Ming took a big step over and started writing a ghostly spirit contract on the butcher's face with his hand. By the time the deed was planted, the butcher hadn't even resisted, and he thought it was some kind of instruction. The result was that Lin Ming had taken in this weirdness without bloodshed and effortlessly. Butcher watched him finish painting, subconsciously touched his face. Master, what did you do to my face? Hey no, why should I call you master? You pit me. I'm going to chop dead. Master sorry, how can I scold you? I'm going to chop myself to death. Oh. The butcher swung his knife and was about to chop himself up. Lin Ming waved his hand. Alright, I forgive you. Thank you master. Butcher thanked him sadly. He's controlled, but still has self-awareness, so he occasionally tries to fight back, but can't fight the contract at all, just like he can't fight the rules. Tell me, have you seen the missing little girl? Lin Ming asked. Missing little girls? There aren't any little girls in this building. Oh, just the girl across the hall still calls herself small, but she's also read a lot of men. She's only in high school, and has slept with more men than I've ever killed, and is the only creep I've ever been convinced of, Butcher said honestly. Truthfully, Lin Ming was also very convinced, but he's pretty sure that the missing little girl he's looking for won't be 302's daughter. First of all because this daughter would have been a teenager, not so young. Secondly, she's not a girl anymore. 3 consecutive tenants in the building said they didn't know about the missing little girl, so odds are it wasn't someone from the building, but an outsider who went missing while in the building. Do any of you else here have a particular penchant for killing people or like to grab little girls? Lin Ming could see that every resident in this building was skilled and should have had this damn fetish as well. Butcher shook his head hesitantly. No, I don't think so. Let's see what these residents love to do. The 101 resident is the building manager, the most powerful, and has a cleanliness fetish and just likes to go around checking for hygiene. The tenants of 102 are a family of 3, I think, and there's an old woman, ugly, who just likes to think about men, but she's quite dutiful. She just chops up her parents and freezes them in the freezer. The 201 residents only play games and were starved to death before they were born. The 202 occupants are too lazy for a batch and just like to sleep. 302 is that sick father and daughter. 301 is the most normal me. 401 couples don't get along all day and get divorced. 402 on the contrary, it is said that they have never been able to conceive a child, and are eager to have one, but they like obedient ones, so they never cut off a man's legs, make him as tall as a child, and raise him as a child. As for the 5th floor, it's empty. No one lives here. There are only 5 floors. Chapter 33, Those Moms and Dads in the Fridge. Lin Ming heard the butcher's introduction and noticed a big problem. Wait a minute. This is a residential building, not a rental house. Why do you sound like you're alone in several homes? Butcher hemmed and hawed. Family? Of course they were all eaten by us. We creepy can also eat each other and come to strengthen ourselves. Okay, then do you know anything else? Lin Ming was a little disappointed. I had thought that there were a lot of people in the residential building, so I would be able to swallow some of them and then send some into the 10,000 souls. I didn't realize it was just 5 floors and only 4 were occupied. However, all of these guys do look like they're very strong, so I'm sure they'll have no problem using them to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Is there any information you haven't told me? Lin Ming asked. The butcher dutifully shook his head. All that can be said. What about having points? You don't have any points? Lin Ming was dissatisfied and even doubted that this guy was able to fight against the ghost spirit contract. But the butcher said awkwardly, I have been preparing to buy a house recently, and the points have all been used to pay the loan. So I don't have any money, and I suggest that you don't need to ask the other guys. They are just as anxious to move out from here as I am, and they have all taken out a loan, and they are very poor. Sure enough, there are capitalists everywhere. Lin Ming was filled with displeasure. Since you don't have any money, come on, become part of my power. The butcher's face was filled with horror. He wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't do it. He wanted to escape but couldn't. He could only watch as he walked up to Lin Ming and slowly lay down, as if a human female Shang, sadly allowing Lin Ming to enjoy himself. You should have memorized the sword technique I taught you just now, right? Now I'm going to show you a real sword technique. You only get one chance. Make sure you remember it. Lin Ming said thoughtfully. The butcher wants to cry in his heart. I remember your grandmother's leg. What's the point of even memorizing it? I won't even have an ass by then. Never mind. Just in case Creepy dies and turns into something else. The butcher remembered that he was a living man turned creepy and expected to be turned into an even more ferocious being after death. So he stared and waited for Lin Ming to show his blade skills. When I learn your strong knife skills, if I still exist, I'll chop you up. Lin Ming took the kitchen knife, infused it with spiritual energy, and violently slashed at the butcher's chest. Not the slightest bit of skill, just brute force. The butcher cried out in a mournful and miserable voice. Master, why don't you use the sword technique you just mentioned? Oh, that sword technique is too weak. Only for weaklings like you. A powerful man like me can be killed with a single slash. Lin Ming split open the butcher's chest and sucked out his dead energy. Dead ghosts are cheating. You are not a person nah. With endless sadness, the butcher became a part of Lin Ming. Deadliness plus 12. 000. Chi refining 7th level, 60%. Stronger again. Lin Ming revealed a smile. As long as one wasn't the kind of pervert who needed the 3000th layer of chi refining, it was expected that one would build the foundation today. He got up slowly and looked around the room, checking it routinely. Since no one knew the missing little girl, it would be the other party hiding somewhere in this building. The safest way is to search every room, see if there's anyone, or a clue. Lin Ming searched the room and again found nothing. That made him sit on the couch and think. Something's not right. These people didn't recognize the little girl at all and there was absolutely no information in the room. So it's definitely not right to be so smothered. Still have to start with a copy of the prompt. Quest advancement copy. To put it bluntly, you're just getting the job done, aren't you? But one's mission is to find the missing little girl. Oh, Lin Ming suddenly responded. When he first came in, the spooky game said that player Lin Ming's mission was to find the missing little girl. Why make a point of saying it's your own quest? Which suggests that the other players coming in might have different quests. Go find that kid from earlier and ask him what the mission is. Lin Ming remembered that the kid had gone downstairs, all the way down the stairs. He came to the second floor and was about to push his way in to ask if anyone was there. Just listen to the terrified screams coming from the 102 side. It sounds like it's coming from a living person, because creepy would sound even more miserable and scary if he tried to scream. But 102? That seems to be the home of the female ghost who triggered the rules by looking in the mirror earlier. It's not possible that someone found those parents of the female ghost, is it? Lin Ming immediately rushed to the door of 102, tugged on the door, and found that he couldn't open it. He worked his psychic energy and pulled hard on the door handle. Click! The door lock was instantly deformed and the door would not lock. A force-pulling mage. Who can stand this stuff? This steel door for burglary can't stand it. Lin Ming walked into the room and saw 4 people standing in the corner of the living room, looking in the direction of the kitchen in horror. In the kitchen, the refrigerator door was open. Lin Ming walked over, his footsteps drawing the attention of the 4. Who? The athletic man reacted the quickest, turning back in horror. When he saw that it was Lin Ming, he stared incredulously. How did you come? Are you a human or a ghost? The 3 people next to him all became more nervous when they heard this question as well. Regardless of whether Lin Ming was a human or a ghost, it was definitely not normal for him to be asked this kind of question by a sportsman. They immediately hid a bit further away, wary of Lin Ming. Lin Ming walked towards the kitchen, intending to eat a full meal first. There was also a young girl in a JK dress but with heavy makeup inside the 4, who hastened to warn, "Don't go over there. There are ghosts." The other 3 panicked and went to cover her mouth to keep her from talking nonsense. Lin Ming walked into the kitchen without stopping his footsteps, closing the kitchen door with his hand. This surprised and puzzled all 4. What was that guy doing in the kitchen? And that idle attitude. How it's like going home. Does he live in the fridge too? Lin Ming closed the kitchen door because he didn't want these people to see what he was going to do. At this point he slowly crouched down and looked at the refrigerator. The refrigerator door was open, and the drawers on the frozen level had been emptied, leaving only 2 chopped and frozen bodies in a ball. Both bodies were all in pieces, right down to their noses, eyes and mouths. At this moment a half eye frozen in ice was still looking at Lin Ming, blinking and blinking. A bloody severed finger wiggled as if to greet him. There was also a half-open mouth that emitted a man's voice. Why open the fridge? Little brother, we could have left you alone, but now, we want you to come in with us. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming looked at the remaining space in the refrigerator and laughed. I won't go in. The place is too small. It's better for you guys to come out. With that, he reached down and pulled out the old couple, but just as he touched the two ghosts, his body unexpectedly began to crack as well. It was a skill, a special skill, that was forced to shatter into a heap just by touching it. When a living person encounters this ability, naturally they will die. Creepy encounters this ability and is also temporarily controlled. The ability is pretty strong, but unfortunately the trigger conditions are too harsh. Who has nothing better to do than touch shenanigans? As far as contact occurring between the physical bodies of both parties during a sparring match, I'm a hallowed evil cultivator, and I can curse and kill my opponent from 1,000 miles away without showing my face. What's the point of fighting the other side? The only thing that could make Lin Ming willing to physically fight with the other party was a beautiful woman, and it had to be in bed. Lin Ming ran his spiritual energy to fight against the force cutting through his body, then absorbed the two old ghosts. Deadliness plus 8,000. Chi refining 7th level, 80%. Chapter 34. Handsomer than the little brother who rode the Ghostfire warp head. Lin Ming frowned. These two old geezers only had 8,000 dead chi combined? Still weak, but the math was right. The butcher should be a family of 3. And after being absorbed by the butcher, he himself would then absorb the butcher, and be able to grow 12,000 dead chi. Hopefully the other shenanigans are a little more powerful. Lin Ming got up, opened the kitchen door and was about to go out, but suddenly thought of something and returned. He closed the refrigerator door, and at that moment, the 4 people who had been hiding in the living room had tiptoed over to the foyer, apparently to escape. Lin Ming greeted. Hey! The 4 of them were all agitated, and they didn't dare to move. All come back. Let's talk. Lin Ming casually sat on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Those 4 people didn't dare to come back, didn't even dare to turn around. They just looked at each other, communicating with their eyes whether they should just run away or whether they should go back. What are you afraid of? I'm a living person. Look guys, I still have a shadow. Lin Ming stood under the light and showed them his shadow. A few people carefully turned around and saw that Lin Ming was indeed in shadow, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. So yeah, the living are just so gullible. They're still blindly relying on those experiences they read about in novels and on TV on the Blue Planet, believing that ghosts must not have shadows. Unlike Lin Ming, who only blindly relied on his own strength. Whether you have a shadow or not, just do it. It is a living person you do not say earlier. The young play what high cold. If I scare me out of heart disease, you have to sell your house and car, believe it or not. One of the 4 people, an old man wearing an old man's shirt with a mole on his brow, complained in a bad mood. Sportsman also blared at Lin Ming and said, I can see that. Hitting just now when you were in 301 for pretending to draw out a creepy. And now you're doing it to a creepy. You're supposed to be a veteran player, aren't you? But even if you're a veteran player, you should work together in a copy. You shouldn't just act like a pussy, or you'll screw everyone over. But since you came to us, did you also think you couldn't handle it alone? As long as you do everything as commanded next and stop messing around, we can admit you. Otherwise the 4 of us may not be unable to pass. Adding you as a disobedient person would be troublesome instead. The man next to him who hadn't said anything nodded his head back and forth, indicating the same idea. That old man shirt Moncler outlet store even gave the sportsman a thumbs up. That's a good way to say it. It's worthy of being the leader we elected. The athletic man revealed a slightly smug look, but when he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes carried a defensive look in them. This was because he felt that Lin Ming, a veteran player, could possibly compete for the position of leader of his squad, but that JK girl was thinking differently than any of the 3 next to her. She's the spiritual little sister in the real world, and she loves the good-looking and intimidating people like this. It's better looking than those little brothers who ride Ghostfire motorcycles and can cock their bikes. That was why the JK girl's eyes were glowing slightly when she looked at Lin Ming. A man who's not afraid of ghosts can be so handsome, especially since he just sashayed into the kitchen and saved the day. That closing of the refrigerator door was so graceful. Love it, love it. Wet. Especially after hearing that Lin Ming might be a veteran player. The JK girl understood that the way out of life might be in Lin Ming, so she thought that when she formed a group in a while, she could get closer to Lin Ming. Lin Ming treated the accusations and persuasions of the 3 as nothing more than farts. He looked at the 4 who walked back and asked seriously, what is your mission all about? Moncler outlet store just wanted to open his mouth. The sportsman next to him immediately looked at him, then looked at Lin Ming and said, I'm the squad leader. This should be me to count, but the 4 of us have already exchanged our tasks with each other, so you talk about yours first. Find the missing little girl. Lin Ming didn't bother to dilly-dally and directly stated his mission. What about yours? Sportsman frowned. Find the missing little girl? Do you have any information? No, I think there should be some connection to your quests, since this is a quest-style copy, which means that several of our quests should be interconnected, so maybe we can find clues from you guys. Lin Ming explained. The corner of the sportsman's mouth lifted slightly at once, somewhat pleased. After all that, You really came to ask for our help? Lin Ming slowly got up. He was a little impatient. Seeing him get up, the sportsman was a bit wary. What's up? What's up? I just told you to cooperate, and now you're going to throw a tantrum, aren't you? As you said, this is a mission-style advancement copy, and your desire to get out has something to do with us, so if you refuse to cooperate, I'm not going to tell you about our mission. Understand? Alright, I understand. Lin Ming nodded. To put it bluntly, you're just looking for death, so I'll let you have it. He took a serious look at the four men before him, his eyes finally settling on the athletic man's face. Well, it's true that you're still the most unpleasant. Seeing Lin Ming walk over, the athletic man was also a bit cautious and took 2 steps back, but on second thought, he had at least practiced, and this muscle was a lot bigger than Lin Ming at first glance. Even if Lin Ming was a veteran player, at best he was a bit more daring and had more experience in dealing with shenanigans than he did. Could he still know spells? Thinking this way, the athletic man gained courage and looked at Lin Ming with a cold smile. What are you doing? You want to fight? Aha! You who? You've got some balls. Do you think you're my opponent? Yes. What a laugh. You're fighting me with this little body? What? You know spells? Snap. Lin Ming slapped the athletic man across the face, directly knocking him to the ground. With a physical body at the 7th level of chi refining, not to mention having practiced Muay Thai for 2 days, you wouldn't be able to carry it even if you had practiced Tyson. The sportsman's face was directly deformed. His mouth full of teeth all fell out, lying on the ground and spitting blood, looking at Lin Ming in horror. Lin Ming stomped on his face and said indifferently, I do know spells, but there's no need to use them on you. Tell me what your mission is. The 3 people next to him were all stunned, not expecting Lin Ming to make a move when he said he would. After that grandpa reacted, he immediately raised his face and lectured. Young man, how can you hit people? This is against the law. Believe it or not, we will go out and sue you all. Why are you looking at me? You want to hit me? Don't you know how to respect the elderly? Don't you have any manners? If I lie down, I won't get up until you sell me a sweet. Lin Ming glanced at the grandpa and flexed his fingers to flick out a spiritual force that instantly pierced through the grandpa's brow. The mole on his brow is gone. Life is gone too. Gulp. Moncler outlet store wide-eyed. The body fell heavily to the ground. The soul instantly escaped into the sky and earth. It should be absorbed by the weird game. The 3 remaining men stared at the bodies on the ground in disbelief. Trembling. Kills people. How dare he really kill someone? Still spacing out and killing people. The 2 who were still standing next to him reacted quickly and fell to their knees with a thud. Of course, it's also possible to be weak in the knees from fear. They looked at Lin Ming in fear and begged for mercy. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Brother, as long as you don't kill me, can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 35, The Mission of Certain Death. Lin Ming didn't intend to kill everyone. He just thought that this grandpa liked to lean on the old man and was really obnoxious. On the bus you are shivering. You're alive and well dancing with old ladies. To put it bluntly, it's being spoiled by the law in the real world. His own twisted face, and the death of his grandpa, made the sportsman instantly and clearly cognizant of Lin Ming's horror. He was now no longer that Muay Thai expert, terrified like a bereaved dog, and said in a trembling voice, Big brother, don't kill me. I'll say whatever you want to ask. Tell me the mission of all of you. Lin Ming was only interested in that. The athletic man didn't dare to hesitate and immediately said, My mission is to enter room 302 and place a photograph in my daughter's bedroom. Photos? Lin Ming remembered that the photo seemed to be an item that could trigger weird rules. The athletic man was afraid that he would be useless, so he continued. I also know that the Moncler outlet store task is to go and persuade the 401 couple to stop fighting. Fish is on a mission to go help 202 sleep well. It's my little sister's job to keep everything inside 102 clean and not a single thing that carries an odor. Hearing the 4 people's missions, Lin Ming frowned slightly. It felt like nowhere was next to each other. But if you think about it, the weird game gives quests for each level. Lin Ming thought about it and decided to start doing the quests one by one. Quest advancing copies well. There must be some kind of benefit in completing the quest. Since we are now in room 102, let's do the quests here first. He looked over at the horrified and bemused JK girl and said in a hushed voice, Have you cleaned up yet? The JK teenager got a jolt and replied in tears, I cleaned, and before I was done, I saw those 2 ghosts in the refrigerator. Lin Ming scanned the room and realized that this JK little sister was doing quite well. The walls were snow white, the floors were gleaming, and even the couches and furniture were immaculate. You're quite good at cleaning. The house is quite clean, Lin Ming said casually. I just started cleaning. JK girl warbles. I started in the kitchen first because I thought there would be more grease there, but just as I was cleaning, I heard someone talking in the fridge and I opened it. Lin Ming was speechless. Hearing someone talking in the refrigerator and going to open it? This would be a main character in a horror movie. Big or small? Why? It's not the main character who does this brain-dead thing, but JK girl was so clean before she even cleaned it. That means it's not necessarily the room that needs to be cleaned, right? Isn't it time to clean up that old couple? Well, that's been cleaned up. 2. There's no response. Lin Ming scanned the room and didn't see anything wrong. Finally, his gaze landed on the JK girl and found that she was trembling with fear and her body was already sweating, emitting a faintly abnormal odor. You have body odor. Huh? Lin Ming asked with a frown as he took 2 steps back. When the JK girl heard this, she was afraid but more ashamed. Her face reddened. I really didn't. It's the quality of my clothes that's wrong. As soon as it gets wet with my sweat, it gives off a smell. Don't you kill me. I'm going to take a shower right now. A bath? Upon hearing this word, a flash of light flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Now if there was a soundtrack, it would be that dwarf's classic line about the frog with the heart of gold touching your belly all the time. This teenage girl's mission is a pit. Sinkhole. The odds are that the spooky game asking her to clean up refers to the 2 ghosts and asks her to help get rid of them. No matter how you solve it, kill it, eat it, throw it out, whatever. But in any case, this JK girl is definitely in shock, and extrapolating from what's going on. She has a problem with breaking out in cold sweats when she's scared. As soon as you get a cold sweat, you get an odor on your body. Then the problem came. She was tasked with not having a single thing with an odor in the room. Then she smells, and will definitely be thinking about showering to get clean and avoid being cleaned up. Kagome 102 is inhabited by the same female ghost whose face was slashed open earlier, and the other party can appear through mirrors, water, and other places that can reflect a person's silhouette. By the time JK girl takes a shower, the other will pop up. It can be said that unless this sister has the strength of Lin Ming, she will definitely die. Is Creepy Games unaware of the sweaty nature of JK's girls? Or do they know it so well that they're posting quests like this that intentionally leave people to die? Lin Ming suspected something was wrong, so he immediately went to the shower room to check out the situation. Bathrooms really don't have mirrors, so you have to rely on the bath water as the medium of emergence. Later, the other houses don't have mirrors, understandably, for fear of this female ghost coming to the door. Room 102 is the ghost's lair. Why is there no mirror? It was her medium of access, and she would have left at least 1 mirror in her house. Did someone forcefully destroy the mirrors in the entire building? Lin Ming acutely sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, he woke up again to the fact that he seemed to have gotten into a misunderstanding when he heard Sports Guy in the living room ordering Fish and JK Girl to pick him up as a squad leader. Who says that it has to be a weird game to post player quests? Could it be an alpha presence like a squad leader in a spooky game? Previously, Lin Ming had participated in 2 copies, both of which were bizarrely announced game quests. Whether you stay 8 hours or 12 hours, it's the lobby manager or the convenience store manager who says so. This time perhaps it was also released by some creepy who controls this place for his own ulterior motives? Because after experiencing the game twice, Lin Ming realized that the rules of the bizarre game would definitely leave a way out. Only shenanigans that are bent on getting players killed. Judging by the JK girl's mission, she was bound to die. This, coupled with the fact that it was clearly the ghost girl's home, but there were no mirrors for her to enter or leave, meant that someone had taken control of the place before they arrived, and had destroyed all the mirrors in order to control the ghost girl. Also, what was the sports guy's mission to put pictures in room 302? Not to mention the fact that the photo was some sort of medium to draw out the ghosts, and once you got it, you could be killed. Room 302 is inhabited by the perverted father and daughter who also hate the presence of men other than themselves in their home. So those are 2 more surefire missions that pretty much concluded that there was bound to be a powerful ruler here. And even after issuing them a quest, he was probably hiding on the side watching them get killed by playing around while snickering. Okay, son, you're good at this. A creepy, disguised as a creepy game GM giving out quests to the old man, huh? After Lin Ming understood this, he immediately went to deal with his next task. He's going to pull from these missions and find the guy. Maybe the one behind the scenes is the missing little girl? Of course, it was possible that Lin Ming, the search for the missing little girl, was also a mission of certain death. That little girl might as well not exist and let him self-destruct in this copy after he's used up all his time. Chapter 36, Shoes Off. My big brother is good at this. Lin Ming looked at the sports guy. Did you find the picture? Not yet, and I haven't dared to look for them, so I thought I'd bring them along on the quest and we'd help each other out, the athletic man said honestly. Lin Ming revealed a look of realization. Then there's no need to look for it. The athletic man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin Ming would force himself to find the photo. It seems that his own show of weakness has aroused this guy's sympathy. What I just need a little trick to make you just slap me. The sports guy was a little smug, knowing that after he got into trouble out there, those haters would have slapped him at least twice. We're going to make a killing on this one. Lin Ming looked at the uncontrollably smug expression on the athletic man's face and wondered what he was so happy about. and stomped on his neck to break it. Looking at the athletic man who was lying on the ground broken, but with a slightly smug look on his face, the JK girl and the other man all had their hair standing on end in fear, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. Lin Ming looked at the kowtowing man and remembered that he seemed to be called something like Fish, and that his mission was to go help 202 sleep well? According to the previous butcher, the occupants of 202 like to sleep the most. I don't know how I'm going to help, but it looks like a pit stop. Let's go door to door first. Lin Ming remembered that across the street was 101, the building manager's house. He immediately headed out the door. When Fish and JK girl saw him leaving, they looked at each other in fear, not knowing whether to follow or not. It was the JK girl who reacted faster, knowing that she might die if she followed, but she would definitely die if she didn't. She got up in a hurry and followed. Seeing this, Fish could only follow helplessly. Lin Ming went out the door and came across to room 101. According to Butcher, this is the home of the building manager and the strongest presence in this building. He looked at the locked door of the room and kicked it over and it warped. When Lin Ming opened the warped door, he walked in and took a look. The room was clean, even so clean that it was homely, because there was no furniture in the room and no decorations on the walls. It was as if it had been emptied. The building manager moved? Lin Ming frowned and checked all the rooms. They were all empty. He thought twice and called over to the JK girl. Take off your shoes. Ha, it's not good, is it? The JK girl was a little nervous, looking at her long slender legs in black stockings. Take off when I tell you to, Lin Ming ordered with a cold face. Fish brother saw JK girl dawdling. Really can't wait. Doggedly rushed over. My big brother let you take off. Don't know my big brother is good at this? If not for the fact that I'm a guy, I'd take off my shoes right now and let my brother play with my feet. And you wouldn't be happy to get on? The JK girl looked at Fish who was picking off her shoes, and explained with a crying voice. Brother, it's not that I'm not willing to take them off or let you play with them. My shoes are too cheap or leather. They kind of cover my feet, so they'll have some flavor. What do you know? My big brother is good for this. Just like the original flavor. Wretch. Fish was smoked and spit out all of a sudden after he peeled off the JK girl's small leather shoes. Good guy. This is the original flavor This is clearly the original ancient brew Fish backed up with difficulty, casting a horrified look at Lin Ming. Sure enough, do all the strong ones have some quirks? What the hell are you looking at? Lin Ming scolded with a black face. He wouldn't have a foot fetish. Yes, I don't look. You enjoy. Wretch. Fish tried to hide as far away as he could. Brother, look for me if you need to push your ass in a while. I'm have a lot of strength and a good rhythm. Lin Ming lazily ignored the idiot and pulled his gaze back from Fish before seeing a black biochemical weapon sticking out in front of him. The JK girl was trying to lift her legs, stretching her size 38 black silk feet towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also smoked back and immediately scolded. I didn't mean that. I meant for you to take off your shoes and walk around the house. The building manager here had a cleanliness fetish, as evidenced by the cleanliness of her room, and she would never be able to stand having such a bioweapon running around in her room, and would definitely trigger the rules as a result. If she doesn't show up, that means she's really gone. If it shows up, then her, JK teen, barefoot, wandered back through the house warily. The room was already going to be impossible to stay in, and for the first time, Fish knew that the internet always said that it was easy to find a psycho little sister as a girlfriend, but he didn't realize that it was going to be such a big price to pay. The building manager hadn't come out yet, even though the house was smoky enough to keep people in. Lin Ming waved his hand at the JK girl. Put it on, you'll get sick easily. Thank you big brother for caring. The JK girl was a bit touched. Walking barefoot on the ground was indeed prone to diarrhea, and she didn't expect Lin Ming to be so concerned about her. Lin Ming glanced at her. Who cares about you? I'm afraid of a fungal infection in my lungs. Although it was in the refining stage, it was not immune to some human germs for the time being. Only by reaching the foundation establishment stage and becoming a true cultivator with a lifespan of more than 300 years could one be fearless of the disease's torment. The JK girl sniffed and blushed, obediently putting on her shoes and following out the door. Lin Ming led the two out of the room, and Fish took the opportunity to take a big breath of fresh air. He had never felt that the air of the original Weird World was so cool and fresh. When he came to the second floor, Lin Ming went to room 202 first. Standing in the doorway, Lin Ming thought of something. If the occupant of room 202 only likes to sleep, then being disturbed is a capital offense, so it's probably going to die just by knocking on the door. Sure, it's possible that the entrant won't knock, but what if the 202s are creepy sleep-light? Light sleepers can sometimes be awakened by just a little noise. For example, watching TV on the couch asleep dad, obviously snoring. As long as you turn off the TV or change the channel, he immediately woke up to tell you, do what I'm watching this Lin Ming wasn't afraid of this though. He tried twisting the lock off the door to walk in, only to find that the door was unlocked. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and pushed the door in, finding a piece of paper taped to the wall. Whoever you are, even if you're a thief, please be gentle when you steal. I'm sleeping and don't like to be disturbed. So it's because you don't want to be disturbed. Simply leave the door unlocked and enter whoever you like to save yourself from being woken up by knocking on the door? This creepy really loves to sleep. Lin Ming walked through the door, and Fish and JK Girl quickly followed. The two wore sneakers and walked without sound, but the JK Girl wore small leather shoes that made a clicking sound as she walked in, similar to high heels. Fish also saw the note taped to the wall, and when he heard the commotion, he turned pale and jerked his head back to look at the JK Girl. The JK Girl was also bloodless, shaking her head in fear that she really didn't mean it. Chapter 37, An asswipe can have its uses. Fish didn't care if the JK Girl did it on purpose or not. Pointing at the door, his eyes rounded and he said two words wordlessly, "Get out." The JK Girl became even more terrified and shook her head desperately with tears in her eyes, saying she didn't want to go out, because she was afraid that there was something creepy in the building and that she would be taken out if she was left alone. She even had to go and take off her shoes so she wouldn't be thrown out. Now it was Fish's turn to be scared. Lin Ming looked back at the two who were gesticulating. "What are you doing?" Hearing that he even dared to speak out, Fish and JK Girl were terrified. The two thought he hadn't seen the note taped to the wall. Fish hurriedly gestured a shushing expression, then kept pointing at the note, signaling Lin Ming to look at it. "Oh, that note I saw. All right." Lin Ming had come in to catch Creepy, so how could he possibly listen to Creepy? Seeing Lin Ming's confident look, Fish and JK Girl thought of the fact that he seemed to know spells, the kind that could kill people through the air, and their hanging hearts relaxed a little. "Damn, that ING guy." An angry roar suddenly came from the bedroom. Crap, Creepy got woken up. Fish and JK Girl were the first to hide behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to the two men, and after confirming the location of the Creepy, he walked straight over to the room. When he arrived at the bedroom door, before he could go in, he saw a guy with messy hair inside, his eyes red and furious, coming out. Seeing Lin Ming, the Creepy surprisingly didn't make a move, but instead snapped, "You, go help me set up that guy from 201 and tell him to stop playing the game." Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Wasn't it a mission of certain death? No, it told itself to go to 201, and perhaps to go over there to meet the real death. But Lin Ming didn't have that kind of time to run back and forth, and he refused to carry out this lazy bastard's mission. Why don't you go yet? Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want me to eat you?" The lazy ghost stared viciously at Lin Ming, its eyes getting whiter and whiter, and the red bloodlines increasing. Even the corners of its eyes cracked open, with blood rolling out, bloody traces covering its entire face, making it look more and more hideous and terrifying. Lin Ming reached out two fingers with lightning speed and poked both of its eyes. Creepy was not prepared and was poked in the eye, and immediately covered his face and wailed in pain. "Agu, you're sick. What are you doing poking me in the eye?" "It's fine. Borrow some blood." Lin Ming didn't want to bite his finger to write a ghost spirit contract anymore. "You still have to build the foundation. If you build the foundation, you can draw talismans in the air." Lin Ming dabbed on the blood and began to draw a talisman on the lazy ghost's forehead. The sloth covered his eyes, unsure of what was happening, but instinctively dodged. "Hey, no, don't you move." Lin Ming frowned and chided. Off. Creepy squeezed his eyes shut, but he couldn't control the deathly aura escaping from them. It was his death breath, and the equivalent of bleeding. At the same time, the lazy ghost kept waving his hands around, trying to force Lin Ming back. "Hey, I told you not to move." Lin Ming was hindered and wrote a wrong stroke, so he was so angry that he kicked the slacker to lie down. "I'm a ING mage. You're gonna make me use force, aren't you?" Lin Ming pounced on it, riding on the lazy ghost, snapping two big mouths, smacking the lazy ghost, crying out. The battle scene is not immortal at all. The sloth was like a forced little daughter-in-law, constantly crying, "Let go of me, you pervert, let go of me, or I'll make you sleep with me." In the next moment, Lin Ming only felt a strong sense of drowsiness come over him, obviously the skill of a lazy person. Lin Ming didn't even see how it triggered the skill. This couldn't help but make his eyes light up. This was a good skill. "Congratulations, you boys got the chance to live." Lin Ming decided to send this fellow into the 10,000 soul streamer. However, after entering the 10,000 soul streamer, they would be stripped of their personal consciousness and become Lin Ming's shape from the inside out. So it still needs to be interrogated before you go in. Lin Ming ran his spiritual energy and fought off the drowsiness, while the lazy bastard unleashed his abilities and surprisingly began to drift off as well. I don't know if it's a side effect of this energy, or if it's going to drag Lin Ming inside the dream. Just as well, save the resistance. Lin Ming quickly wrote down a ghost spirit contract and took control of the lazy ghost. Instantly, he was sleepy. The sloth's powers were also forcibly suspended, and he opened his blinded eyes in bewilderment. Master! Master? Fish and JK Girl were standing by to escape, and as soon as Lin Ming was taken out by Creepy, they'd be out the door in no time. But I didn't expect Lin Ming to actually beat Creepy and even make Creepy call him Master? Is this guy even scarier than Creepy? Lin Ming got up from the sloth and said calmly, "Tell me the reason you're staying here." Reason for staying here? Slacker was tempted to say it's none of your business, but his mouth couldn't help but answer the question. Because it's my home. Master, that mission to help you sleep, did you post that? Lin Ming asked. No, I just want to sleep. I won't issue a quest. If it wasn't too noisy across the street, I wouldn't have asked you to help me. Master, forgive me. The lazy ghost respectfully knelt on the ground. Then how much do you know about this building? After Lin Ming asked, he felt like this was nonsense. Sure enough, the lazy ghost immediately said, Master, I sleep all day and don't know anything. Alright, then tell me, why did you ask me to set up 201 just now? Lin Ming frowned. Slacker was instantly filled with indignation. That guy plays games all day long and makes so much noise that I can't sleep. Lin Ming listened sideways. I didn't hear it. That guy and I have similar abilities. I'm the one who makes people fall into the dream world and it's the one who makes people fall into the game world. And because the abilities are so similar, the two of us will occasionally link up in the dream world and the game world, and it will be noisy, so you won't be able to hear it in reality. Lazy Ghost explained seriously. Lin Ming understood and immediately said to the lazy ghost, then go into the 10,000 soul streamer. I like your ability and you can serve me forever. Really? Thank you, master. The sloth was happy with tears of blood. Nuts. Isn't that like being a slave forever? I don't like it. Unfortunately, under the constraints of the ghost spirit contract, this guy couldn't say anything, and could only be forced to be sent into the 10,000 soul streamer, and even had to take the initiative to be refined. When it was being refined, it clearly wanted to resist, but it could only watch as the effects of the spell covered its body, and then its own will slowly disappeared, becoming a part of the 10,000 soul streamer. Lin Ming put away the 10,000 soul streamer and ignored the two dazed people on the opposite side of the room, heading straight across the street. The two of them watched dumbfounded as Lin Ming passed in front of them, and when he went out the door, Fish reacted and immediately followed. But the JK girl was a bit scared and asked cautiously, Brother Fish, this handsome man kills without blinking an eye. Is it okay for us to follow him? He won't feel annoyed, right? The girl's concern was not unreasonable, because given the current situation, they were a complete liability. What if Lin Ming got impatient and just got them killed? Fish, however, looked seriously at the JK girl and said, if you think you're useless you have to try to act useful, and you have to believe that even a piece of ass white paper or a salted fish will have their uses. The JK girl was a little hesitant. It was true and sensible, but it always felt weird somewhere. Chapter 38, Fight if you can, but turn off the TV if you can't. Lin Ming came across the street to room 201. This time the door was locked instead, and he forced the lock to twist off and stepped inside. The room was clean and tidy, not even a hint of odor, not at all like the home of a gaming geek. Of course, there are some nerds who love cleanliness, but geeks who play games and tell their ghosts shouldn't be so fond of cleaning up, right? Lin Ming came into the living room and found that the television was on, still with the game interface. Street Fighter? When Fish saw the screen, he showed surprise. He had played the game. The JK girl wasn't old enough to have heard of the game, so she was a little confused. What's Sender Bar? Street Fighter? I don't know if that's what this world is called, but it's a game, not a young woman's fast instrument as you might think. In addition, this buddy all day at home, even play this kind of game? At least play a Civilization series. Even with me to play a P game? Fish shook his head, and after hugging Lin Ming's leg, he became slightly more bold and even dared to comment. Lin Ming also glanced at Fish unexpectedly, not realizing that this guy was still a Class A war criminal. The JK girl really couldn't keep up with these two's train of thought, and could only ask warily, can I ask where that ghost is? Didn't he say he was playing a game? Fish also reacted that something was wrong and looked around. There was not the slightest creepy figure in the brightly lit living room. Could it be that he got tired of the game and went to bed? Lin Ming was also scanning around, looking for signs of weirdness. Suddenly, the game screen on the TV flickered, and then the selection interface appeared, accompanied by a switch. An image with a red headband wrapped around its head, wearing a white buto suit also tied with a black belt appeared on the TV. Ryu! It's Ryu! Fish instantly recognized the character, and at that moment, Ryu on the TV hooked his finger at a few people and made an eerie sound. Come and defeat me so you can get out alive. That's the nerdy ghost, isn't it? Defeat him and you'll pass the level? Big brother, let me do it. I was good at Street Fighter when I was a kid. Fish quickly stepped forward, wanting to show himself and prove that he was also useful. Lin Ming also happened to want to observe it, so he nodded in agreement. Fish got even more excited and immediately craned his head around to look for the handle, and when he found it, he immediately had to pick someone as well. He chose Chun-Li without hesitation. No kidding, for Fish's adolescence, Chun-Li in Cheongsam with black silk was simply a spring dream that accompanied him for a long time. And just as Fish's choice succeeded, something suddenly felt wrong. He can't control his body anymore and is taking a step towards the TV. Coming to the TV, a raised leg kicked at the TV, but instead of the TV being kicked in, he walked in. Going in, big brother, Fish, he went in, JK girl exclaimed. Lin Ming had guessed it just now, but he chose to stabilize his hand in order to prevent Creepy from escaping. Now that Fish was in the game, he could be sure his suspicions were correct. At this point, the game screen had changed into a backdrop of urban ruins. Ryu appeared, clearly a martial arts master and a muscular man, but at this moment, he was gloomy. Fish shows up too, and he still has the same face, but he's wearing Chun-Li's clothes, stockings and crotch strangling. It was egging him on, in the physical sense, but also on a psychological level. He did fantasize about banging Chun-Li, but not ghost banging. In contrast to Fish's bewilderment, Ryu has already begun to strike, coming up with a volley of wave fists. Ah Dogen, Chun-Li is Fish in disguise, but he hasn't gotten used to that identity yet, not to mention seeing Ryu, that big guy, shoot a shot of energy into his face with his own eyes, only to feel white in front of him, unable to react to anything. Bang! Chun-Li was blasted right out of the room by the shot and lay on the ground, her bloodstain dropping by a hair. Luckily, Fish reacted, knowing that he had probably entered the game, presumably to physically fight, and after a careful recollection, realized that he actually knew how to send waves as well. That's great. Although Fish was in some pain, he also showed his excitement, but anyone who had played Street Fighter would definitely fantasize about the skills in it that he could also learn, and who hasn't spaced out on their best friend. Now that he could actually send out skills, Fish didn't hesitate to blast out a punch. Qigong Quan. A wave blasted out and Ryu jumped into the air with a tornado spinning kick to avoid the air punch and quickly burst in front of Chun-Li. Seeing this guy approaching, Fish was shocked and immediately tried to throw a counter punch. Ryu, however, got up even faster and slammed in with a powerful howling oil root. This shot of rising dragon fist directly took Chun-Li into the air, and then it was the vacuum tornado spinning kick, kicking Chun-Li's blood bar to decrease crazily. In the end, Ryu landed and Chun-Li died violently. Also dead was Fish. Fish enters the game. Then he is Chun-Li. When Chun-Li dies, he dies. Blood slowly flowed from the television. Fish's blood, filling it with his arrogance and stupidity. The JK girl was terrified and looked at Lin Ming warily. Big brother, I don't know how to play the game. I'm not that creepy opponent. Lin Ming then had no intention of letting the JK girl fight. He was here for shenanigans, not to watch a live game. As it happened, at that moment, Ryu on the TV was hooking his finger at him in a provocative manner that meant, come over here. Lin Ming really did walk over. As for picking a role, he's not that interested. The heavenly evil technique was in motion, and his arm was wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy as he violently reached into the television. Television, that's the medium for these 201 geeks. Or maybe that game screen is the medium. This otaku's ability is simply weak. You can only wait for someone to touch the handle or the TV to trigger this skill. It's simply the most useless ability to Lin Ming. His hand reached into the game screen, practically descending as if he were a god, and grabbed Ryu. Ryu was startled and immediately sent out a fluctuating fist, trying to blast Lin Ming, but he couldn't even break through Lin Ming's body protection spiritual energy. By the time Lin Ming grabbed Ryu out, he had instantly turned into a scruffy teenage creep. Lin Ming dabbed at the fish's blood coming out of the TV and wrote a ghostly contract on the struggling teenager's creepy face. The contract was established, and the teenager was eerily submissive, looking at Lin Ming humbly. Brother, playing games? I've got a lot of butter here. What with mother-daughter housekeeping? What with running a harem? What with midnight-colored demons? I guarantee you'll have a blast. No need. Tell me if no one can beat you in the game? Lin Ming only cared about whether or not coming here to stop it from playing the game was a mission of certain death. The teenager nodded wryly. Yes, I can absorb anyone who touches a TV or something connected to a TV into the game, and then use my extensive gaming experience to defeat the opponent. Lin Ming understood that this was equivalent to an old saying. Never argue with a retard because he will find a way to bring your IQ to the same level as his and then beat you with a wealth of retarded experience. But there was another question that Lin Ming was skeptical about. What makes you so sure that you won't run into a game master that you can't beat? It doesn't matter. If I can't beat it, I'll just leave the TV. My opponent will never get out of there if I get sucked in anyway. And as soon as I get out of there and turn off the TV, my opponent will be dead. So I'll be able to stay undefeated all the time. Teenage Creepy said honestly. So this Creepy not only has magical means, but also physical attacks like off TV? Chapter 39, Stir-frying without salt. In any case, it was obvious from the teenager's weirdly unconvincing energy. It's another surefire mission. Lose, get killed. Win, get screwed. Lin Ming was basically certain that these quests weren't released by creepy games. He gave the teenager a sly wave. The teenage weirdness seems to have a premonition, walking over uncontrollably while saying fearfully, "Lord, Master, I am very capable. Please give me a chance. I will definitely assist you to become a ghost king in the future. Don't worry, I'm just going to give you this opportunity." Lin Ming smiled. The teenager breathed a weird sigh of relief. Then he saw Lin Ming's hand resting on it, drawing on that dead energy. "No, Master, you said you were going to give me a chance," the teenager exclaimed in bizarre horror. "That's right. Give me your death cheese so that I can become a ghost king soon. This is your best way and chance." Lin Ming absorbed the teenager's weirdness in one go. Deadliness plus 15,000. Refinement of Qi 8th level, 20%. There are still 2 more layers to go before you can build your foundation. Lin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction and incidentally glanced at the panel that Creepy Games had arranged for him. Hell, how come it's still ghost level? Doesn't the level of this weird game rely on how much dead air is judged? Or is there a separate grading method for players? Lin Ming sought out the door and headed upstairs. The JK girl was in the back, very carefully following along at the same pace. Further up is the 3rd floor, which has been cleaned and is not being used. Lin Ming went straight to the 4th floor and came to the 401 door. This is the place where that old man shirt Moncler outlet store was tasked with saying that there was a couple that didn't get along and fought all the time, and trying to figure out how to get them to stop fighting. Is this still a bad idea? Lin Ming stood outside the door and heard quarreling inside, and even the sound of things being dropped. He kicked the door open and walked in, to see the 2 creeps in the living room, covered in bruises, staring at each other with cockfighting viciousness, their faces full of murderous intent, unable to make the other person die violently again on the spot. Seeing an outsider walk in, the male ghost cursed angrily. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Come to watch the fun, aren't you? Looking for death?" The female ghost was also incomparably angry. And then, surprisingly, the 2 couples stopped quarreling and came over together, wanting to use Lin Ming to take the piss out of them. Lin Ming looked at them calmly. "I'm here to mediate between you. After all, quarreling is bad. It teaches children, affects the neighbors, and destroys the couple's relationship." The male ghost laughed. "Bad quarrel? Then have you asked this person what she has done to wrong me?" Lin Ming even had the leisure to look at the female ghost walking towards him. "What did you do?" The female ghost grimaced. "I didn't put salt in my stir-fry." "Is that a big deal?" "It's really not a big deal." Lin Ming looked at the male ghost. "It's not that angry, is it? Do you know how big a deal it is to not put salt in? My mother's meat is fat and tender. Let her make it into bacon but didn't put salt in it. It can't be stored for long, you know. Do you think it's a big crime?" The male ghost angrily rebuked. Lin Ming nodded with deep approval and said to the female ghost, "You're really not right. So did you put salt in when you made him a father?" "His father is the one who popped the question himself. What's it got to do with me?" As the female ghost spoke, she had already walked up to Lin Ming and circled around him, picking out the fat and saying, "You're a bit skinny. Isn't the meat more firewood?" The male ghost had also come over and sneered. "Told you, you loser didn't know anything. This kind of person should be stewed in soup. It's absolutely tonic." Lin Ming thought about it and felt that these 2 ghosts were pretty damn right. He himself was now covered in spiritual energy, and his meat had been flushed with spiritual energy, so the stew was definitely a supreme treat. JK girl in the side to listen to all the numclaws. "This is what people." "Ah no, what ghost ah?" After all the fuss, it turned out to be a fight because the cooking with the parents didn't turn out well. This big brother is really like a gold medal mediator. Blah 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 blah. "Kid, do you think I'm right about whether or not the stew should be made?" the male ghost questioned. The female ghost said in a cold voice, "I think it should be made into braised human meatballs. Don't you think so, kid?" Lin Ming seriously said, "I think Big Brother is right. Stew is only good. You dare to reject me?" The female ghost was incomparably angry, her deathly aura surging, and her ability triggered with it. Lin Ming felt like there was a force controlling his body, trying to make himself go bam bam into a big wall, probably planning on banging himself into a meat sauce and making croquettes out of it. "Brother, thank you for your support. I will definitely make you incredibly delicious." The male ghost, however, was excited and his abilities were triggered, but he had Lin Ming walk towards the pressure cooker in the kitchen to make a soup. Unfortunately, they were still too weak, and Lin Ming easily resisted them by running the heavenly evil technique. Just in case, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer and asked Wei Yuan to fix the 2 ghosts first. After all, with 1 ghost, there was no need for Wei Yuan to make a move, but 2 ghosts could escape. These 2 ghosts were already grieving spirit level and powerful though. However, Wei Yuan was also at the same level and could even use the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, so he was still able to control them easily. This time Lin Ming didn't even bother to plant a ghost spirit contract. He directly wiped the female ghost's neck, absorbing the dead chi while gently persuading, "Be a woman. Be gentle and virtuous. To your own husband you need to learn to understand and be considerate. Realize that it's hard for him to work outside. Don't be so quick to play the little sex." The female ghost looked at Lin Ming with disbelief. "I am gentle my ass. Virtuous a leg ah. Is this how you mediate between us? Persuading and stabbing me at the same time?" In a fit of intense resignation, the female ghost slowly died. Deadliness plus 20,000. Refinement of Chi 8th level, 98%. Lin Ming looked to the male ghost next to him who was desperately urging his death chi to fight Wei Yuan. "Don't waste your death chi, I still need to use it. Besides, look, I've convinced your daughter-in-law that she already knows it's wrong, and she's given her life for it. I'm going to talk about you next. As a big man, how can you get mad because you didn't salt your old lady's meat? I'm punishing you. I'm punishing you for apologizing to your wife when you die." Pust. Lin Ming stabbed through the male ghost's throat and drained it. Deadliness plus 18,000. Refinement of Chi 9th level, 15%. Lin Ming frowned. This guy fought against Wei Yuan for such a short while and consumed so much dead chi? It seems that in the future, it's better to plant ghost spirit contracts so that they don't waste their power before they die. Along with 2 bizarre dead queens, Lin Ming completed his mediation mission. They, in the future, will never fight again. Lin Ming turned around and walked towards the opposite door. Instead, he saw that the couple from 402 across the street had come out at some point. They looked excitedly at the JK girl who had curled up in the corner in terror. "What a cute girl. Honey, I want to adopt her." "Yeah, we've adopted so many boys. It's about time we had a daughter. I'm going to saw her legs off so we can have a beautiful, sweet daughter." The husband and wife ghosts discussed the situation full of joy, then rushed over and peeled off the JK girl's shoes. Lin Ming didn't even have time to stop him and could only watch the tragedy unfold. Biological and chemical weapons. Decontrol. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wretch. Chapter 40. Handsome guy is so perverted. Because the building manager loved cleanliness so much, resulting in even the bizarre end times, this hallway did not have the slightest odor. These creeps had long ago become accustomed to clean living and were weak against foul scents. At this point, the JK girl took off her shoes and directly ate over the couple ghosts. Lin Ming looked at the husband and wife ghosts who were retreating back and forth, and said that this girl was also considered a talent. To be honest, today, it was estimated that even without Lin Ming, she would be able to rely on her special features to survive until the end. Of course, odds are that building owner won't leave her alone. Lin Ming walked up and let the young girl put on her shoes while casting a ghost spirit contract on the husband and wife ghosts. When the ghost spirit contract was taken care of, Lin Ming didn't even bother to ask and directly absorbed the couple. Refinement of the 10th level of Chi, 72%. Great, only one more to go. Now just go and absorb the strongest building manager and you should be able to build a successful foundation. At that time, he or she would be the only foundation establishment cultivator in the real world. And at this point, the JK girl is still there crying and putting on her shoes. Seeing Lin Ming's impatient look, she hurriedly stopped crying, but didn't forget to explain in an aggravated manner. "It's really just the shoes. My feet don't usually smell this bad. Then I suggest you wear these shoes from now on. At least they'll save your life. Assuming, of course, that you make it out." Lin Ming lightly dropped a sentence. The JK girl didn't expect her feet to receive such a high evaluation from Lin Ming, and was a bit surprised for a moment. Could one really become a towering presence with these feet? Seeing that Lin Ming had already started up the stairs, she hurriedly stopped fantasizing and followed along. 5th floor. Earlier, the butcher said that the building only had 5 floors, and the 5th floor is unoccupied, but it was a clean batch, without a speck of dust, and the peculiar smell of being unoccupied for a long time. Looks like the building manager has been cleaning this side. 4 floors downstairs, Lin Ming didn't even see the building manager. That guy must be here. Even Lin Ming had already made an inference within himself as to who had given them the task. It should be the building manager. The reason for this is a little problem with the building manager. Cleanliness. He has a cleanliness fetish, so he doesn't like the building to get dirty. From the time Lin Ming had just come out of the first house, he had noticed that the building was a clean batch. Even every home was clean. The floors were bare. Even the hallways didn't have a bit of dust or footprints. After all, these spooks are ghostly bodies that don't get dust on them and don't dirty up the home or the hallway. But outsiders can make the place unclean, especially shoes worn by the living. Earlier, on the stairs, Lin Ming had seen the shoe prints left behind by his party as they walked back and forth. Before they arrived, the hallway was so clean there wasn't even a speck of dust, let alone a shoe print. That's why it was so offensive to the building manager when they arrived. And as the most powerful building manager, it should also be able to give orders to the players coming in. This was Lin Ming's deduction, and now the time had come to verify if this matter was correct. The 2 room doors on the 5th floor were both barred, so Lin Ming walked over and opened the door to room 501 to check it out. The room was empty and clean. He wandered around and found no one. Then it looks like the building manager is at 502. Lin Ming immediately walked to 502, but when he searched around this house, there was surprisingly no one there either. The building manager is hiding? Or did you realize your strength and run away? Lin Ming stood at the window and looked out the window, where there was an infinite mist, and he couldn't even see the environment 1 meter outside the residential building clearly. I don't think the building manager is going out, is he? Otherwise this mission becomes completely unfinished. Even if that's what the building manager was thinking, the rules of the bizarre game wouldn't allow it. Perhaps the building manager's trigger rule was not found? Lin Ming thought for a moment, got a pen from his room, walked down the hallway and started scribbling. Doesn't the building manager love cleanliness and have a cleanliness fetish? That surely can't see the walls getting dirty. Lin Ming started by drawing a big cross on the wall. No movement. He wrote another silly word in front of the fork. Nothing yet? Lin Ming drew another pile on the wall, and even meticulously drew a few flies. I don't believe you can stand it. Sure enough, as the dirty thing appeared, the dead air in the hallway began to surge up. However, this surge of dead chi was only momentary, as if it was a breeze blowing by, making it unnoticeable. The JK girl then didn't notice and was still admiring Lin Ming's painting. Lin Ming was keenly aware of this, knowing that it wasn't drawing enough, and twisted his head to look at the JK girl. Do you want to go to the restroom? The young girl froze. You smelled me farting quietly? Lin Ming took 2 steps back and said to the young girl, if you want to go to the restroom, go. Oh, okay. The young girl blushed and tried to find a room to use the restroom. Don't go. Right here. Lin Ming pointed at the ground. The JK girl's eyes widened in surprise and were filled with shame. Big brother, how do you still have this hobby of watching people? Lin Ming had a dark face. You are not paying any attention to the mission at all. Not reading any information, are you? I'm borrowing your hand. Borrowing your ass to lure out the building manager. Oh, the JK girl drifted off, and at the same time, she secretly sighed in relief. She thought she wasn't perverted enough to cause her to lose track of the big man, but the whole pooping in front of a male god thing is a shameful thing to think about anyways. Lin Ming could see the young girl's shame and immediately said, don't worry, I won't guard you here. Beg me, I won't either. Then I'm not in danger? The JK girl was panicking. No problem with pooping, even without wiping, but if that building manager showed up, she was no match. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry, you can pull around in a circle, and when the time comes to hide in the circle, it's guaranteed that the building manager won't dare to go in. The JK girl imagined that image and felt she would still prefer to face death, asking accusingly, can't you come? I'm too ashamed. Lin Ming flatly refused. I'm smacked too. The young girl was on the verge of tears. Here's the thing, if you pull, the building manager might be reluctant to kill you because he thinks you're dirty, but I won't. I'll just finish you off for rejecting me. You make a choice now. I'm going downstairs. Lin Ming went downstairs, and he couldn't face the images that followed. When he came downstairs, he began to wait in peace. Now it was up to the young girl to die by his hand or try to push the limits of weirdness. About 5 minutes later, there was the sound of making noise from upstairs. Lin Ming revealed a smile. The little girl was quite obedient, and as the sound of the making noise upstairs grew louder and louder, the wind once again blew in the hallway, and even the wind grew stronger and stronger. It was the dead air stirring. The building manager, who had been hiding so much, finally couldn't hide anymore. Chapter 41, Master Lu. Why don't you run away? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sound of faint cursing drifted up the hallway. It was a vicissitude of a woman's voice, and it would be the building manager with the cleanliness fetish. She finally tensed up. Hoo-hoo! A gale swept through, impacting Lin Ming, accompanied by an exasperated voice. Why don't you stop her? She's about to pull out. Can you not broadcast it live? I'm too disgusted. Lin Ming said flatly. You know it's disgusting, too, don't you? Then I'm going to live stream it and you'll see her squatting there. Wretch, you, how did you come up with this to force me out? The building manager had seen many nasty outsiders, and some of them would see through the traps they had set and try to force themselves out in various ways. But no one, ever, has come up with that. Come on, no, there is. Lin Ming, however, had his lips slightly raised, and took a fierce step forward to extend his hand. Found you. Do you really think he was just making small talk with the building manager? He was using his penetrating eyes to find the building manager's location, and at that moment, after sensing where the other party was, he blasted his fist over. Sure enough, a scream came from the air in front of him, followed by a phantom falling to the ground, but before Lin Ming could pass, it quickly disappeared. It's kinda runnable. Lin Ming cast the perspective technique and scanned the surroundings for signs of the other party. Upstairs came the trembling voice of the JK girl. Big brother. Still pull? Continue. Lin Ming didn't believe that the building manager could hold back. As expected, the building manager, who had already left, heard the conversation between the two, and his voice came back, full of grumpiness. Stop. If you dare to continue, I'll eat you. The young girl was terrified. Big brother. What to do? Don't worry, go get a mop. Lin Ming taught this young girl. Mop stained with Lubu in the world. Even the building manager can't help it. The young girl understood and immediately rushed to the bathroom to get a mop. But just as she left that life-preserving circle, a mournful howl came to her ears. That's the building manager. Not good. Despair flashed in the young girl's eyes. It seemed like she had been punked by Lin Ming. He was trying to get himself to provoke the building manager, and then tricked himself out of the circle, using this to draw the building manager to show up to deal with himself. In the next moment, a mist surrounded the JK girl, causing her to be surrounded by mist on all sides. This was the fog ghost ability in Lin Ming's 10,000 soul streamer, which could summon corrosive fog. Even if a grudge spirit level existence entered it, they would be out of luck. Lin Ming surrounded the young girl with mist, leaving her a safe place, then rushed in under the protection of the 10,000 soul streamer. This time, his penetrating eyes did the trick and he saw a dim figure. Master Lu. Gachuyo. Lin Ming had a sinister look on his face as he slowly approached the illusory shadow in his line of sight. The JK girl watched as Lin Ming ignored her, terrified. He used me but didn't try to screw me over? People are kinda nice. And the building manager didn't expect Lin Ming to be so insidious and vicious. It was clear that he had brought this girl with him from start to finish, and she had thought that Lin Ming liked this girl and was possessive of her. But I didn't expect that from beginning to end Lin Ming was deliberately condoning the woman to follow him, creating a persona that he was cold-faced and warm-hearted. In fact, his face is cold and his heart is even colder. From the beginning he hadn't cared about the woman's death, just to lure himself out. You knew that I was watching you, didn't you? The illusory shadow questioned viciously. From the moment I learned that you had a cleanliness fetish, I probably guessed that you definitely weren't welcoming us. And when I learned that all of our missions were certain death missions, I suspected that you had been watching us. I just couldn't always make things up without proof. Lin Ming shrugged. Well, you are truly the most treacherous and cunning player I have ever seen. Shadow cursed. Lin Ming didn't care. Treacherous? Cunning? For an evil demon. Isn't that a base? Don't be complacent either. Do you really think you can trap me? Do you know that I'm the building manager? And the authority I possess is beyond your imagination. The shadow let out a fierce laugh and instantly disappeared in place. When Lin Ming saw her disappear, he made a slight guess about the authority of the building manager, and his mind was clear. It couldn't be that she could be anywhere in the building in an instant, could it? Only then can you determine in time where it is dirty and where it should be cleaned. If Lin Ming really chased after her and killed her, it would be too troublesome, and he might not even be able to catch her even if the mission time ended. So the girl came in handy. Lin Ming looked at the JK girl. I don't know if the young girl is enlightened or what. As Lin Ming looked at her, she realized, brother, I really don't have anything left in my stomach. If you want to force that weirdness out, I'll just skate around the building barefoot. That should do it. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. You've improved. The JK girl didn't say much, just silently took off her shoes and headed out the door. Lin Ming could sense that she still seemed a little disappointed in herself. But what does that matter? This girl went out there and wielded her power to her heart's content. The building manager did have authority over the entire building. She could instantly detect any change in the building. Even the appearance of a speck of dust could be felt, which was why she had developed a cleanliness fetish over time, which was why she had ordered that even the homes of those few tenants must be kept clean and tidy. But now, something that made her even more miserable happened. That JK teen has put a huge psychological strain on her. Now this woman is even emitting poisonous gas. The building manager could feel that her building was stinking. It was deteriorating. It even made her body, as if it was giving off that stench that made her so hard she was going crazy. But she knew that she couldn't show up or Lin Ming would finish her off. Although she was the building manager, she was no match for Lin Ming. Damn, what's with the players being so difficult this time around? It wasn't like there hadn't been experts that had come to this building before, even ones that were stronger than Lin Ming, and they were still targeted by the building manager and fled. But she didn't expect Lin Ming, who wasn't considered the strongest, to force her into a desperate situation by insidious means. The JK girl led Lin Ming all the way down, going into almost every room once, leaving her footprints and smells behind. The building manager was also forced to flee down one floor at a time, never daring to take half a step beyond the thunder pool. Finally, she was forced into nooks and crannies and couldn't even make it back to her own home, because this JK girl had walked around her house earlier as well. What's more, It was useless to hide in the house. Every door had been destroyed by Lin Ming in advance, and she couldn't block the doors even if she hid inside, unless she was willing to use her authority as building manager to instantly move upstairs. But that flavor upstairs. Wretch. The building manager was jammed into a nook on the first floor. Lin Ming unfolded his penetrating eyes and saw her huddled right in the corner. Smiling slightly, Lu Cheng-sama, you're running, why don't you run? Chapter 42, Killing the Floor Leader. Building the Foundation. You're such alive. The building manager gritted his teeth and cursed bitterly. Lin Ming, however, didn't care and pounced towards the building manager's aunt with an evil smile. Come on, my old baby, into my body. As a precaution, Lin Ming didn't even directly grab Lu Cheng this time, but rather put her into the 10,000 soul streamer before starting the confrontation. After Lin Ming's intention entered the 10,000 soul streamer as well, he confronted the 5 ghosts among them with the building manager. The building manager, in addition to holding authority over the entire building, has a rather unique ability, voiding. This ability allows her body to temporarily turn into a shadow, or even temporarily turn into wind, immune to certain attacks. Certainly not completely immune, or she wouldn't be so afraid of JK girls, but voiding couldn't escape the 10,000 soul streamer, and this place would surely become her grave. Wei Yuan tried to find a way to look straight at the building manager, but the building manager's strength was above his, and it was difficult for him to fix him, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do so for long, 1 or 2 seconds at most. In order to be able to cause harassment to the building manager, Wei Yuan deliberately interfered when she was under attack and wanted to vanish and dodge, which caused her no small amount of trouble. The money-grubbing ghost kept spilling paper money, and those paper money floated and fell down, and once stained it could take the life and power of the other party. The building manager was most wary of this, so he dodged back and forth, unwilling to confront it. The mist ghost and the hanged ghost activated their death chi, and the thick fog continuously dazzled the building's chief, as well as a rope dangling down in an attempt to tie him up. But with these attacks, the building's chief was able to rely on vaporization to dodge them every time. Occasionally, a few times, he would be interfered with by Wei Yuan and couldn't avoid it, but he was able to escape immediately after breaking free from Wei Yuan's control. Lin Ming looked at the building manager and decided not to dwell on it any further. He had been curious about the building manager's ability to see if it was strong. If it's really that very powerful ability, then take it. Even if you don't get to build a foundation in this copy, it doesn't matter. The big deal is to come in again. You can't waste a powerful booster. But now it seems that voiding is really average, with superb life preservation and extremely weak offense. Since you don't have to stay, you can die. Lin Ming activated the 10,000 soul streamer and the spell formation activated, immediately trapping Big Mother in place. In my 10,000 souls, how can you still be arrogant? The building manager's aunt felt that she couldn't move, and this time, unlike just now when she was looked at directly by that weirdness, she was controlled by another kind of powerful force, and she was instantly terrified. When she saw Lin Ming approaching, she felt the approach of death even more and struggled frantically. The 10,000 soul streamer was controlling her to death, and Lin Ming walked over, biting his own finger and writing a ghost spirit contract on the building manager's aunt's forehead. The ghostly contract was successfully planted, and the building manager's big mom actually struggled a bit. Lin Ming was surprised. Could the grudge level turn out to be this powerful? Sure enough. The eerie grades weren't entirely dependent on the concentration of dead air. Lin Ming was just about to suck the building manager's amma dry, but suddenly his mind stirred, thought of something, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the missing little girl?" The building manager, the older woman, colored slightly as she resisted not wanting to answer, but was forced to open her mouth. In the attic. Hearing this, Lin Ming cursed in his heart. Luckily, my old man was resourceful enough to ask more questions. Previously, Lin Ming had actually thought that several people had ended up dying in the bizarre hands of this building. Even though it was a certain death mission, it didn't make sense that he was the only one who died at the hands of a doomed mission that didn't exist. So this little girl probably exists as well. What other information do you know about her? Like how she should be dealt with and what ability she has? Lin Ming immediately pursued the question. She doesn't have much ability. She's just very good at hiding. She was once brought by a strong man. That strong man was thrown out by me but didn't have the time to take this girl away. So she's been hiding and doesn't dare to come out to see me. Even I can't locate her. How did the master know about this? The building manager, Auntie, was puzzled. A powerful man brought this? You creeps are still randomly stringing people along. Lin Ming said indifferently. Creepy would have been able to act casually, but that powerful person who arrived here wasn't creepy, but a player. The building manager, Auntie, explained. Lin Ming revealed a look of surprise. Players? A player can just bring someone in and escape? Had a player already gotten ahead of himself? It shouldn't be. There were no other cultivators on the blue planet. This was determined by the master over a period of 300 years, and ordinary people weren't that powerful, so how could someone go ahead of them? Or did someone else, in fact, run in before the spooky game opened? That shouldn't be the case. With such superpowers, how can you possibly hold back from using them in reality? You should have made a name for yourself long ago, right? A sense of crisis rose in Lin Ming's heart. What was that player you were talking about? What's the name? Draw it out for me. I forgot. That strong man has a special ability to make me forget things. The older woman shook her head, her movements clearly intensifying. She's breaking free of the ghostly pact. Do you remember how strong the other side is? With the ability to casually travel through fog? Lin Ming confirmed. This mist is not something that can just be traveled through, especially since it's tougher for players. So to be able to travel through the fog, you must be an overachiever among the players. The building manager, Auntie, however, said with a deadpan voice, I don't know, but he should have a way to circumvent the effects of these mists. After all, those survivors always have some weird abilities, and some of them are even able to shuttle into the duplicates and sell all sorts of things to the players. Can you even run in and sell your stuff in the duplicates? Why does it sound like a strong army chariot? I don't know if there's a strong army gun carriage, Prairie Sisters or something. No, it's the 3 words survivor that matter. Lin Ming keenly grasped the focus of the building manager's aunt's words. Survivor? It wasn't like calling outside players. After all, Blue Star wasn't on the verge of destruction. Is it possible that that survivor is some living person who survived this world, became a player even after the game came down, and has survived to this day? If that's true, that's really something. Lin Ming memorized this key point and looked at the building manager, who was about to break through the control of the ghost spirit contract, and once again asked one last question. How many points do you have? Give them all to me. All the other residents were pressured by her cleanliness to take out loans to buy a house elsewhere and use up all their points. But this building manager, Auntie, should have points, right? They are all in the bank. Ah, the building manager, Big Mom, struggled frantically, on the verge of breaking free. Lin Ming knows that even if he asks for the bank account password, he may not be able to find the bank and take it out in a short time, so he can only do it right away to drain the dead energy from her body. Deadliness plus 100,000. A very topsy-turvy deathly aura instantly rushed into Lin Ming's body, making him feel like he had never swelled up before. His realm instantly rose to the top, achieving the realm of the peak great circle of the 10th level of chi refining. But it didn't stop there. The realm was still climbing upwards like crazy. It is not because there is an 11 layer of chi refining, but foundation building. Lin Ming immediately withdrew from the 10,000 soul streamer, sat down on his knees, and began to absorb the dead chi from the surrounding heaven and earth, continuously entering his body, allowing his spiritual energy to strengthen and strengthen and strengthen. Finally, pressing that spiritual energy into the Dantian, casting his strongest foundation. At this time Lin Ming, like a most qualified contractor, will be their own foundation with the best materials, the best technology, and then tamped over and over again, until breaking the boundaries. Tsukiji, GGGGGG. P.S. Let's welcome Elder Monster Lin's success in building his foundation and successfully taking his first step as a great devil of the evil path. Chapter 43, The Terrible Power of Forgetting. Lin Ming at this moment couldn't be more satisfied. What 100 days to build a foundation? We're 10 days in, 10 days end. Finally become the foundation. After becoming a foundation establishment old monster, Lin Ming also became a true evil Dao powerhouse. Before Master died, he sealed the heavenly evil Kung Fu in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. In order to prevent being snatched or forced to ask for the techniques, he basically could only obtain the knowledge of the corresponding realm for every level he advanced. So when after becoming a foundation builder, the first thing he did was to look up those evil spells stated in the Heavenly Evil Technique catalog. Dementia. This was one of the best and mandatory evil arts to cultivate in the foundation establishment realm. It was an advanced version of the penetrating eye, which could not only see through everything all hidden and disguised, but also had the ability to track and control. Because dementia is a means of hopefulness. As long as he has seen, even if he has inadvertently swept a glance, he can use dementia to track the other party. Then there was mind control. Lin Ming could plant a command in the souls of other beings, and could either directly control the other person or subtly change them. Paper Man Curse. You can cut paper and form it into a living being to help you do things you can't do, like killing someone in broad daylight, like setting off a bomb in a downtown area. This was once one of Lin Ming's most desired abilities, for with it, one can create a kingdom of death. Now that we have the trickster game, the desire for this ability has become less, because even if you kill more people out there, the body has to be buried in the earth and brewed for some years before it can have a deathly aura. Where is it like the spooky game, naturally so rich and pure in death? Then there's a blood-slaying spell. This blood-killing curse can be done by getting the opponent's blood and then casting a spell on them. the slowest is 7 days, the fastest is the same day, and the other person dies violently. Grievance corpse replacement technique can refine one or more corpses and bury them in the location with the heaviest grievances. Once in danger, oneself and the other party will swap positions. It can be considered a powerful escape spell. This would show why it was said that the foundation establishment stage was considered a true cultivator and a true evil devil. This is because the spells in the refining stage are all for dealing with ghosts or for self-defense. The foundation stage spells were the ones used to kill people. Lin Ming succeeded in building his foundation and slowly opened his eyes. A green ghostly light flickered in his pupils, and his entire aura changed somewhat. Before that he was the big sunny, cheerful boy. Now he's grimy evil old boy. At this time, he stood in the sunlight, with a hint of evil in his smile, matched with that good-looking face. The charming scummy atmosphere really made the JK girl dazzled and unable to close her legs. Oh, my god, how did he get so handsome again? The JK girl suddenly forgave Lin Ming for forcing himself to himself earlier and using himself to lure the building manager into shenanigans. How come he didn't have to seduce me? It means that in his mind, I'm not like the others. What? You're saying there's no one else here? That everyone else is dead? Then why am I the only one left to follow him when everyone else is dead? Doesn't that tell you anything about his love for me? Lin Ming looked towards the JK girl who had her hands clasped to her chest and was looking at herself with a face full of happy fantasies. What does this look like? Never mind. Let's try our hand at it first. Lin Ming looked at the JK girl, and green light flashed in his eyes. Dementia. Activate. The JK girl's body trembled violently, and the expression on her face became even more blissful as she looked at Lin Ming with even more infatuation. Lin Ming had tampered with her soul memories to make her forget about her existence in this copy, and had designed a memory of her relying on herself to get through the level, but then being loyal and loving to herself to no end. And this love was the kind that could never be told to outsiders. When that was done, Lin Ming felt that it wasn't enough and had the JK girl remain in ecstasy, waiting to exit the state until she heard the word settle. He was sure that when the woman left here, she would be noticed and pulled in by the officials. When the time comes, this woman will be one of his darker pawns in the crown. After all, Song Shui alone still didn't seem quite enough. Lin Ming packed up the JK maiden and immediately walked towards the attic. The building manager's mom said that the missing little girl was in the attic. When he arrived at the attic, he found that it was clean as a batch as well. Apparently the building manager, Auntie, came to clean it regularly, but Lin Ming searched all the corners and didn't see the so-called little girl. Weird. This attic, although it is also the equivalent of a floor, is considered to be shared, so there is no grating whatsoever except for the load-bearing walls, which can be seen in full view. How come we can't find anyone? Even Lin Ming couldn't see where that little girl was when he checked with his soul regeneration technique. Did it run away? That shouldn't be the case. The building manager's aunt was in a controlled state when she said that. There's no way she could have hidden it or lied about it. If the little girl had any intention of escaping, she would have said so, and so on. Lin Ming suddenly thought of something. It's a quote from a previous 301's butcher. He said there are only 5 floors here. It was true that no one lived in the attic, but it definitely counted as a floor, and the butcher shouldn't have been able to hide it when he reported it to himself. Also, the building manager's aunt was aware that this little girl existed, but why did everyone else say they had never heard of her? Is the building manager, Big Mama, deliberately hiding other shenanigans? Or is? It occurred to Lin Ming that the building manager's aunt had said that this little girl had been brought in by a powerful person, and that strong man with the power to make people forget. So it should have been that strong man who used the ability of forgetting to make everyone in the building forget about the existence of that little girl and used it to protect him. But the building manager, Big Mom, is too strong to get rid of this forgettable effect. Could it be that in fact, she's not completely free of it? Because the building manager's aunt had said before that the little girl was too good at hiding, so the building manager couldn't even find her. The building manager has authority over the entire building, and she can even fight against her own ghostly spirit contract, let alone find someone. Wasn't it the strong man, with the ability to forget, who made her forget where the little girl was? No, the building manager remembers the little girl being in the attic, so it's the little girl. The little girl also possesses the same ability to make people forget, so she purposely makes people forget about her every time they see her, thus achieving the perfect hiding effect. If that's the case, that's a pretty insurmountable ability. So, it's all about baiting? Lin Ming took a deep breath. As an excellent evil heir, he was also very good with his mouth. Little sister, don't be afraid. I'm also one of the survivors. It's your father who entrusted me to find you. Lin Ming tried to pile on the kindest smile and used the gentlest tone. You're lying. An ethereal and still slightly droll voice suddenly resounded in the attic. Sure enough, here it is. Lin Ming immediately tried to track it through the sound, but when he waited to look over, it was empty. Change of venue? To confirm, Lin Ming said to that empty corner, I didn't lie to you. It's really your father who asked me to come. Don't believe me. See if I'm alive. Did I defeat that horrible guy who always comes to you again? That seems to be true. So you're really a good person? The girl's ethereal voice still came from the empty corner. She didn't move places. She's right there. But Lin Ming stared at the corner with wide eyes, even casting his soul regeneration technique, but he just couldn't see the little girl. Is this really the ability to forget? Or is it something else? The good thing is, we're not without means. Chapter 44, Ghost Vending Machine. Lin Ming raised his hand, 2 fingers together, invoking the spiritual energy in his body and writing the ghost spirit contract in the air. Spiritual energy transformed into rays of light, like several black dragons intertwined and twisted in the air, and shot towards the uninhabited place where the voice came from, and then converged into a talisman that emitted a shocking aura. Under the flash of this black spirit talisman, a young body loomed. The spirit talisman swished down, burrowed into the young body, and disappeared into obscurity. Instead, that tiny body began to become clear in Lin Ming's eyes. When he reached the foundation establishment stage, Lin Ming would be able to draw talismans in the void, and the range of this ghost spirit contract would become larger, allowing him to lock onto all the weirdness within a certain range. As long as there's spookiness there, there's no escaping the ghostly deed. And then, there was the fact that this ghost spirit contract had an effect, proving that this ninny was really creepy. Although the building manager said that the person who brought the little girl was a survivor, a living person, and possibly even a player, but at that time, Lin Ming guessed that this little girl was absolutely bizarre, because who in their right mind would wander around with a live little girl? Lin Ming surveyed his newly acquired ghost slave. It was a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old, who was sitting crouched in a corner, her delicate arms hugging her legs, and underneath her brown shawl-length hair was a small round face with baby fat, and was looking at Lin Ming with a pair of large eyes that were innocent and panicked, the pupils of which were still red. A standard Lolita. Lori saw the spirit talisman from earlier, and at that moment, seeing Lin Ming staring at her all the time, she felt that she probably shouldn't have spoken just now, and that she should have been discovered. Because of the fear of being stared at by Lin Ming, she carefully moved to the side. Lin Ming's line of sight moved with him. This made Lori panic even more and move to the side again. Lin Ming saw her avoiding him and immediately beckoned. Come here. Lori then felt her body stand up uncontrollably and involuntarily walked towards Lin Ming. She was instantly terrified. Panic filled the pair of red pupils in the middle. Tears were involuntarily flowed out. Don't kill me. I can be obedient. As the words fell, she had already arrived in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming reached out and pinched her little face. Little girl, who is the person who brought you here? Lori said uncontrollably. It's my master. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He thought it was this Lori's biological father or something, but he didn't realize it was a master-slave relationship. But what really surprised him was that the survivors of this world could also contract ghost slaves. What method did he use to control you? Lin Ming inquired. He doesn't control me. I'm the one who wants to listen to him. Knowing that she couldn't say no, Lori began to learn her lesson. No covenants? No wonder it was left behind and couldn't be taken away. Like Lin Ming, even if he lost this little loli right now, he could still call out through the air and let her find her way there on her own. So you became his ghost slave voluntarily? Forget it, I won't ask them one by one. Tell me your origin by yourself. Lin Ming estimated that the task should be almost complete and immediately urged. I was orphaned when I was alive, so I don't know where I came from. I've been living in a loving orphanage, but the teachers at the orphanage don't like me. They say I have problems with my eyes, that I might be sick. The kids at the orphanage don't want to play with me either. I want to play with them. I want to say I'm not sick, but every time I get close, they throw rocks at me. Those rocks hurt so much. Then our mother superior suddenly disappeared, and everyone said she was dead and would surely come and eat us, and the teachers all ran away. All those little kids ran off too. Don't know where they went, and I'm the only one left. And then Dean's mom did come back. Lori spoke moodily. Remembering the past was hard for her, and seemed to recall that time of ostracism. And when she spoke of Dean's mom coming back, instead of fear, she had a smile on her face. Lin Ming reckoned that Dean should have really been killed by Creepy at that time, and did come back to eat the living to strengthen himself. This made him curious enough to ask Lori, why didn't you run away like the other kids then? I was put in the utility room by them because the teacher didn't like me and always gave me very little to eat, and I couldn't get enough to eat, so I went and stole a steamed bun to eat, and the teacher found out, and he beat me up and put me in the dark utility room. I really knew I was wrong at that time. I admitted my mistake very seriously and even got down on my knees and begged the teachers, but they said that I was originally a monster, and even if I didn't know what kind of germs I was carrying, I still dared to steal, and that I needed to be taught a lesson. Because I was put in the utility room and the teachers and kids didn't call me when they escaped, they forgot about me. But when Dean's mom came back, She rescued me from the utility room, and even though she ate me later, at least it proved that I didn't have any germs on me, and that she wouldn't be avoiding me. After I was eaten by Mother Superior, I thought she would take me, but I didn't realize that Mother Superior acted as if she couldn't see me, and when I talked to her, it scared her instead, and she started running as fast as she could, and I couldn't even catch up with her, and then after that, I just stayed alone on the streets and no one could see me all the time and no one wanted to play with me, until one day I went to sleep and realized that I had appeared in a small jar and had been brought home by my owner, opened and released. My master is very kind to me, and although he occasionally takes me to fight, he also feeds me and plays with me, and never rejects me, and then later I was brought here by my master, who said he was going to steal some kind of authority, but he seemed to have failed and was chased away by that very scary grandmother, and I tried to go to my master, but that scary grandmother kept staring at the place, so I didn't dare to move. Lori spoke with an expression of happiness and awe on her face, but every word revealed that she had lived an incredibly miserable life, both in life and in death, live with being bullied and ignored, after becoming creepy and awakening the ability to forget. Still no one notices her. After being brought home by that master, I'm sure he wasn't really close to her, but feared that this loli was creepy, so in order to keep her, he fulfilled her requests as much as possible. As for the man escaping without bothering to take this little loli, I'm afraid that's just a very good guess. The odds are that the man left Lori here to attract the attention of the building manager's aunt in order to escape. This little loli is a victim. After lamenting this little loli's life, Lin Ming was again interested in one of the key points. You were sold in a jar? What kind of jar is that? By whom? Lin Ming pursued. Lori cocked her head and fell into memory. I don't know who put me in there, but I woke up in that jar anyway, and as for the name of that jar, I think I heard the owner mention it once overheard, saying that he was going to have to save up to go to the ghost vending machine again to buy one or something. Chapter 45 New feature opens up for extraction capabilities. A ghost vending machine? What the hell is that? It sounds like you can buy shenanigans and sell them without harming the buyer? Or will this trafficker actively grab some mild shenanigans to sell? Lin Ming was looking around when his body had already begun to vaporize. He finished his mission and is leaving his copy. The little loli probably sensed that Lin Ming was going to leave, and immediately boldly grabbed his hand, full of fear and pleading. Please, take me away. I don't want to stay here alone. Looking at the pain in this little wretch's eyes, Lin Ming smiled and touched her head. Don't be afraid. From now on you'll follow me and no one will leave you behind. The little loli revealed a genuine and adorable smile before being collected into the 10,000 soul streamer. Wei Yuan and the others were able to bring them out, and this powerful little loli, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't let go. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the desperate residential building. You managed and survived intact. Plus 10 points. You completed your own quest perfectly and helped the other players complete the building manager's quest. Plus 50 points. You have successfully taken in dreaming and made her feel warm, fulfilling the expectations of the ghost vending machine. Plus 100 points. You explored the spooky game and got a major clue. Plus 50 points. You escaped the owner of the Death Hotel. Plus 40 points. You have caught the attention and interest of Count Bloodmoon. Plus 50 points. Player Lin Ming has a final score of 300, plus 15, points for this level and is evaluated as SSS. Detected that player Lin Ming has a points blitz card. Is it to be used? Lin Ming, yes. Used successfully. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 630 points. Rewards will now be distributed for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining skill card X1. Congratulations on obtaining the Desperate Residential Building Shard. Congratulations on obtaining the Explorer title, which allows players to increase their point rewards after raiding a complete copy. Congratulations on the prestige value of plus 200. Congratulations on obtaining Red Blood Candle X5. Player Lin Ming has reached 1,000 points and can choose to extract skills, props, etc. To reality, there were quite a few rewards, and Lin Ming was pleased, especially since it was also upgraded. Lin Ming was about to check what the game said the new features were after the upgrade when his eyes changed and he was exited out of the game and returned to his dormitory. I want to see something and it's this much trouble? Lin Ming cursed angrily, but realized that a panel only found in the game had actually appeared in front of him. I thought you couldn't look at the panel outside of the game? Could it be a new feature of the upgrade? Lin Ming looked at the virtual panel floating in front of him in surprise. Rank, Grievance, Points, 1335. Skill, Evil Ghost Double. Titles, Perfect Passer. Good Worker, Explorer. Mailbox, Coins of Doom. Safe House Room Card. Skill Card. Decaying Convenience Store Piece. Desperate Residential Building Piece. Red Blood Candle X5. So this is the new feature given by the spooky game after becoming a grudge level. The ability to view panels outside? Of course, the panel can't be removed. That's good enough. In the past, every time I passed a copy, the rewards would be kicked out before I could even look at them. But now I can finally look at them. There's also 1,000 points up. As if you can extract something from the game into reality. In order to confirm what he was going to extract, Lin Ming began to look at what he had. First was the skill card, which he tried to see if it would work. It's nice to have the option to use skill cards. You just can't take them out and trade them. And the skills can't be performed in reality. But the new skills have appeared on the panel. Voiding. Skill description, you can shadow your body. Immune to some damage. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the skill of the building manager's Amma? It was surprising that it was now being extracted by itself. I don't know if this game allows skills to be duplicated, or if that skill will once again be allowed to be extracted by someone else after the last skill controller dies. But then again, previously, that big mom had this skill, and because she could only use it to save her life, she was disliked by Lin Ming and didn't take it as her right-hand man. But now that he had the skill, he felt that it wasn't a pure divine skill. Didn't realize that creepy games had a little something to lean on, huh? Lin Ming began to continue checking out other things. Residential debris would not need to be looked at. Nothing more than the authority to get that copy for yourself. Curious, he opened the details of the red-blooded candle to find out what it was. Red blood candle can restore status within the radiance when lit, regardless of camp or race. A blood-returning prop. Then don't think about it. Lin Ming chose to extract the voiding skill. Along with his successful selection, 1,000 points disappeared from the panel. In its place, Lin Ming had inexplicably mastered an ability. This ability appeared as abruptly as if the heavenly evil technique in his mind would unblock itself when he raised his realm. As Lin Ming's mind moved, his body quickly transformed into an illusory state, and as he touched the table in front of him with his hand went straight through without any obstruction. That's good. Lin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction. But this wasn't the limit of this ability of virtualization. It deflates everything else. Lin Ming grabbed the table in front of him and took it with him to vaporize. According to the tips of the skill, anything Lin Ming touched could be vaporized. But he's going to experiment now, attaching a rope to the table so that the rope, and the table, all create a connection, and he wonders if he can vaporize it. As Lin Ming took the rope and turned on voiding, the next moment the rope vaporized and passed through the still solid table. Seems like an overly naive idea. He can only vaporize things that come into contact with his body. Lin Ming was slightly disappointed, but it was okay. Next, it was time for him to prepare for something else, making a disgruntled corpse. As the only secret method of escape recorded by the heavenly evil technique at the foundation stage, the grievous corpse replacement death technique was actually still very powerful. As long as the grudge corpse is crafted and buried in the place with the heaviest grudge, it can exchange places with it in times of danger, which is called a divine skill essential for escaping. It's hard to find places with a lot of grievances in reality, but the spooky game is full of grievances and death. I just don't know if I can still use the scapegoat technique in reality by putting the grudge corpse into the game. Forget it, let's just figure out how to get a few bodies first. Lin Ming was pondering where to get it when he suddenly heard light footsteps coming from outside the door. He unfolded his regalia and glanced out. Only an old man, with 3 young men in tow, was slowly approaching his dormitory. The men were masked, carrying sticks, ropes and sacks, and looked unsuspecting. Lin Ming was very strange. He hadn't messed with anyone lately. How could anyone want to deal with him? Chapter 46, Refining the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Ghostly. Wait until the guys come to the door. The old man, obviously the leader, whispered to the 3 youths, go in and put a sack over your head first, then beat you violently. Remember not to take a life. Our purpose is only to force him away. Then let me take over his job. Understand? Lin Ming drifted off. So you're eyeing your own job? I didn't realize this job was worth the risk someone would take for it. Lin Ming looked at the few people already approaching and offered the door open. Hi, good evening. The youth had already raised his foot to kick the door, and when he saw the door open and Lin Ming greeting them, he was confused, and within Lin Ming's pupils, green light flashed. The youth was instantly under his control and turned to his brother with a stick. The brother didn't even react before he was smashed to the ground by the stick. Several others were stunned, and the old man even exclaimed, Lao San, you tiger. What are you doing? It's obvious that he's abandoned the darkness. Lin Ming smiled faintly. The oldest once again clubbed and Ed the oldest Den, who was in shock, seeing Lao Dang fall to the ground with blood pouring out. The only surviving youth finally reacted, dropping his weapon in fear and fleeing into the distance. The oldest immediately went after him, pounced on his own brother, and frantically beat him with his stick. The youth was still quite strong, holding his head in a death grip and struggling hard. Surprisingly, he also lifted Lao San to the ground. Lin Ming slightly bristled at the sight and flexed his fingers to flick out a spiritual force that instantly pierced through the fleeing youth's chest, causing him to fall to the ground in despair. He then looked at Lao San. Alright, your mission is accomplished. Yes, master. Lao San took the stick in his hand and struck himself on the head with it until his head was broken and his breath was cut off. Looking at a few corpses, Lin Ming was amused. He thought he was so lucky to be sleepy and have a pillow brought to him. When he dragged a couple of the bodies in, undressed them, and then while they were hot, drawing charms on them. The requirements for making this kind of grudging corpse are very strict. It must be one that has died with grievances and the grievances have not dissipated. This resentment is actually the so-called calamity chi, the last breath before a person dies. Before the breath was dispersed, he painted the corpse with a spell formation and planted his own essence blood inside the corpse's heart so that the corpse would have Lin Ming's breath and could take the place of his life. Replacement death. It took a full 2 hours for Lin Ming to dispose of these 4 corpses, all of which had become his own grievous corpse doubles. For the sake of experimentation, Lin Ming beckoned to one of the disgruntled corpses. Stand up. The spiteful corpse that was lying on the ground jerked up and actually stood up straight at 90 degrees, eyes closed tightly, facing Lin Ming. Lin Ming circled around the disgruntled corpse twice, slightly disgruntled. This was only a primary grieving corpse, merely capable of only scapegoating, with little combat power. If it is refined into a high-level grievance corpse, not only can it be as copper-skinned and iron-boned as a zombie, but it also possesses strong fighting power, even flying. Lin Ming imagined that he went out with a large number of strong corpse slaves who were invulnerable to knives and guns, and when the time came the bullets couldn't be broken, the shells came and kicked away, and he could also take himself up to the world and the sea. So how windy it would be. Even if you get into the creepy game, you're still being chased by creepy when the time comes? I'm being kind by not going after creepy. The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. Unfortunately, right now it was just a thought. Cultivating a grievous corpse into an advanced level was something that could only be done at the Jindan stage. Jindan real person ah. Lin Ming was full of longing, looking forward to reaching that realm and then waving his hand to spill out thousands of troops and horses, destroying a city at every turn. Damn. Still need to catch up on my training. Lin Ming forced himself not to continue thinking about it. It was better to focus on the immediate future. He ordered the disgruntled corpse to go out and run all the way into the distance. The disgruntled corpse obediently turned around and ran quickly towards the distance. Because it was a corpse, it didn't know how to get tired, didn't know how to rest, and didn't even need to breathe. So it always ran wildly at a speed that exceeded its own limits, without slowing down in the middle at all. Of course, a corpse wears out. Its bones, joints, muscles, skin and such, but corpses don't know pain. And besides, these corpses can be made anytime, so it doesn't matter if they break. Along with the grudging corpse running towards the wasteland, a full 30 miles out. That is really a mouthful of rough breath did not gasp. Lin Ming could sense the presence of the grumbling corpse, so after roughly judging the distance, he immediately strangled and recited an incantation to activate the grumbling corpse scapegoat technique. In the next moment, a spell formation appeared at his feet, and after the light flashed, he had appeared 30 miles away. The grumbling corpse, on the other hand, appeared in Lin Ming's dormitory. Swapping places. Good. That means of escape will work just fine. Lin Ming pushed his spiritual energy and performed a small means called the Wind Sentry technique. In addition to recording several powerful spells commonly used in that realm, the Heavenly Evil technique would also have some minor spells from the side. This wind magic was one of them, allowing one to fly on the wind at a relatively average speed. That's just a little faster than the fastest Ferrari. Neither reached the speed of sound. Let's just say that it's really a sideways trick. Poorly reviewed. Lin Ming quickly returned to his dormitory and looked at the several corpses with satisfaction. Next, he had one more important thing to do, and that was to sacrifice the 10,000 soul streamer once again. His 10,000 soul streamer was still a chi refining level magic weapon now, with limited strength, and needed to be refined again to become a foundation establishment stage magic weapon. After re-refining it, he was able to take the magic weapon directly into his dantian, allowing it to contain it all the time, and finally turning the door into an intrinsic magic treasure. The second is that a very powerful special ability will be added. Only Lin Ming first got all the weirdness out of the 10,000 soul streamer, then inserted it in front of him, sat down on his knees, and began to infuse it with spiritual energy. This 10,000 soul streamer was originally a growable type of magic weapon, with a spell formation left inside, and as long as it was injected with spiritual energy, the spell formation would automatically refine. With the input of spiritual energy, the deathly aura on the 10,000 soul streamer gradually thickened, and at the same time became darker and more sinister. The ghostly faces on top of that flagstaff were also even more hideous, and even glowed with a faint deathly light, emphasizing their unearthly nature. After a long time, the 10,000 soul streamer was finally successfully upgraded, gently swaying and emitting a rich aura of death. And the moment Lin Ming withdrew his spiritual power input, the flagstaff on the 10,000 soul streamer suddenly fluttered without wind. As this flagstaff fluttered, an invisible field opened up, Fields, that's right. The Foundation Stage 10,000 Soul Streamer possessed the power of a domain. Once this field was unfolded, it would suppress the enemies within its range and would continuously deprive the other party of their vitality. This is the real 10,000 souls. This was what made the famous evil magic weapon, the 10,000 Soul Streamer, so powerful. Of course, the domain range was small now, and it was necessary to slowly make the domain range larger by harboring the 10,000 Soul Streamer. As for the methods of containment, one is to put it into the Dantian to be flushed by the spiritual power of the heavenly evil power. The other, on the other hand, has to do with its name. After all, how can a 10,000 Soul Streamer, a 10,000 Soul Streamer, exert its strongest power without a soul to fill it? Still need to get into the copy quickly and get a little more shenanigans to satisfy my big baby. Lin Ming opened his mouth and sucked in, and the 10,000 Soul Streamer immediately turned into streams of light and flew into his mouth, entering his Dantian. Looking at the small black streamer hovering in his Dantian, Lin Ming wore a rich smile on his face, but when he saw the spiritual energy that had bottomed out in his Dantian, the smile on his face slowly disappeared again. He took out his cell phone and contacted Song Shui. Lao dang, it's time to pop the gold coins. Chapter 47, Official Website and Guild. After Lin Ming sent the message, there had been no response from there. He called the number, only to be told by an electronic voice that the owner was at work and would call back as soon as possible. Lin Ming instantly realized that Song Shui should have gone into the bizarre game. And this was the reply message left behind? Officials are really fast enough to get a hold of the way to get into the game so quickly? Go back and ask if this works for yourself. And if it does, it's a great deal of money. Now, well, let's see what happens with the spare first. Lin Ming contacted the JK girl. The JK girl was quick to answer the phone and immediately responded dutifully. I'm over here at the police station, waiting for someone from the creepy bureau to pick me up. Very well, find a way to gain trust. You'll be of great use to me in the future, Lin Ming said in a deep voice. Yes, I'll work hard. The JK girl was thrilled and was genuinely obedient to Lin Ming. The two ended their communication. Now the rest of the time is just waiting. Of course, it wasn't as if Lin Ming hadn't tried to find some players from the internet to see if he could get an invitation letter himself. But then he realized that someone was looking for those same players as himself. It's a bunch of liars. Those scammers will target people who make short videos crying about being chosen and then go for the money and sex scams. Cheap money, is to say that he is an old player, can give pass secret or something? A book of 50,000. There are really a lot of people to buy. The police are said to have just busted a fraudulent organization in which the pinups were selling 500 copies a day. There are also people who pretend to have connections in the officialdom, saying that they can get in touch with the special forces in advance by paying money. And there are many people who fall for it. As for cheating on sex, it's even easier. Go to those whiny fairies and tell them they're going to die if they go in there. Don't they want to enjoy the dudes before they die? And then post a picture of the dudes you searched for on the internet, or even one that came out of the AI. There are really a lot of fairies who see 8-pack abs and fresh faces and swoon and say yes. And there are even a lot of women who are already married. And then when they boarded the door to deliver the gun, they were arrested by several people and forced to sell out. And they were drained of their last bit of value before entering the game and sending them to their deaths. There have been more unlucky ones who have had their homes robbed and burglarized after announcing themselves as players, because the player would be in the game and doomed to get out anyway. So as soon as the people are tied up and the belongings are forced out, these people are doomed to never be able to call the police. This can happen thousands of times a day. It led to a serious official warning to all that once you become a player, it is easy not to announce it to the public. Just call the police or something will go terribly wrong. Even the officials have resorted to blocking and deleting the idiots on the short video platform who go around saying they are players. As for those who want to exchange information about the game, they can visit the official website established by Wasia. The name of the site, it's called Creepy Games, and whenever you log in, you have to register with your real name. This favors the state's selection of high-playing players. If anyone publishes a reliable message and is obviously skillful in their tactics, the state will come to their door and pull the plug. Lin Ming registered and logged on. He's just going to browse. It's not like he's going to kindly announce anything on here that won't be targeted. Those important messages and clues from the game were to be used for trading with Song Shui. Tell the news to Song Shui, and let Song Shui go to cheat, cough to exchange resources, and then provide it to Lin Ming. When Lin Ming browsed through this website, don't say, it was really of some use. Folk are really high up. Many of the messages posted by netizens are speculative based on existing news, but a lot of them work very well. One of the messages that surprised Lin Ming the most was posted by a netizen with the nickname Shy Widow gets 18 handsome men taking turns to give up her seat on the bus. Could there be natives within the creepy games? I mean the living kind. They've actually been saving themselves, but can't fight off the huge creepy group. If we find them, can we seek cooperation? Here's a whole bunch of comments. Some are in favor, some are against. It's like one of the hottest discussions on Blue Star at one time to respond to alien signals or not. Some people feel that working with survivors would be good for survival rates by mastering the tricky game faster. There are also concerns that the survivors have become warped and may want to escape the spooky game and overrun the real world. And the people in the real world are still too weak to have anyone extract the ability to go into reality and have a hard time fighting them. Lin Ming knew that those survivors really existed, and he was thinking about finding those guys, because from the information available, they are definitely more knowledgeable about the spooky game, for sure, but whether they are good or evil, no one knows. After all, after spending so many years in the weird world, and possibly even having to hide in some cramped little place for years and decades at a time, it's a wonder that the psyche isn't twisted. Lin Ming checked the thread to see the analysis of the netizens, and the more he read, the more he ended up reading. Suddenly, he reacted to something. The number of players surviving got bigger. There are a lot of people on this site who are posting information in the tone of someone who has been there. Some of them have even gained great abilities in the game, as well as terrifying ghost weapons. It's just that none of these people have upgraded yet, and no one has brought up the matter of map fragments and powers. The probability was that no one had achieved a perfect pass, and this point was far worse for those people compared to Lin Ming, who already possessed 2 map fragments, which was also equivalent to owning 2 real estate properties. Watching those people enthusiastically post some of their experiences and tips online, though it is known that these people have only sent out a portion of the rundown in order to draw attention to themselves for some purpose, but Lin Ming had to admit that there were still smart people. It's true that there are benefits to having a large landmass. There are just so many capable people. Just as he was looking at the joy, he noticed that someone had made a post. Liang Shanhua and Pig Hard, some players are privately recruiting people to build guilds. At admins, do you care? If you don't care, then I'll build a guild too. Someone has the guts to create a guild now? Still posting on the official site? Tough enough. Lin Ming also looked at the post curiously, wondering how the country would respond. Soon after, the administrator replied, "The state does not recommend that players create guilds privately, as we currently have too little grasp of the bizarre game, but we also respect personal freedom, so if a player must create a guild, please be sure to register it with the official department, otherwise it will be recognized as an illegal assembly." This reply caused an instant outcry. How dare the state allow private individuals to create guilds? Doesn't that mean the age of warlords is coming? No kidding. When these people will bring up the skills in the game, they will inevitably rely on great power to form the same situation as the ancient warlords. Or even worse than the warlord splitting situation will be because of all kinds of superpowers. Lin Ming also didn't expect the state to allow it, but on second thought, yes, times have changed, and if we force control now, it will only cause resentment among some powerful players. When the time comes for these people to create guilds privately and secretly, the problem will be even worse. Just like bandits in ancient times, as the saying goes, it's better to block than to block. The state allows you to create guilds, but they have to be registered and filed. It would at least stop guilds and players from screwing around, although there may be an impact on policing for a short period of time. However, the country can always use countless resources to become stronger, and when the time comes, it can still control these guilds with a strong force, just like managing major corporations and gray forces. No more powerful gray force could dare to go against the state. Just like the fire that burned down Chinatown back then, it directly brought down a special administrative region that was about to take off. The state is angry, and it's not messing with you. Chapter 48, Song Shui returns, exchanges information. Lin Ming didn't have the idea of creating a guild. It was mostly too much of a hindrance, and besides, it's not like he didn't have help. As long as one goes crazy refining grudge corpses, one person can be an army of 1,000. It was while Lin Ming was browsing the creepy games website, Song Shui called him. "Hello? You came out of your copy?" Lin Ming greeted. "It almost didn't come out." Song Shui's tone was tinged with exhaustion and anger. "Can you understand what it's like to play a game with a bunch of stupid pigs?" "Understood. I've smashed 3 cell phones playing King Pesticide." Lin Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. Why wouldn't he want to be in the game with someone else? Why don't you want to create a guild? That's the reason. In this world, the last thing you need is a variety of models of. Song Shui was a bit offended. "Did you just laugh?" "No, I'm just cool." Lin Ming didn't hide his happiness. "Ha, trash that can only live in a cemetery dormitory. I'm living in a villa. Do you know what it feels like?" Song Shui retaliated unwillingly. A villa? With Lin Ming's current strength, if he wanted to live in a villa, he didn't know how many people would beg to give it to him. Ding dong, there is bank arrival information. Lin Ming glanced at it and realized that it was an unfamiliar account that had given him $3 million. He was astonished beyond belief. Is this a typo? Or is it a new type of fraud? Money received, right? My account can't just give money to the outside world. That's what I let Yun Yun call you. Go find a good place to live. In addition, there's no need to work. Call out in a nice voice and I'll support you. Song Shui said in a tone that was not without complacency. Lin Ming sked. Worthy of being a special warfare captain? You're really rich, but it would be better if you could give me some invitation letters. Song Shui heard his words and became even more pleased. Good to know. Brat. I'll take care of you in the future. Do you have any paper on hand now? What? Did you forget to bring paper to the restroom? Lin Ming asked rhetorically. It's me who smells your bad breath through the phone, so I'll let you wipe your mouth. Don't disgust me. Song Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Ming hemmed and hawed. I've got paper here. Go ahead. I'll tell you a few tips about the spooky game. Just remember. Song Shui also got serious. I entered a copy called Crazy Conservation Room this time. That copy should be an offshoot of some big copy, but the other sections aren't open to us. Inside, all the team members and I acted in the capacity of babysitters, taking care of those little newborn babies, and the nurse told us the rules. 1. You can't let a baby cry for more than 10 seconds. 2. Can't let the baby die. 3. Can't worry the baby's parents. 4. Babies will have regular medical checkups, and if they fail, the babysitter in charge of that baby will be reprimanded. Those babies are hideously creepy, and while they can't speak to make demands, that's rather the most problematic part, because you don't know when they're going to be hungry, when they're going to need to go to the bathroom, or even have special needs like certain babies that need to be spanked at regular intervals. Besides, the people of the Special Operations Team, although they have received training, but that is a group of pure waste, all kinds of mistakes, all one by one triggered the rules to die, and some of them do not listen to my command, and I got lucky, by observing all the subtle signs of these babies and determining what they needed. I barely made it through the break-in and lasted the 3 hours it took to be released. I'll tell you what, once you're in this level, there are 3 things to watch for. The first one is to observe the environment. Those nurses will put things that need to be used on the babies. In the nursery, those tools could be 1,001 anything. The second is to observe the babies. They will have various features on them that represent what they need. For example, some babies that love to eat just have blood all over their mouths, and some babies that love to play look around with scary eyes alive. And third, is to keep an eye on the movement outside the nursery door and close it as soon as any guy without a nurse's uniform approaches. Because the third rule that the nurse said was used to fool people. No baby's parents would even worry about the baby, and naturally wouldn't come to visit. And some dumbass let in the creepy ones that came to eat the baby as if they were the baby's parents before, and it almost got everyone killed. Lin Ming listened to Song Shui's incessant introductions and quickly recorded them while thinking of ways to crack them. When she finished speaking, Song Shui was also a bit curious and asked, Lin Ming, if it was you, how would you break this game? Although you have strong force, you can't kill babies. Is it only possible to break the situation by carefully observing like me? By asking this question, Song Shui actually wanted to know if her ability had caught up with Lin Ming. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Crack? Why do you need to crack? According to you, whenever a baby cries it attracts a nurse chastisement, and babies attract creepy people who want to eat them. Then, of course, I hung all the babies outside the door, let their cries attract the nurses and other creeps, and then finished them all off. Lin Ming was unable to fight against the rules right now, but that didn't mean he couldn't beat those shenanigans. To others, those rules are binding players, but to him, that's just fish bait for dangling shenanigans. Is it a mission to gather so many babies together? This is clearly creepy games helping themselves to the nest. Song Shui sniffed and fell into silence. To be honest, she had gone through the game twice, gained a lot of experience, and got lucky with a powerful skill. I had thought that even if there was some distance between myself and Lin Ming, there shouldn't be much difference. Who would have thought that the two were different from their roots? One is breaking in with one's life. Lin Ming was also using his life, but it was a bizarre life. Older brother, you are truly a pure pervert. Song Shui sighed. Cut the crap. Do you have a pen and paper at hand? Lin Ming asked. What? You don't have any paper to wipe your mouth after eating and you want me to bring it to you? Song Shui asked rhetorically. Lin Ming sked. Women, they're just so careful. Don't I just flirt with you? Song Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Less nonsense. I'll give you $3 million. Over the mouth is not okay? Just say what you're going to say. I'll keep it in mind. Lin Ming organized his thoughts and said, First, there are survivors within the game. Whether they're friend or foe is unknown, but they also try to plunder the authority of the copies, and some of the survivors seem to be able to travel through the copies at will. Secondly, there seems to be certain places in the game where you can purchase shenanigans and the odds are that the shenanigans purchased will listen to the purchaser. Thirdly, the withdrawals are real. I've withdrawn skills and gained authority over an in-game copy to run that copy. Fourth, upgrading doesn't just require points. It seems to require a certain number of passes. That's all. Tell me how you get into the game. I'm in a hurry to get in. Chapter 49, Get the hell out of here. Song Shui was inwardly shocked as she digested the information given by Lin Ming. Officials have only just begun to familiarize themselves with the copies, and Lin Ming already understands so many hidden secrets of the bizarre game. However, the request Lin Ming made, she couldn't fulfill for the time being. We are torturing ourselves through various electric shock instruments to produce intense pain and resentment in order to get in, and there is a high probability of getting into the same copy if the person producing the pain is very close. Surely you don't want to use this method and you can't use it, right? But my status should rise quite a bit this time out, and with this information you've provided, I can provide you with a steady stream of invitation letters in the future. I've just heard that the officials have been collecting a lot more secret information lately, so I'll organize all the information for you later. Right, there's something else. There's a female player named Chen Lily, codenamed Queen Flower. Do you recognize her? That woman entered the copy with me, and kept shouting your name when she died in the copy, and said something about not betraying you or something. Song Shui asked with some curiosity. Lily-chan? Queen's Flowers? Lin Ming thought for a moment. Oh, it's probably the woman who cleared the death hotel with me before. Dead is dead. Okay, it doesn't matter on the line. There was still a team member alive when she had her accident. I heard him shouting your name and was worried that she would reveal your secret, so I gave her a painful knife. Song Shui said casually. Lin Ming didn't care about that. He cared more about the information in the game. All that can be published on that website of spooky games is information that is in the hands of private citizens and a portion of the official ones. The really important information. Because of the need to prevent foreign countries from knowing about it, the country had always classified it as top secret, and no one could get it except for the top management of the Trickster Bureau. But Song Shui had cleared the game this time and gotten so many secrets, enough to make her the most trusted person in the creepy bureau, and it was normal for her to know some hidden secrets. The two made small talk again for a while before hanging up. Lin Ming looked at the cold 3 million balance on his card and fell into deep thought. Should we move? Actually, this place was quite good, except for the inconvenient transportation. It was very suitable for him, an evil cultivator, to live in. Besides, it's okay to have bad transportation. He can fly after all. Ding dong. Lin Ming's cell phone rang again. It was a message from Song Shui. By the way, don't think it's safe to live there. Because of the bizarre game, the country is now very sensitive to death, cemeteries, mortuaries and things like that, and has decided that it will incinerate all the corpses in the country. And the cemeteries and things like that are assigned to be guarded by special guards. So you're going to be out of a job very soon. So move early and live in peace. This was something Lin Ming hadn't expected. Then move. Find a villa with good privacy to live in and it shouldn't be seen as a problem. Lin Ming simply packed up his things, sent a resignation message to the leader, and regardless of whether she replied back or not, directly flew away in the night. When he flew within the city limits of Springs, he used his cell phone navigation to search for a single-family home park. It was a villa area near the edge of Quan City, all of which were single-family houses. Don't say, the neighborhood property is still quite dedicated, and there were still staff on duty when Lin Ming came to them. There are second homes listed for sale in the neighborhood and the property is with this villa real estate company, so there will be a record of that in their presentation. There's a second home here with 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms and a small 100-square-foot yard. Finished, turnkey kind. Lin Ming immediately had the duty officer call the homeowner and ask the other party to come over with the contract of sale. The homeowner would have been annoyed who ran out to sell his house at night, but as soon as he heard that Lin Ming was buying a house without bargaining, and also signing a contract and paying, he immediately ran over. Houses don't sell well these days, and with the weird games being such a big deal, homeowners are making plans to think they'll have to drop their prices by an estimated $200,000 before anyone will buy. Now that an ingrate wants to pay immediately, the homeowner comes running at once. He held the contract, and when he saw Lin Ming, he instantly revealed a smile. Really young and promising. I was still chewing on my old age when I was your age. Pretty much. I'm only rich because of an old woman too. Lin Ming darkly poked and insinuated Song Shui. The homeowner blushed. What's the point of relying on an old woman? This kid's a pussy-feeding gigolo? Money is earned by serving rich women. No wonder it's so generous. But in the end, it's young people who really don't know how to live their lives. Even if this is money you make fast. But that's what you get for stabbing the wire ball one by one. It's amazing that you throw it out without blinking an eye. The homeowner thought this but didn't say it out loud, but first asked Lin Ming to sign the contract. After Lin Ming signed the contract, he asked Song Shui to raise his transfer amount, and by the way, he used his privilege to transfer the property directly. See the money to the account. The homeowner is not pretending. Immediately got up and said proudly, I did not think that, brother, you were so capable. Directly to the success of the transfer of the account. I thought that there will have to suffer for a period of time. Now I can finally rest assured that I can leave the country. The female property manager next to him was a bit puzzled. Mr. Joe, you're going abroad? I've heard that foreign countries have been very chaotic lately. Watching the news broadcast said it? The homeowner was full of disdain. This is the only thing that China can do. All day long they know how to rumor about other people's countries, and they are always talking about this country's war, that country's poverty, or the beautiful country's streets are full of drug addicts, and they will surely encounter electric scams when they go out of the country. The female property manager's face stiffened a bit. Rather, she doesn't say it every day. And I've heard that the bizarre games abroad are making more of a fuss, and those people are going crazy. Okay, I don't care if you poor people are patriotic. I'm going to enjoy the capitalist life anyway. I sold the house and the company and the car all together. $50 million is enough for me to live well in a foreign country. I'm emigrating tonight. Guys, bye-bye. The homeowner smugly walked out the door with the contract. Lin Ming didn't bother, took the key and went to his villa. The villa isn't small. It's nicely decorated, and there are no signs of habitation. It is assumed that the homeowner bought it for investment or intends to use it for retirement and hasn't moved in yet. Lin Ming summoned Wei Yuan and the others out and had them clean up. On the other side, the female manager looked in the direction of Lin Ming's villa, her eyes filled with envy. To be honest, when Lin Ming came to ask if there was a house just now, she thought that she was here to harass herself and was just trying to play hard to get her contact information. But I did not expect. Lin Ming came up to show the balance of the bank card, but also let himself call the homeowner, but also 3 times to give more than 2 million. Moved into the new home. The manageress decided that this was the son of a powerful man who had money, a background, and a penchant for keeping a low profile. After all, it's almost unimaginable how much power there is behind just closing on a house without showing up. If I could climb into the bed of such a man, wouldn't I become a phoenix? However, Lin Ming had just moved in, and she didn't dare venture over to disturb her for fear of leaving a bad impression. Find a way to meet him tomorrow and show off your beauty, or at least make a good impression first, the manageress thought, driving home and starting to rummage through her closet for her nicest clothes, most expensive jewelry and bags. If you want to hug the rich man's thighs, you can't act like your family is too bad yourself. After tossing and turning for half the night, the manageress finally figured out how to approach Lin Ming tomorrow and leave a deep impression. She had just climbed into bed and wanted to rest and refresh herself, but to my surprise, a call came in. Hello, who is it? The manageress sounded slightly disgruntled. It's me, I'm that Mr. Joe who sold the house tonight. Crying came from the other side of the phone. I just got off the plane. I'm in a pretty country. Now I'm being hijacked by a group of saying that they want me to give $100 million in order to leave. I can't borrow any money right now. Can you let that young man who bought my house help me? In response to this, the female manager just laughed. Ah, Mr. Joe, get lost you. Chapter 50, Testing Abilities. Oblivion is really scary. Early the next morning, Lin Ming was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. It was Song Shui who called, her tone full of exhaustion. Just finished the meeting. Tired old lady. How was the outcome of the meeting? Lin Ming asked. What else can happen? Expectedly, the Trickster Bureau has no doubts about my abilities now. I can say that I'm in a position of power. They've given me a great deal of power, and you'll be able to get your invitations in a steady stream. I really didn't look at the wrong person. It's still you. Lin Ming immediately served up rainbow farts. Cut the crap and buy a house. Ha, see your location information changed. Song Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. You can determine my location information just by calling? Song Shui snorted. You think the country is on a diet? Any information about you is transparent in front of the state, especially now that the special event is being handled. A tracking software has been installed on the cell phones of all of us in the creepy bureau, so as long as the call comes in you can instantly determine your identity information and current location. But don't worry, there is no listening software in my cell phone, and those people wouldn't dare to listen to me now. The Bureau of Eccentricity worked hard to build the special operations team and invested so many resources. In the end, Song Shui was the only one left, and brought out so much important information from the game. How could the creepy bureau not coax this bigot? Of course, these people must have investigated Song Shui as well, and Song Shui's history record could be said to be quite clean. No criminal information for 5 generations. My own father, mother and stepmother, all dead. There is only one bloodless brother, and the 2 are extremely close, but that brother dropped out of school, had no criminal record, never got a permanent job of any kind, and ended up visiting graves at the cemetery, looking pretty unproductive. One could only say that Song Shui, who came from such a background, was simply too suitable to be a special operations captain. So the Trickster Bureau was very relieved to give Song Shui great authority to browse all the confidential information about the Trickster game, and at a given moment could take full authority and mobilize any personnel to do something. After exploring the database, Song Shui recorded all the information and told Lin Ming, because uploading it to the internet has the potential to draw attention to it or leave traces, so she was completely oral. Fortunately, Lin Ming had a good memory and recorded all the useful information, but it's true that the state doesn't have nearly as much information as he does at the moment. Other than a few passages of information, the rest is useless speculation. Of course, the thing that made Lin Ming happiest about Song Shui becoming a special operations captain was that she would be able to get a lot of invitation letters. At this moment, Song Shui gave Lin Ming 20 addresses of players with invitation letters in one breath. She could only do this. She couldn't send the invitation letter to Lin Ming or send it in the mail. That would be discovered sooner or later. Lin Ming was already happy to get the addresses, and on those address information, there were also copies of what those people were for Lin Ming to choose from at random. At this moment, Lin Ming looked at the messages and picked them out one by one. Bloody Wedding Night, Black Doll, Harsh Octave, Gravekeeper. Most of these copies look as if they only have one or two shenanigans, and then there are others, obviously for people to grab ghost weapons. Lin Ming had no interest in this. He only wanted to upgrade. When he found the end of the rummage, his eyes lit up and he saw a satisfying one. The Land of Silence. Dear friend, will you come to spend 7 unforgettable days with us in the Land of the Silent? I believe this journey full of fantasy will make you fall in love with this place and stay here forever. The information that made Lin Ming set his eyes on this copy were the words 7 days, and journey. Since it can involve those 3 words, I'm sure this copy won't have a small number of people. Lin Ming hemmed and hawed, naturally selecting this invitation letter immediately. He looked over to the little lowly, Meng Meng, who was playing beside him. This ninny will always be left out of the creepy game, so no one plays with her. Later on, although they had an owner, they were used most of the time and rarely got to play with the owner. After being brought out at this time, Lin Ming specifically went to the small supermarket in the villa area and got a whole bunch of toys for her. It's a lot of fun to play at this point. Not that Lin Ming was much of a kind person. The thing is, it's hard for anyone to look at a little girl of a few years old, huddled pitifully in a corner, just staring at you in disbelief, and not get the idea of wanting to help her. Lin Ming looked toward the little lowly playing with her toys and asked, "How can you make people forget about me?" The little lowly walked over and took Lin Ming's hand, then looked at him with a pair of big, innocent eyes just like that. "That's it. That's fine?" Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "That's fine. You accompany me out." Lori nodded painfully. She didn't have the ability to refuse, nor did she want to. She just couldn't help but look at the toys as she headed out the door. She hadn't played with them enough. Seeing this, Lin Ming let go of her hand and said, "Go pick out your favorite one to bring with you." "Really? Thank you, master." The little lowly joyfully ran over and picked up one of the ragdoll bears, and joyfully ran back again. In the past, the orphanage children had this, and I wanted it too, but the teacher refused to give it to me because she said that I would infect the toy with a disease. Lin Ming laughed and took Lori's hand and walked outside. By the time he stepped out, it was just as someone was going to drive to work. When Lin Ming saw the other party backing up, he deliberately stood behind the car and did not go, and even gave a middle finger to provoke. The driver really didn't see him at all, and was on the verge of crashing, still on the gas, and even the reverse radar didn't go off. But that wasn't enough. Lin Ming came to the small square in the villa area. There is a lot of exercise equipment and a lot of elderly people hanging out or with their kids. Lin Ming looked at the crowd and shouted, "All eyes toward me, I'm announcing something now." The people on the leisure plaza did not even raise their heads, just play with themselves. All completely did not seem to hear. Lin Ming thought about it, in case it was these people who were deaf. He looked at a little kid passing next to him and without saying a word pulled his pants down and popped his dinky. The kid cried out with a wow, and his grandmother rushed over. "What's wrong, big grandson? Why did you take your pants off yourself?" "I didn't take it off. I didn't take it off. Grandma, someone touched my chicken," the grandson wailed. "People? Where are the people?" Grandma looked around and saw even the other old people several meters away, but she couldn't see Lin Ming who was close by. But in fact, it wasn't that they hadn't seen Lin Ming, but the moment they did, they forgot they had seen him. That's the power of forgetting. Only then was Lin Ming convinced that there was no problem, and he immediately took the little lowly and flew up in the air, heading straight into the distance. He flew over long streets of traffic, over tall buildings, and soon arrived inside an office building. Lin Ming was puzzled. Why was the other party here? You've been chosen by the game and you're still working? What about being so dedicated? When he entered, he found a middle-aged male staff member who was frantically smashing the office, shouting angrily, "Why me? Is it easy for me to pay the mortgage, to raise my son? I work day and night. I have to look at the face of A at work, and I have to be tormented by the brain-dead leader's phone calls at any time after work. I've tried so hard. I've worked hard enough. Why do I have to let creepy games pick me? I don't deserve to live, do I? Ordinary people don't deserve to live, do they?" In the corner of the office, a group of employees were trembling and hiding. No one dared to come forward. On the contrary, the leader who just came to work did not know what happened, saw the male staff smashing, and immediately raged. Wang Chu, are you crazy? Believe it or not, I will fire you now. And these are the company's property. You must compensate. Chapter 51, Wrong. The male staff member who was smashing violently looked at the leader, tears rolling down his face, and he instantly found the perfect outlet for his anger. He was seen lunging ferociously, tackling the leader to the ground and punching him. Calling me in the middle of the night to change a PowerPoint presentation. Are you making me work overtime every day, huh? Deducting my perfect attendance for being 10 seconds late. Didn't you say there are plenty of college students who don't want money? I'll see if those college students can cure you and bring you back to life. The leader wailed as he was beaten. Let go of me. Are you crazy? Ouch. Don't hit. Wrong. Help. He went from cursing angrily to begging for mercy to asking for help from those around him. But none of those staff members persuaded the male staff member or helped the leader. They just gloated and watched the leader get beaten up. It's better to beat it to death. Lin Ming didn't mind his own business when he saw the two fighting. He walked over to the table, looked at the invitation letter sitting on the table, and wrote his name on it. When that was done, Lin Ming turned around and left. When he went out, the leader's face was hammered and the man was broken. The male clerk was sitting off to the side, bawling in agony. He had children to raise and a family, and he didn't want to die. Unfortunately, creepy games won't let you off the hook for being poor and helpless. Instead, you'll be chosen more urgently. It's like those company leaders who won't take care of you because you're burdened, but will just squeeze you like crazy because you don't dare to just leave your job. Of course, as the spooky game absorbed more and more people, it caused more and more panic. Those who are rich can't escape either, because they are richer and more reluctant to die, so it creates panic and resentment. And at that point, the odds are that the entire population. Countdown. Over. The world in front of Lin Ming distorted and transformed into a different scene. He had expected to come to a scenic spot, but not inside a movie theater. It was a screening room, very old, and the air smelled of decay. Since the movie hadn't started playing yet, the dim lights were still on and you could see into the screening room. It's a trapezoidal classroom-like kind of seating, and there must be hundreds of them, surrounded by walls plastered with attractive materials are uneven and stained. There are 10 small lights at the top, presumably to take care of the eyes, and the glow isn't really bright. On the wall directly in front of us is a huge curtain that is not lit up yet. Lin Ming looked down, glancing at his seat number. Row 208. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this seat number. He looked around at those other red seats again and realized that most of them were empty. There were dozens of those occupied seats, and those people were clearly players. That's a lot of players this time. Unlike before, when it was 5 by 5 every time. Is it because you're here for 7 days? So for 7 days, each day is considered a copy. And then each copy counts for 5 people? Lin Ming counted the number of players. It's really 35. With him, it's 36. Then the odds are he guessed right. Just as Lin Ming was observing, so were the others. Though some nervousness and a look of panic could clearly be seen. But they didn't dare to move or make a casual noise. It was taught on the Creepy Games website set up by Wasia, and there was even a video dedicated to teaching it. It's a reminder to players to enter the game and never panic or move or talk around. Calm down. Observation. These two things are the two most important requirements for getting out alive. It seems like the state is teaching them pretty well. At least these guys aren't crashing when they first come in like the guys in the previous copy. Woohoo! An extremely suppressed cry came from the room, which was unusually noticeable in the empty and quiet screening room. Everyone's gazes instantly sniffed at the sound. It's the male clerk. It's true. Lin Ming knew it had to be him. The guy had an emotional breakdown before he came in. Again, I almost broke my hand. I had adrenaline to help me, so I didn't feel any pain. But the adrenaline thing doesn't keep breaking out, and now I guess the pain I felt, combined with the desperation, made me cry out without control for a moment. It was good to get it under control in time, and only cried. Not right. Lin Ming took a closer look and realized that where was this guy under control? He was clearly already dead. The male clerk was already lying on the ground bleeding from all 7 orifices, losing his voice. All he did was cry, and he died like that? The other players were taken aback, their faces filled with fear. Lin Ming immediately used his soul regeneration technique to check the surroundings for any weirdness. No, there was no spooky presence at all, except for the thick dead air. And the odds are that the only thing that can get someone killed so quickly are the rules. At this time, Lin Ming thought of the name of this copy, The Land of Silence, and it's still a movie theater. So if you make a sound, you die? But the invitation letter says you have to stay here for 7 days. It's not going to be 7 days of watching movies, is it? The others obviously also had this guess, so their faces were all a bit ugly. They're human beings. they can hold their own without water or food for a day or two. If we sit here for 7 days, we're not waiting to die? Besides, pooping and farting is human nature, and who dares to guarantee that what you let out will be a silent, muffled fart? Lin Ming once again scanned the surroundings, looking for places where rules might be recorded here. But no, it's like there's only one no-voice rule here. Lin Ming didn't believe it and immediately got up, walking towards the door of the screening room. He wanted to see if he could open the door. The others all wore different expressions when they saw his actions. Some people also wanted to go to the door to take a look, but didn't dare to move, so they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Ming go to help them scout the way. There were also people who frowned at Lin Ming, thinking that he shouldn't act casually, and that if he angered Creepy, he could potentially harm all the players. Of course, neither those who wanted him to go, nor those who didn't, dared to make a sound. Lin Ming stepped on the thick carpet under his feet and arrived at the door of the screening room. The gate had no doorknob. It was one of those that opened with a hard push, but when Lin Ming put his hand on it, he couldn't push it no matter how hard he tried. It seems that it is not allowed to go out. Then look for it in the screening room. Lin Ming began to wander around the screening room, looking around. Those people couldn't help but sweat as they watched him being so bold. There were also players who saw Lin Ming coming towards them and hurriedly waved their hands, telling him not to come near them. They didn't want to die along with this reckless guy in bad luck. Lin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to these people as he searched around, finally finding a white piece of paper that had been stepped on many times underneath a seat. He picked up the paper and looked at it. Sure enough, that's the code, or rule, of the movie theater. Screening room code. 1. Please do not make a sound. 2. Do not leave your seat after the movie is shown, and do not affect the view of other moviegoers. 3. You can ask for help from the movie theater staff if you have problems. 4. The popcorn staff on the left side of the screening room loved it so much that they would take it home to eat after the show dispersed. 5. Please watch the movie in its entirety and give it a favorable review. 6. Please don't hurt them. It all seems like normal rules, and all seems like a kind reminder. But hell if there's no pit in there. As Lin Ming studied the code, some players couldn't help but come over as well, because they also want to know what's written on the paper. When they see that it is a code, they all write it down by heart, all of them first, and then they pass it around to each other. They were secretly pondering how to follow the rules properly. Lin Ming was also secretly searching for a good way to violate the rules. Chapter 52. Are you laughing at your mom? Suddenly, all the lights in the movie theater dimmed. The dark movie theater was surprisingly full of people in those otherwise empty seats. Nope, not necessarily human. A young player with long hair sat in a chair, his whole body tense with nervousness, his right hand squeezing the silver cross necklace hanging around his neck in a death grip, while his left hand took out a head of garlic from his pants pocket. He even got a tattoo to deter the shenanigans when he found out about the shenanigans that were popping up. On his back, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin tattooed with Black Dog's blood, with Neza sitting on the dragon's head, Guangong lying in the coffin with his eyes open, the muscular Tang monk sitting cross-legged on the top of the coffin, the black and white constant supporting the coffin, and the shaded part on the edge of the tattoo being the 10 kings of hell. But that's not all. Tattooed the god of war, Interceptor, on the front chest, and the 4 sacred beasts on the limbs. Even on his butt, he didn't spare it, tattooed with the golden crow. The 2 wings of the golden crow occupied both butt cheeks, and the beak of the golden crow was right where the chrysanthemums were, said to prevent invasion by the creepy from there. The long-haired player silently reassured himself that he would surely make it out alive. With all this ferocity, it scares the creeps to death. The long-haired player was startled as the light suddenly went out overhead, as he realized with horror that several figures had appeared in the originally empty seats around him. He desperately lowered his head, not daring to look around at anything else. Suddenly, on the seat next to him, something dark fell to the floor. The thing didn't make much noise because of the thick plush carpet on the floor. Just the long-haired player with his head down couldn't help but be caught in the sights for a moment. When he subconsciously glanced at it, he realized that what had fallen to the ground was a bloody human head that was baring its teeth at him. Honestly, whoever sees this scene, if they can hold back from screaming, then all I can say is, count your blessings. Anyway, the long-haired player subconsciously shouted WOJ, and then immediately fell to the ground and died violently. The sudden sound and death startled the other players as well. They actually noticed the weirdness around them, so they all chose to close their eyes at the first opportunity. This is the second officially taught way to confront shenanigans. Psychological cues. Close your eyes and keep mentally visualizing the creepiness next to you as what you crave most. No one is afraid of what they want most. By doing this, the fear in your heart is alleviated. So, all the players have started mentally suggesting it. That's not a ghost next to me. It's a chicken claw. A big chicken claw. Next to me is a sports car. A supercar. I'm next to all the money. Yuan, dollars, pounds, euros. Next to me is a 1 meter 6 tall, wearing a white shirt, hip skirt and black stockings with red bottom high heels of the front and back of the beautiful big sister. She is well behaved and gentle, will do the laundry and cooking, but also make money to support the family, filial piety to parents, never get angry, never pretentious, everything is centered on me, do not contact with other men, and is willing to accept any position, and is willing to introduce all the beautiful girlfriends to me. Lin Ming. This was because he hadn't heard what was in those people's hearts, or else he would have designated to ask a question. Dude, are you making a wish here? Don't say. So a psychological hint down. The players mentioned the heart and the throat slowly fell down, but there are individual players of other contraptions raised up. In comparison, Lin Ming was much more calm. According to his speculation, these rules for movie theaters are the same as they were for residential buildings before. Part of it shouldn't be set by the copy, but by the shenanigans. The first rule of not making a sound, which goes without asking, fits well with the Silent Land, and at first glance is a copy of the rules. There are also people who have already proved with their deaths that it is indeed the rules that kill. Lin Ming was going to test a few other rules to see if they could work for him. The second rule is not to just get up and block people's view. This one looks a little bit like a movie theater rule, but also a little bit like a request only made by the audience. Do a test. Lin Ming first looked at the screen. Still dull, but can vaguely see some shadows, cannot see what is playing. It should not be officially broadcast, is playing some prologue and so on, right? Lin Ming stopped paying attention to the big screen and turned his head to look around, realizing that the two creeps beside him were also staring at the screen in death. These two neighboring creeps, one is soaking wet as if drowned, one body was papier-mâché, a complete paper man, and the features on his face were completely painted and poorly drawn, like a child's doodle. And I don't know if it was because of the heat, but the blood red pigment it used to paint the five senses slowly started to melt, making the paper man's face distorted and look even more grotesque and neurotic. Presumably noticing Lin Ming's gaze, the paper man jerked his head around to look at him, and his already spent mouth actually slowly hooked up in a terrifying smile. Lin Ming wasn't the slightest bit afraid and just nodded his head to show his politeness, and then a small flame crept out of the tip of his finger hanging down the left side of the seat. Fire control technique. A sidetrack recorded in the Heavenly Evil technique. It's just a very common ability that can only summon samsara fire. Lin Ming stabbed the paper man in the ass with his burning fingertips. Although the last rule was to tell not to harm them, Lin Ming felt that they certainly didn't refer to the creeps, at least not these creeps around himself, because as we found out from the previous copy, the rules set by the creepy game never protect either creepy or the player. It's a free-for-all killing world, so how could killing not be allowed to happen? So this kind of rule, which is clearly contrary to the underlying logic of the game world, is less likely to be dictated by a copy than any other rule. Sure enough, the paper man's ass, huffing and puffing, burned up long ago, and Lin Ming was not punished. The paper man didn't see Lin Ming's small action, only felt how his butt was so hot, and when he looked down, he instantly leapt up. The paper man jumped up and down in panic, trying to clap his hands together, but afraid of the noise. It used its death chi to extinguish it, but found that the cold and gloomy death chi that could freeze everything was unable to extinguish the flame. Lin Ming first looked at the creepy spectators behind him who were blocked by the paper people. They clearly showed some impatience and anger, but they didn't make a move or anything. They just kept changing their position to look at the screen as if they were enjoying the movie. The rules didn't kill the paper man. So this second rule is clearly a movie theater rule specifically for the players. Lin Ming immediately beckoned to the paper man whose ass was on fire, signaling for him to help put out the fire. The paper man, who was in a hurry, suddenly revealed a look of gratitude. It secretly thought to itself, this player is so nice, he's even willing to help me put out the fire. I'll save his life for the duration of this movie show. Lin Ming, on the other hand, grabbed the paper person's buttocks and revolved the Heavenly Evil technique, fiercely beginning to absorb the dead chi within the paper person's body. The paper man who was secretly vowing to protect Lin Ming froze. How did you lose your own dead energy so fast? When it felt its power flowing towards Lin Ming's body, it immediately revealed a shocked expression, and its already flowery pigmented features became even more distorted. Is this a ing fire? It is clearly the extermination of me. Without waiting for the paper man to resist, he turned into pieces and spilled out all over the place, his dead chi having been completely sucked out. Deadliness plus 100. Lin Ming had a question mark on his face. No. Before, ordinary ghosts could still have 2 or 3,000 or even 3 or 4,000 dead chi. How come this paper man is only 100? Lin Ming looked to his right at the water ghost in dismay. The water ghost saw that the paper man was dead, but did not know that it was Lin Ming who had done it, and when he saw that he seemed to think that he was afraid. He deliberately grinned a wry smile, and there were still dead fish and shrimp in his mouth, which gave off a strong stench. Lin Ming's zero frame rose his hand and slapped it across the face. You're laughing at your mom. Chapter 53, this movie is still predictable? Lin Ming's slap on the water ghost's face covered his palm with spiritual energy, hitting extremely hard, yet with the cushion of spiritual energy, not making the snapping sound of flesh colliding with flesh. The water ghost was jerked to the ground, full of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Can I you? Bang, dubbed in the heart of a water ghost. Lin Ming stomped on the water demon's eyes again, full of displeasure. As they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. He could see it in the guy's eyes. The water ghost was cursing himself in his mind, and it was dirty. When he had stepped on the water ghost, Lin Ming drained its dead energy. Deadliness plus 120. That amount is still not right. What the hell is all this weirdness? Are they all underage in the creepy circle? Is creepy games so short on people that creepy? Who is not yet an adult, is sent out to kill people? Although Lin Ming's curiosity wasn't really too heavy, not being able to eat enough made him upset. Lin Ming was just scanning the creeps when a creep came over to him with an unhappy, vicious face because he stood up. These two creeps walked over and looked at Lin Ming with menacing faces. Eerie deathly aura released from their eyes, causing the air around them to become icy cold. They just sat down on the empty seats on either side of Lin Ming, pointing and nodding at Lin Ming's seat. That meant for him to sit down. Lin Ming didn't expect to have a bizarre filler immediately after just eating two. What? A buffet? No wonder creepy is so weak. So it's a walk in the park? Lin Ming always felt like something wasn't quite right and began to think back to the remaining 3 rules. The third rule is that you can ask for help from the staff if you have questions. But Lin Ming checked the entire screening room and didn't see any staff there. Besides, what could be the problem here? Could it be that you can call out to the staff when you're killed by a creep? That would be breaking the iron law of the land of the voiceless. The fourth rule was popcorn on the left side of the screening room, which the staff loved. The problem was that the only doors to the left of the screening room were the entry and exit doors, and there wasn't any popcorn. Besides, who sells popcorn in a screening room? Could it be outside the door? Then there's no need for this rule, because it's clearly a way for players to not just take popcorn. And how else is it going to be taken outside the door? The fifth rule is to watch the movie in its entirety and give it a favorable review. It seems that the puzzles here are all related in some way to the movie being shown. Lin Ming was looking around when he realized that the big screen was slowly lighting up, and the big screen is playing. Screening room? Lin Ming noticed that the players in his front row were stirring a bit. It didn't make a sound, but it was clearly a bit of a surprise as well, because the movie turned out to be like a surveillance video, playing all the scenes in the screening room. It turns out that the screen was dark just now, and it wasn't playing the prologue, but the screening room was still lit at the time, so it was playing a darker picture. The lights were on now, so they could clearly see on the big screen that both the decor and the setup of the screening room inside were exactly the same as the one they were sitting in now. Several workmen then appeared on the screen and began to clean up the site. The jobbers, wearing standard overalls with the words Memory Cinema printed on the back, were cleaning the seats one by one. But while cleaning the seats, one of the workmen accidentally dropped the code of the screening room, which was posted on the wall, on the floor. Turns out this thing was originally attached to the wall, and after the jobber got rid of the code, he didn't seem to notice, but instead kicked it a few times, causing it to fly under one of the seats. That seat was exactly where Lin Ming had picked up the code earlier. Lin Ming and some of the smart players instantly realized that this should be a replay of what happened before the screening room. I just don't know where it will be put back. Soon the workmen finished cleaning up and walked together to stand on the left side of the screening room. To the left of the screening room, there was another table with popcorn. That location, right at the entrance and exit. That wasn't all. Just after the jobbers had returned to their positions at the door, the players appeared on the big screen, and they were shown on the screen exactly as they had been when they first came in. The first thing that happens is that everyone looks around and surveys the environment. This was followed by the male clerk at the beginning who couldn't suppress his sobs and died violently on the spot. Immediately after that, it's Lin Ming who gets up and starts checking out the screening room, and even the scene where he goes to push the door is faithfully played out. And throughout the whole process, the crew in the picture has been there, standing right there at the entrance and exit. This scene caused all the players to suck in their cool breaths and look violently at the entrance and exit locations. Turns out the staff had been here when they arrived earlier and just couldn't see it. Now the entrance and exit there, still empty, no staff at all. Unable to help it, some players looked towards Lin Ming, because Lin Ming had gone to push the door earlier. He should have been able to notice the problem. The screening room was dark, and the players couldn't see Lin Ming's expression. Can't even see that he just killed Creepy, only that a fire just started around him and that he took advantage of the chaos to touch the paperman's ass. When the fire goes out, you won't be able to see much. Still, they were watching, hoping to see some hope of escape. Lin Ming was also looking at the entrance to the screening room. He had just used his demontation technique and hadn't seen the jobbers. He immediately got up and walked to the door, running the heavenly evil technique, putting the soul regeneration technique into full operation and probing again, and there was still no abnormality. The soul regeneration technique was able to be recorded as an official spell by the heavenly evil Kung Fu, so it was definitely more powerful than those sideways techniques. So if the regalia can't even detect the other person, there will only be two things. First, the other party was very strong, so strong that it exceeded to Lin Ming by 2 or 3 great realms. Second, the other side isn't even here. They, in turn, exist only in the big screen. Lin Ming felt that the second guess was a solid one and returned to his position, and those players took his actions in their eyes. Although they couldn't see what Lin Ming was doing, they could see him getting up and circling the doorway. All of them were shocked. This guy is really not afraid to die. That's spooky. Groping creepy sass before was fine. How dare you check the door now? Is it a natural lack of heart? Or is it just plain dumb and bold? Either way, the players had begun shaking their heads and sentenced Lin Ming to death. They secretly decided inwardly that they must stay away from this stupid fool later, or else they would be dragged to death by him sooner or later. As for Lin Ming searching for the code and making it available to everyone before the location of the code was announced in the screening room, in the opinion of these players, pure and simple blind cat meets dead mouse. This guy spent his whole life's luck on picking up this code, right? Lin Ming didn't care what these people thought. He returned to his position and realized that the big screen had started to change again. It's turning black. This would correspond to the time when the lights went out in the screening room just now when the movie started. So this movie will keep playing everything in the screening room and will gradually catch up with real-world time until exceeds real time? It's not going to be predictable back there, is it? That could be interesting. Chapter 54, An Advance Warning of the Manner of Death. Lin Ming returned to his position and stared dead at the screen. The screen, because the lights are out, and outside the same dark, can only vaguely see a lot of silhouettes. Those silhouettes are still strange, very twisted, as if at any time will pounce on the surrounding tear up the same. The players, who had already made themselves less afraid with their mental cues, tensed up once again. Honestly, if it's just black lights and they know they're surrounded by shenanigans, they're not fazed by the thought of sound and fury in their heads. Some people even came in before, in order to enhance the efficacy of psychological suggestion, but also especially in the countdown before the end of the fast-forwarding brush several island action movies. This moment just to look back to be able to smooth out the heart obstacles. But now looking at the picture in the screen, although it is to make an effort to see, but looking at the picture of the lone self, sitting in the middle of the distortion-filled bazaar, always cannot help but guess that the other person may at any time violent up to hurt people, so directly fear doubled. As for not looking, but there's another one in the rules, to watch the movie in its entirety and give it a favorable review. In comparison, Lin Ming was a bit more relaxed, because with his foundation stage strength, he could easily see the screen clearly, much less be afraid. I'd like to see what's so subtle about this movie, and by now, the scene is played out to one of the creeps, quietly removing his head and dropping it to the ground. A long-haired player exclaimed and then died violently. That's what just happened. Immediately after the screen, the players fell into a peculiar state, not knowing what to think of. And surprisingly, the corners of some people's mouths were slightly raised. This was the view just now when the players used the officially taught mental suggestion method. The screen played steadily, and suddenly a little fire appeared in the blackness. It was Lin Ming's hand on the screen that quietly lit up with a spark and poked the paperman in the ass. The paperman began to burn and quickly turned into shredded paper and spilled to the ground. Seeing this scene, the screening room stirred slightly. Although the screen was a dark scene, Lin Ming's fingers started the fire, and they could see it clearly, and even more so, they saw him light the paperman. This guy's hand breathes fire. So cool. Sure enough, compared to the golden fingers of Kato-sensei, who was ranked as the head of the Gosen family in island action movies and could summon holy water, it was still summoning fire that was more desirable to men. How does he skill though? Is he not a player? Also creepy? A portion of the players revealed a look of horror. However, there was also a large portion of players who figured out that Lin Ming should be a veteran player who had gained his skills within the Bazaar game, all of them looking at him in shock and embarrassment. It turns out that the reason people are so bold is not because of stupidity, but because of their skill. It's them who are stupid and lacking. The player who had just disliked Lin Ming immediately changed his thoughts and thought about how to hug the thighs of this wild father. Oh no, it's a pro father. This was because the players saw, again, that after Lin Ming had killed the paperman creep, he seemed to have backhanded and smacked over the creep next to him. In this age of milk is mother, this kind of great power is simply a real father. As for real-world real dads, slightly towards the back, you're so weak, how do you have the nerve to take this position? And compared to those players, the two creeps who had just filled in and were looking at Lin Ming wistfully were a bit embarrassed at the moment. No, dude, you're that good? Tell me about it. Now it's made us brothers come to you like a buffet on the doorstep. Can you get a refund? The two creeps had the presence of mind to return to their positions, but their asses had just left their chairs. Lin Ming then patted their shoulders and gave them an apologetic smile. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts earlier and made you guys wait. Lin Ming then pinched with force, instantly crushing the two bizarre bodies and absorbing the dead chi in their bodies cleanly. Deadliness plus 100. Deadliness plus 113. Lin Ming looked up at the big screen just as it had played out to the scene where he took out the two creeps. At this rate, the next one is probably the episode that hasn't happened yet, also known as Prophecy. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but the big screen seems to be a little brighter. No, the big screen is just really brighter, making it easier to see what's playing out on the screen. All that could be seen was that everyone in Creepy was sitting in their original positions in the huge screen, and no one was moving. After just a full minute of this, the big screen suddenly wobbled. It's like the camera lens starts to focus and the spotlight falls on a creep. And in front of that creepy body was a female player in sports underwear and yoga pants. Everyone else on the screen was slightly defocused at this point, with only the female player and the creepy behind her appearing clearer. Apparently the big screen purposely focusing on the two of them for people to see. Lin Ming had a deep impression of this female player, not because her sports underwear wrapped her boobs in a duang-wang jump, nor because her yoga pants outlined her ass in a round and curvy way as if it were a peach, nor because her tender white jade feet were dyed with a big red nail polish that made them look so hot and sassy. Memorable simply because he had his see-through ability on and saw the woman's filled silicone and the thick-ass pads in her yoga pants. Behind the female player that creepy seemed to be an old man. The skin of his body was like dried tree roots, wrinkled and numb, and still full of horizontal scars. What's most alarming is that it has no head. The top of that bleeding neck cavity was empty. This old creep just stood up, mechanically and stiffly extending his own dry arms towards the head of the female yoga pants player, as if to remove her head. Everyone in Creepy saw the image, and the players saw more. They see the creeps in the picture, in the bokeh background, in excitement, in anticipation. In that instant, everyone understood why those creeps were dead set on the screen from the start. So this is the real movie. In the movie, it would predict the way they would die. The players couldn't help but turn around and look at the reality of the yoga pants female player. Sure enough, a creep behind the female player slowly stood up. A headless creep indeed. And hands had reached out and were slowly resting on the female player's cheeks. At this time, the female players are scared to death all. His face was white. He was shaking like a sieve. And his mind was fantasizing that 3 8-packed freshmen in a 3-pronged attack couldn't control that intense fear. She wanted to run. She wanted to hide. But the creep in the seat next to her looked at her with an even more sinister gaze, giving her the feeling that if she dared to move, she would be eaten immediately. So female gamers can only expect the movies to be a lie. Just as the pair of dry, cold palms, reaching from the back of her neck there, slowly rested on her chin. She was completely devastated. Really, what happens in the movies is true. And at this point in the movie, the female player's head had been rotated 180 degrees by the headless old trickster. Her neck stretched to the limit, and her body unable to control herself as she followed. The two seats next to the female player struck out bizarrely, holding the female player down for dear life. The female player's eyes were wide with terror, desperately struggling but unable to break free. Her neck was twisted and turned in this way, her face suffocated and bruised, her eyes spat out, and her tongue unconsciously made a strong effort to deepen out. The movie was silent and made no half-assed sound, but from the deformed bones in the female player's neck cavity, it was as if one could hear her clicking and cracking. Pfft. Player's internal voiceover. In the movie, a bone splinter pierces the female player's throat, poking out. Her head finally snapped off, her neck unable to support it, and her head is just cradled in old Creepy's arms, slightly askew. One could see her hangman's look with her 7-pronged face, and her eyes, scarlet from congestion, just stared straight at the screen, at the person outside the screen. Chapter 55. What kind of a thing am I that I dare to learn from Lin Ming? Everyone watching the movie felt like the female player was staring at them, including the female gamer herself in the screening room. She felt her head being twisted like her movie self, and the two creeps next to her had reached out with cold hands and held her down. The female player was terrified and struggled desperately, but both the creeps pressing on her left and right sides, and the creeps twisting her head, were all incredibly strong. Just like the movie had just shown, she was unable to resist at all, and could only be forced to turn her head back little by little. With her head twisted 180 degrees, she saw the headless old creep behind her in such intense pain that her body couldn't stop shaking, twitching. Luckily, she wasn't allowed to suffer for long, and with the headless old creep's renewed strength, her neck was snapped hard. Strangely enough, it was clear that the bone was deformed, and it didn't make a sound. There was no sound in the movie, no sound in reality, and it was quiet as if it was afraid of attracting something. And as the female player dies, her head is removed and placed on the headless old creep. At this moment, on top of the headless old Giles' pale and dry body, A woman's head that had obviously undergone a facelift was placed, and that kind of intense dissonance made people feel a burst of heart palpitations. Lin Ming glanced at the female player and once again looked at the big screen. The scene still continues, this time focusing on another player. It was a well-mannered player wearing glasses. When he saw the weirdness appear behind him in the screen, he shook like a sieve and looked to Lin Ming for help in a panic. As Lin Ming was the most powerful player here, everyone hoped to be rescued by him. The man with the glasses pleaded with his eyes and even knelt on his seat and kowtowed to him in an attempt to be rescued. But Lin Ming ignored the glasses guy, mainly because he didn't see it either. He was contemplating the brokenness of the movie. To be honest, the movie did act like a prophecy and looked flawless, but Lin Ming always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. And when the man with the glasses saw that Lin Ming was ignoring him, he became even more desperate and somewhat resentful. You're so powerful. What's wrong with helping me? The man with the glasses got no help, and realized that Creepy behind him was also on his feet. He panicked and got up in a hurry, his brain racing under the danger. Suddenly, he sensed the way to life. In the rules, it's required that they can't just move positions, and there should be 2 reasons for that. The first is to keep them from taking up spooky positions. The second is for them to sit nicely where they are and wait for Creepy to kill them. So just move out of the way and live. The other players were all shocked when they saw the spectacled man leave his seat, and when they saw that he didn't die, and even the creep in his back seat didn't chase after him. They were all pondering again. So it is. We are enlightened. The players also understand the behavior of the man with the glasses, and it turns out that they can avoid being killed by simply leaving their seats. Lin Ming, who was watching the movie, noticed that numerous players were already quietly lifting their butts, ready to escape their seats, but felt that it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, as the man with the glasses left his seat and ran over to the stairs, in the screen image, a staff member approached towards the man with glasses and gestured with his hand to his seat, seemingly politely inviting him to go back and not interfere with other people watching the movie. But the man with the glasses in the screening room was looking at the creep behind his seat, and seeing that the other guy didn't come out after him, he was still glad that he had found a way out of the situation, and didn't realize that the staff member on the big screen was gesticulating to him on the screen. Even the man with the glasses looked at Lin Ming smugly, which meant to say, I found a way to live faster than you did. What old player, and you don't give a about me? Oh, you're really loaded. At this point, the staff member on the screen had revealed a violent rage and reached out to grab the glasses man's neck. When some players saw this scene, they immediately sat back in their seats, not daring to move around. There was also a portion of good-hearted players who couldn't bear to see their compatriots in bad luck, so they chose to close their eyes and not look. As for saving lives, don't be ridiculous. Can't you see that the big powerful guy doesn't want to take care of it, and they are even more afraid to do so? These days, no good deed goes unpunished. The man with the glasses finally sensed something was wrong as he felt his breathing getting harder and faster. He immediately looked at the big screen and realized that he was being choked by a staff member and burst into tears. In the seat to be killed by shenanigans. Leaving your seat to be killed by a workman? Isn't this certain death? Isn't it official that the rules of the spooky game shall survive? There's no way to live here. The man with the glasses went black and completely lost his life. Seeing him dead, those players' asses all sat back in their seats again, panic and despair in their hearts. They didn't see any hope of survival either. So they silently expected that the next one to be targeted must not be themselves. Another reaction occurred in the screen. This time 2 players were targeted at the same time. One is a somewhat shorter male player, Lafont. The other is Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming being targeted, all the players showed excitement. It wasn't that he couldn't wait for Lin Ming to die, but he felt that an old player with special skills like Lin Ming must have a way to break the rules. When the time comes for everyone to see what he does, just follow suit yourself. It's okay if you don't want to tell us. Now that you've been cast in the movie, we can always steal your tricks, especially that player Lafont who was also chosen. His heart was filled with trepidation, but also with gratitude. He decided that he would keep a deadly eye on Lin Ming for the rest of the day and see what he did for himself. There's always an extra chance of survival when you follow an old bird, right? Lafont stared at Lin Ming dead in the face. Seeing Lin Ming twist his head to look around now, Lafont followed suit and looked around at the weirdness. Seeing Lin Ming get up, Lafont also immediately followed suit and got up. The time difference was barely more than a second. Good. Your reflexes are still fast. Just keep mimicking next and you're sure to win. Lin Ming raised his hand. Lafont followed suit and raised his hand. Lin Ming raised a middle finger at the surrounding weirdness. The meaning was obvious. What the are you waiting for? Come kill me. Lafont also followed to raise a middle finger. Hey, not buddy, what are you doing? After Lin Ming finished provoking them, all of those bizarre all desperately lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ming. Their eyesight hadn't been affected in any way either, so they could clearly see that just now, Lin Ming had flamed the paperman's ass, smacked over the water ghost, and pinched to death the 2 creeps who had tried to switch seats. With this kind of strength, they wouldn't dare to mess with it unless they were out of their minds. However, those bizarre around Lafont all looked at him with incomparably dangerous eyes. Who the hell are you to talk tough, Lafont? Lin Ming was already looking at the big screen, waiting to see which of the shenanigans he had been chosen for. On the screen, beside Lafont, all the shenanigans were on their feet, staring at him wistfully, and beside Lin Ming in the screen, those creeps were silently lowering their heads and pretending to be dead. Seeing this scene, Lafont became even more desperate and looked at Lin Ming in grief. I'm so stupid. Really, why follow his example? This guy is too arrogant. The other players also revealed helplessness, instantly drawing a line with Lin Ming in their hearts. It wasn't that he disliked Lin Ming, but he knew that he couldn't compare to others. People are high and mighty, and if you're so ordinary, don't be so confident in chasing people's footsteps. P.S. I'm begging you guys to give a 5-star review. It's important to me. Very important. Please. Chapter 56. We're the movie, right? The image on the big screen had turned into a scene of Lufeng being split up by a bizarre siege. Lufeng was beyond despair, knowing that he was only bound to die, but he still looked at the screen unwillingly, wanting to see what happened to Lin Ming. In the movie, Lin Ming has also been killed by Creepy. The creepy one who killed Lin Ming was a flayed ghost. She was born because she cuckolded her husband, but also evil, forcing her husband to net, and even the children that her husband had raised for several years, were born to her and someone else, and finally drove her husband to the brink and skinned her alive and died of pain. And now in the movie, this skinning ghost is peeling off Lin Ming's skin little by little, and while peeling the skin, while smiling, no outer skin, only flesh and blood of the face smile is very hideous and horrible. Lufeng, who was being split up in the screening room, saw this scene and showed a look of satisfaction. He could die, but if Lin Ming lived, he would be very upset. Just wait until Lafont looks at the flayed ghost in the screening room. But he saw the flayed ghost sitting there trembling, not daring to move a muscle. Not to mention skinning Lin Ming, she now wanted to skin herself again. Who dares to mess with this ferocious god? She didn't dare to come over, but Lin Ming walked over, looked at the shivering skin ghost, dipped it in the blood on its body and wrote a line. You're the only one who wants to kill me. Ha! The flayed ghost gave straight to his knees, crying and shaking his head desperately. Lin Ming smiled slightly and pointed at the big screen. That meant what the movie said. The flayed ghost was still desperately shaking its head, blood and tears streaming down its face, but instead of scaring people, it looked at Lin Ming with a face full of fear and pleading, and the expression she had at this moment was exactly the same as the expression of Lufeng, who was lying in the creepy group at this moment and being split up. Lufeng was lying in the weird group, helpless like a little girl full of big men, letting her body be wreaked havoc by them and fiddling with it, with only eyes full of desolation. How can people be so different from each other? Lin Ming did not go to look at Lufeng, but squatted beside the shivering skin ghost and wrote a line. I know even if you don't say it. Actually, we are the real movie, right? The flayed ghost immediately stared in horror, and the few creeps beside him all backed out in panic, judging from their reactions. Lin Ming had guessed correctly. In fact, hitting the beginning, Lin Ming felt that everything was very wrong. These creeps were all too weak to kill a normal person in seconds, and sometimes multiple creeps had to cooperate. It was then that he suspected these weren't really spooky. It's possible that it's part of the power that Creepy left behind. Then again, the rules say that you can call on those jobbers for help with something, but they're all in the screen. How do I get help? Many people think of drilling into the screen for help so that they can guess the key problem in the screening room. So the rule should be that the copy leaves a way to live. But those shenanigans in the big screen, in order to confuse the players, intentionally added a can't move around rule, so that the players would be too scared to move around, and they wouldn't find out the secret of the screening room. In fact, there are many more such confusions and innuendos. For example, why did the movie have to start with the jobber cleaning first when it first opened? Actually, what was playing at that time would have been something like surveillance footage or something like that. For the sake of suggesting to all the players in this way, one would think that the movie is showing all their experiences. Then the plot in the movie is allowed to progress and catch up a little bit to what the players are experiencing. And then, the real trap begins. In fact, the movie was over as soon as the progress of the movie playback caught up with the real time in the screening room. Remember, before the first real prophecy started on the big screen, which was showing the footage of the yoga pants woman's death, the screen was quiet for a minute and the picture suddenly shook. In fact, from that point on, what was playing on the big screen changed to a kill notice. Yes, that's notification, not foreknowledge. Who dies first and how is selected in the big screen. The shenanigans in the screening room would immediately be executed in the same way. So the first 3 rules on that piece of paper, with the exception of the first one, which is an ironclad rule here, the remaining 2 articles were actually telling Lin Ming that there was something wrong with this screening room. Okay, that's fine. Lin Ming slowly got up and opened his mouth to spit out a small blackened streamer. 10,000 souls. That 10,000 soul streamer can be big or small, and even if it is small, it is still very cute, and very powerful. As Lin Ming urged the 10,000 soul streamer, the little lowly Meng Meng came out of it. Although out, her oblivion is so strong that outsiders can't see her. Take the 10,000 soul streamer and go skulk around, Lin Ming commanded. Oh, Meng Meng took the 10,000 souls and went to the first row and started skulking around as Lin Ming had requested. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had turned on the ghostly ability of the 10,000 soul streamer. The current 10,000 soul streamer could only encompass a range of 1 meter, seizing the bizarre power within the range. But because none of these shenanigans could see Dream, he didn't understand what was happening or where to run when it was clear that the death aura was dropping rapidly. Just like that, Dream slipped along the rows of seats, and those creeps watched their bodies inexplicably disappear little by little, all quite bewildered. Players were also quick to notice the vanishing shenanigans and were even more shocked. It's not like the old players scared them away, is it? Is this the aura of a strong man? Just because he's being targeted and all the creeps don't want to offend him, they all leave the scene and disappear in fear? All the players cast a look of awe at Lin Ming. Some of the female players even clenched their legs in excitement, their cheeks flushed with excitement, wanting to make a juvenile movie with Lin Ming here. Lin Ming ignored the shenanigans and ignored the players. He just stared at the big screen with a death glare and wanted to see how those guys would sit still. Sure enough, all those shenanigans on the big screen sat up. They can no longer pretend to be as quiet as these fake ghosts in the screening room. All the creeps in the big screen all got up and rushed to the screen. A player notices the movement on the big screen and is startled to see a creepy about to burst out of the movie, and instinctively yells out before dying a violent death. The rules are still there, still binding them. The players were panicking and looking at the big screen. At this time, the screen had already changed from a 2D screen to a 3D screen, and those weirdnesses were constantly impacting the screen, as if they could rush out at any time. Lin Ming looked at the big screen with a calm expression. He had guessed that these guys couldn't get out, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten these fakes to fool himself. And if not mistaken, these guys can't get out, but they can get in themselves. Lin Ming looked at Meng Meng, who had already turned all the weirdness of the screening room into dead air and collected it into the 10,000 soul streamer, and led her towards the big screen. When he came to the big screen, Lin Ming looked at the weirdness that kept crashing and slowly put his hand on it. Chapter 57, Devouring Popcorn. Cultivation Enhancement. The moment Lin Ming made contact with the large screen, he felt the world shift. When everything stabilized in front of him, he realized that he still had a screening room in front of him. But in this screening room, there are no players, only shenanigans. You can still see the workman at the door and the popcorn that was set out. This, I believe, is the actual screening room? Lin Ming looked back at the screen behind him, and inside the screen, there was only a group of players left, looking over there in fear. Look at that weak group of players and then look at the shenanigans in the real screening room. Lin Ming didn't feel that this was the complete path to life, because the creeps were already all angry and wanted to eat him. They weren't afraid of Lin Ming, and were even closing in. Ordinary players can't fight these shenanigans if they invade this place. However, feeling the rich deathly aura on these creeps, Lin Ming revealed a satisfied look. These were all ghost level, but at least they were all true creeps. He told Dream to continue carrying the 10,000 soul streamer and go skulk around these guys. At the same time, Lin Ming began to reason that with the 3 remaining rules, there should still be a lifeline that would allow the players to be able to fight off these bizarre spectators and definitely escape. The staff loves popcorn. Watch the movie in its entirety. Don't hurt them. This goes without saying after watching the movie, and at first glance it's a deliberate rule set up by the creeps to trick the players into sitting there and getting killed quietly. Even if it's mandated by the copy, the movie was over from the time the Yoga Pants woman player was killed, so it was able to move at that point. The rule of this don't hurt them was currently a principle Lin Ming didn't quite understand. Were these shenanigans intentionally set up for fear that the player would be too strong? Kill those shenanigans in the false screening room just now, and find out the problem? Lin Ming wasn't quite sure, but this certainly had nothing to do with the path to life. That leaves only one last rule. Popcorn. The 7 or 8 weird spectators in the front row had already rushed over, just one step away from grabbing Lin Ming, watching those bloodstained or mutilated trick hands clawing together. Lin Ming smiled faintly and rode the wind. He quickly dodged out of the way of all the shenanigans and made his way to the popcorn. When those 4 workmen saw Lin Ming appear, they looked at it with fierce faces and reached out to stop it. The 4 of them were more powerful than one another. All of them were at least grieving spirit-level existences, much more ferocious and powerful than those spectators. Lin Ming could guess the way to crack being blocked by the jobber. It's a cry for help, or a plea. Now get down on your knees and kowtow to the 4 jobbers that you're hungry, and they should help Lin Ming out by giving a popcorn or something. After all, Creepy loves to see people humble. But, it's so hard for me to get into a copy and be a player, and I still have to analyze the rules, and try them out one by one. And look at the ing face. So I'm not just a beggar on my knees? Lin Ming looked at the hands that were in front of the popcorn and quickly drew talismans in the air with both hands. With Lin Ming as the center point, the many black threads intertwined and fused in the air, finally transforming into 4 spirit symbols that shot off and entered the 4 staff members' heads. Those 4 staff members shuddered violently. Then their faces quickly became incredibly loyal. Naijutsu Group Te. Lin Ming silently ordered in his heart. Immediately the 4 jobbers immediately and viciously pounced on the shenanigans, killing each other silently. Lin Ming looked at the 3 buckets of popcorn in front of him and casually grabbed one, first probing it with his divine sense and discovering that it contained dead chi. After Lin Ming suspiciously dropped the popcorn into his mouth and swallowed it. Deadliness plus 100. Lin Ming was a little surprised that all those weak shenanigans in the false screening room couldn't have been made of popcorn. Could they? That's about the same amount of dead air, and that should be the real way to live, just by eating popcorn. Even normal players can have powers quickly. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to insert his hand into the popcorn and run the heavenly evil technique, absorbing the dead chi in it. Deadliness plus 100. Deadliness plus 100. Deadliness plus 100. When the dead chi from the 3 buckets of popcorn was absorbed cleanly, Lin Ming surged by 100,000 dead chi. He jumped directly from the first level of foundation establishment to the peak grand round of the 3rd level of foundation establishment at the half-step 4th level. When he felt himself promoted, Lin Ming's face was filled with happiness. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to get the rules here, but it escalates so quickly. After all, besides all that popcorn, there's all that shenanigans, and so on. How is this popcorn produced? Isn't there a popcorn machine? Lin Ming thought that popcorn machine should be a fairly powerful ghost weapon, and he wondered if he could get it. He immediately reached out to yank on the passageway door in front of him, and it still wouldn't open. Apparently, the scene here restricts him from going out. Lin Ming was somewhat helpless, and could only turn his attention to those shenanigans. Cuties, here comes brother. Lin Ming rushed over, and those who were being harassed by the unseen dream Lolita, as well as those who were being chased by the 4 jobbers, who were already taking care of their own shenanigans, panicked even more. Meanwhile, the players in the fake screening room were watching the creeps running around on the screen. Just now, it was the creeps who sat inside the screen and laughed at them being abused, and even had to toy with them by acting out their deaths way ahead of time. But now, it was the players who were sitting in their seats, watching those towering shenanigans on the screen, being chased up and down by Lin Ming. What's that old saying? You may go, and the KO may go. Lin Ming was the biggest evil criminal of them all. One player couldn't help but clap his hands and let out a cheer because he was so happy, and then died a violent death. The other players once again grew a long memory and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, so they quickly and honestly sat in place and waited. Just on the other side of who knows what, the owner of the Death Hotel was drinking mulled wine and spitting with the Blood Moon Count. Count, you don't know that kid is too abominable. Killed my so capable cadre, and also killed so many guests. Now my hotel's reputation is stinking. There is no longer any weird willing to go. Do you think that I have to kill him to prove that I'm not incompetent? Earl Blood Moon smiled slightly. Listening to you, that player seems to be very strong indeed. It just so happens that I'm in need of manpower lately. Why don't you let me train him and I'll make sure to train him into an obedient and good dog, so that he can kneel at your feet and lick your shoes for you. How about it? The hotel owner frowned. Earl, you need manpower, I can lend it to you. Why bother? There are things you don't understand and don't need to know. Just know that what little you have is a drop in the bucket with what I'm trying to do. If you really can't swallow that, I can let you get back at him in a small way. It just so happens that I scoped him out and found him in a copy, so you can send your men to teach him a lesson and bring him back to me. Count Bloodmoon's face sank slightly, but he also made a concession. The dead hotel owner understood that although he was rich, he could not compare with this powerful big shot. The fact that people were willing to let themselves take a small revenge on Lin Ming was already enough to give them face. The hotel owner violently drank the blood wine in his cup in one go, and said with a gloomy face, I understand. That kid, I will definitely have the pursuer bring it to you. P.S. I'm begging for hypes and 5-star reviews. You won. I won. Let's help Lin Xiaoxia grow up to be Lin Evil Ancestor quickly. Love you guys. Chapter 58 Who Poked Me in the Ribs? Lin Ming didn't know that Count Bloodmoon and the owner of the Death Hotel were plotting to capture himself back. He had taken care of all the shenanigans in the screening room, except for one of the brats, which was a little harder to kill. The others were ghost level and easy. However, Lin Ming didn't enjoy all of these shenanigans himself, because he wants to cultivate the 10,000 soul streamer. The initial range of the ghosts of the 10,000 souls is small, and the more shenanigans that are added, the larger the range of the ghosts becomes. At this point in the screening room, excluding the creepy audience members who were forcibly erased by the 4 jobbers, there were also audience members who were erased by the rules because they accidentally made a noise. 62 entered the 10,000 souls. The range of the 10,000 soul streamer expanded to a distance of 5 meters in diameter. With Lin Ming's speed, coupled with the oblivion ability of Mang Mang the Little Lowly, 5 meters in diameter is quite slippery even if he kills 7 in and 7 out of tens of thousands of shenanigans. Satisfied, Lin Ming called back Mang Mang and sent it into the 10,000 soul streamer, then put away his own 10,000 soul streamer, because he realized that the surroundings were changing, and it wasn't refreshing this copy. It seemed to be switching the scene for fear of not being able to take Dreamy with him, so the Silent Land stays for 7 days. Really just 1 copy a day? Well, that's an invitation letter for blood money. The players also realized that the scene was switching, and all of them showed surprise, thinking that they would be able to go out. But soon, they and Lin Ming appeared in a statue hall. The players burst into despair, and many of them finally figured out that they should have to go through 7 copies before they could leave. Lin Ming surveyed the statue gallery. This venue is not big, just over 1,000 square feet. As a residence, that's really big, but for exhibitions, it's rather small. It's especially slightly more crowded in a place like this where there are a lot of statues placed. Looking at the oddly shaped statues, smelling the rotting odor in the air and the pungent chemicals in the bad paint pigments, Lin Ming immediately sensed that something was wrong and ran the spiritual energy of the heavenly evil technique all over his body, not giving the external force a single chance to take advantage of it. At the same time, a player spotted the code on the far wall and immediately uncovered it and walked over to Lin Ming, handing it over to him with a pleasing face, because they all understood now that Lin Ming was the high roller amongst them, the mega high roller. So they decided to invite Lin Ming to experience whatever things and benefits they had first, trying to use this as a way to get Lin Ming to take them through. After all, most players playing the game for the first time are just trying to get out alive. Of course, there were those who longed for the ability to become as powerful as Lin Ming. There was a player in a flowery shirt and a male player who looked like a director who even quietly walked behind Lin Ming. They didn't want to assassinate Lin Ming now because they knew they couldn't do it, but if there was a good opportunity, they would absolutely not hesitate to do it. And then they themselves would replace Lin Ming and become the high roller that everyone loved and admired. Lin Ming looked at the statue hall code in his hands. I am honored as curator to welcome all visitors to the statue of the damned to view the statue. But please, when you view the statues, you should also take care of them and follow some rules. 1. Please don't make a sound. 2. All statues in this pavilion do not breathe, so if you find a statue that breathes, please flee. 3. Each statue is numbered. Please don't gaze at statues number 3, number 8, or number 27 for more than a second or you'll pay the price. 4. Please don't just write graffiti or apply paint anywhere in the arena, especially on the statues. 5. Don't turn down any statue requests. 6. Please don't hurt them. Lin Ming looked towards the last rule. The first rule is that of the great copy of the Silent Land. Lin Ming understands that it must be across the board. But what's with this 6th rule? The last copy had this rule as well. But Lin Ming thought the comment about not hurting them was that those watching the movie were eerily afraid that the fake ghosts would be found out to be a problem if they were injured. But it's not quite right when it's also in this statue gallery. Lin Ming guessed that there were 2 possibilities. First, the statues here are also afraid of being destroyed or something going wrong. Secondly, something here, if destroyed, may be the real pass condition, because on the previous level, Lin Ming had killed all the weird passes, so he wasn't quite sure if there were specific pass conditions. Anyway, for him, as long as there's no more shenanigans in this copy, the copy will always let the player out. A player with some kind of hair oil and a big back haircut got a paintbrush and wrote in the palm of his hand. Because they don't let you scribble anywhere here, you can only write on yourself. Biggie, do you think destroying all the statues here will clear the level? Lin Ming glanced appreciatively at the large-backed player who was writing. That's exactly what he thought. There are no obvious traps in the rules this time around. The same routine as the previous movie theater, and the copies shouldn't be used twice on the same people. Not to mention the fact that these creeps are intelligent, know what they went through to get here, and won't repeat their mistakes. Lin Ming looked at the statues and wanted to go and dispose of them, but he suddenly felt someone stabbing and cooing hard at his right rib strip. It is a well-known fact that the ribcage location on either side of a person's waist and upward is the most ticklish. Being poked by an outsider is like scratching the soles of your feet. In exchange for the previous Lin Ming, he would have long since let out a roar. But now after he practiced the heavenly evil power, he didn't dare to say that he was invulnerable, but could only say that he was invulnerable to golden spears. Having activated his spiritual power to protect his body just now, poking this didn't react at all. But he could detect the man's sinister intentions. This was to make himself laugh while he wasn't looking. Who's trying to get to me? Lin Ming turned around and stared coldly at the players behind himself. All the players looked confused and wondered what was wrong with him, because they had all been watching the guards or scanning the statues just now. None of them had noticed Lin Ming being poked. What's wrong, big guy? The big back player who had just written once again wrote a few words on his arm. He wrote all over the palm of his hand and had to write on his arm. Lin Ming took a pen and wrote on the big back player's other arm. Someone poked me in an attempt to make me laugh out loud. This behavior, naturally, everyone understood what it meant, and they all burst into tears. Someone is out to victimize the big brother high rollers. Who is it? Lin Ming swept his eyes over all the players. While the players were all panicking and waving their hands and shaking their heads, someone else immediately grabbed the pen in the big back player's hand and continued to write on the big back. Big brother, it's definitely not me. I'm far away from you. Seeing this, the other players rushed over and started writing on the big back player. Neither am I. And I can't reach you, much less me. I'm innocent. Biggie, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. In less than a minute, the big-backed player was written all over from head to toe, especially with innocence written all over his face. The big back felt useful at first, but when he waited to see everyone else clean and dry, just himself all fancy, he was overwhelmed with grief and wrote on his inner thighs, which had barely retained a clean slate. Why don't you all, you stinking bastards, get over yourselves? The words weren't finished because they couldn't be written. Chapter 59 Can't imagine. Master has hangings. Lin Ming looked at everyone with an innocent look on their faces, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He twisted his head and looked at the little lowly Mang, who had been standing beside him. From the moment he entered this copy, Lin Ming had summoned Dream and kept it by his side just in case. It's just that no one can see her because of the Oblivion ability. Mang was by Lin Ming's side and saw who had made the move, and immediately reached out and pointed at the player in the flowery shirt. Who had done it? Flower Shirt couldn't see Mang and was still indignantly searching for the person who had counted Lin Ming, seemingly feeling aggrieved for Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a big step over and pinched the Flowery Shirt's throat, his eyes icy cold. Son thief, can't believe it, I'm ing hung up. The Flower Shirt was panicked as Lin Ming pinched his throat. He didn't know how he was found out, but pretended to be innocent and kept waving his hands to show that it wasn't him. There was also a player next to him pulling on Lin Ming's arm, trying to dissuade him. That meant for him not to just kill people and figure it out. Card it. The crisp sound of breaking bone was quite noticeable in the quiet pavilion. Flower Shirt's throat was crushed, puncturing his airway, and he desperately opened his mouth wide to try to breathe, but he couldn't catch his breath. Good thing, he didn't have a hard time for long, because the rules killed him for making the noise. As for Lin Ming, it's not like Lin Ming is the one with the broken bones. What are the rules punishing him for? Actually, Dream herself wasn't the only one who saw the Flowery Shirt come out. The player who was a director in the real world was the one who saw Flower Shirt strike, so he took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't know how Lin Ming had instantly found the murderer, and was afraid that he would see that he was also plotting against him. There were quite a few players who panicked and retreated in fear at the sight of Lin Ming killing people. Those players all looked at Lin Ming in horror or grief. They didn't know that Lin Ming had found the real culprit through Mang. It was thought that Lin Ming had started killing people indiscriminately because he was angry that these people had dared to harm him. After all, ask yourself what would happen if they had superpowers? Day 1. I'm Superman? The next day, Lao Tzu was from the motherland. The third day, I don't eat beef, Hook's mouth and smile. But now they didn't have superpowers, so they feared Lin Ming and inwardly condemned him. The director player saw that many players were afraid of Lin Ming and had a bright idea in his mind. In order to avoid being taken out by Lin Ming, he utilized his skills in coaxing female celebrities into bed and began to seduce these players who feared Lin Ming. And surprisingly, he really tricked over a dozen of them as well. For a while, the players split into 2 camps. On the left is the camp of regular players led by the director. The players on the right were from the ancestral people's camp, led by Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming didn't have the idea of being the boss, those players still automatically chose to become his loyal minions. The director player also found a colored pencil from somewhere and wrote on his arm, "This guy kills people at will just because he has the power to do so. We have to be united so we're not afraid of him." The players in his camp all nodded their heads and even held hands, stating that they must be united and never let Lin Ming just slaughter them. The Ancestor Man camp, that big back player, was already thinking about whether to write on the dinky and taunt the opposite side. Just write a sentence. So what if he kills people? My big brother has acted all his life. Why do I need to explain to you? Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to these people, and after he finished off the culprits, he walked towards the statues. There are probably dozens of statues here, all labeled. At this moment, Lin Ming was walking through the doorway, so what he saw happened to be Statue 01. Players from the Ancestor People's camp followed suit. The players from the Director's camp, on the other hand, were holding off and observing from statue number 10. The director didn't actually know what to observe, but again, the other players were looking at him expectantly. He could only rush his duck and observe with a stiff upper lip, but his eyes kept peeking at Lin Ming. In the director's opinion, Lin Ming was indeed powerful, and although he couldn't compare himself, he could always learn something. At this moment, Lin Ming looked at statue 01, an image of a woman covering her face. The statue was extremely exquisite, outlining the curves of the woman's beautiful body. Even the slit strung out by the tight gym shorts she wore was so clear and real that it could be said to be quite lifelike. Even the group of amateur players present could tell that this was definitely a masterpiece. It's beautiful. All of them were secretly lamenting inwardly. It's even clear that it's a statue, and the statue is masked, but they're inexplicably having some sexual urges towards the statue. There were male players with weak self-control who couldn't help but walk over and look at the statue with a face full of infatuation, wanting to touch her. The others weren't much better. The male players all looked piggish, and the female players had been transformed into lesbians. Lin Ming, however, didn't hesitate to kick at the statue of the woman covering her face. The statue immediately fell backwards and hit the ground hard with a thud, only to see the statue's hands covering her face shattered, revealing her face, which was surprisingly incomparably twisted and ugly, the kind that made people hate to vomit just by looking at it. No one would have thought that a woman with such a delicate figure would look so horrible. For a moment, all the players came to their senses. The female statue that had fallen to the ground and made a crashing sound also revealed a look of fear, and her pair of stone eyes looked towards Lin Ming and could actually see endless resentment. The next moment, though, she died violently, obliterated by the rules. Lin Ming ran as fast as he could and quickly arrived at the female statue, only having time to seize a portion of the dead energy. Deadliness plus 1800. That's not bad, not unproductive. And with this method, Lin Ming had actually verified his own suspicions. These statues are bizarrely turned out to have all sorts of powers, and such powers. It can be seized. Lin Ming looked towards a tiny stone ball that had fallen on the ground. Wrapping his palm in spiritual energy, he picked up the stone ball and dropped it into the mailbox. This way the spooky game will automatically show its name and properties. Cursed stone orb. Touching this stone orb with your hand, you can obtain the unique skill Temptation Body of the Ugly Goddess, which can create a great temptation to all living beings within 3 meters in diameter, causing them to fall in love with you, but at the cost of becoming incredibly ugly. And when using the Temptation Body, the other party must not see your face, or else the skill will be invalidated and the skill will not work. Prolonged use of this skill will cause adoration to escalate into possessiveness, causing the other party to want to possess you, even resulting in a fight, and ultimately destroy you without being able to love you. Good stuff. Lin Ming really didn't think that the stone ball burst out of this 01 statue would have this effect. The ability was clearly of the dark type, and should be a skill that belonged to that disorder camp, but surely a lot of people want it and turn around to see if they can get some favors in return, like points and stuff. It's a shame that Creepy Games doesn't know what's wrong with it either, and most of the creepy are poor. Associated with the previous residential buildings, those bazaars surprisingly need to take out a loan to buy a house, and even the loan is also installment for hundreds of years. Odds are the capitalists here are more ruthless. If the real world is 2% of the population holding 98% of the wealth, that estimates that the 2% of capitalists within the bazaar game not only hold 98% of the wealth, but also lend out 1000% of it externally. Chapter 60, The Old Man, the Bad Dog and the Cocoon. This scene of Lin Ming pushing down the statue was seen by the group in the director's camp, also saw him seemingly pick up something. Those people immediately showed joy. They're enlightened. They were enlightened once again. The rules are there to be utilized. Sound was forbidden here, and as soon as the statues were pushed over, they would naturally make a crashing sound and would be obliterated by the rules. When the time comes to solve the trouble, it seems to be popping out props and stuff like that. As long as the props or skills were obtained, one of those present counted as one, and all of them flew up in place. Incarnating the ancestor man is all it takes. The director showed his arms and sleeves and pushed towards the statue of number 10 in front of him. The statue, an old man on crutches, was also lifelike. When the director pushed hard on the statue, he was shocked to realize that something was wrong just as he touched it. His hands, petrifying, looking at the palm that was rapidly turning into stone, the director was suddenly bloodless. So the statue is untouchable? If you touch it, you turn into a statue man. Why didn't the rules say that? And Lin Ming touched it too. Why is he okay? Oh yes, he kicked with his feet, which have shoes as a barrier. So it's no direct contact? The director had actually had an epiphany in the midst of his panic. He had seen Lin Ming's methods and had found a way to live. Life or death. It's a fight to the death. The director flew up violently and kicked the statue. The statue didn't move, and his shoes that were in contact with the statue quickly petrified. Originally, only his shoes were petrified, but because he didn't have time to take them off, his feet were petrified as well. Failed epiphany. Wrong path to life. The director broke down. No, well, playing with me, are you? Why is he fine if he kicks, but petrified if he kicks himself? The director was grieving in his heart and quickly turned his head to look at Lin Ming, his eyes full of pleading, but it was no use. Lin Ming didn't even look at him. The statue weighed at least 300 to 500 pounds, and he was an immortal cultivator who could naturally kick it down. You're an ordinary man trying to kick down a statue that weighs hundreds of pounds? Besides, Lin Ming hadn't been petrified because he had used his spiritual energy to protect himself from the erosion of the bizarre power here. The spiritual power cultivated by the heavenly evil technique inherently restrained these bizarre forces. Watching Lin Ming not care about himself, the director resented it in his heart. But at this moment he also finally and clearly cognizant of the fact that people and people's paths are unrepeatable. He walks on his own life's path. Even if the path of the wind and rain is so big that he is struggling to walk, even if the thorns and thorns, stabbing him all over the bruises, he also doesn't deserve to follow Lin Ming's example. The director's body quickly petrified, covering him from head to toe, even his hands and face. The only thing that remains in a state of flesh is a pair of arms that have been written all over with colored pencils. Whether it was the players in the director's camp or Lin Ming's ancestral people's camp, all of them were busy being shocked and terrified. Probably noticed this little problem, but didn't think much of it. Only Lin Ming noticed this detail and stared at the director player's arm, inwardly remembering a rule from the statue hall code just now. Do not write graffiti or scribble anywhere in the venue, especially on the statues. It stands to reason that with this rule in place, the arena should be avoided with paints and such. But the fact that the big-backed player was able to find the colored pencils with ease meant that the rule was either a copy forced to leave a lifeline for the players, or it was deliberately made up by the creepy statue to trick people. Just now, the director player had written words on his arm asking the players to unite in order to pull people together, and now that just that one pair of arms wasn't petrified, the result was self-evident. This colored pen that protects the player from touching the statue without being petrified. Even though he knew about it, Lin Ming wasn't the least bit interested in paints. Nothing worked as well as his spiritual power. At that moment, he came to the 02 statue. The other players followed close behind, afraid of being left behind or petrified. They could see now that only Lin Ming could take them out. Even the players who had just defected to the director's camp from afar were bashful and ran back, cheekily rejoining Lin Ming's camp. Statue number 02, a statue in the image of a vicious dog, stared with fierce eyes as if scanning everyone. Before Lin Ming had a chance to launch himself, an agonizing scream suddenly came from behind him. Everyone looked back in horror, only to see that a player who had just run over from the director's camp had fallen to the ground and died violently, and his calf was bloody and badly injured. The crowd was all at a loss. No one had taken a shot at him. A player bravely lifted the pants of the violently dead player and saw that his leg was actually a tear mark. And seeing that wound, one of the experienced players in the crowd immediately yanked over the big back to write, only to be pushed away. The player could only write to himself, "Dog bite." Lin Ming glanced at the player. A glance can be recognized as a dog bite. Just your name Pan Hong Ah, but a dog bite? This statue dog has this power? Lin Ming was looking around when another player muffled a grunt of pain. Although he controlled it in time and didn't scream out in misery, humming this one time, he also violated the iron law of the silent land and died. The crowd looked over and realized that the player had also been bitten in the calf. This was followed by 3 or 4 more bites. Fortunately, people were prepared. Even if they were injured, they covered their mouths in time and didn't make a sound. It was just that these several times in a row had also made the players panic, and they all didn't know what was going on. Without hesitation, Lin Ming hammered the dog statue over with a punch. Because of wrapping his fist with spiritual energy, he could ensure that the collision wouldn't make a sound either. The dog statue fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ming rushed over to race against the rules of the silent land, absorbing the statue's dead energy. Deadliness plus 1,300. Another stone ball dropped. Cursed stone orb. Touching this stone orb with your hand grants the exclusive ability of the evil loyal dog, Tear, which allows you to directly attack all unfaithful evil beings within a diameter of 3 meters. Note, each time it is used, it becomes more loyal to evil and dedicates a part of itself to evil until it becomes a completely loyal dog of evil. Lin Ming could see that one of these abilities was stronger than the other, but they were also more costly than the other. Keep probing. Next up is Statue 03, mentioned in the statuary hall code. You can't watch it for more than a second or you'll pay for it. As for what the cost is, the rules don't say, but Lin Ming realized that this 03 statue was, surprisingly, the only one with a name. The Cocoon of Redemption. The statue was in the shape of a cocoon, as if it was hatching something. The other players, noticing that it was 03, all scrambled to turn their heads away at first, not daring to look directly at them. Lin Ming, on the other hand, stared all the way through, and after more than a second, he didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the statue suddenly moved. To be precise, it was the stone cocoon that squirmed a little inside, as if something was about to drill out. Suddenly, Lin Ming realized that something was wrong and jerked back. P.S. 5-star reviews and hypes are all important to my little brother, so I implore you to raise your little hands of fortune and click a little. Chapter 61, Blackened 10 times stronger, whitewashed 7 points weaker. He had just ducked out of the way when a puddle of liquid shot out from the middle of the cocoon's lower body. Lin Ming had a question mark on his face. Is this a cocoon? Or something else? The liquid was clearly aimed at Lin Ming, but it landed on the ground because he stepped back. The liquid on the floor looked so pure and flawless, and even gave off a faint aroma. The aroma was telling everyone quite clearly that it was fine, but it's kinda hard to just trust in this creepy game. However, Lin Ming pondered for a moment and felt that if this was some sort of damage from Statue 03, the power was genuinely sorry that the rules here specifically mentioned it for a moment. If, on the contrary, this 03 statue is really some kind of salvation, then this weak spray of water is pretty normal. After all, blackened is 10 times stronger, whitewashed is 7 points weaker, so weak, odds are good. He wrapped a bit of the liquid with his spiritual energy and sent it into the mailbox for the system to determine what it was. Redemption nectar, this is her sweetest juice, which can heal some injuries, and is only flowed for those who truly adore her. If it is sprayed out, then congratulations, she is already deeply infatuated with you. And if you leave her, it will break her heart, and if she is sad, the sweet juice will turn into a deadly venom. Note, please, don't break her heart, okay? Lin Ming always felt strange when he looked at the introduction of this liquid, and the note on the back of this is a bit of a dog licker anyhow, or the kind of goddess to help the goddess out of money and effort to chase the god of the male, and finally also thoughtful to help each other to open a good room, but also carefully beg the goddess to wear a condom, do not for the god of the male to harm their own bodies, and even by the goddess explicitly told not to wear will be more cool case, will go to help buy drugs 24k pure lick. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before finally punching through the cocoon of atonement, drawing on the deathly aura within. This brain-dead thing was obviously onto him, which meant that he couldn't sell this thing in the future, or else what was sold would turn into a deadly venom, and then the value would be greatly attenuated, so it would be better to destroy it. Deadliness plus 5,000. Another stone ball fell out. Cursed stone orb. Touching this stone orb with your hand gives you the ability Redemptive Nectar, unique to Cocoon of Redemption, which heals some injuries, but you will fall in love with each other easily and are especially prone to spewing water. Note, it's best not to use this ability without a licking dog waiting to take over. Lin Ming looked at the one that was prone to squirting water. There's no one else who can make premature ejaculation sound so refreshing. He shook his head and stared at Statue 04. Meanwhile, beyond this copy, a dark shadow had already struck. That shadow was none other than the Death Hotel's high-priced pursuer who had come specifically to take Lin Ming away. And when he saw this copy, the pursuer frowned and immediately contacted the Death Hotel's boss. Hey boss, do you know that guy entered a copy of the Silent Land? Really? The hotel owner was surprised. The Earl only gave me the coordinates. He didn't say what kind of copy it was. What? You hunters still pick copies? No picking. With our strength, the target will be able to seriously injure, kill, and capture them in any copy. The chaser was proud as hell. Then what are you calling me for? The hotel owner didn't have the heart to say. I mean, I can get into any copy and catch any target, but have to add money. It's not like you don't know how dangerous the Silent Land is. The slightest mistake is a death. Besides, the kid might be dead inside, and you're sending me to investigate. All the more reason to add money, Chaser said nonchalantly. The hotel owner was upset about the increase, but felt good about the last sentence. This silent place was so dangerous that even evil spirits and even stern ghosts were unwilling to enter it. Lin Ming is just a small character. He might have died long ago, so it's not a waste of money to let the hunters in again? Then I don't need you to chase after me. You go back, the hotel owner said flatly. Good, then let's talk about the liquidated damages. I took your mission and started to formulate a plan to hunt down and kill you, and specifically ran to the Silent Land to investigate, consuming quite a lot of carriage fees, and even refused a few other missions as a result. That compensation should be at least 30,000 points. Hunters patiently counting the accounts. The hotel owner, however, was shocked and angry. What the hell are you up to? It's only 10,000 points for me to ask you to make a move, but you're going to pay out 3 times the amount for breach of contract? No, you've misunderstood. I didn't say that the breach of contract is tripled. The chaser hurriedly blocked the hotel owner. The hotel owner snorted coldly. I count on you to know what you're doing. Don't try to screw me over, the pursuer explained. 30,000 points is my compensation for the loss of this mission trip, and the liquidated damages for you not letting me kill the target and withdrawing the mission is 10 times the compensation. I won't let you kill the target, okay? It's not like I've withdrawn the mission. I'll give you the same points as I did for the previous reward, the hotel owner said angrily. Boss, it won't work. If customers just back out all the time, then how can we do this business? Besides, guess why I'm called the chaser? It's to hunt down and kill for fun. So of course I'm not happy that you won't let me kill. By the way, you're going to have to add an additional amount for the emotional damage of making me unhappy, which is about 70,000. Alright, I'll let you kill. Damn it, get in there and kill it for me. The hotel owner was furious. The chaser was a bit regretful. Well then, you only need an additional 50,000 points now. The hotel owner stormed out. Why do you need to add more? Have you forgotten? We were talking about adding money from the beginning. You were the one who said you wanted me to leave before we talked about compensation. The pursuer was speechless. Why are you talking upside down? The hotel owner wanted to cry. He just wanted to screw Lin Ming over. Just wanted to kill a living player. Why is it such a pain in the ass? However, when he thought of refusing the pursuers to capture Lin Ming, he would have to give at least 100,000 points. Keeping him on the move would add 50,000 points at best. It's better to keep moving. The good thing was that the organization of the hunters was very honest. As long as they took the mission, they would definitely complete it. And even if the first hunter died, there would be a steady stream of followers topping the list. After the hotel owner reluctantly added an additional 50,000 points, the chaser dove headlong into the silent land. This place was also too dangerous for him, so he had to make quick work of it. Find Lin Ming, hit him hard, and capture him. The chaser paid 10,000 points to forcefully join a copy of the silent land. It's the rules of the weird game. With points you can insert as many copies and people as you want. But 10,000 points, just to join this copy, cannot choose the level. So the hunter needs to start from the beginning, a little bit through the level to chase Lin Ming. However, the pursuer was absolutely confident that he could catch up with Lin Ming, because it understands all too well how scary this place can be for players. Lin Ming definitely wouldn't be able to pass the level that quickly. There was even a special mechanism here. If Lin Ming didn't find that problem, then he would run into big trouble and would be found faster by himself. With this in mind, the chaser sat comfortably in the screening room and waited for the movie to start. But he waited and waited and waited, and the movie was just delayed. No, man, where's your weirdness here? Why don't you advance the copy plot? On the other side, Lin Ming had already punched and punched and punched, smashing all the statues. He had collected close to 50 cursed stone spheres, all of which contained special abilities. However, Lin Ming pushed down all the statues and was surprised to find that he hadn't even left this copy. There are statues that haven't been dealt with yet? Or something else? Chapter 62, Found You. Lin Ming looked around the already empty pavilion and didn't see any way out. There were no statues to be seen either. The big-backed player next to him carefully pointed and gestured at the distant load-bearing walls and load-bearing pillars, prompting Lin Ming to ask if it was possible that those things needed to be destroyed as well. Those load-bearing walls and pillars are also made of stone, most likely statues. Lin Ming glanced at this big back, secretly sighing with emotion that this kid really isn't just relying on luck. The key is that he is also willing to think. No wonder he can survive until now. The players who had followed along into the pavilion had already been killed either by their own deaths or by the statue's ability, leaving only 8 people left. This big back head had dodged most of the attacks because of the pigments all over his body, plus the fact that he had been hiding closely behind Lin Ming, relying on his spiritual defense. This kid is worth nurturing. A flash of green light in Lin Ming's eyes planted a deep mark in the big back's heart. You would rather give up your life than expose and betray me. The big back was jolted, and when he looked at Lin Ming again, his eyes were filled with gratitude and trust. Although he didn't know what he was grateful to Lin Ming for, he was just grateful. What Lin Ming was thinking was that when he turned around and sent this guy to the officials, he would once again bury a dark move. Of course, he took in Big Back just because he thought he was kinda thinking and lucky enough, but didn't approve of his advice. The load-bearing walls and pillars were carved out of stone, but he had checked them with his regal magic, and there was no dead air in them. Lin Ming began to recall those rules he had read before. The first rule of don't make a sound. This can be ignored. Second rule, all statues in this pavilion don't breathe, so flee if you find out. It's a big mystery. The statue breathes? But Lin Ming has gone all the way. Oh no, I should say all the way to ruin. Even number 3, number 8, and number 27, which were not allowed to be seen directly in the third rule, he had seen and destroyed, and had not noticed any breathing statues. Originally, Lin Ming thought that there was something wrong with those 3 special statues, but it turned out that they were actually used to fight against the other statues in the pavilion, and the skills were of the type that would help the player stay alive for a while. Yes, only temporarily, as all 3 statues have side effects as well. This rule is supposed to be what the copy gives players to live by, but only added to don't look directly at it for more than a second because of the side effects. The 4th rule does not allow dying of pigments, and is also a rule of the raw path. The 5th rule was not to refuse the statue's request, and this Lin Ming didn't receive a request from the statue either. The 6th rule is don't hurt them. It seems the way to leave the copy is in the rules 2 and 5. Breathing statues that Lin Ming hadn't seen before, because it can only be a human being that can breathe. Lin Ming turned around violently and looked at the surviving players behind him. They've been invaded by the power of the pavilion? He coldly swept over everyone with his regalia, watching them shiver and not understand what was happening. There was no dead air in the bodies of these players, and they hadn't turned into statues. That's rule number 5. Don't deny the statue's request. Since the beginning, no statue had ever made a request to Lin Ming. No, wait. The creepy thing here is that they're all statues, so surely the curator is creepy too. So could it be a statue too? If the curator is also a statue, that means his word must be obeyed as well. Which of those rules were just laid down by the curator? Rule number 1 is definitely not. You can't make a sound. That's a dead rule in the land of the silent. Rule 2, statues don't breathe sounds questionable. Odds are the curator set out to confuse the players. Rule 3 is not allowing direct vision is also a copy giving life. The paint in rule 4 is actually a raw path. But here it says that you are not allowed to dye it. So I think the curator wrote it on purpose to confuse people. Rule number 5, don't deny statue requests. Odds are it's also set by the curator to keep people from getting out. Rule 6. To be honest, Lin Ming is currently not sure what this rule means. It looked like it should be a dead rule of the copy, but no matter how much Lin Ming messed up, he didn't trigger the certain death effect of this rule. Lin Ming currently suspected that it was actually a lifeline. Okay, so now it's 2, 4, and 5. The 3 rules that are suspiciously related to the curator. Looking at the 3 rules, Lin Ming patiently pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked towards the surviving players, waving them over. Those players were unsure, but they didn't dare to confront Lin Ming and obediently walked over. Lin Ming clenched his hands together and threw a water balloon spell over to purify these players. These players had previously communicated with Lin Ming, or with each other, by using paint to write on their bodies, so they more or less had paint on them. Otherwise there was no way they could have become survivors here, because the pigment fights the statue. At this moment, Lin Ming rinsed the paint off of these players, because the curator said to listen to the statue. If the curator is a statue, then the 4th rule in his writing, not letting people dye paint anywhere in the pavilion, has to be followed. These players are also in the pavilion, and they might even be the ones used to fill the pavilion statues, so naturally they can't dye the paint. Sure enough, as the players' bodies were rinsed clean, they gradually changed. These players felt their bodies stiffening, making it impossible for them to walk, and it was incredibly difficult for them to even move. The players were terrified, not knowing what Lin Ming had done to them. The only one who didn't question Lin Ming was the big back player. My big brother must have his reasons for doing this. Who are we, the trash, to question him? All obedience is just that. Lin Ming withdrew the spiritual defense on his body and compressed all of his spiritual energy into his dantian. In the next moment, he also felt that his body was rapidly becoming rigid, as if someone was gluing puddles and puddles of cement onto himself. Lin Ming knew he was transforming into a statue. He was looking forward to seeing if he had guessed right. Is the only way to find your way out of here is to take on the form of a statue? However, his physical body had been nourished and enhanced by the spiritual power of the heavenly evil gong in the end. It took less than 5 minutes for the other players to be completely transformed into statues. It took him well over an hour. After Lin Ming had also transformed into a statue, he realized that he could still breathe, and breathe normally. Sure enough, breathing statues, that's what they say. As for the one who sees a statue that breathes, please flee immediately? It must be that there were players incarnated in the statues that were destroyed earlier, too, and the curator asked to escape for fear that the players would guess the way to leave if they got close. It's just that he didn't expect that Lin Ming would simply not pay attention to the abnormalities of those statues because he was killing them too fast. After all, before Lin Ming, no one had been so fierce and dared to smash the statue. As all the players transformed into statues, one of the player statues suddenly moved. Then, the statue unexpectedly came to life and slowly walked over to Lin Ming, looking at him with an excited expression, screaming furiously inwardly, "What a perfect piece of work! It's perfect!" The corners of the lips of the statue that Lin Ming had transformed into were slightly raised. Found you. Chapter 63, The Grieving Pursuer. Only to see Lin Ming's spiritual energy erupt within his dantian, rapidly rushing through his entire body. The pavilion was petrified of Lin Ming, which took more than an hour, but it took less than a minute for Lin Ming to lift his petrification. Seeing Lin Ming quickly regain his physical state, the player statue in front of him paled and quickly fled. But the guy did react quickly, and actually rushed towards those player statues. He can switch back and forth on the statue? Lin Ming understood the statue's intentions of fleeing to the statue group. It's just a shame that we're hung over. Dementia. Activate. An eerie green light emanated from Lin Ming's eyes, and he instantly saw a dull shadow in the body of the fleeing statue. That's dead air coalescing. Immediately after the statue charged into the group of player statues, it jumped and wheeled around and switched bodies. Lin Ming rushed over and caught the player statue hosted by Shadow with a punch that blew it up. The Shadow was shocked and enraged. his anger using dead chi as ink, writing in the air. Are you not a human being? That's your companion. How can you kill it? Lin Ming laughed silently and coldly, thinking, you a bizarre morality to kidnap me? Something's wrong. He immediately began to absorb the dead chi within the shadow's body. Feeling the flow of dead chi, the shadow panicked and once again quickly wrote in midair with dead chi. Don't kill me. I'll tell you the way out. I can get you out of here. Lin Ming's eyes flashed as he also wrote in the air. I know the way out. It's nothing more than killing them. I've already destroyed them just now. You should have seen that, right? How did you know about their family? What did those guys at the movie theater tell you? Shadow wrote in horror. Lin Ming continued to write. Everything was said including what this place is and who they are. Otherwise how do you think I knew about the whole destroying them in order to leave the copy thing? Damn. Stupid people. Shadow's mouth cursed silently while his hand wrote. You can't go on or we'll all die. What's wrong with staying here forever? Keep killing it and it'll get stronger and stronger and finally, as the shadow wrote, his body suddenly stiffened, and a look of intense horror appeared on his face. Lin Ming saw this and secretly said that it was bad. This guy is supposed to have given away the secret of the rules and is going to die. Sure enough, the shadow died violently on the spot. Luckily, Lin Ming had snatched some of the remaining dead chi in time. Dead air plus 3,333. After the shadow died, the players who had been transformed into statues began to return to their normal state. Apparently this copy was also completely rated. Lin Ming, on the other hand, stood still pondering the shadow's words. One of them? The more you kill, the stronger you get? But if you don't kill them, it seems like they're going to stay here forever. What kind of strange copy is this Silent Land? The world around him had changed. Lin Ming saw it. He came to the third copy of the Silent Land. Meanwhile, the hunters were holding back and shelling out points to buy access to the next copy, because it sadly realized that all the weirdness of the place was gone, as if it was all off duty, right? With no one acting in the movie, there's naturally no way for the chaser to get through. He could only spend 5,000 points and kryptonite through to the next deck. Cursed Statuary Hall. The pursuer estimated that with Lin Ming's speed of these weak players, he should be right in the middle of this arena as well. He must catch him and drain him of his points, or else he would really lose out this time. When the environment around the pursuer stabilized, it immediately looked around menacingly. Then it froze. Chaser stared dumbfounded at the empty pavilion. Hey, no, where's the statue? What about the curse? Well, third copy, here's a bus. As is customary in the bizarre gaming scene, the place was bound to be ragged and full of fishy, nauseating blood, and the passengers on the bus were all oddly out of place. Some are missing half of their heads and their brains twitch when they laugh. Some of them were so full of poisonous sores that every time the car shook, the pus from its face flung out and had a corrosive effect wherever it landed. Others have big bellies, or grow two heads, and even others have long tongues. Looking at the last female ghost with a long tongue, Lin Ming was a little envious of her boyfriend, and even more so if she had a girlfriend. Those players who had just recovered from the statue state all looked desperate when they saw that they had changed copies again. The big back player looks around for a pen, trying to write. Lin Ming waved a hand at him, then looked to the bus rules on the bus. This time the rules are not hidden and they are very simple. 1. Don't make a sound. 2. Live to see the next stop. 3. Please don't hurt them. After reading the copy, those players, except Lin Ming, became even more flustered and desperate. To be honest, they had some experience and some brains to survive until the third copy. These people are well aware that the rules in the replica actually bind not only the players, but the shenanigans as well. Creepy can play the player with the help of the rules, but players can also take out shenanigans with the help of rules. So the more rules there are, the more trouble there is, but the more life there is. This one, with only 2 or 3 rules, is actually the most treacherous, because it's totally going to be about getting through on your own. All of the players all looked at Lin Ming in fear, wondering what he planned to do. Lin Ming, however, was in deep thought. Something didn't feel right to him. Bus copies of this rule make it seem like the odds are that a short fight is going to ensue. But that wasn't what Lin Ming cared about. It was the fact that he sensed the relevance of the 3 copies of the Silent Land. These 3 copies, seemingly unrelated, but all have some connection. A copy of the screening room, if cleared, gives you popcorn, which you eat to gain dead energy to enhance yourself. Once you've cleared the level in the statue hall, you'll be able to gain skills, which rely on dead air to use. If you have the dead energy, you have the skills, then you have the power to fight. So come to the third bus copy for a tussle? The 7 days in the Silent Lands are a coherent copy, which is rare but kinda makes sense. But, Lin Ming doubted that it would be possible that while they were using these copies to get something, other existences would also use them to get certain benefits? You can tell from what the statue curator didn't finish earlier. Lin Ming passes here, and the they spoken of in the copy rules seem to be able to get stronger as well? This led one to speculate that this silent place was actually a seal, and that every time one passed a level, the seal would be reduced by 1. Of course, this is just a guess, and it's unknown if it's true. Lin Ming exited from his thinking state and realized that Big Back was already wiping his seat. He not only carefully wipes all the dirt off the seat with his sleeve, but when he encounters something he can't wipe off, he gets close enough to exhale and make sure he wipes it clean. When it was wiped, the big-backed player looked at Lin Ming curtly, as well as pointing his hands at the seat and posing as if he were asking for a seat. Lin Ming shook his head slightly and refused to sit down. These empty seats, they're traps. The reason for this speculation was that he had long ago noticed some of the small movements of these passengers. Chapter 64 Robbery. When Lin Ming and the others first appeared in the car, the creeps were all holding tickets in their hands, but when they saw them, they all put them away. Those tickets must have served a great purpose or the shenanigans wouldn't have been hidden. Lin Ming suspected that if he sat down without a ticket, there was a good chance that some sort of rule would be triggered. Of course, there is also the possibility that it will be taken as fair evasion. The good thing is, these players are smart enough to know that they can't just move around. They've been standing very carefully since they got in the car. If Lin Ming didn't sit down, they didn't dare. Right at this moment, the many players suddenly felt an eerie force come upon them. They looked along and saw a uniformed conductor staring them dead in the face. The conductor's mouth was full of fangs. His face was green and purple, and his fingernails were black and long, so he was obviously a zombie. Looking at the zombie's pure white eyes that seemed to be glued with layers of cobwebs, the players were all panicked. They don't know why they are being targeted. Lin Ming understood that the odds were that he was waiting for time. It's not just that you can't sit down without buying a ticket, even as long as one gets on the bus for more than a certain amount of time without buying a ticket. For example, if you don't buy a ticket before arriving at the next stop, it will be treated as fair evasion and you can do whatever you want with it. Sure enough, just as Lin Ming guessed the conductor's intentions, the bus suddenly arrived and stopped at a stop. There were a few creeps on that station waiting to get on the bus, all overtime dogs at a glance, all carrying briefcases and full of fatigue. Seems like it's not a good time for either the living or the dead. However, when they saw Lin Ming's players in the car, all of those overtime dogs' eyes lit up and their spirits perked up, all of them licking their lips in excitement, eager to get on the car and eat Lin Ming and the others. It was painful to work late all night, but I didn't think I'd be able to add a meal, or such a delicious live human proper. The owner really didn't lie to us. 996 really is a blessing. After the bus arrived at the stop, before the doors opened, all the creeps on the bus also looked at Lin Ming and the others. All of these creepy eyes had no good intentions in them. The zombie conductor's mouth was even twitching as if he was grinning, fangs peeking out of his mouth every now and then. It shook the ticket in its hand, which meant that anyone who didn't buy a ticket had to die. Lin Ming shook the knife in his hand. That meant robbery. Since this copy doesn't have too many rules, what's to be afraid of? Just do it and be done with it. Lin Ming's actions caused the bizarre ones in the car to all freeze. They are in disbelief that they have been robbed, or were you mugged by a living player? What a mess. The passenger who was missing half of his head stood up with a sardonic smile and hooked his finger at Lin Ming. It was as if to say, come on, start with the old man. Lamb, okay. He reached out and took Lori Dream's hand, instantly disappearing from the sight of all the shenanigans and players. The next moment, the passenger who had only half a head, even that half was gone. A body's deathly aura was even taken away by Lin Ming and became a part of him. The bus shenanigans froze. What the hell? Oh no, what a guy. Lin Ming cannot care about their shock. Really do not know a car of ghost level existence. Put here to pretend your mother? Lin Ming did just that, using the knives condensed out of his spiritual energy to kill one by one. It sucked all the dead energy out of a bus full of passengers, and even the conductor was killed. Only the driver is left alive. The main thing is that Lin Ming doesn't know how to drive a bus. There are no players behind him who can drive. After taking out the many shenanigans in the car, Lin Ming had gained quite a bit. Dead air plus 66,666. His realm had also finally risen from the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. Cool, but that's not enough. Lin Ming opened the door and looked at the bizarre passengers on the platform waiting to get on the bus, revealing a smile that was even more excited than theirs and inviting them to get on the bus. Those overtime dogs bizarrely saw through the window of the car. Passengers all died violently. Have all been scared out of their wits. Who dares to get in the car? Because the station is not part of the Silent Land copy, it is able to talk. At this time those weird passengers, all humbly waved their hands repeatedly and refused to get on the bus. You're busy. I'll leave you alone. I'll just walk home. It's just that I'm tired of sitting around all night working late and taking a walk. Brother living man, spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother on top and a son who can just walk underneath me. If you kill me, no one will pay back my family's remaining 562-year-old loans. They will be dragged to the replicas to offset the debt. Death is worse than life. I'm even worse. My wife needs to pay to go to work now because the competition for company staff is too fierce. Every day I have to make money to pay for her to go to work. Or else she's going to be dragged to the copy to seduce you players and become a consumable to lure you into the copy. You're ruining our family if you kill one of me. All the shenanigans in the booth were complaining. And hearing Lin Ming made him think that the world was truly insane. A loan of over 500 years? And pay to work? Is this a human life? Oh, these are all shenanigans. That's alright. Lin Ming didn't care how miserable these shenanigans had been. He tried to get out of the car to clean them up, but realized that he felt a strong pang of danger as soon as he tried to put his foot out of the car. He can't get out of the car before he's cleared, because a copy of The Silent Land is currently within this bus compartment. If you get out of the car, you are forcibly disengaging from the copy. Either turn in enough points for an escape fee, either powerful enough to fight the rules. Lin Ming thought for a moment and told the corpse manager in the 10,000 souls to control a few corpses to get off. If Lin Ming didn't get off the bus himself, then the corpse got off the bus, so there's no problem, right? Sure enough, it's okay for the body to get out of the car. It was just that those station creeps had realized that Lin Ming couldn't come down. They got away before the bodies got out of the car. Lin Ming could only summon the body up again and signal the bus driver to keep driving. In order to be able to attract passengers from the next stop to get on the bus, Lin Ming deliberately put on the clothes of a conductor and gave each of these players a ticket first. Who would have thought that after these players got their tickets, they would emit a faint aura of death? They were temporarily converted into bizarre forms. If you don't look at it with a Dementor, you won't be able to find any breaks in these players. So this is where the bus copy lives? So Lin Ming took back these players' tickets. Just kidding. Still have to use them to attract creepy to the car. Soon the bus arrived at the next stop. There is also a group of creeps at this station, waiting in exhaustion. When they saw the bus coming, they all saw the players on board and were excited. The group of creeps didn't even have time to see that Lin Ming, the salesman, was very much out of place, much less the sympathetic look in the bus driver's eyes, and just swarmed onto the bus. Get in the car, close the door, and Lin Ming pulls out a knife. Everything seems so smooth and spontaneous, all at once. Chapter 65, You Play Fairy Tale on Creepy? The creepy passengers grinned and got in, all staring straight at the terrified players, wanting to feast, waiting to see Lin Ming pull out a knife and then feeling his unrivaled aura. The sky is falling. No, we just had an overnight shift. We're 996 every day. Now all we want to do is get off work and go home. And you turn a knife on us? Are you not human? Lin Ming didn't care. This time he didn't come up to kill and started to actually rob. Make these shenanigans and hand over all your points. The creeps all broke down in tears when they heard they wanted money and tried to complain. But just as they opened their mouths, they remembered what this place was, and all of them were unable to speak. Looking at Lin Ming with despair and sadness, Lin Ming didn't care, and began to pull out his pockets and grope at the passengers one by one. It's all a bunch of poor bastards, but it does still squeeze some juice out of them. In just a few minutes, he had robbed more than 500 points. Just as Lin Ming arrived in front of a rather pale-faced creep, it actually covered its pockets, gesturing that he couldn't rob this money. Lin Ming felt insulted. I robbed the sky above, the earth below, and the air in between. Is there any money I can't rob? Lin Ming peeled away the old creepy's hand and reached out to grab it. Old creepy was full of pleading, condensing words in the air with his dead chi. These are my life-saving money. I'm sick and need to go to the doctor, so have mercy on me. Looking at its pitiful appearance, honestly, even those players were moved to compassion. The other shenanigans were even already trying to stop Lin Ming, and there were even people willing to help the old shenanigans pay to be robbed by Lin Ming. But Lin Ming refused to take it. How can you use my money to help others? After refusing those bazaar blocks, Lin Ming also looked at the old bazaar with a tight frown. Life-saving money for treatment of a serious illness? That really can't be robbed. If this kind of money was robbed, Lin Ming would spit on himself. So he stabbed the old creep. It's not a lifesaver when it dies and there's no need for a cure. Then it's up for grabs. Lin Ming took away the 2,000 points that the old creepy was protecting, and incidentally absorbed all of its dead energy. Seeing this scene, all of those bazaar revealed angry colors. Even those players, with the exception of Big Back, were all furious. But 2 seconds after old creepy was obliterated, Creepy and the players slowly calmed down. Strange, that old man is not related to him. Why are you so angry for him? Even those players felt something was wrong. Why did they have such drastic mood swings just now? It was as if Lin Ming had killed their loved ones. Lin Ming took in their reactions, but didn't care, because it was that old creepy ability from earlier. That old creepy is supposed to have the skill of controlling emotions, or triggering pity and sympathy in others. So all it has to do is plead, and one can't help but sympathize with it and let it go. Unfortunately, it had met the great devil Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued the robbery. robbing from the front of the car to the back, and ended up collecting 600 points. By the time he was done looting, the creeps were all crying and regretting that they shouldn't have gotten on this bus, because that money, it's all the income they have left after they just got paid and paid off this month's loan. Now that they've all been robbed, it's a problem to follow up with food. Even continuous 996 overtime work, exhausted and sick, are afraid to go to the hospital to see. Next, they will probably be disliked by their bosses because they have no money for food, resulting in a lack of energy, and then they can't get motivated at work, and then they will be miserably transferred or fired. You know, it's not against the law to fire in the bizarro world, and you don't even have to pay compensation, because of the law, which only protects rich shenanigans. There are even worse ones. They may go into a trance because they cannot afford to eat, resulting in frequent mistakes in their next job, and then suffer work injuries or even lose their lives. One might ask, isn't it just a month's paycheck being robbed that's such a big deal? This is a result of the rules of the weird game world. As I said before, the world is an absolute capitalist system. 2% shenanigans, holding 98% of the wealth, as well as lending out 1000% of the loans. All of the underlying shenanigans are pretty much living on borrowed money, and even if you have a job, you have to take out a loan in order to eat, drink, or go to the doctor. Having fun? That's something only rich and creepy would consider. And these bottom shenanigans need to keep going to work, making money, paying off loans, eating, then borrowing again, then working, creating a cycle. It's the equivalent of some people opening several credit cards, reversing them back and forth, and all it takes is one problem in the middle to have a total meltdown. Now these shenanigans are just falling apart, and they can imagine how hard their next days will be. Good thing, Lin Ming he is good, so willing to help with these weird afterthoughts. After he robbed from the front of the car to the back, he started robbing from the back to the front again. This robbery, it's death, it's life. Lin Ming just plunged through the knives one by one, absorbing the dead chi one by one. Deadliness plus 4,400, deadliness plus 3,800, deadliness plus 2,900, dead air plus 3,333. Lin Ming realized that these poor people really couldn't squeeze any oil out of them. It's okay to make less money. The body is also screwed up from long hours of overtime, and all the dead air is less than the normal ghost level. Those bizarre didn't expect Lin Ming to want money but also his life, so they were all furious at once. They decide to fight back. So the creeps in the front row immediately joined forces and rushed forward. Lin Ming froze at the sight, then nodded his thanks to the creepy who rushed over. It was just as well that he was too lazy to leave, but he didn't expect these guys to deliver. So he poofed and slashed, one by one, and all of them were given to these creeps who rushed forward to fight for their lives. Once all the creepy passengers were taken out, it was just about time for the next stop. Unfortunately, there were only 2 passengers at this stop. Forget it, a mosquito's leg is meat. Lin Ming squeezed out a smile to pick up the passengers, but realized that the passengers did not get on the bus despite their eyes. Apparently, that's not the train they were waiting for. No, we're here, how can we let you run away? Lin Ming immediately looked towards the players cowering in the corners in the distance. To say that the big back was smart, after freezing for a moment, he immediately reacted. He immediately stepped forward and scratched his head at the 2 horny passengers on the platform, constantly seducing them, even going so far as to lift up his clothes, revealing his snow-white stomach and constantly slapping it. Keep in mind that the living have a huge attraction to the spooky in the first place. Now the big back in this posture, no less than a big-legged Edith's girl, wearing only a halter top and super short skirt, to a group of old colorful batch in place constantly spinning and jumping, so that people can see her soft and bouncy excellent prominence point. Who could resist getting in the car for this? The 2 creepy passengers, who weren't supposed to be on this bus, couldn't help but walk up and give the big back a death stare. Little, I'm going to enjoy you today. The doors are closed. Lin Ming stepped forward with his knife and pressed it against the backs of the 2 creeps. The 2 creepy passengers froze. No, you guys are lacking in virtue. Spooky playing fairy jumps on us on the bus in Spooky World? Chapter 66, New Copy. Sleeping. The plan of the fairy jump is still a success. It wasn't just the 2 creepy passengers who paid the price. Along the way, at several stops, Lin Ming tricked some passengers into getting on the bus. In this copy, he gained a lot. Not only did he raise his realm to the 5th level of foundation establishment, even got 8,000 points. If I had to describe this copy in 2 words, it would be exciting. With the bus arriving in front of an old country house, this copy is over. Lin Ming walked up and looked at the bus driver. The driver looked at Lin Ming with a pleading face before his neck was wiped. Waiting to take the driver's dead air and points away, Lin Ming got out of the car. The players followed suit. Now they had only one road, the one that led straight to that old house. There was thick fog all around. Nothing could be seen, but the endless danger could be felt. Players cringe. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was striding towards the old house. The bus was left where it was unattended because it didn't have a driver, and it couldn't leave. The old house had 2 floors and looked like one of those buildings from long ago, mostly black wooden mortise and tenon construction, and standing in the mist, it looked so eerie that one couldn't help but suspect that there was something horrible inside. Lin Ming wandered around the doorway and didn't find any rules or anything. It looks like it should be in the house. Looking at the wooden door, Lin Ming didn't push it, but instead summoned a corpse. This wooden door was most likely to make noise, and once it made noise when he pushed it, he was screwed. Sure enough, the body was controlled as it went to push the door. The wooden door made a creaking sound. The rules were instantly triggered, obliterating the body. Lin Ming wrapped himself in spiritual energy and walked into the house with large strides, fighting to walk without sound. When the players saw that Lin Ming was being so careful, they were all terrified and didn't dare to go in. Nay, as Lin Ming entered the door, the fog all around him slowly surged over, apparently forcing all the players to go in together. The players had no choice but to follow. In the meantime, desperate, the chaser gave another 5,000 points to pass the statue gallery. It can't be helped. The statue house creeps are all dead and it can't find a quest or even a way out. Either stand there and wait for the copy to refresh, or wait for someone to take over the copy to repopulate the place with shenanigans. But that would be too long to wait, and it still had to hunt down Lin Ming. If Lin Ming escaped this copy and it didn't catch up, it would have to pay a large sum of money for breach of contract. Not only do you have to pay the client, but you also have to pay for the damage to the company's reputation. It's enough to make the hunter dump his family and carry a huge loan for thousands of years. Well, after paying 5,000 points, the chaser came to the next copy, the bus to extinction. The pursuers knew they were done for when they realized they were on the platform. The bus had already left and one needed to wait for the next bus. But the Land of Silence isn't exactly a big copy, so the bus used to transfer players is only one. The pursuers would need to wait for Lin Ming and the others to arrive at the next copy before they could wait for the car. But that's okay, this is only the 3rd copy anyway. There are 4 more to come. Next, one just has to take the bus dedicated to the Silent Land and head to the next copy of the entrance. The chaser investigated copies of the Silent Lands before he arrived. He remembers that the next copy is the old sleeping house. As soon as you enter, you will unconsciously become sleepy and then slowly fall asleep. Even if the guy called Lin Ming was not weak and could resist sleepiness, it would still affect his thinking, causing his reactions to slow down and his speed to go out, and he would have a chance to catch up. It's not worth spending 10,000 points to catch up. The chaser thought this, only for some reason, it had a vague feeling of uneasiness in its heart. Don't panic. Steady. Believe you're the best chaser. Just wait for the bus to come and we'll flip it. Chaser calmed himself and stood there quietly waiting. Lin Ming and the others walked into the main hall of the old house, where some tables, chairs and benches were placed, as well as a recliner, all of which had been left unmaintained for a long period of time and had no one to live in them to produce the smell of decay. After exploring, this is a very ordinary old house from the Republican era, which may have been considered rich at that time, but now the style is really considered simple, and there are doors on the right and left sides of the main hall, behind which would have been the house for living. Next to the door of the house on the right, there are also wooden stairs to the 2nd floor. Lin Ming was observing when he suddenly heard a thud from behind him. He jerked his head back to look, but all he saw was a player lying on the ground, having died violently. How? What rule did this guy break? Lin Ming's face was grave as he looked towards the other players. None of the players looked at him, all groggy and struggling to open their eyes but unable to do so. Gulp! Another player laying down because he fell asleep and then died violently for making noise. Lin Ming now understood why they had died. He just didn't understand why all these people were getting so sleepy. Is it some kind of special power here? How come you're okay? Because of the spiritual power of heavenly evil kung fu? Lin Ming thought about it and tried to inject a bit of spiritual energy into the big back, and it really made him wake up immediately. However, Lin Ming couldn't keep feeding him non-stop spiritual energy, so he let Big Back lie down and sleep. As long as he doesn't snore, he won't die. The Big Back looked at Lin Ming even more gratefully, secretly hating that he wasn't a woman, or else he would have been able to give his benefactor a good time. Lin Ming went to explore the other rooms, trying to see if there were any rules or anything, while the Big Back waited for him to leave. He went ahead and put the other players down to lie down and sleep. He then lay down himself, and in a short time fell into sleep. Lin Ming came to the east room. The room is not big. There are a few dozen square feet. Tables, chairs, benches and beds are very complete. There were even a couple blurry pictures on the wall. Lin Ming picked it up and looked at it, realizing that it had been eroded by time and was unreadable. It can only be vaguely seen as a picture of a family of 3. He turned the photo over and over, not finding any key information, and had to put it down. The good thing is, there are a lot of books on the desk. Lin Ming picked it up and flipped through it. but it was all books from before this world became weird. Not much of a bird. Lin Ming shook his head and went back to the west room. He came out of the east room and passed through the main hall when he noticed that the players had fallen asleep on the floor. Knowing that this was done by the big back, he didn't care and tried to walk away, but just after taking 2 steps, he was shocked to realize that something was wrong and snapped his eyes to the players. That's not the right number. Just now when he came in addition to Lin Ming there were still 6 players left, and because he fell asleep on the ground and died too, then there should be 4 more lying here. How come there are 3 of them? Lin Ming frowned and walked over, first probing to see that several people were indeed alive, and then he went to look at the gate and found it was tightly closed, and he could still see through the doorway that it was all foggy outside. Where could that man have gone? 2nd floor? Or was there some kind of trickery hidden here that would come to bed them while they slept? Chapter 67 Actually, the rules are there to protect you weirdos. Lin Ming immediately rushed into the west room, searching for creepy, but didn't see it. He ran to the 2nd floor again. There were 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, each one empty and all of them carrying an even stronger odor of decay. That's strange. The whole building's empty. Lin Ming came down suspiciously, but his feet were fixed on the stairs, because downstairs, in the middle of the main hall, there was another person missing. Only the big back and a man in a suit, company manager-like, remained. Undeterred, Lin Ming summoned Meng Meng, took her soft little hand, and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Lin Ming sent out the weirdness in the 10,000 soul streamer to go help himself guard all the old houses, and incidentally go out of the house to take a look around. Wasn't it creepy to steal from someone and just run outside for a picnic lunch? Soon, the creeps checked the old house inside and out and found nothing wrong. Didn't even notice any rules. Weird how the tips are getting fewer and fewer. Could it be that it's getting closer and closer to the core? So the owner of the replica is feeling fear? It shouldn't be. To be able to control 7 copies by yourself, you shouldn't be weak, right? As Lin Ming was pondering, his face suddenly changed and he immediately activated his soul regeneration technique. It was because the manager-like player was slowly disappearing. He just lay there, but his body gradually became dim and vapid until it finally disappeared completely. But even though Lin Ming used the soul regeneration technique, he still summoned the 10,000 soul streamer to probe, none of which revealed a spooky presence. Are you sleeping? Lin Ming thought of a possibility. Players will come in and feel sleepy, which will slowly fade away as they fall asleep. So sleep is actually a medium, and the only way to get in touch with the shenanigans or the next copy is to fall asleep. Thinking this way, Lin Ming immediately laid down on the recliner within the main hall and began to force himself to sleep. Soon, he fell asleep. He was sleeping, but he felt his body sinking, and a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. This feeling had only happened when Lin Ming hadn't yet cultivated. He was also asleep at the time, and occasionally a sense of weightlessness from falling from a great height would hit him and jolt him out of his sleep. At the time, he thought it was a precursor to the fact that he was going to cross over. I've since looked up the information and it says it's stress and mental strain that does this, and also when I'm too overworked. But now, he was really crossing over. A strong sense of weightlessness caused Lin Ming to wake up and he appeared in a forest. The woods were huge, so big that you couldn't see your way out, and so shaded that you couldn't even see the sun. The piece in front of me, all with a foggy feel, was a bit dreamy, but also dangerous, because Lin Ming could feel that there seemed to be many pairs of eyes lurking around, staring at him grimly, ready to rush out and kill him at any moment. Hallucinations? What creepy was best it was using the dead aura, creating a real illusion that was indistinguishably addictive. Lin Ming activated his soul regeneration technique and tried to crack this jungle, but found that it was useless. Demontation might not be able to control a Ghost King, but it could definitely see through Ghost King level illusions. The fact that you can't see through it now means that this place is supposed to be a truly spooky copy. Hell, I thought I was at the old house. How did I get here again? Ben Shuben? Or is it? A bold guess arose in Lin Ming's mind. That old house is, in fact, the land of the end? Movie theaters, statuary halls, buses, the family of them. Lin Ming felt as if he had touched some key information, but it wasn't complete. At least, he couldn't tell what was going on in that old house just yet. Let's get out of these woods first. Lin Ming immediately released the 10,000 soul streamer, which now contains 70 shenanigans with a variety of skills, and 6 bodies. Lin Ming looked at the troops in front of him and gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer. Though silent, the creeps and the corpses received orders and immediately spread out in all directions to find an exit. Because the 10,000 soul streamer was able to create a connection with these shenanigans, Lin Ming was able to roughly determine their location. In his senses, the creeps had dabbled in the woods for dozens of kilometers without seeing the border. What is this place? A big, pristine forest? Lin Ming was very upset, thinking that I am wasting this effort with you. He grimaced and summoned right back all the shenanigans. After the bizarre ones entered the 10,000 soul streamer, Lin Ming opened his arms, Sidekick No. 1. Fire control. As Lin Ming's palm erupted with scorching samsara fire, the temperature around him climbed extremely quickly, and those plants and trees close to him withered rapidly. The next moment, 2 fireballs flew out and landed on the ground. In just an instant, the fire rose to the sky and spread in all directions. Samadhi fire was no ordinary flame, not to mention flowers, plants and trees. Even if it fell on a stone, it could keep burning and burn the stone to ashes. Now that there were so many flowers and trees, even if this place was filled with death, it simply could not stop this Yang to Yang sidekick. After the fire spread out, there were screams in the distance. Obviously there was something weird hiding in it. Lin Ming laughed silently and coldly. Still not setting the rules? Do you really think the rules are there to bind me? That's for ing protection. As the fire snake spread uncontrollably, the entire jungle began to burn, and the temperature was not much weaker than a flaming mountain. Suddenly, space warped. Lin Ming understood as he watched the scene in front of him begin to change. This is a pass for myself. To say these are creepy is a. It would have been nice to have been so cooperative and had to let me burn a little. I dare to burn. You dare to play? The copy switches again, but this time it turned out to be a city? This metropolis has a constant flow of people and vehicles, and it is completely a modern city. Lin Ming looked at the incomparably real environment around him and thought to himself that there were no rules again? Or is this a real world? Right in front of me a sexy E-tit girl was passing by with a lurch. Lin Ming stopped her. E-milk girl instinctively frowned, but when she saw Lin Ming's face, which was only 1/10,000th as handsome as a tomato reader's, she instantly revealed a warm and gentle smile again. Lin Ming also smiled slightly and grabbed the suspenders of the dress on the shoulders of the E-tits girl and pulled them down violently. 2 holy lights shine. E-milk girl inside is a vacuum. Instantly naked, immediately panicked and clutching her chest, lost her voice and screamed, "Stinky rascal!" Lin Ming's eyes flashed. Able to talk? Looks like it really is an illusion. He sighed and reached down to squeeze the E-tit girl's thunderbolt again. Damn, it's so soft and realistic. The E-tits girl stormed off, screaming and shouting about hooligans. The surrounding men all rushed over with righteous indignation, peeking at the E-tits girl while questioning why Lin Ming was being a hooligan. Just as Lin Ming was about to be rounded up, a little boy suddenly ran out of the alley next to him, grabbed Lin Ming's hand and ran out of the crowd. After the two of them ran out a long way to a secluded corner, the little boy looked at Lin Ming in annoyance. Lin Ming, however, backhanded the little boy a few big mouths. His strength is too big. Froze the little boy pumped with the small gyroscope of Beipingwen-san. The same, turned around in place several times. Chapter 68, from now on, we'll treat our employees as our own fathers. This kid is the NPC for this copy, right? Lin Ming stared at the little boy with cold eyes, because just now, this little boy had carried him so far, and surprisingly, he didn't even breathe half as roughly. Either he knows the rules here, or he's creepy himself. On the way here, Lin Ming had observed it with his soul regeneration technique. This little brat is a creep. Whatever purpose it was pulling itself for, it certainly had no ulterior motives, so it was a good idea to clean it up first. The little boy was also jerked around for a moment before reacting, only to see his eyes rapidly fill with fury as he stared coldly at Lin Ming with murderous intent. But Lin Ming was even fiercer than him, pulling over for another hard smack. I told you to stare at me. The little boy was pumped like a donkey pulling a mill in a circle, and finally his body crumbled and turned into a black gas. Instead of dissipating, those black chi condensed into several rules in midair. 1. Don't make a sound. 2. Stop bus 207 by 3 p.m. 3. Don't let the boss fire him. 4. Please don't hurt them. Look at the 4 rules. Lin Ming was in a bit of disbelief. You call that a rule? It's a ing wish, but it was finally a bit of a clue, and it saved him from having to run around in the city. As for destroying the entire metropolis, that would be a waste of psychic energy as well. So let's see if these rules are a good solution. The first and fourth don't need to be thought of. The second, going to block the bus, combined with the third rule, should be that someone on the bus has been fired and is leaving the city, or will they do something extreme? With this in mind, Lin Ming walked down the street and called a cab. The driver immediately asked, "Where to?" Lin Ming knew that this was also a trap. In the previous copy, everyone was afraid to make noise, and none of them spoke, so anyone could remember to keep themselves under control. But in this metropolis, it seems like everything is back to normal. The sound of horns, talking, hawking and even quarreling. Not to mention the fact that someone else will now initiate conversation with you and make a noise if you're not careful. These people are fake. They talk randomly, alright, but if Lin Ming spoke or made a sound, he immediately died violently. He used his spiritual energy as ink and wrote in the air, "Go to the 207 bus stop." Yo, young man, playing magic? The driver's eyes lit up. Brother also learned magic. Show you a couple of hands? Lin Ming's face darkened and he wrote 2 more words. Hurry up. Aya. What's the hurry? Let me show you a trick. The driver didn't drive. He just did magic tricks. Lin Ming got out of the car with a black face and changed cabs, but it was the same result. Whether he writes with spiritual energy or with real pen and paper, these drivers are just trying to do everything they can not to drive. 1 minute he says he can do magic too. Throw Lin Ming a couple bucks for another stunt later. Others said they knew a doctor, nicknamed Mute Spirit, who specialized in curing mutes and wanted to take Lin Ming over to see him. Lin Ming could see that these guys didn't want to let themselves finish the mission. Can't get a cab, get a city map? Lin Ming didn't even have to think about it. He'd be damned if he could buy a map. Even when he saw a passerby in front of him playing with his cell phone as he passed by, he snatched it up to try to find a navigation app, only to find out that the other person didn't have it on his phone at all. Looks like it's just a bus ride. 1 stop down. Lin Ming glanced at the time on his snatched cell phone. 15 minutes short of 3 o'clock. You want to get there by bus in that amount of time? That's absolutely impossible. To be sure of what he was thinking, Lin Ming first looked for a nearby bus stop sign. This stop sign apparently doesn't have route 207. He needed to sit at the next stop to see if there was a 207 at the other stop, but there's no telling what kind of trouble we'll run into in the middle. No, it shouldn't be. The shenanigans within the replica will mess up like crazy, which is normal, but the copy will definitely give the opportunity to be able to complete the task. It's just that the path to life for this copy may not be so obvious. There are rules that you don't tell yourself? Or are you thinking about the wrong rules? And so on. Lin Ming recalled the order of that rule. This time, the rules are really more like missions. Because of his sensitivity to numbers, Lin Ming would habitually do his tasks in the order of the rules. But what if, in the first place, the order given by the other side was reversed? What if the third rule of don't let the boss fire him is stopped first? Lin Ming hadn't thought of that before because he didn't know who that person was, much less who and where that boss was. But he had a quicker and easier way. Lin Ming once again stopped a cab and used his spiritual energy as ink to write down a few large words. This time the cab didn't dawdle, punched the meter, drove, and stepped on the gas. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ming was sent to his destination, City Hall. Lin Ming sauntered into the City Hall, and the gate guard hastened to stop him. Stop where you are. Lin Ming didn't say anything, directly blowing people away and rushing into the City Hall building. He quickly found the mayor's office, rushed in, and saw the mayor in the middle of his office. Who are you? Where's the security guard? Security! The mayor yelled angrily. Lin Ming walked up and cut off one of the mayor's legs before leading him to the window and throwing a fireball into the distance. The fire engulfed a building in an instant, burning the people inside and wailing. The mayor was terrified at the sight of the burning building. He was truly surprised that this man who had somehow barged in was so fierce and powerful. This is clearly a god. No, it's a magic fairy. Lin Ming brought the mayor back to the table, then picked up a pen and paper to write a line. Pull the air raid siren. Notify the city. All buses stop running immediately, and issue a notice that now entering a difficult time. No one is allowed to fire the staff, and all the employees fired today should be invited back to work. Mayor clueless, no, can't do it. It'll be a big mess all over the city. Seeing that he wouldn't listen, Lin Ming once again threw a fireball at the window. Another building was quickly engulfed by the samsara fire. Looking at the innocent people struggling and screaming inside, the mayor understood what Lin Ming meant. This order, when he gives it, will be a big mess. If he doesn't go down, there will be even more pandemonium. Plus Lin Ming came up and chopped off his leg, so if he didn't cooperate then he might actually die. After a short trade-off, the mayor still held his tongue and picked up the phone to give the order. Following Lin Ming's request, various leaders in the city chose to implement it even though they didn't understand what was happening. After all, when something goes wrong in the line of duty, there's the mayor to take the fall. If something happens if they don't carry out their mission, they'll be the ones to take the blame. Let's die a friend, not a pauper. Then, 3 short minutes later, the air raid siren sounded. All public transportation in the city was immediately called off by the transportation department. But it's the bosses who are the most clueless. What the hell? Why the would you order that if you're not gonna fire someone? What? If you don't follow orders, you'll have to send the IRS to check the books? Fire check fire? Social Security Center to audit? The city regulator comes to check the scope of business? The health commission is coming too? Goo. The master really laughed. Believe it or not, I'm going to treat the staff like my own father from now on. Chapter 69, the end of the side story. With these inexplicable orders issued, the whole city has come to a standstill and mixed. Oh, there is no confusion. Employees don't get fired. So who the hell goes to work? Traffic? Go ahead and block it. Old men and women grabbing seats on the bus? It's all for you to sit on. Old heirs. Now these seats are fine for you to use as a bodyboard. All the employees went home happily, and even those who walked home were smiling. They were now grateful beyond measure to the one who had issued this order. What? Forcing the person who gave the order to burn down 2 buildings? Then it must be the people in those 2 buildings who deserve to die. Ha! 2 buildings of innocent people? Then I think the person who set the fire also has a hard time. So let him punish himself with 3 cups. If you can't do it, you can do something tough and punish him with a 3-minute WeChat ban. And after issuing this order, Lin Ming waited quietly in his office. He felt that this should be considered to have accomplished its mission on its own as well. This copy should be over. Sure enough, the moment 3 o'clock arrived, the copy reluctantly warped. Mainly because it's never seen such a pass. It's so damn unethical. Wait until the copy twist is over. Lin Ming's body reappeared on top of the rocking chair in the old house. Before he was asleep after the whole thing went in the other copies. He returned to the old house once more and found it slightly different. It seems like, has more life? At least those rotting flavors dulled a lot. It was like a new copy. Of course, it's also possible that this is just a change of scenery because there are no more big back players on the floor. The guy with the big back was lying on the ground before, and he didn't follow along into the other copies, so he should have stayed in that old house before. So by careful math, this is like the 7th copy? The screening room, the statue gallery, the bus, the old house before, the woods, the city, the old house now. Lin Ming surveyed the old house, trying to see what was different here. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of arguing and smashing coming from upstairs. I've told you, that female ghost next door has nothing to do with me. She just wants to borrow some points from me. It's okay to borrow points? Do you know how many loans our family has? Mortgage, car loan, school loan, food loan, water loan. Altogether we have to pay back 3,000 years, you know. It's not because you're spending points recklessly? Not to mention anything else. Let me ask you what's so great about that pair of human leather shoes that they're worth 200 points? Ah, you bought them without batting an eye. Hello, just hello, I have said let you pay to work. Only need to simmer for 128 years will be able to transfer to receive wages. But you have to be at home to gnaw on the old man. Now that the corpses of parents have been eaten up, the bone stewed with a big fire cannot even stew out of the grease. Tomorrow we eat what? Lin Ming had gotten somewhat used to the bizarre world though. But still, hearing these things at this point makes the world feel so epileptic. Is this the world ruled by capitalists? Just then, a small child slowly walked down the stairs. The little kid was exactly the same as the one he had seen earlier in the urban replica. Upon seeing Lin Ming, he subconsciously touched his face before hiding in the distance and speaking. You can speak now. You've left the silent land. Lin Ming was careful not to fall for it. The little child calmly said, there are 7 days in the silent land, which also represents 7 copies, and these copies are my memories and my dreams. Those were some of the best experiences I've ever had. My parents took me to the movies, to my favorite statue gallery, and at the end of a tiring day, I rode the bus with them back to their old house in the country. But when I came back, they got into a crazy argument and then the divorce started. I found out later that they had decided to get divorced a long time ago and just wanted to take me for one last ride and then go their separate ways. I just didn't realize the weird game was coming down the pike. The 2 of them didn't succeed in getting divorced because they had to pay taxes on the divorce. So they just bickered and argued every day. And I got so tired of it that in intense desperation I created this copy of the silent world to bring my parents every day to live quietly with the good memories of that day. I even created a copy of the city before I was born so that my father wouldn't have to go back home to chew up the old man or get fired from his company. And both my parents could have a good life in the city to ease their anger and resentment. No player before you could find a break in those copies, and every single one of them would be trapped inside, in a perpetual cycle like our family. But I didn't realize that you destroyed my copy, shattered my dreams, and woke up our family in the end by killing us in the copy over and over again. Now my parents are back to that bickering and I'm annoyed. I'm really annoyed. As the little boy said this, his body's death aura continued to boil and his strength continued to rise. In the copy, Lin Ming could just hit him to force a fight, but when it came out, it was unbeatable. Lin Ming, on the other hand, secretly said that it was true. He had actually guessed the general idea before, just not in such detail. After all, recalling the name of the movie theater and the statue gallery looks like a place for children to play, then get tired of playing and take the bus home. Also because they are so tired that they are immediately sleepy when they get home. The old house possesses the effect of lulling people to sleep. After falling asleep, kids, they're so tired, they have nightmares and fall into that jungle. In the jungle little kids are supposed to see things like parents falling in love with each other, or even digging up graves and chewing up old people or something like that. But Lin Ming didn't wait to see that scene before he burned up the forest, so he jumped straight to the urban scene. That is, the little child wants himself to block his parents from seeing each other to avoid a miserable life later on. A very smooth copy, and it's not really hard to guess that it would be someone's memories if you're immersed in it. And in this copy, the family is actually immersed, and they only need to be killed once to be awake for 1 point. That's why every copy has rules against harming them. But if you don't kill them, you will be stuck in a cycle of this little boy's beautiful dream forever, unable to get out of it. It was because he guessed all of this in advance that Lin Ming didn't hesitate to give this little boy a few slaps in the face during the final level. Those slaps weren't just for relief. He used his spiritual power. Otherwise the little boy wouldn't have been broken up and turned into a rule. At this time, the little boy became angrier and angrier and got closer and closer to Lin Ming, finally transforming into an evil spirit level existence, ghost level, grudge level, and evil ghost level. This was the first time Lin Ming had encountered a powerful evil spirit level creepy that, in reality, could threaten his city. The little boy looked at Lin Ming with a fierce smile. You'll have to pay the price for waking up my beautiful dream. Now, do you have any regrets for offending me? Lin Ming took out the 10,000 soul streamer and gently shook it. Dozens of spooky kills came out of them and surrounded the little boy, while the ghostly spirits let go and enveloped the surroundings. So, little brat, tell me, do you have any regrets now? Lin Ming smiled even more hideously sinister than the little boy. Chapter 70, the chasers finally blocked Lin Ming. The little boy was confused. No, man, what kind of big shot is this that's so sloppy to come here and bully a kid like me? In those copies just now, limited by the rules, he was in a sleeping state for the first 5 copies, so there was no way of knowing what Lin Ming had done before. It's only in the 6th copy that it wakes up and then guides the player on what to do. For one thing, it's inconvenient for it to appear in front of the parents. The second is to add to the thrill of the game. Even in the 6th copy, it only appeared as a doppelganger and its strength could not be utilized in full. That's why he was thinking of the 7th copy, to get back at Lin Ming for all those forced fights, as well as breaking the hatred of his own copy. But now looking at that big group of creeps and retaliating? After being slightly confused, the little boy looked at Lin Ming and squeezed out a smile. Brother, can we discuss it? No. Lin Ming waved his hand. All the weirdness united with the 10,000 soul streamer immediately swarmed the little boy and drowned him in. Lin Ming, on the other hand, walked up the stairs. In fact, he thought it was superfluous for the little boy to get all these copies. Wasn't it just so its parents would stop fighting? We're experts in the field of fighting. You go around the circle and ask about our reputation. That manager and staff conflict, customer and waiter conflict, 2 quarrels, all were mediated to convince. Lin Ming came upstairs to the master bedroom and pushed the door open. In the room, the 2 creeps are arguing. When they saw someone come in, they stopped and looked at Lin Ming with a surprised expression. The aroma of the living. I'm surprised you weren't killed by my son? After the couple finished being surprised, they looked at Lin Ming with simultaneous excitement again, considering how many points he could be worth if he sold it. Lin Ming was also going to ask how much savings you guys still have, but when he thought about the fact that the 2 had just quarreled over the lack of money, he let out a regretful sigh. You're too late yourself. Wacky game these capitalists, receiving all the taxes here 1,000 years from now. The people have become poor and have no oil to squeeze. It seems that the only way to do that is to talk to the capitalists. Lin Ming made up his mind, then walked towards the 2 ghosts. The 2 creeps also ran over with gusto, wanting to grab Lin Ming to sell. Sell your body first. And there's that female ghost who likes to hem and haw with the living, saying she just likes 37 degrees into her cold body. Then sell the awful parts to those restaurants, hotels or whatever and make another profit. Bones are sold to pet food processors. Eventually the skins are sold to luxury companies. Snap! 2 slaps mercilessly interrupted the couple's fantasies. They covered their faces in bewilderment and looked at Lin Ming. What just happened? Honestly, this couple is far worse than that kid. So Lin Ming almost easily slaughtered them and absorbed the dead chi. Deadliness plus 5,000. Deadliness plus 4,900. It's obviously a ghost level, but it has so much dead air. Looks like these 2 guys had a pretty good time with their copies. Lin Ming ate them dry and then went downstairs once again. That little boy was indeed tough, and had let lie 2/3 of his own soldiers and generals. Of course, it had also been collected into the 10,000 soul streamer and was being sacrificed by the spell formation. The little boy was still struggling, attempting to break away from the control of the spell formation and the 10,000 soul streamer. Lin Ming walked over and grabbed the 10,000 soul streamer, rolling spiritual energy into it. The power of the refining spell formation grew exponentially at once. The little boy suddenly screamed miserably, and hurriedly begged, "Let me go. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to give you the copy." Confused, if I kill you, the copy is also mine. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to increase his power output, because Dream told him that the little boy had a strange ability, which was that when he fell asleep, no one could make a sound. The large number of weird soldiers and generals that were killed just now were instantly wiped out because the little boy suddenly fell asleep and people didn't know what was happening and made a little noise. This ability is useful, quite useful. Lin Ming was determined to take this little boy under his wing as a junior. The little boy sensed Lin Ming's intentions and immediately roared angrily. You really think you can deal with me like this? That you can control me? I will never give in. 5 minutes later. Master. The little boy stood respectfully in front of Lin Ming. You can't make a sound around you when you're asleep? How big is the range? Lin Ming asked curiously. With me as the center. It radiates outward for 10 meters, but the sure kill ability only works on the evil ghost level and below realms, and the damage will be reduced at higher levels, the little boy said obediently. Lin Ming subconsciously glanced around and realized that this wasn't the old house's caged area, so this kid's skill is because his parents fought every day at home and had no peace, and he awakened this ability under grief and anger, resulting in the fact that it can only cover such a large area as well, but it'll do. Absolute rules-based skills. Then if you leave the copy, can you still use the skill? Lin Ming suddenly thought that this was the 7th copy, and the little boy might have gotten that ability here. Yes, these copies exist because of me, and I can withdraw all the power of the copies to me, allowing me to utilize my strongest strength. But then, my copy would be scrapped, and would become the most common copy, which would still run, but would no longer have rules or quests to harm the player. The little boy was obviously a bit upset. After all, he had been running these copies for quite some time, but Lin Ming thought about it. These copies are useless even if you keep them? Well, there's only the buses that are somewhat useful for running around the city and hauling some creepy passengers. What creepy would want to go to that movie theater copy without a player going over there? The same goes for the statue gallery, and the jungle, and this old house. That urban copy is kind of interesting. It's just that this little kid can't run a business. When the time comes to change it to an open-ended simulation copy, Creepy can choose to be the mayor for a day when he enters it, and casually give orders and enjoy the thrill of being in power, or get into it and become the boss, enslave your employees to your heart's content, and enjoy the pleasures of a capitalist, and the ones that are the most classic, Time Out series, the Undead Next Door series, or even a trolley dork, or the leader calls the employee away and then takes the opportunity to go to his house and threaten the employee's wife. Ma'am, you don't want your husband to lose his job, do you? Those are some great games. Either that or the child is still too young to develop at all. After determining his business policy, Lin Ming intended to find a subsequent opportunity to deal with it. As for now, his body is vaporizing to leave. Even the big back player appeared, as the copy turned into a normal copy, and he was considered to be lying down and entered the settlement with a confused look on his face. Just as the copy was about to settle, a figure appeared in the old house. It was a dark shadow, unable to see its face, but it could feel the fullness of its grief. Shadow stared at Lin Ming dead in the face and gritted his teeth. Just you stepping on a horse named Lin Ming. Ha! Lin Ming was puzzled. Which one are you? You mind less. Just know that I chased you for 7 copies and spent tens of thousands of points to pass the level. And now I'm not only going to kill you, but I also want you to compensate me for my losses. The shadow was clearly a chaser, and it had spent another 15,000 points to get through the 3 copies of the bus, the jungle, and the city to meet Lin Ming, who should have been captured by him a long time ago. Chapter 71, Sister can support you. Lin Ming looked at the angry and murderous pursuers. I don't know why it's after him, but I still have some sympathy, he kindly reminded. Actually, you don't need to spend money to pass through, because the owner of the duplicates was controlled by me. It took back the power of the duplicates, and now those duplicates are turned into the most ordinary places that you can just go in and out of. Chaser was confused. What the hell? What this guy is saying is that he came all this way to join the copy and spend tens of thousands more to pass the copy. And all that money was spent for nothing? At that thought, the hunter became even angrier. You must die today, must die. The pursuer stormed out, all but going mad, even ignoring the mission's requirement to leave him alive and sending out a black light. That's its surefire way to kill. No one is spared under the evil spirit. Whoosh! The mandatory black light passed through Lin Ming's gradually illusory body. The pursuer looked blankly at Lin Ming. Sorry about that, you're slightly late, I'm going out. Lin Ming explained. Looking at Lin Ming's rapidly vaporizing body, the pursuer also reacted. It wasn't the first time he had killed a player, so he knew that Lin Ming was about to exit his copy. In this state, even the Ghost King couldn't harm Lin Ming. As a killer whose heart is as cold as ice and whose methods are as ruthless as a butcher, the pursuer had thought that he had been as firm as iron, but now he still broke down and cried tearfully. What are you doing? I just came I spent tens of thousands of points that's all I have. Please, let me stab it. Just one. Don't go. Don't you go. How can I live without you? Lin Ming's heart ached as he watched the pursuer like this. Since it's your own sin, let's end it on your own. It's okay bro, even though you can't make a move, I can. Lin Ming pacified the pursuer for a bit, then let the little boy in the 10,000 souls sleep. The little boy did as he was told, slapping himself on the head and drying himself out. As with the falling asleep effect, the skill triggers instantly. The pursuer was busy collapsing, did not hear Lin Ming's words, and cried and asked a follow-up question. What did you just say? Ah, the evil ghost level hunter falls to the ground and dies a violent death, dying by the rules. Lin Ming, on the other hand, has officially begun to settle. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the Silent Land. You managed and survived intact. Plus 70 points. You have successfully diffused the pain of the boys' everyday family discord. Plus 50 points. You have subdued the Lord of Replicas. Tian. Plus 100 points. You countered the Death Hotel owner's pursuit. Plus 100 points. You have attracted the attention of Killer Liability, Inc. for plus 30 points. Player Lin Ming has a final score of 350, plus 17. 5 points for this level and is evaluated as SSS. Now handing out rewards for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining the evil ghost grade weapon Undead Bone Lance. Congratulations on acquiring the Shard of the Silent Lands. Congratulations on the prestige value of plus 700. Congratulations on getting Ghost Vending Machine Raffle Ticket X1. Player points can currently extract a wide range of items and skills into reality. Swish. Lin Ming disappeared into place and appeared in the villa in the real world. He glanced at the villa first. Nothing out of the ordinary. First, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer and asked Wei Yuan to guard the place with guile, while he himself pulled up the panel to check the rewards this time. First is that undead bone gun. It's not extracted, but you can see the image of it. It was a gun that was carved entirely out of eerie white bones, which at first glance seemed to be as beautiful as alabaster, with numerous strange symbols on it. Undead bone gun, evil ghost level. When fired, it can emit evil ghost roar, causing large soul shock, making the enemy lose the power of resistance, and then shoot out the pure dead air cohesion of high power bullets, making the evil ghost level below the weird cannot be blocked, and for every 50 shots, it can cohesion of a rule bullet. The rule bullets have a must-hit, must-kill effect. The must-kill effect is only for the evil ghost level and the following level. The evil ghost level above will gradually, the effect is only for levels of evil ghost and below. Above evil ghost level will gradually reduce the damage. That's quite a weapon. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. We're kind of okay. After the weapons, look at the ghost vending machine raffle tickets. Raffle ticket. After using this, you can summon the ghost vending machine to descend and consume a certain amount of points to randomly draw spooky. And the drawn spooky will have a certain amount of favor with you. Raffle ticket can only be used within the spooky game. It sounds awesome. Can you draw the Ghost King? Go back to the game and try it. Lin Ming looked at the other things on the panel again. Rank, grievance, points, 48702. 5. Reputation, 1000. Skills, evil ghost substitute. Voiding, extracted. Titles, perfect passer. Good worker, explorer. Mailbox, coin of doom. Safe house room card. Bloodstained watermelon knife. Storage basket, goods. Decayed convenience store fragment. Desperate residential building fragment. Red blood candle X5. Curse stone orb X49. Silent land fragment. Undead bone lance. No, wait, what's the deal with 40,000 points? Lin Ming remembered that he had only grabbed 8,000 points on the bus. Oh yeah, I think the chaser said earlier that it cost points to pass the Silent Land. Now that he holds power over the Silent Lands, so the points are considered spent on himself by his pursuers? Sending money to hunt me down and ending up with my life on the line. This, can only say thank you for warming the seasons. Lin Ming joyfully looked towards the other fragments. That said, it's time to utilize these pieces. When you get into the game next time, send a creep to handle these copies and recruit some creeps to do the work for you. Lin Ming searched, while picking up his cell phone and glancing at the time. 3 days have passed since he went in? It's a 7-day copy, and 3 days to clear it is not bad. Jingle bells. Song Shui called. Hello? Lin Ming casually answered. What do you know about fortune telling? I just got out. On the other side of the phone was Song Shui's somewhat tired voice. I just got out too. Damn this creepy game. Lin Ming laughed. What? Been abused? Little chicken. Ha, I sometimes really feel as if you've escaped from a spooky game. Song Shui said in annoyance. What? Winning means you're open? Just because you're a hot chicken doesn't mean that everyone else isn't. Understand? Lin Ming was directly a flurry of silky smooth output. No, I'm saying that your lackluster look is really the same as those assholes in the creepy games. I thought your shamelessness was already invincible, but I didn't realize those shenanigans were braver than you. Song Shui's voice carried incomparable indignation. Lin Ming listened with curiosity. What kind of loss are you suffering? Listen to my brother. It's a blessing to suffer a loss. I was forced to take out a loan. Song Shui didn't have the heart to say. Lin Ming was truly shocked this time. He knew all too well what the virtues of loans in weird games were. No, you're a player at least. How come you were forced to take out a loan? How much was the loan? Lin Ming hurriedly asked after him. A loan of 5,000 points. and you have to pay back 1,000 points plus 1,000 in interest every month, and it has to be done in installments of 15 months, and you can't pay it back in advance. Song Shui said in annoyance. Lin Ming heard straight handful of teeth. Good guy, you witches alone electric extortion is not so lucrative You agreed? Nonsense, loan or die. I went to a copy of a real estate company this time, and they actually wanted me to pay to work for 100 points a day. Where am I going to get so many points that I'll have to take out a loan to work? And those lackluster things told me that selling a suite is a lot of old commission to pay off the debt. But the other shenanigans grabbed the customer grabbed out. I can't be strong enough for them. I can only settle for a hard 2 days. The good thing is, those points will allow me to materialize my skills into reality now, and have the power to defend myself. I've had the state reimburse me for those points, and I've also fudged 2,000 points, so I should be able to raise them soon. I'm calling you to give you a heads up that, according to the research, there have been a lot of players who have taken out loans and visualized abilities in ghosts. After those guys got superpowers, they all started expanding like crazy, bullying and forcing people into the guild. And because the first batch of people who entered the game were pessimists or bottom cattle horses, and have now begun to retaliate against society. And there's even an organization called the Street Lamp Guild that specializes in killing rich people. The situation has gotten a bit out of control, so you have to be careful. Song Shui disliked Lin Ming for half a day, but her ultimate goal was to remind him that the current situation wasn't right, to remind him not to be targeted or suffer a sneak attack or something. Then again, tell him to speak up if he needs points. Sis can feed you on corruption. Chapter 72. What rented and bought is now mine. Lin Ming and Song Shui chatted more about the situation and the really powerful skills Song Shui had mastered before hanging up. Lin Ming put down his cell phone, his face grave. The speed and extent of the situation's confusion far exceeded his expectations, though it didn't really matter to him. But Lin Ming always felt that the loan materialization skill thing just didn't sound right. Those guys in the weird game are not first-time players. Real world and game world transactions, they are definitely known. And yet, in such a situation, they are willing to help players get stronger in reality? Charity? But that loan rate doesn't look like it. Are you crazy to want to make money? Capitalists are willing to go out of their way for money, but they won't screw themselves for money. So, that leaves only one possibility. It's a way to destroy the real world. For 1,000 points, you can materialize the power of the spooky game into reality. Embodied skills are okay. What if someone is being weird? Creepy invades reality. Does that make it the equivalent of creepy games invading in as well? In fact, those capitalists and people in power in the real world may not have never thought of this. After all, they're usually so slick at playing bottom feeders. How could they not understand the routine? It's just that despite knowing it, you can't fight the yang. The people they previously thought were so easy to fool, they just chose to put up with it because there was no way to fight them. What's the point of having a second way out now? Even if you can feel the trap, being punked by you is cool for you. Getting weirdly pitted. I can at least you first and have a good time myself. Anyone who knows how to choose. Of course, there was no shortage of stupid people who didn't see that this was a tricky trap and thought they had really hit the jackpot. Unfortunately, only protagonists are entitled to hit the big time. Ordinary people, not to mention hitting a big luck, even an electric car hit can only be medical treatment, will not be developed. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Lin Ming glanced down from his bedroom balcony and realized that it was the female manager of the property and a bearded man. The manageress was wrapped around the man's waist. Her face was full of fear. Even when the man's hand rubbed her arse in a flurry, she didn't dare to say anything. She just looked at the door of Lin Ming's house with tears in her eyes. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He sensed a strong aura of death from the bearded man. This guy definitely has a skill or a ghost weapon on him. Watch as the man impatiently and frantically rings the doorbell. Lin Ming walked downstairs and opened the door. The manageress saw him and stared at him with tearful eyes full of pleading. She knew that Lin Ming had money and a background, so after being threatened by these people, she brought them to Lin Ming first, hoping to rely on Lin Ming's background to save herself. When the bearded man saw Lin Ming, he scanned up and down and snorted. So it's just a pretty good-looking white boy? For some reason, Lin Ming's fire at being disturbed suddenly disappeared. Actually, this guy has some vision. Brother, looking for me for something? Lin Ming asked in a peaceful manner. The bearded man sneered. We have our eyes on this villa area. We want to use it as the guild's residence. All of you idle people can get lost. Of course, it's not impossible if you want to join our guild, but you need to go through a test, and we don't take all the trash. Lin Ming was curious. Which guild are you guys from? The Streetlight Guild. You've heard of it, right? We specialize in killing you big dogs for the rich, the bearded man said smugly. Lin Ming, however, laughed. Buying a villa is a big dog household? That's fine. Count on you to have a point. Then you guys living here is considered a dog big house. What's next? Kill yourselves? The bearded man died at that question. Ah, this. Seems like there's some truth to it. But soon, the bearded man reacted by looking at Lin Ming's sneering smile and said in annoyance, "You're ing with me, aren't you?" Lin Ming calmly said, "A small character like you doesn't deserve to have me purposely play around with it. I'm just simply curious." Dry Lyrian, how dare you look down on me? The bearded man was enraged. His body suffused with deathly aura. Do you know that I've extracted one of the knives from the bizarre game into reality? Saying that, the bearded man pulled out a killing knife from his back waist there. This pig-killing knife was black in color, and there were still undried bloodstains on it, and that rich deathly aura was what was released from the pig-killing knife. This pig-killing knife was obviously only a ghost-level weapon, but it was powerful enough for an ordinary person. At least when ordinary people saw the blade, they would be affected by the death aura and be naturally fearful. You're lucky to have acquired a ghost-ranked sword, Lin Ming lamented. The bearded man immediately boasted proudly, "That's right, but I took out a loan of 3,000 points and then used 1,500 points to rent it." Rented? Sure enough, let's just say how these guys can be so lucky. It hadn't even been half a month since the spooky game had appeared, and he himself had only acquired 3 ghost weapons so far, but paying 15 grand to rent such a piece of, should I say the poor man's eyes are limited, or is this guy just too vain? Lin Ming shook his head and snatched the killing knife. "Whatever you rented and bought, it's mine now." The bearded man was showing off when suddenly his hands were empty, and when he looked up and saw that the knife had been snatched away, he was furious. "Give me the back." "Oh, okay." Lin Ming slashed over. "Misty grass, not so still." The bearded man shouted in fear before he was chopped to the ground. Looking at the bearded man who had collapsed on the ground and had turned dried up, Lin Ming skimmed his lips. "I want to ask you something, and you're still dragging me down?" Afterwards, Lin Ming looked at the stunned manageress next to him. "Remember to clean up." When he finished, he closed the door and went back inside. Song Shui had just gotten quite a few more invitation letter messages, and he still had to pick them out. The manageress stared blankly at the body on the floor, just being slashed. The bearded man's entire body was drained of blood by the killing knife and turned into a human skin, which was good to clean up. But, the scene was horrible too. The manageress couldn't stop shaking. She did want to use Lin Ming's hand to solve her problems, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to solve it this way. The manageress wanted to escape, but when she thought of Lin Ming's ruthlessness, she felt that she had better clean up the place as he requested. Otherwise Lin Ming would most likely give her a stab as well. The manageress fought back her fear and nausea and folded up the bearded man's skin. This human skin is slippery to the touch and still carries the warmth that has not yet dissipated. The manageress, even with her eyes closed, has a burst of goosebumps. When she had put the human skin away, she headed out the door in fear. It wasn't far before I saw the bearded man's companion. The 2 companions blacked out when they saw only the female manager come out. One of them scolded, "Is Old Black playing up inside?" "You, just that manageress. Go bring Old Black out to me." The manageress with a sobbing voice, "Cannot bring out, I serve you out." With that, she carefully held up a human skin and handed it over. "P.S. Ugh. There's actually some things I don't want to tell you all, but I really don't want to spit them out, so I hope you'll read it without taking up space in the main text. You may not know, I was born in a very poor family. Since childhood has not seen 5-star reviews, for which people around me are laughing at me, saying that I am nothing but handsome. Because of this I have been very low self-esteem. You are good people. Can you give me some 5-star reviews to support? So that people around me know that we are these high-value handsome men and women, is that we will help each other to support each other, and hit hard. I'd like to give you guys some 5-star reviews. Chapter 73, The Streetlight Guild. Pouring out. The 2 companions were also startled at the sight of Old Black's human skin. They also did not expect that the Old Black straight past, how folded back. The 2 companions were also too afraid of the human skin to take it. They hadn't been in the spooky game, and only Old Black had been in it. So not only had he been appointed vice president, but he also possessed an incomparably powerful ghost weapon in the guild. That's right, ghost weapons. Greed flashed in the eyes of the 2 companions at the same time, and they immediately stared at Old Black's human skin without noticing the killing knife. One of them realized something was wrong and stared at the manageress dead in the face. "Where's that knife of Old Black's? Where did you hide it?" The manageress didn't want to betray Lin Ming, but she was also afraid of the 2 men. So after a moment of hesitation, she still opened her mouth and said, "It was taken by someone else." The 2 companions were instantly shocked and furious. "What? The sectarian artifact has been taken away. Quickly go and invite Big Brother." The 2 of them looked at each other, knowing that it was not good, and immediately went to ask the boss of the Streetlight Guild. Old Black, as vice president, only had 1 ghost weapon. The president was able to overpower him because of the skills. The president with the skill was truly like Superman, able to fight 10 by 1. Under the leadership of the boss, they cleaned up so many rich people and looted so much cash that no one dared to call the police. Of course, maybe no one would dare to care if they called the police. After all, there are so many guilds and strongmen everywhere now, how can they be arrested? The two minions quickly returned to their current location in the Streetlight Guild, a residential building located in a high residential area of Azumi. The building, at 13,000 a square foot, was an existence that was once out of reach for the crowds of the Streetlight Guild, but now, they kicked out the original occupants of the place and just lived in it openly, even with a suite for one person. Looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the spacious bedroom, the bright living room, and all kinds of high-grade furniture, there were even a lot of fruits and seafood and other things inside the refrigerator that they usually couldn't afford to eat. And then to think that once I had to live in a dark, damp basement. So, is this what it feels like to be wealthy and free? The boss of the Streetlight Guild, even with a glass of red wine, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scenery of Quan City outside. Although he found the red wine hard to drink, but this had a pushy look, and he drank it with a hard head. It was only 2 drinks, and he was already ambitious. The city of springs will be mine. Knock knock. There was a sharp knock on the door of the room. The boss immediately had a black face and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up. In his old house, if someone had dared to slam the door so quickly, they would have been beaten up long ago. That's how you knock on the door for morning. Wait for the babysitter to carefully walk over and open the door. The two minions from the villa area just now immediately rushed in. Boss, it's bad. Old Black is dead. Chairman, our ghost weapon has been snatched. What? The boss was instantly filled with rage. Who has the audacity to take action against my brothers? Is it the Trickster Bureau? No. The two minions shook their heads in a hurry. Then what are you waiting for? Call someone. Him. The boss doesn't dare to go to direct war with the Trickster Bureau at the moment. But other guilds or players? Oh, instant suppression. The members of the Streetlight Guild living in the entire building all got the message. When they heard that the vice president had died and had his ghost weapon taken away because he was trying to hijack the villa area for their benefit, they all burst into a rage, already not even putting the police in their eyes. They were incomparably angry that anyone would dare to provoke them. The guild boss stood on top of the steps of the cell, looking down at the nearly 100 brothers below him, only feeling a sense of vigor and pride. He snapped at the crowd. Everyone, since my Street Lamp Guild was established these past 2 days, I've been dedicated to development and only wanted to benefit my brothers. But now there are people killing our brothers, robbing us, and suppressing us, so what do you think we should do? Kill him. Asterisk 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 him. The group of juniors were all furious and raised their arms. This murderous look made all the other people living in the upscale neighborhood terrified, pulling the curtains closed and not daring to show their heads. The boss looked at the crowd's high spirits and revealed a look of satisfaction. Very well, since everyone is thinking the same as me, let's set off. The group immediately headed for their cars. They all naturally didn't have cars before, but after joining the guild, everyone became housebound with a car in savings. That's one of the reasons they embraced the guild. Although the house is someone else's, the car is someone else's, and the money is someone else's even more. But in your own hands, it's your own. No, come to war. The boss drove a Maybach, and all the other juniors drove BMW Autos and the like, heading straight to the villa area where Lin Ming was. The huge convoy caused a huge commotion on the road, especially since they were targeted by the creepy bureau as soon as they left the neighborhood. After all, they had been too arrogant in the past 2 days, and the country had only just said that the establishment of a guild couldn't be messed with. But the Streetlight Guild has just been established for 2 days and is going around plundering wealth and affecting social order. If they hadn't been unsure of what powers they possessed, they would have gotten down and cleaned them up long ago. Seeing them move again at this time, the Trickster Bureau immediately reported it. Song Shui was studying the official information collected from the copies to give herself more chances of survival. Suddenly her cell phone rang. It was someone reporting that the Streetlight Guild had suddenly poured out, heading straight for the Spring River neighborhood of Spring City. Spring River neighborhood? Song Shui remembered that Lin Ming lived there. Unsure, she pulled out her cell phone and queried the official top-secret database. This database records the identities and locations of all players known to Huaxia, all collected explicitly and implicitly by the Bureau of Weirdness at great expense to its resources. Many people think that if they don't tell the officials won't know about it. But in fact, they have long been found out by people opening accounts. The average hacker can open an account. A small civilian police officer can check your ancestors. So if the state can't find out the secret of the spooky game, it can't find out about you? Of course, Lin Ming's information file had been privately deleted by Song Shui. Right now Lin Ming was in a state of transparency in all the official archives. Song Shui, as the Trickster Bureau's unquestionably top combatant, who had passed 3 copies in a row and also extracted a super god skill called precognition, and was known as the strongest trickster queen in China at the moment, still had this ability. Besides, Lin Ming wasn't currently famous and no one had noticed him, so deleting it didn't attract much attention. At this moment, Song Shui checked the official archive of the Spring River neighborhood. There were no other players there. In other words, the Street Lamp Guild must have made such a big deal about Lin Ming. Even if they weren't aiming at Lin Ming, they would definitely clash if they went over like this. Song Shui thought about it and picked up her cell phone to call Lin Ming. She just played it in her own office in all its glory. Listening in? Surveillance? Stop it. Not to mention how much help Song Shui provided to the Trickster Bureau, and is currently cultivating a large number of Special Forces talents, anyone who believes in her absolute loyalty to the country. Then again, Song Shui but has the ability of precognition. Who knows if this ability will detect eavesdropping and surveillance? When the time comes, people will find out and go out in a rage. That creepy bureau can be silly. The phone was quickly picked up, and Song Shui directly said, Lin Ming, the Streetlight Guild went to your neighborhood, looking for you? Chapter 74, The Streetlight Guild, dumping the nest into submission. Yeah, what's wrong? Can't move them? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. No, I was asking if you needed help. Song Shui informed about her deletion of his file. Lin Ming was now in the black, and no one would know if he didn't make a move. But a strike like this is bound to attract a sea of attention. At that time, it was only feared that the country would be on Lin Ming, and that a check of the archive would reveal the problem. If Lin Ming wanted to join the country, then this wouldn't be a problem. But if you don't want to join, you'd better keep a low profile or you're bound to be targeted. In that case, I know what to do. Lin Ming was unconcerned. It's easy to pack up a bunch of little losers, isn't it? He didn't want to join the officials, let alone be harassed, or be targeted and harassed all day. Look at Song Shui, now half dead tired from dealing with affairs every day. Lin Ming only wanted to cultivate immortality. By the way, the officials have already sent people to keep an eye on it, and it's possible that people from the creepy bureau are already lurking in your neighborhood. Song Shui didn't forget to give a word of advice. Lin Ming said he understood and hung up. He called Meng Meng, who was playing with toys, over to him, pulled her little hand, and said with a smile, let's go, take you to eat something delicious. I remember seeing a kebab store coming down the road when I was coming to the neighborhood earlier. By the time the two of them walked out to the front of the kebab store, it was just as the shopkeeper was putting the already cooked kebabs into a heated pot on the table. Creepy World used to have skewers, and Dream has seen them, but not eaten them. There's no money when you're alive, and even less when you're dead. Lin Ming let her to sit on a stool and let her take as much as she wanted. Dream hesitated, but reached for it. Anyway, she had the ability to forget, so as long as she got it, no one could see it, and it was fine for her to take as much as she wanted. When she tasted a bite of the skewer, Dream's eyes lit up. She dropped her formalities and began to feast. But after eating the skewers, those sticks can be seen when you throw them in the trash. There were only a few at first, and the busy store manager didn't care when he saw them. Thought it was leftovers from yesterday's guests. But when he came back from cleaning up the back room and saw that there were a dozen more bamboo sticks in the trash can, he couldn't hold it together. What the hell? The store manager, alarmed and angry, copped a stool and looked around to see if there was a thief. Just outside the door the convoy of the Streetlight Guild arrived. Lin Ming pulled Meng Meng, who still wanted to eat more, away. With a pitiful look on her face, Dream took 3 steps back to look at the skewers. The convoy pulled up in front of the Spring River neighborhood. The boss in the Maybach was about to get out of the car. Lin Ming had already appeared in the car, tapped the boss on the shoulder, and laughed. Notify your little brother first and wait in the car for a while. The boss was taken aback when he realized there was an extra person in the car. Who are you? Lin Ming took out the pig-killing knife he snatched from Old Black. Recognize this, right? Know who I am. You're the one who killed Old Black and snatched his ghost weapon? The boss was instantly filled with anger. It seems you also extracted the ability to reality. But unfortunately you didn't think about it. Did you? I also have skills. You have it. Lin Ming didn't have a good mood. I'm here to talk to you. You guys can move in here. But from today onwards, you have to listen to me. The boss immediately sneered. What are you? Know what my skill is? Split. Lin Ming was really interested. Split? Everything you touch can split? Then if you touch the ground, it directly splits open a canyon? That's really a divine skill. The boss's face flushed red, feeling insulted. Because he can't do that effect, he yelled down. The old man can only make himself split. What's the point of that? Lin Ming was a little disappointed. The boss became even more furious and decided to let Lin Ming know what he was capable of. He used his skill and instantly split into 2 people, one grabbing Lin Ming's hand and the other holding his legs, keeping him under control. The 2 oldest then split into 4 and the car was instantly overloaded. The 4 bosses looked at Lin Ming proudly and said in unison, how is it? Do you see old son not? Lin Ming listened to the 4-voice surround sound and felt the power of the 4 bosses pressing down on him, and said in a daze, so although your split can grow in numbers, your power will decrease, right? A flash of panic appeared in the boss's eyes, not expecting Lin Ming to instantly discover the flaws in his skills. Lin Ming easily pulled his hand out of the arms of one of the boss's doppelgangers and snapped. It was like slapping a watermelon, directly slapping the 3 split bosses to death. The altar dies and cannot be recovered. The boss's main body unexpectedly weakened instantly as well. This skill doesn't feel like it's very useful. It's just a way to bully normal people. One man can surround the other. Oh yeah, you can send your doppelganger out to do bad things without fear of being killed. Then if you split, will the time be shortened when you're hemming and hawing with your girlfriend? Lin Ming was curious about this. The boss had already been frightened by Lin Ming's combat prowess, and without the arrogance he had felt just now, cowering in a corner, he said cautiously, "No, I've tried splitting into 4 and doing things with a pair of twins at the same time. It won't be short, but it will be more tiring." Lin Ming imagined the scene and cursed enviously. Damn you, 4 selves, both fulfilling perverted desires and not being cuckolded. That's the real god technique right there. That's a really weak skill you have, but that's okay, I still decided to take you as a little brother. Turn around and have your people live in the villa area and can do things for me, but I don't want anyone but you to know I exist. Lin Ming looked at his boss with a flash of green light in his eyes, so that this boss would never betray himself. He can actually control the entire Streetlight Guild with his regalia, but these guys are the ones who will get into the creepy game, and as they get stronger, they will gradually build up their resistance to dementia and eventually break free completely. If he was only controlling 1 or 2 people, Lin Ming could periodically give enhancements to the power of the soul regeneration technique to ensure that they wouldn't go out of control. But controlling such a large number of people? Then he doesn't have to do anything from now on. He can just be here every day to perform the Dementor technique on them. Besides, the officials were gradually cultivating experts, so if there happened to be one who could break the Dementor technique and find himself by following the trail from these minions, there would be trouble. So this soul regeneration technique, Lin Ming only used it to control the ringleader now. When the boss was under control, Lin Ming returned the pig-killing knife to him, then took Meng Meng's hand and got out of the car. The boss also immediately got out of the car and led his minions into the villa area, then gave the order. From today onwards, this is our real residence. From now on, everyone will live here, but don't just cause trouble. The minions were baffled by what they heard. Live here they understand. Don't cause trouble they can barely agree to. After all, they all have villas and luxury cars, so there's no need to make a scene. But, didn't they come to trouble the stranger? In particular, the 2 juniors who went back to report, came out and asked, "Boss, we're not going to avenge the vice president?" "Report, but I'll just go by myself. You 2 follow me." The boss smiled faintly before letting his 2 minions and the manageress lead the way. When the other juniors saw that the boss wanted to take matters into his own hands, they didn't worry about it and dispersed to pick out the villa. But no one noticed that the boss, who was following the 2 minions and the manageress, quietly took out his killing knife. Chapter 75, a shot to break players' heroic dreams. 5 minutes later, in front of Lin Ming's villa, the boss reported in a low voice to the talking doorbell on the door. The aftermath has been resolved. Well, reward you with something, then go about your business. Lin Ming had the corpse carry a bag and opened a doorway to hand it to the boss. The boss opened the bag and saw that it was a stone ball. That was none other than the cursed stone orb Lin Ming had gotten from the statue hall. In the future, this Streetlight Guild would even become Lin Ming's black glove, and it would have to be stronger. With only 1 splitting skill, it really doesn't make the grade. And this cursed stone orbs all have side effects or after effects though, but it's still a godsend to these regular players. As for those minions of the Streetlight Guild, Lin Ming couldn't look at it for the time being, so he'd wait to pick out the loyal elites later and then bestow the power. Once he had ousted the boss, Lin Ming was able to settle down. From today onwards, this place will be the resident of the Streetlight Guild by default in the outside world. Anything Lin Ming did would be counted against the Streetlight Guild. It's kind of like someone taking the fall. He was just about to pick out a good copy when Song Shue's call came in again, this time with a bit of helplessness. "Did you get the Streetlight Guild thing done?" "Solved," Lin Ming responded calmly. "That's good. The top has requested that the special operations team keep an eye on the Streetlight Guild 24 hours a day. They're making too much noise. In addition, many guilds have been restless lately. There has been a firefight in the next city, and some have even extracted Bazaar to reality, causing considerable damage. All of these things were for Song Shue to worry about, so it gave her a headache." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Are you making this call to remind me, or to ask me to help you? You'll be exposed if you help. Better not, but it would be best if you could lend me some ghost weapons. I need to quell the guilds." Song Shue had really come to ask for help, as she had just used her precognition ability for a moment. Find yourself soon to be requested to suppress the rebellious guilds, and from the precognition, she realized that she hadn't completely taken care of those guys, but had drawn fire instead. In the end, it was Lin Ming who stepped in and helped himself out, but the exposure also drew countless attention. Beyond that, she couldn't predict. After all, there was a limited range of prediction, but Lin Ming's exposure certainly wasn't a good thing, and the secret he was carrying certainly wasn't small. So in order to avoid what was predicted to happen, she decided to ask Lin Ming in advance if he had any ideas. It was also a coincidence that Lin Ming happened to have a ghost weapon. "I've just acquired a ghost weapon that I can extract and lend to you." Lin Ming didn't hesitate and directly extracted the evil ghost-grade undead bone lance. But when he extracted it, he realized that the points needed to extract to reality were not uniform. The more powerful and valuable something is, the more points it consumes to extract it. It took 10,000 points to extract this evil ghost-grade weapon. But it's okay, it's your own stuff anyway. Besides, this would be an investment. Song Shui could eliminate the weirdness and suppress the guild. Her status would definitely climb again. At that time, if she demanded any resources, the Trickster Bureau wouldn't dare not give them. Then she could really support herself on embezzlement. "Tell me your location and I'll find someone to send it to you," Lin Ming asked into the phone. "No, I'll make a trip to the Streetlight Guild and pretend to borrow something. This will help your guild gain some visibility and grow more easily. At the same time, it will also make the officials feel that this boss is not simple and will not go easy on your guild." Though Lin Ming didn't say how he solved the Streetlight Guild, but Song Shui knew this stinky brother too well. "I'd be surprised if he didn't take the Streetlight Guild as a black glove." Lin Ming didn't reject Song Shui's offer. The bigger and more powerful the Streetlight Guild is, the better it is for him. After all, there were a lot of things that he couldn't do, that he couldn't see, that these guys could give to do. Lin Ming told Meng Meng to go and give the undead bone gun to his boss, Chen Chang, and then instructed him to lend it to Song Shui. And Song Shui came to the Streetlight Guild bright and early to borrow a weapon after receiving requests for help from all over the place. At first no one understood why she, a major colonel officer of the Bureau of Eccentricity, whom the country had worked so hard to train, would have to go to the guild to borrow something. However, when Song Shui took the undead bone lance and killed the Four Directions, directly slaughtering the two rebellious guilds with incomparably bloody means, everyone is panicking about the Streetlight Guild. "I didn't realize that this Thai guild created by the bottom of the social ladder with such a hilarious name would have such a terrifying weapon. It seems that this guild cannot be offended." The local gangs in Springs immediately warned their men to never mess with the Streetlight Guild and to be polite when they saw them. The little brothers of the Street Lamp Guild, too, were genuinely not expecting their boss to be so powerful. They had been happy about moving to the villa when they realized that a bunch of people had come running to give them gifts, saying that they were congratulating them on their housewarming. The gifts that were sent were really expensive and extravagant. There were even bosses who had once bullied them, and were horrified when they heard that their employees had actually joined the Streetlight Guild. Not only did he immediately sell his company and his family's property, intending to leave the Springs, but he also made a special gift to show his indemnity. For a while, the Streetlight Guild's quarters were full of people. The minions of the Street Lamp Guild were all baffled, but they gladly accepted it, and began to put on a big show. There were also people who ran to Lin Ming's villa to give gifts, and Lin Ming casually found a corpse to pass off as a resident here. In one day's time, Song Shui had managed to shock all the players in the entire province, letting people know that the Weirdness Bureau had an invincible female god of war. Those players who took out loans to get skills and ghost weapons in the game had thought of themselves becoming superhuman and were ready to become famous and conquer the world. Once he succeeds, he will be a great emperor. You can mix up the lords even if you lose. At the very least, being a Class A war criminal will last through the ages. But who would have thought that the Trickster Bureau had such an expert, stepping on the horse and showing up for seconds? For a while, all the great emperors and lords were at peace. The female war hero dispersed their dreams of being a hero with a single shot. Song Shui also didn't expect the ghost weapon Lin Ming obtained to be this powerful. The trickster's side didn't expect it either. So they were very excited and sent a message asking Song Shui how likely it was that the weapon would be left at the trickster's side. Song Shui categorically informed that it was impossible. This was Lin Ming's stuff. She couldn't screw Lin Ming over. But when Song Shui told Lin Ming about it, he was furious. "Are you sick in the head? They can use it if they want to. Pay the rent. Evil ghost level ghost weapon. I used 10,000, 100,000 points just to withdraw. To rent it for a day. How can I start with 1,000 points? Anyway, this ghost weapon Lin Ming is not in too much of a hurry to use. Why not rent it out if you can?" Song Shui skimmed his mouth. The country is rich, but it is not an ingrate. How can this kind of condition be promised? Before the words were out of her mouth, number one of the 5 oldest members of the creepy bureau called her. "Major Song, tell the Streetlight Guild that we won't hog the gun. We just want to rent it for 2,000 points per day. Is that okay? Plus we'll give the Streetlight Guild official status and give them certain privileges. If they are in trouble in the future, the country will also prioritize their support. Song Shui. Chapter 76, Who in the world is the evil cultivator? Song Shui hadn't expected the OP to be so obsessed with this weapon. But yeah, an evil ghost-level weapon would already be able to suppress the whole country. The trend of bizarre game loans is prevalent and many players are opting for the power of loan withdrawals. Although the earliest mention of the ability and weapon was just 2 days ago, the other party also literally incarnated the ancestor man after having the power. Don't think that the usual cries of people turning into ancestor people and not eating beef or whatever are just lip service. Oftentimes the truth is just lent to a joke. As the ancestors became more numerous, their frantic disruptions, even if they had only been around for 2 days, had already led to the current unrest in the country. Now the country desperately needs a weapon to stabilize everything. But the game of those bizarre is not stupid. This kind of treasure comparable to nuclear weapons no one to rent. So it is hard to come across it can suppress all the evil spirits level weapons. At any cost also want to rent down. Otherwise Huaxia is really going to be like foreign countries. It's been all over the newsfeeds lately. And it's already a big mess abroad. The pretty country is almost completely divided, with the states self-governing and gangs rising up all over the place like warlords. On the side of the Sunset Empire, there was a royal restoration that reclaimed all power and returned the country to a feudal state, with the queen back in control and all officials either subservient or out of office. The most unlucky is still the island side. It stands to reason that with all the games and anime developed over on the island side, their geeks should be able to accept weird games with ease, but instead they have the highest casualty rate in the world by far. Everyone was wondering, so they went and asked around. In the end, it turns out that the pussies are really good at playing the game, but there seems to be a bit of a problem with the 3 views and emotions. There's a part of you that comes across a friend or teammate in trouble and rushes in screaming about friendship or bonds or whatever, and then gets ate up. Then there's the group of people who are just born and bred I'm sorry. Think the appearance of weird games is a punishment from God. Don't want to make the effort, and just play it as an everyday game of watered-down drama, and then get stumped to death. After Song Shui guessed what was on the mind of the above, she glanced at Lin Ming, who was full of anticipation next to her, and immediately revealed a difficult look, lowering her voice and saying to the cell phone, "No way leader, this kid is asking for a very high price." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The no one on the other side of the phone was not the least bit surprised, but also had the attitude of I understand. After all, it's the only evil ghost-level weapon in reality. It's normal to ask for a higher price. How much does he want? 10,000 points a day. Song Shui said. Lin Ming was also startled. Who the hell is the evil practitioner between the two of us? Lin Ming had expected no one on the other side of the phone to break into a rage or flip out and hang up. Who would have thought that? Instead, the other side of the sigh of relief, not bad, but not too much of a lion's share. This time it was Song Shui's turn to be shocked. Do I need any less? It's true that when poor people get rich at first sight, they still have their eyes limited. Then, we rent it? Song Shui asked carefully. Fine, just follow his request. 10,000 points a day. Of course, you remember to explain that right now the bizarre game hasn't liberalized the real-world trading function, so we have to follow up before we can give the rent. We can sign a contract or openly announce it to the public, guaranteeing that we won't renege on the debt. And no one dares to renege on the debt of a strong person who has a villainous ghost-level weapon. As long as we can get this weapon on loan, you submit the details and the weapon takes care of itself. No. One's voice was full of kindness and love, seemingly treating Song Shui as her own granddaughter. Song Shui, however, didn't take it seriously because she knew that if others were strong enough, they could also get this kind of treatment. It's like Whitebeard going around collecting sons. This number one definitely wouldn't mind, either. Having a bunch more invincible powerhouses as granddaughters of her own. Watching Song Shui hang up the phone, Lin Ming gave her a thumbs up. It's still you. I'm really far behind you in this aspect of lack of virtue. Hats off to you. He had only needed 1,000 points a day. And with a twist, Song Shui had blown it up to 5,000. Or even 10,000. Cut the crap. Song Shui rolled her eyes nicely. To be honest, we want a bit less. Or our eyes are too shallow. We should have ordered more. Lin Ming laughed. You listened to his nonsense. This 10,000 points he certainly does not know how to hardtake it. More to ask rather inappropriate. Song Shui glanced at him, and after a little searching, she understood. You're thinking that if you ask for more, he'll give it up, and since the country will soon be able to get the ghost weapon, you won't care about this gun of yours, right? With the current trend, do you think it will be hard for them to get ghost weapons? I'm sure there's already some sort of point-earning targeting program in place up there for daring to promise so many points, right? Lin Ming asked rhetorically. Song Shui didn't have the slightest intention to hide. Yes, as long as the players who join the Trickster Bureau or are protected by them, all of them have to submit a certain amount of points on a regular basis. It's similar to paying taxes and protection fees, and so on. Then again, They were very excited after they heard that I borrowed a loan, and as I see the meaning, they should send a group of people in to grip the loan. Lin Ming guessed that those guys up there would definitely take advantage of the loan. Send a bunch of death row inmates in as consumables first, go crazy with the loan grips and get a ton of points. But Lin Ming also believes that the capitalist in the bazaar is not a capitalist. The fact that they dare to make loans means that they have the means to recover their costs and make a killing. It's just that right now, there's no telling what they'll use. Even those leaders of the creepy bureau may not be unaware of these things, but there is nothing we can do about it. It is just like the oppression and deception of the people by those who are in charge of the government, and the people know that it is unreasonable and bullying, but they still have to obey. Of course, I'm talking about officials of ancient dynasties. One more thing, the game doesn't let players trade or chat with each other yet. Those points can materialize if you have to, but they incur a high extra cost. My suggestion is that you wait. You're not in a hurry anyway, and when you can subsequently trade, I'll persuade the top to give you a lot more points for being so generous. Song Shui calculated that if she gave the points later, this promised points would at least get Lin Ming a doubled price. Lin Ming glanced at his panel and said, "That's fine. When you reach the grudge level, you'll be able to mobilize the attribute panel in reality, so you'll be able to add friends and mail things. I'm sure the day will come soon." That's true. A smile had just appeared on Song Shui's face when she reacted violently that something was wrong. Wait, if the panel can be seen in reality, does that mean that Creepy Game has already invaded Blue Star with the help of us? Lin Ming nodded, having also guessed this earlier. Creepy Games is just invading the blue planet in a variety of ways. In the meantime, they may pay some price, but in the future, definitely 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more to recover. You may make a profit, but I definitely don't lose, and I'll make a big one. Song Shui and Lin Ming briefly exchanged a few more words about the bazaar game, signed a lease contract, and guaranteed that the bazaar bureau wouldn't dare to turn their backs on them, and that the weapons would always be in their own hands. Before leaving, the next morning, Lin Ming had already selected a copy and was planning to pick up the invitation letter. The boss of the Streetlight Guild, however, came to the door and reported to Lin Ming, "Boss, just now, someone claiming to be an official gave us a payment of $1 billion, saying that they were thanking us for our assistance to the country, and also said that they're already working on developing Song Shui into a grudge level, and that they'll be able to trade with you within 3 days at the most." Lin Ming hadn't expected the Trickster Bureau to be so good at its job, all but promised to give points and cash. It was important to realize that the bazaar game hadn't fully invaded yet, plus the fact that there was only one grievance level player in the world right now, Lin Ming, so there was no way to trade points. So much so that the Blue Star currency system hadn't completely collapsed yet. And, of course, the exchange rates of many national currencies have taken a big dive. Huaxia, because it can still continue to maintain stability, the national regime is strong. The currency system is naturally stable, so it has been more popular. The exchange rate in the international arena continues to grow. Just one day has been equal to the US dollar, and even already have a tendency to exceed. Perhaps it is also for this reason that the top management of Huaxia is more grateful and attaches more importance to the Streetlight Guild, requiring all levels of units and departments to forget about the things that the Streetlight Guild has done before and to give the green light in the future. Their affairs are to be prioritized, and if they make a mistake, small mistakes are invisible, and big mistakes are treated as small mistakes. The original Streetlight Guild was just a small rogue organization, but now in Lin Ming's hands, it has transformed into the Quan City Pizza Hut. Chapter 77, Re-entering the Copy. Late Night Tavern. Lin Ming waved his hand, telling the guild leader to ignore everything else for now and find out some elites. Back in the day, he'd used the cursed stone orb to properly cultivate it. The obedient elites are used to develop and grow the guild and continue to be black gloves. Disobedient or ambitious elites, that's even better. Directly into their own disgruntled corpses. The boss obeyed and left. Lin Ming also took Meng Meng's hand and left. The copy he chose this time was a place called Late Night Tavern, and the person holding this copy of the invitation letter is a bar owner. But this owner's bar has not been doing very well lately, and the owner is so sad and stifled that he gets an invitation. When Lin Ming found the bar owner, he was at the police station warily waiting for the countdown to end. The policeman next to him could only say a couple of nice words to pacify them. No other tricks. Members of the Bureau of Creepy's Special Operations team have also come over, but all they can do for now is keep telling the barkeep what to expect when faced with Creepy. Lin Ming looked at the invitation letter that was just sitting on the table that no one dared to touch, and the countdown that was about to end. He walked over and wrote his name. In the next moment, he and the bar owner disappeared into thin air, and Meng Meng was promptly retrieved into the 10,000 soul streamer. Late Night Tavern. This is another copy of the business genre, with the chosen players taking on the roles of bosses and employees. Lin Ming looked at the title of Outstanding Worker glowing on the panel. Let me serve your honorable shenanigans. Unlike Lin Ming's happiness, there were 5 other players next to them, all of them full of tension. Even before he came in, he was seriously warned by the members of the Special Forces team to be calm. But who can control their emotions when they really think about facing the weirdness head-on, and even the possibility of dying? How many ferocious murderers are not still too weak in the knees to stand up when they hear they are going to be shot? Lin Ming didn't bother with the nervousness of a few people and surveyed the tavern. The tavern wasn't that big, much like those modern folk bars. Inside the store, a long wooden counter with glasses and bottles of wine and ashtrays. Behind the bar was a tall wine cooler filled with various bottles of wine. To the left of the bar, there was a stage for performances, and there seemed to be a program attached to it. So there should be a regular small program of saving energy. The rest of the tavern was all tables and chairs for the guests to sit at. Lin Ming was exploring the environment when the bar owner, presumably seeing Lin Ming's calm demeanor, couldn't help but tremblingly walk over and ask, "Brother, are you an old player?" As soon as these words came out, the other 4 people also looked at them together, their gazes filled with hope. Sort of. Lin Ming dropped a sentence and headed straight for the stage. He's going to look at that program and maybe find some rules. The other few people were pleasantly surprised when they heard that they were really old players and immediately followed Lin Ming. They understand that while they may not necessarily live by following the older players, they will definitely die if they don't, because they really don't know anything about tricky games even if they've read the strategy guide. After all, some people are just not born to play the game, the kind that can't be taught. The program was posted at the edge of the stage, and instead of walking onto the stage, Lin Ming stood at the edge of the stage and angled his body to check it out. The other 5 players followed him, also wanting to see that program, but because there wasn't enough room, a slightly darker-skinned player walked onto the stage and stood on the edge to watch. He had just walked up when he saw Lin Ming looking at him with a breathless look in his eyes. The dark-skinned player was a bit strange, not knowing how he had offended Lin Ming, but immediately after, the 4 players next to him all looked at him as well, with sympathy and trepidation in their eyes. "No, what are you guys looking at me for? What's wrong?" the dark-skinned player asked a little nervously. The barkeep nervously pointed to the program and gestured for him to see for himself. The dark-skinned player subconsciously looked away. Only at the top of the program was a line written in scarlet blood. "Non-performers are asked not to go on stage." Going on stage? The dark-skinned player looked down at the stage at his feet and panicked. Tears caught in his eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, Would this not be allowed on the stage?" Referring to the bar? "If we're talking about the bar, even the performers wouldn't go up there," Lin Ming said indifferently. "No. Me. What will happen to me? Will I die?" The dark-skinned player became even more terrified, shaking like a sieve. Lin Ming was also a bit curious, because it stands to reason that the rules on this program were either set by Creepy Games or by the tavern owner. If it was the former, the dude would have died violently when he went up there. If it was the latter, there should have been shenanigans coming out to finish this guy off by now. "I'm not sure about your situation," Lin Ming replied indifferently and said no more, concentrating on the program list. Program book. Midnight to 1 p.m., the song Thriller music. 1 to 2 p.m., dance puppets. 2 to 3 p.m., masquerade. 3 to 4 p.m., gambling. 4 to 5 p.m., couples speed dating. Note, the store only operates until 5 a.m. Please keep this in mind for all staff and guests. Several of the players had been instructed many times by the special teams before they came in, and despite the panic, they kept everything on the program in mind, because the odds are it's all rules. After memorizing the rules, the dark-skinned player was still panicking. Older player brother, I won't die, right? Shouldn't I die? I don't know. Lin Ming turned to look around, looking for the clock, but there's nothing anywhere. Looking at the time from the moon or sun outside the window? Unfortunately, it's all unbreakable fog out there. It's so damn dark. How the hell am I supposed to know what time it is? Looks like this is another deep pit. Know the program list, but don't know what time it is. Once you miss the time and haven't performed the appropriate program, you will surely die, right? But what Lin Ming was concerned about right now was, where were the shenanigans? Why did Lao Tzu pick this place? I'm just looking forward to you guys coming here, aren't I? Lin Ming dared to pat himself on the back. There was no one. There was no weirdness. And even the owner of this place might not be able to have such a sincere and deep wish from Lin Ming that this tavern would do a brisk business and have customers like clouds. No customers yet. Does that mean it's not yet midnight? The bar owner asked, looking cautiously at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't respond, but went straight to the back of the tavern. Toilet, office, utility room. Every kind of place you can look. You've looked everywhere. There's no one, and there's no weirdness. The situation is really baffling. It stands to reason that there's at least one creepy responsible for receiving them here, right? Suddenly, Lin Ming thought of something, and he quickly walked to the door of the tavern. The door to this tavern. A sliding door. looked to be made of what looked like glass, but it was frosted black all over, so they couldn't see each other, either from the inside or the outside. Lin Ming walked forward and pulled open the door to take a look, then sighed softly. Knew it was. Chapter 78 Pre-opening arrangements. Outside the door of the tavern, there was still an unbreakable fog, and it was impossible to see what was out there. It wasn't the fog that Lin Ming was looking at either, but the door to the tavern. On the door, there was a piece of paper taped to it with 2 large letters that stood out unusually. Transfer. Lin Ming closed the door and looked at the barkeep's few people, asking, "Name your occupations in reality." Several players were a bit puzzled, but no one dared to resist in the face of the older player's questioning. The bar owner raised his hand first. "My name is Wang Siki. I was born in 1987, and the university I attended is." "I didn't ask that much. Just tell me what you all did before you came in." Lin Ming immediately interrupted. Wang Siki raised his hand again. "I'm the bar owner." The dark-skinned player wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Ming and hurriedly said, "Big brother, my name is Sun Gu. I just graduated from a sports school and still don't have a job. I'm working in a hotel as a temporary worker cleaning up." A well-mannered male player with glasses said carefully, "I'm a salesman." Lin Ming immediately asked back, "What's for sale?" "The organization I work for is a distillery, so it's all about selling alcohol." The man with glasses didn't dare to hide it. There are still 2 left next to each other. One was an older woman wearing an apron and full of panic, and when she saw Lin Ming looking at her, she panicked and opened her mouth. "I am sort of retired, but I was bored at home, so I went to a restaurant to find a job as a food passer." Lin Ming looked towards the last player, which was the hippest player here. Leather jacket and pants, earrings and lip studs, flowery hair, and a giant skull on his chest. With that punk outfit, it's easy to guess his occupation. Sure enough, the little punk dashed his hair and said with no small amount of pride, "I'm a singer. Rap, know that, right?" He didn't usually rely on this profession to pick up girls. Although he sang tunelessly and made little money, there were just female fans who loved to run to his bed. Hearing the occupations of a few people, Lin Ming became even more certain of the conjecture in his heart. Creepy Games has a stronger grip on the real world. It's said to be a game here, but it's actually a whole parallel world. It has a social environment almost identical to that of Blue Star, except that the system is monstrous, although Blue Star isn't much better. Before the weird game selected people, no matter which copy, it randomly selected some people whose hearts were full of resentment, unwillingness, and very full of negative emotions. It doesn't matter if you work. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. Just do it. But now, it's starting to target specialized copies and pick specialized players. Now, for example, the tavern is to be transferred, and the men, in their previous occupations, happen to be in charge of taking over the place. A failed boss, a black leather janitor, a liquor salesman, a waiter who passes out food and delivers liquor, and a performer. Can you call that a coincidence? Despite this accident of his own, the speed at which the bizarre game had infiltrated the real world was still somewhat surprising to Lin Ming. Is it because the longer players stay in the game, the more control they get? Or is it that the more withdrawals you make, the more you can be controlled? Doubts flashed within Lin Ming, but he didn't think too hard about it. Maybe Tricky Games will earn it, but I'm a solid winner. "Brother, what did you do before you came in?" the barkeep asked carefully. "You don't need to care about that," Lin Ming said with a frown. "If I'm not wrong, you'll be required to role-play next. Now immediately assign jobs according to your professions before you came in, and do things just like you would in reality and see if there are any hints." A few players looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, there are high players to take the fly and still do not listen. This is not looking for death behavior? With Lin Ming's reminder, several people also roughly understood what they were here to do. The salesman selling the alcohol was seen quickly coming behind the bar and quickly found a set of overalls. Just now, Lin Ming had circled around there and looked twice with his dementia perspective ability, but he hadn't found the clothes. Surely the players need to do their jobs for this copy to work properly? Sales nervously glanced at Lin Ming and saw him nodding before he hurriedly changed into those overalls. Compared to the few copies Lin Ming had traveled through before and seen the overalls, this tavern was a bit different. The tavern's coveralls were, surprisingly, dirty. Those coveralls were clean before. Why are these bloodstained? A few other players were already in position. The boss also saw his suit in the office. The passing mom also found her work clothes in a wine chest, just a little out of reach. Lin Ming watched as everyone else was looking for work clothes or changing work clothes, but only this big mom didn't move. Frowning slightly, "What's wrong?" Big mom cried. Can I not wear overalls? No? I'm a person who respects the fate of others, and would never stop others from sending themselves to their deaths," Lin Ming said indifferently. The older woman cried out, picking up a black bunny girl uniform from the wine crate. "But how can I wear this?" Lin Ming was also subdued. simply because that bunny girl uniform is a style similar to a one-piece swimsuit. That little dress barely covered half of her chest on top, with a triangular bib crotch underneath, and was quite economical with fabric. The food delivery lady is at least 50 years old and has a lot of flab, which is not a good thing to wear, mainly for the eyes and psyche of the spectators next to her. To add insult to injury, the delivery lady also carried a pair of fishnet socks out of the box, as well as a pair of white bunny ears to decorate them. The next few players are also shocked. This weird game, played is quite perverse. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had a dark headache. He had thought that creepy games had reached a certain level of control over reality, but now it seemed that it wasn't even close. It's like artificial intelligence, which in many cases is artificial retardation. Facing the eyes of the food delivery ama pleading for help, Lin Ming forced himself to twist his head away and look into the distance. It was the last of his stubbornness not to see Big Mama in this outfit. Several of the other players, seeing how the older woman looked, also lowered their heads in a hurry, some repeatedly dropping and picking up their coveralls, while others untied and retied their shoelaces. Anyway, to keep themselves busy, eyeing a few people, the older woman understood. This bunny girl uniform is its own destiny. She didn't want to die, so she can only despair and go change. Unbeknownst to her, a few male players behind her had expressions even more desperate than hers when they thought about what they were going to see later. After Big Mama left, a new situation arose. Little Punk came onto the stage and died trying to find his uniform. The black skin cleaner went to the utility room and couldn't find his tools. This caused Little Punk to look at Lin Ming with some suspicion. Dude, are you any good? Really an old player? The black skin cleaner, on the other hand, hurriedly said, Brother, I don't doubt you, but I really didn't find my work clothes and tools. Could it be that you've made a mistake? Think about it. Lin Ming was a bit curious. He wasn't determined to help the two strangers. He was just curious how he could have guessed wrong. Everyone else is obviously right, right? Lin Ming looked at the little punk and then at the black skin cleaner, his eyes narrowing slightly. You too. Chapter 79, Ghost Vending Machine appears. Why don't you two swap places? Lin Ming felt that the two should be having problems with their careers. Earlier Blackie walked onto the stage while reading the program. The program clearly states that non-performers are not allowed on stage, but the tavern had run out of actors before a few players arrived. So the fact that Blackie was not executed despite clearly violating the bloody text of the program suggests that the stage thought he wanted to be an actor and licensed him as one. Now that the cast is established, it's useless for the little punk to go back up there and be forced into a different position. And at this point, Punk Jr.'s body is already becoming unhinged. Apparently because the non-actor soaking up the stage is being eroded by the power of the stage. And if he doesn't come down, he'll die. Blackie and Little Punk also understood Lin Ming's meaning, but no one moved anywhere. The black skin cleaner had a nervous look on his face. Big brother, I don't know how to perform. I can't sing or dance or anything. It's still appropriate for this dude. Little Punk also frowned at Lin Ming, his eyes thick with skepticism. Are you really an old player? This distribution is unreasonable. Ah, a singer like me asking me to sweep the floor? Without a reasonable explanation. I won't agree. Lin Ming stood still and didn't move, raising his hand to the little punk, palm facing him. What are you doing? Wanna give me a high five? The little punk looked puzzled. The next moment, he was flying. Lin Ming used his spiritual power to suck him through the air and throw him into the utility room. Bam! Whoa! Ouch! There was a sound of debris falling and the screams of the little punk came out. That's my explanation. Is there anyone else unconvinced? Lin Ming asked as he scanned the few people. The black skin cleaner who had just questioned Lin Ming immediately rolled onto the stage. The others were even more afraid to raise their heads, and even more afraid to look at Lin Ming, fearing that he would give them an explanation as well. The black skin cleaner had just walked onto the stage when he saw a bag in the corner of the stage. He looked closer and realized it was an ornate performance outfit. There were some wrinkles and stains as well, but eventually the clothes were found. And it was such an obvious bag that the little punk hadn't seen it all the way around here. It became clear to everyone that it didn't belong to him. The black skin cleaner is more in awe and convinced of Lin Ming. Oh no! I should say that the black-skinned actor is more in awe and convinced of Lin Ming. The punk janitor from the utility room walked out as well. There was a special aura that remained within him, the power of the stage still at work. Although Lin Ming had helped him leave the stage, the guy had been on the stage for too long, and the power of the stage had intruded too much, causing him to end up dead, at best delaying his death a bit. The punk janitor who stepped out at that moment was carrying janitorial tools in his hand, and a uniform. That's what the black-skinned actor didn't find even a moment ago. The punk cleaner glanced vaguely at Lin Ming. He didn't expect Lin Ming to be so ruthless, and what was even more stifling was that this guy was right. To be honest, Lin Ming is so rough and powerful, even if he didn't say the right thing, the punk cleaner wouldn't dare to say anything. But in his heart he would only feel that he was being bullied because he didn't have the strength. and he could still yell in his heart that he didn't know how to bully the young. But now that people are making the right decisions, instead they're being a bit of a barbarian themselves, and it's just embarrassing, leaving the punk janitor a bit unimpressed. This groundlessness was even more extreme when it seemed to a few other players. The punk cleaner felt humiliated and felt that Lin Ming must have deliberately targeted himself. As a rapper, he is all too aware that there is just that small group of shady ghosts in this society who look at them in a bad light and will always look at them with tinted glasses, thinking that rappers are all trash. When they played music in nightclubs before, there would always be people laughing at them for being ancient beggars. It is also said that beggars are knocking on broken bowls and singing counting songs, and they are playing broken guitars and singing jingles. But how do these people know that only those brain-dead rappers on TV are trash, and the ones like him who concentrate on rap underground are the real heroes? Of course, that doesn't rule out the fact that these people are jealous of their rapper's talent. As for this old player, isn't it just a skill that you've cleared the game once? What arrogance! I'll pass a game today to show you eye-catching dogs. Let you know that I can not only sing, but also make you scream in agreement. And when you know who is the real brother, all of you have to kneel down and lick my barren thin. The moment everyone took their places, Lin Ming once again looked towards the tavern. This time the pub has changed. The first is a circular clock that appears above the wine cooler behind the bar. The time shown on it is 11:50. There are still 10 minutes to start business. If just did not find their own position, did not assign a good job, only just open to be all bad luck. Of course, the pub has changed more than that. The lights were all on in all directions and were obviously tuned. The lighting was eerie in just the right way, and the tavern would have had an unobstructed view of the city. But as the lights were turned on, many of the corners became pitch black instead, making it impossible to see if there was anything hidden over there. That's the tone the spooks do like. Mysterious, dangerous, and can delight them as well as make the player feel fear. Mail Sales also saw some inexplicable cans and jars appear on the bar, and some ingredients, obviously for mixing drinks, but those materials are horrible. Living human eyeballs, bloody fingers, bloodied human colon, and half a tongue. Anyway, it's all kinds of scary stuff. A number of musical instruments had also inexplicably appeared next to the stage, which seemed to be needed for the performance later. The big food delivery lady dared to step out when she saw the lights outside were dark. In her black bunny girl uniform, she looked like a bloated, senile and lifeless old rabbit in the dark of night. Lin Ming and the others controlled their eyes not to look at her, but human nature was cheap. The less you want to see it, the more you can't help but see it and keep telling yourself, take a look, I'll take a look. The result is a one-off. But don't say, this big mom seems to be a little bit clear-eyed even after looking at her for a long time. Lin Ming watched as everything was ready to be put in place, and it seemed that he was the only one who was redundant. As it happens, he's got a baby he's not using. Raffle tickets for the ghost vending machine. Just now, Lin Ming hadn't bothered to use it because he had to deal with the tavern and attracted shenanigans. Now he went straight to the utility room, closed the door, and pulled out the raffle ticket. The raffle ticket says how to use it. Just inject dead air. Lin Ming injected his dead chi into it, only to see the raffle ticket suddenly spontaneously combust. The ghostly blue flame didn't have the slightest bit of burning heat, instead it was ice cold. The flames got hotter and hotter, and in the end the tiny raffle ticket actually burned up more than 2 meters high. And in the midst of that flame, it was as if a vertical eye had slowly opened up, opening a dimensional door. Behind the subdimensional door, a machine similar to the one that catches dolls on the blue planet appears. A huge glass enclosure containing various small jars, and above the jars is a huge green ghostly claw dangling down. Outside the glass cover, there's a rocker, and a button and coin slot. There were also 2 lines of bloody writing on the fuselage below the glass cover. 10,000 points grabbed once. This machine has a chance of failure. Please use with caution. Lin Ming didn't think there was really such a good gadget that could just catch ghosts, but 10,000 points apiece. I've heard that black slavery has recently been restored in parts of the white man's side of the country, and it doesn't sell for that much. Lin Ming spat, but still wanted to use it and immediately threw 10,000 points in. He wanted to see what the mechanics of the thing were and how strong it was. If it's not strong, then you can carry it home. With the points entering the machine, Lin Ming immediately shook the joystick, and the ghost claws inside moved with it. Chapter 80, Bought a Female Ghost. Lin Ming remembered reading the online guide. This claw wiggles downward to catch things. He began to playfully wiggle, that ghostly claw spinning round and round. Suddenly, the ghostly claw stopped, and the palm that was originally facing downward snapped up, facing Lin Ming squarely. In the center of that palm there was actually a hideous ghost face that was glaring angrily at Lin Ming. You're stepping on a horse that's sick. Vomit. All shook me. Vomit. Disgusting. Lin Ming didn't expect this ghost hand to still be alive, so his face darkened. He understands. The ghostly hand pretends to be a dead thing, and appears to be manipulated by the player. but in fact is only controlled where it connects to the joystick. Its 5 fingers are still completely under its own control, so it's up to it whether it wants to catch it or not, and which one it wants to catch. If I hadn't shaken the guy myself, I would have only fallen for it. Lin Ming was already checking out that glass cover to see if he could break it. When Ghost Hand saw Lin Ming's appearance, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. Want to come in and beat me up? Snap. The ghostly hand pressed up against the glass enclosure, provoking at close range. Go ahead. Hit me, dumbass. Lin Ming knew that these creeps were all a bit bad in the head because they had been dead for so long, plus they had been eroded by the death chi. He wasn't angry, he just tapped on the glass, checking the material and the way in. Soon, Lin Ming determined that what appeared to be glass was actually made of a very strong material, with the special power of the heavenly evil kung fu that suppressed the weirdness so much, it couldn't even be broken. In that case, I'll shake you to death. Lin Ming began to shake his backbone frantically. The ghostly hand, which had been lying on the glass a moment ago, was immediately flung away and began to fling itself around and around in a circle in the glass enclosure. It's like a fan. Ghost Hand didn't expect Lin Ming to be so detrimental and his brain to react so quickly. Surprisingly, he knew that he was going to be controlled by the joystick. Frantically flinging itself at this point, it felt the heavens spinning, a wave of revulsion, a sense of fear that it was going to spiral into the sky. Don't shake it, Ghost Hand exclaimed, full of pent-up frustration. I surrender. Will I surrender? Lin Ming sneered and just shook. The time to grab is limited. You won't get a chance to grab if you shake it again. Ghost Hand came up with a killer. Oh, is that so? Lin Ming displayed his points. I have tens of thousands of them. Throw them all in. It's enough to get rid of you for a long time, right? Ghost Hand was shocked. Aren't you a player? Didn't this world just get accessed? How did you get so many points? Lin Ming was shocked to realize that something was wrong and frowned at Ghost Hand. You guy, you even know that our world has just come into contact with weird games. Since you think I don't have any money, why do you still want to give me raffle tickets? You surely wouldn't be willing to make a trip for nothing, that's right. You guys don't moonlight as loan lenders, do you? Ghost Hand didn't answer, apparently acquiescing. Lin Ming was truly speechless. This bizarro world be damned. It's people and ghosts who are counting. I had thought that this ghost vending machine was the only anomaly in the spooky game. A good thing that could help boost people's strength. I didn't realize it was using the ability to contract ghosts as bait, specifically looking for some poor players to seduce. Once the poor player moves but has no money, this grandson starts recommending loans. Is this place a spooky game or a capitalist game? Seeing Lin Ming's angry look, Ghost Hand immediately dropped vertically to grab a small jar and threw it out. It's going to be controlled by the joystick for direction, but it's still going to be able to make the call on whether or not it can be grabbed. So there are actually 2 rules for this ghost vending machine. The first is the ironclad rule that grabs must throw in 10,000 points. The second rule was set by the Ghost Hand, which required another 1,000 points to be invested in its labor, or it wouldn't have given the capture. But he didn't expect to be solved by Lin Ming's move of the invincible wind and fire wheel. Small canisters fall out of the exit. Lin Ming reached down and picked it up. Seeing this, the ghost vending machine immediately persuaded bitterly. In fact, it's not that I'm targeting you guys, is it? Everyone is doing this. This world is like this. Either you adapt to this world, or you dry over this world. But you can't have gas all to me, right? Lin Ming looked at this guy trying to excuse himself and sneered. Who is your master? I don't have an owner. And there are many ghost weapons in this world that don't have owners. Because there are many ghost weapons. Not to mention you players, even the Ghost King isn't qualified to harness them. Ghost Vending Machine answered honestly. This honest attitude of its made Lin Ming wonder if this guy was deliberately lying to himself. Soon, the ghostly blue firelight began to diminish, and the sublime gate began to slowly close. Ghost Hand revealed a joyful expression and looked at Lin Ming smugly. It's useless for you to try to play me now. Wait until you get raffle tickets next time. Turns out the guy was being so cooperative because he was afraid of being shaken by himself before he left. Lin Ming knew that he couldn't stop the ghost vending machine from leaving for the time being, so he didn't bother with it. He looked at the jar in his arms and opened the top lid. As the lid was opened, a creepy flew out of it. It was a female ghost, demonic looking, wearing a cheongsam like a sexy and generous noblewoman. I have to say, this female ghost is really generous. That cheongsam open fork is almost to the waist. Snow white thighs are so hidden. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming with suspicion in her eyes. Are you? I just bought you. Now you're mine. Lin Ming immediately asked. What powers do you have? You bought me? The corners of the female ghost's lips lifted slightly in contempt. Do you know who I am? I have to say, an elegant and noble woman, wearing a revealing cheongsam, full of rubbing image, but with contempt dislike of the eyes look at you. The feeling is really easy to provoke the man's desire to conquer. Lin Ming was also really suddenly excited. What's your status? You can say a little bit. because as he listened to this female ghost didn't seem simple. Could it be some female ghost king who was framed at a critical moment of promotion and returned reborn? Or is it the daughter of a certain family who refuses a marriage and runs away for love? Or is it a supreme talent that was tragically exterminated by a great power and is bent on revenge? Either one of these three represents a myriad of bizarre pursuits behind them. If those shenanigans came to the door in droves, and then they took out the younger ones, came the older ones, ate the older ones, and then drew the attention of the upper echelons of power, and then finally the upper echelons of power came forward one by one to feed themselves, then why not become immortal soon? The noble female ghost heard Lin Ming say she didn't know, and immediately teased, "I'm the woman of the Blood Moon, Count. Do you dare to touch me, Count Blood Moon?" Lin Ming frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. Chapter 81, Can you go back in time? Soon, Lin Ming remembered. This Blood Moon Earl seemed to have noticed himself before. Also gave myself a few prestige boosts coming up. So, this female ghost appeared because of the reputation boost? Reputation is the ability to make deeper and deeper involvements between players and shenanigans. I've heard of Count Blood Moon. So have you heard of me? Lin Ming asked. You? The female ghost scanned Lin Ming up and down, her expression truly disdainful. So that answer is naturally self-evident. Lin Ming introduced himself. My name is Lin Ming. Have you heard of me now? The female ghost finally moved this time, revealing a look of disbelief. Who gave you the courage to think that I would recognize you if a little person like you gave your name? Uing. Lin Ming almost laid his hands on him. Lin Ming took a deep breath, figuring that his reputation wasn't enough for this female ghost to know about, so he didn't want to continue this topic. Earl Bloodmoon should have only heard of me, and doesn't know much about me, so it's normal that you don't know. I was going to ask you how Count Bloodmoon is treating me, but now it seems there's no need to ask. By the way, can Count Bloodmoon notice if I'm going to get you killed? Tell the truth. Don't victimize yourself for nothing. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming suspiciously. Count Bloodmoon has heard of you? It should be because it feels that you're still strong and wants to take you in as a dog. It's had a lot of damage to its men lately. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. You guys still need to fight? Fight with who? Something like the Abyss? Oh no. It's exhaustion. The Blood Moon Earl doesn't allow his employees to rest. Each employee has to do several jobs a day and regularly donate their ghost bodies for points, exhausting them alive and dissipating them. That's why they need a master like you who is strong and can work overtime consistently. To be honest, sometimes Lin Ming felt that even he, an evil cultivator, was out of place in this bizarre world because he wasn't perverted enough. He even had the feeling that he had done a good deed by coming to take out these creeps and helping to free them. He was an evil cultivator, but he was forced to become a good person who did good deeds and virtues. Is it true that in front of these people in power and capitalists, even evil cultivators have to bow down? Oh, and as we all know, I'm talking about creepy game world. Let's get back to the point. Does Count Bloodmoon take you seriously? If you die, will he come for you? Lin Ming corrected the topic and asked seriously. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming's more serious look and immediately laughed lightly. You want to kill me? Count Bloodmoon does value me as he's always wanted me, but even it can't force me to do anything. You can? I'll try. Lin Ming zero-framed his hand, and the ghost spirit contract instantly took shape, shooting the female ghost in the face. The female ghost didn't react and felt her face being glued shut, but just a second before she was controlled, the ghostly spirit contract on her disappeared. Yes, not that it didn't work, but it simply disappeared. Not even a moment's entanglement. Lin Ming was startled. Even if it was a ghost king, it was only by virtue of its strength that it had to carry its own ghost spirit contract hard, and had to tangle with it for a bit. How come the ghost didn't react at all? The female ghost looked at Lin Ming in a lofty manner. Is that all you're capable of? That's really useless to me, but it's normal. No matter what tricks you use on me, I'll be able to go back to the state I was in before you made your move on me. Lin Ming looked at the female ghost in disbelief. Back to the previous state? Could it be that you can control time? Yes, the ghost spirit pack's control over shenanigans is absolutely unbelievable and has a strong suppression. Being able to fight the ghost spirit contract so easily, or even the power of the contract that entered the body, probably the only way to combat that is to go back in time. The female ghost was really surprised this time and looked at Lin Ming. You're very smart. You deserve to be targeted by the Blood Moon Earl. In that case, why don't you become my dog first? Becoming a dog, this kind of words and whatnot, is indeed very hateful, but I always feel as if you're deliberately hiding something. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes at the female ghost. In this harmonious society, evil cultivators would also be very careful when they wanted to pick their heirs. The reason why Lin Ming had been recognized by his master was not just because he had talent, but also a powerful mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have memorized the Torah so well. That's why he always felt as if this female ghost was deliberately leading himself just now, thinking towards her being able to time travel back, using this to make himself fearful of her, because from a normal point of view, who owns a powerful skill would just tell the world about it, especially in the face of someone who wants to do it to himself. It's not like you're making an anime or a movie where you need to explain to the audience how powerful and mysterious the characters are through their dialogue. These shenanigans are cunning and often come up with bogus rules to trick people. What if the woman's words just now were also false? But she did manage to instantly nullify her own ghost spirit contract against her. Wait a minute. Lin Ming thought of a key question. Earlier, Dream said that she was asleep and suddenly appeared in a jar before being sold to someone by a ghost vending machine. This female ghost might also have been forcibly captured by the ghost vending machine and then made available for sale. She was so arrogant that she couldn't even look down on an earl. If she could really time travel, she should have been able to dodge through time travel when she was caught and change her fate. Your skill isn't time regression. It should be able to refresh your physical state or something, right? Lin Ming sneered. The female ghost's eyes flashed with a flash of unnaturalness, but she remained disdainful. Guess. Keep guessing. And you don't have the ability to hurt people, right? Lin Ming became more and more certain. Because if I were you, with skills as powerful as yours, I would have counterattacked after being laid hands on just now. The female ghost got a little impatient. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. If you continue to talk and exhaust my patience, I don't mind to you. Asterisk 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 your mom. Lin Ming suddenly opened his mic with passion. The female ghost looked at him in dismay. What are you doing? You really don't have the ability to hurt me. If I were greeted like that, I would have already laid my hands on you. Lin Ming revealed a confident look. The female ghost was silent. It was a while before she said, what if I don't have feelings for my mom? Then I'll your father. Lin Ming added. Okay, you stop. I admitted okay? The female ghost was a bit annoyed. It's true that I can't hurt you, but you can't hurt me either. So why don't we just go our separate ways and save everyone some time? Lin Ming smiled. I just need to catch you and consume your death chi, and you'll be mailed even if you're more capable. Joke, that skill of yours just now didn't work on me at all. How can you catch? What is this thing? The female ghost looked at the 10,000 soul streamer that Lin Ming had taken out and was a bit curious. Chapter 82, Master is really great. I like Master the most. Don't worry, it's just a mediocre gadget. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Joke, would I worry about you being able to deal with me? The female ghost sneered disdainfully. Aha, you're right. Lin Ming shook the 10,000 soul streamer. Wei Yuan's ghost head manifested and stared at the female ghost. The female ghost's body lurched, realizing she couldn't move. Then, a multitude of weirdness rushed out from the 10,000 soul streamer, tightly wrapping around the female ghost that couldn't move and pulling her into the 10,000 soul streamer. In the 10,000 soul streamer, the spell formation operated and began to rapidly erase the dead chi from the female ghost's body. It was a trial and a torment. If the female ghost really possessed the ability to go back in time, then she would be able to break away from the 10,000 soul streamer with just a little bit of dead energy. But she's waiting to be taken in if she's just refreshing her ability to refresh her status. As expected, the female ghost didn't manage to escape the 10,000 soul streamer, and even in the face of the spell's refinement, she only pulled out a small drum and gently tapped it. Those are Asan drums made from human skin using a special process. At this point a gentle tap made not a dull drum sound, but a piercing screech. The screams pounded against the spell and the weirdness surrounding it, trying to break through the spell and shatter them. Lin Ming, however, just laughed. Moving a ghost weapon inside my 10,000 soul streamer? I'm just asking you, what's the idea? With Lin Ming's spiritual energy injected into it, the spell formation of the 10,000 soul streamer instantly skyrocketed in power, suppressing Sister Drum's screaming god. At the same time, a ghost spirit contract was quickly outlined and molded in the spell formation and flew towards the female ghost. When the female ghost saw the spirit talisman enter her body again, she was shocked and furious and quickly used her skills. In the spell formation, Lin Ming clearly felt the changes in the female ghost. As the spirit talisman entered her body, the female ghost's body suddenly disappeared for an instant. That moment was very, very short, and if the 10,000 soul streamer hadn't been keen enough on weirdness and strong enough to suppress it, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to notice it at all. Surely it's an ability similar to refreshing one's physical state? This skill wasn't as good as Time Rewind, but it was still awesome. Before the dead chi in her body was exhausted, even if the Ghost King made a move, he couldn't dry her out. Right? No wonder Count Bloodmoon, who was a powerful being by the sound of it, couldn't catch this female ghost. Unfortunately, in the 10,000 soul streamer, which specialized in capturing the bizarre, this female ghost was only at the grieving spirit level, and even if she had more dead chi, it wouldn't be enough, as the spell consumes little by little reducing the female ghost's dead energy. The female ghost also finally panicked and begged for mercy. Interested in making a deal, big brother? Lin Ming people in the utility room, heard outside the tavern seems to have begun to have weird come in, anxious to go out to clean up those guests, did not accept the female ghost's pleas for mercy. even more increase the output power, to refine this female ghost. A ghostly contract that allows her to be loyal to herself, yet conscious and alive. But since this female ghost doesn't want to, she'll become mindlessly creepy and become part of the 10,000 soul streamer. The female ghost felt Lin Ming's strong killing intent and became even more flustered. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you just now. Can I be a dog for you? I understand Count Bloodmoon. If you want to deal with him, letting me help you will have a better chance of winning. Lin Ming said indifferently. I still prefer the untamed look you had just now. The female ghost wanted to cry. Mainly because I didn't know just now. You're so powerful. You know Count Bloodmoon well? Lin Ming asked. Hearing this question, the female ghost knew that there was an opportunity, and quickly said, Understand. He's been chasing me for years. I definitely need to get to know him as well, and I've even assassinated him, just unsuccessfully, but I'm well aware of what copies and right-handed generals he has under him, and I can lead you to clean him up. In fact, Lin Ming felt that even if Earl Bloodmoon knew about himself, he might not be trying to kill himself, perhaps trying to make friends with himself? But friends are meant to help each other. As my good friend, isn't it right to help me become immortal? Jia. Seeing that you're sincere, then don't resist next. I won't erase your consciousness. Lin Ming felt that the fire was almost ready and no longer intentionally scared the female ghost. I won't resist. Promise not to. Do you prefer me on my back or on my stomach? Or on my knees? Kneeling facing you? Or kneeling with my back to you? I can do anything. The female ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Full of pleasing, she was truly afraid. After all, the dead chi in her body was insanely depleted. If this continues, in a little while, I'm afraid I'll have to completely dissipate. The best result would be the same as the creeps who had just captured him. All of them would be stagnant and indifferent, becoming puppets with no feelings. Lin Ming once again drew the ghost spirit contract and planted it into the female ghost's body. The female ghost's body shuddered, forcing down the urge to reboot itself and letting the deed stay. When the contract was thoroughly planted, Lin Ming was relieved. Though it was unknown how long ago this female ghost refreshing her body state was able to restore itself. But as long as that contract was thoroughly planted, she wouldn't be willing to get rid of herself or deliberately refresh herself to avoid control. After the female ghost was planted with a ghost contract, she did find that her consciousness was not erased. It was just that when she looked at Lin Ming, she realized that she couldn't bear him any ill will. Once malice is created, there is a very dangerous feeling as if you are going to die. So it's this kind of control. It was twisted, but it did make the female ghost relieved. At the same time, she was also a bit hesitant. What should she call Lin Ming in the future? Shall I call you husband from now on? Or master? I've heard you men like to be called daddy? And godfather? The female ghost was in a tangle, not really knowing what Lin Ming liked. Rather, there is no need to play so fancy. Just call the master. What is your name? What is the ability? Lin Ming said indifferently. Master, you can just call me Yun. My ability is to reboot myself, but I can only reboot to the state 1 minute ago. The female ghost didn't dare to hide it, and at the end, she asked curiously, are we going to find Count Bloodmoon now? Lin Ming heard noisy sounds coming from outside and immediately said, there's no rush on this. I'll take care of this place first. He led the female ghost, Yun, out of the utility room. The rabbit girl. Oh no! The big rabbit mom was hiding in the corner and shivering, and when she turned her head and saw Lin Ming coming out of the miscellaneous room with a beautiful female ghost, she was stunned beyond measure. Not bad for a veteran player. They're getting spooked. People go to the utility room to play ghost. Lin Ming saw that below the stage, a creep was staring angrily at the black-skinned actor, who was screaming in terror. He instantly inquired of Mrs. Rabbit, what's going on? A guest asked the lad to perform, and he said he wouldn't. Big Mother Rabbit rushed to explain. Yun had a change of heart and deliberately hugged Lin Ming's arm, pinning his arm with the plumpness of his chest, and said in a delicate voice, this guy can be a real waste, he can't even act well, or Master is great, I like Master the most. Lin Ming did not expect this female ghost to be so good at licking, her mouth is good. At the same time, the black-skinned actor on the stage also saw Lin Ming, and immediately cast a look of help, hoping that Lin Ming could rescue him. The punk cleaner next to him was sneering in his heart. Although Lin Ming had guessed correctly earlier that the two needed to swap positions, now he wanted to see how Lin Ming would solve the problem of this guy not being able to perform now. I guess in the end, it was time to ask him, a real singer, for advice. Chapter 83, a real thriller. Under everyone's attention, Lin Ming's expression was calm. Settle? Why do we need to fix it? Isn't that black leather a good show? On stage, the black-skinned actors dodged in terror and occasionally screamed in the face of the persecution and intimidation of the creeps below. It's just a supremely perfect piece of thriller music. That's right, the first program on this set list, thriller music. actually has living people screaming in terror on stage. Lin Ming stopped looking at the black-skinned actors and instead looked down at the stage, where a dozen or so creeps were all drinking blood-red liquor, and some even had 2 fingers or an eyeball stuck in the mouth of their cups, which looked very high-end. It's served. I'm going to collect the vegetables, so feel free to move around. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement and gave an explanation to the female ghost Ayun. Next to her, Meng, who had been casually playing within the copy, came over and pulled Lin Ming's hand. In an instant, Lin Ming disappeared in place. Ayun was startled and hurriedly looked around to check on Lin Ming, but he was unable to discover his location at all. This made her heart secretly surprised. What kind of ability was this? The master is so powerful. No wonder he was targeted by Count Bloodmoon. But with this kind of strength, Count Bloodmoon would only suffer, right? Ayun suddenly felt quite lucky to follow such a powerful master. At least he could protect himself. It will not be played and drained by Count Bloodmoon, although it will also be played by the master. But the master is so handsome, it is not unacceptable. Ayun had only just been conquered when she began to gradually take the shape of Lin Ming. Lin Ming pulled Meng and arrived at the side of a bizarre guest. It was a spectral level of creepy, with one eye a bloody hole, but its eyeball-less eyes seemed to possess some sort of power, one that increased fear. This one can't be killed, but it can be captured, and its presence will make the black-skinned actors more frightened and play a more beautiful and melodic thriller. Lin Ming raised his hand to draw a talisman, and the ghost spirit pact shot in from the back of this creepy's head. The creep shivered at once, and then it felt like there was an extra person in his body. The next moment, it received an order from the figure in its mind. Let the black-skinned actor howl a little louder. Creepy was controlled by the ghost spirit contract and was unable to resist, so naturally, he worked harder, blood slowly flowing out of his pair of bloody holes, his ability being utilized to the extreme. Aha! The black-skinned actor's emotions were mobilized and he wailed at the top of his voice in horror. The sound added to the excitement of the spooky guests on the scene. It's like the hot dancing lady on stage in a nightclub suddenly starts taking off her clothes. It's also like a bunch of dudes in shirts that are still full of muscle start pouring water on their bodies, and the wet clothes stick to their bodies, showing off those angular muscles. The whole crowd, men and women alike, were high as a kite. Even the scream carried out of the tavern. The creepy passing by outside hadn't wanted to come in, but he heard the sound and moved too. Imagine whoever passes by the entrance of a nightclub and suddenly hears blood-curdling grunts and ragged gasps coming from inside. Wouldn't want to come in and see if some forbidden little show is going on? Watching the guests push their way in one by one with curiosity, Lin Ming knew he had succeeded. He began to stand behind these guests, planting ghostly packs one by one. The reason why they weren't taken directly into the 10,000 soul streamer was because they still had to be relied upon to divert the flow. After all, spooky and living people are really the same. Both have a herd mentality. The more people in a store, whether it's really good or not, the more customers it will attract. As time passed, there were a total of 26 spooks on the stage, all of which had been planted with ghost spirit contracts, and all of which had become Lin Ming's minions. But he still thought it was a bit low, and he would have to pull in some more guests to make it work. Lin Ming had begun to think from the perspective of a boss. He walked over to Yun, let go of Dream's hand, and inquired, "Do you have any experience in running a store? How can I make this tavern bigger and stronger?" Yun also really thought about it. "Master, I think it is not the time to consider the matter of being big and strong. Have you paid taxes for this store?" Lin Ming had a questioning look on his face. "I just opened my business. What tax do I pay? Opening tax, liquor tax, sign tax, employee tax, performance tax, sanitation tax, all of these have to be paid." Yun reminded. Lin Ming's balls hurt, and he felt like he suddenly understood why this tavern had transferred. "The little money you make isn't enough to pay the mortgage. Don't you worry, this isn't the end of it. There are so many invisible clauses I haven't even mentioned." Yun spread his hands. "Do those big bosses pay taxes too? Can you afford to pay taxes on so many industries?" Lin Ming frowned. "People have preferential treatment. They don't need to pay as much tax as these small stores. After all, they have to be relied upon to recruit players, create population and build the game. Even you can avoid a lot of taxes if you are willing to let them buy the store." Yun sighed softly and persuaded Lin Ming to lean his back against a big tree. Lin Ming thought about the real-world Trickster Bureau's favoritism towards the Streetlight Guild. It also makes sense that Creepy Games condones these large copies. To put it bluntly, the ordinary bazaar is the consumables. Do not properly win the leak, but also attempt to make money to turn over? How would the executives of that weird game allow it? There is one thing to be thankful for though. Lin Ming is not the boss here. The tavern owner is someone else, so even if he pays the tax, he doesn't have to give it. As the thrash score continues to play, the black-skinned actor finally can't hold it together and has to run off the stage. Seeing this, Lin Ming cursed his stupidity. Previously the stage program was clearly marked that non-actors were not allowed on stage. It's casting and a lifeline for the players. Whoever gets on stage first is an actor. Anyone else or shenanigans coming back on stage after an actor has appeared is in violation of the rules and will be killed by the stage. That little punk from before, just because he stayed on stage for a while, his body was infiltrated by stage power. And if Lin Ming hadn't thrown him into the utility room, he would probably have already buckled. Spare me. The power was still crippling his body, making him weaker and weaker, and there was no telling how long he could last. So from just now, the creepy guests were deliberately scaring Blackie, making him sing the thrill riff in fear, and also to make him panic and run off the stage. Good thing, those guests were all Lin Ming's puppets now. Lin Ming snapped his fingers, and the creeps immediately surrounded the stage, not giving Blackie a chance to run down. After all, Blackie came down, so he couldn't go up and sing. Could he? Blackskin was terrified and looked toward Lin Ming, pleading at the top of his lungs. Big brother, save me, save me. Lin Ming didn't care and didn't remind, because if Blackie knew these shenanigans were too scared to go on stage, he wouldn't be howling at the top of his lungs like he is now. Wouldn't that hurt the store's business? As the true investor of this tavern, how could Lin Ming watch someone tarnish his tavern's reputation? The Blackskin didn't expect Lin Ming to care about himself, so he became even more desperate and wailed as he was teased. His barking still worked, and a few new customers were drawn in, but after seeing a lot of creepy surrounding the stage side, a couple of the new creepy guests had their eyes rolled back in their head and headed straight for the wooden bar. Glasses Sales nervously came forward and said fearfully, "What kind of wine would you like? Drowned long tongue, brain milk wine, blood of desire, ghost fire cracking wine." Hearing the names of the drinks, which obviously needed to be made, the Glasses Sales were dumbfounded. Those earlier guests had asked for drinks with names written on the liquor cabinet. Just find the appropriate bottles to pour, and add some nasty garnish at best. But now that he needed to bartend, he was really out of his depth. He was selling booze before he came in, but he can't bartend. Chapter 84, The Master's dirty water is so good to drink. A few creepy guests finished ordering drinks, and when they realized that Glasses for Sale didn't respond, they all showed angry looks. What's going on? You can't mix such a simple drink? What's the point of opening a tavern with such a waste? Why don't you just go into my stomach? Surely I should never have come to this hole. Where's the boss? Call your boss out. I'm going to eat you all together. These creepy guests kept yelling, obviously with the intention of picking a fight. They have seen that this tavern is full of living players, so they want to eat them all. Glasses Sales has been scared, talking with a crying voice. Several honored guests. Can I get you some other wine? Other wine is also good. I don't need it. An obese creep reaches out violently, grabs the Glasses Salesman by the collar, and tries to pull him away from the counter. This caused the Glasses Sales to scream in terror, sounding so much better than the black leather bleakness of the stage that the patrons couldn't help but look. Why are there two more actors? Looking at a few excited creepy guests that were already going to abuse the Glasses Sales, Lin Ming was really upset. I'm sure I still hate playing games with these new players. If we keep this guy up, we're going to lose all the customers. No, we must hurry and leave all the guests behind. Lin Ming immediately took Meng Meng's hand and walked over and started planting ghost spirit contracts on these new guests. Once all the deeds were planted, these guests were so impressed by the tavern's sincere and quality service that they chose to stay and be served. Change them to normal drinks, Lin Ming ordered as he let go of Meng Meng's hand. Glasses Sales ghost mouth escape. People have been scared silly, with a crying voice said, but they want are not ordinary drinks. In case I am the wrong they kill me how to do It won't, Lin Ming assured. You. Glasses Sales obviously couldn't trust Lin Ming. What do you mean? Yes? You didn't even save Blackie. How could you save me? But looking at those fierce and weird guests, he was afraid that if he didn't serve any more wine he would be killed. So he could only beat a dead horse and stiffly serve other wine. And whispered, "It was that man who told me to serve the wine, so don't look for trouble from me." Glasses for Sale had expected these customers to see that the wine was not right and storm out or even just try to eat them. Who would have thought that when the drinks went up, none of those guests were fussy. Instead, one by one, they picked up their drinks and took a sip, all of them looking at Lin Ming with a bashful expression. "It's so good. It's the first time I've ever had such a good drink. It's worthy of the wine you've chosen for us. It's simply superb and delicious." The obese creep who had just grabbed the Glasses for Sale, fearing that Lin Ming would hold a grudge against him for trying to eat the player just now. The fat on his face smiled into a chrysanthemum, currying favor and saying, "Excellent, this is simply a wine that only a top ghost king can enjoy." The Glasses Sales took a look at the glass of wine, and immediately panicked. "Guest, you're serving the wrong glass. That's the dirty water I just used to brush the glass. Your wine is on the side." Obese Creepy was a bit embarrassed, but still hardened his heart and drank the cup of dirty water in one go. This tavern deserves to be opened by the owner. Even the dirty water is so delicious. So good so good. This stinker stunned all the players and shenanigans. In fact, After they were controlled by Lin Ming, they were all still self-conscious, so the pleasing at this time was actually knowing that their life or death was only at Lin Ming's whim, and hoping that kissing his ass would allow him to leave his life behind. But no one thought that there were shenanigans that could do that. Drinking dirty water is as enjoyable as drinking ing blood. We're not at all jealous that you're appreciated by your master. And several players looked at Lin Ming with even more shock. Glasses Sales looked at Lin Ming even more incredulously. Master? Don't yell. I don't have any trashy slaves like you. Lin Ming flatly refused. This makes Eyeglass Sales a little embarrassing and terrifying at the same time, because he had just shifted the blame onto Lin Ming. Just a moment ago it was me who offended you with my eyes. You must not count with me in general. Glasses Sales was really scared. Directly to Lin Ming kneeled, a snot in tears begging for forgiveness, afraid that Lin Ming will kill himself. Lin Ming waved his hand impatiently. Go to work. Don't be lazy. The obese creep immediately rushed forward, picking up the Glasses Sales as a few slaps. Hear that? My master told you to keep working. Don't presume to be lazy. Yes, I'll get to work. Glasses Sales scrambled back to his position. Fat Creepy despised the Glasses Sales warily inside when he saw them. It's not that I dislike him for being scared, but I think the guy is stupid. If it had been in this guy's place, it would definitely be climbing up the pole right now, frantically kissing Lin Ming's ass, and then shamelessly saying, in order to better help you run the tavern, can you teach me something? This might not be able to immediately gain Lin Ming's favor, but if he really opened up and was willing to teach something, it would definitely be beneficial and add a lot to his ability to survive. And to be honest, if Glasses for Sale really did manage to leave this copy alive, the gap between him and Lin Ming was so large that he was also doomed to never have contact again in the future. So this was his only chance. Unfortunately, he missed it himself. Obese Creepy couldn't care less and came over to Lin Ming's side just to speak. Lin Ming then spoke. Those drinks just now were paid for. 30,000 points for one drink. Crowd Creepy. Even if they were to go out and sell them, they wouldn't be worth that many points. What? No money? Lin Ming looked at the many creeps. Then go borrow it. Find friends. Find relatives. Find a loan. Sooner or later, these guys will become puppets in the 10,000 souls anyway. Before they completely lost their self-awareness, Lin Ming decided to glean a handful. Lin Ming gave the order, and the creeps couldn't refuse, so they could only take out their entire fortune, and also try to contact their relatives and friends to get the money together. In the end, it's clearly just a very ordinary drink worth about 10 points at most. These shenanigans either gave over 200 points, some over 500, the most one even gave 800 points. The Eyeglass Sales were dumbfounded at the sight of that huge pile of points. He didn't think it was possible to make weird money, and this method of making money is simply unbelievable. But Lin Ming was dissatisfied. These guys were too poor. Obese Creepy was really smart. He didn't pay for the wine. Instead he carefully touched Lin Ming with his finger. Then with a horrified face, "Goo, how could I touch the master? Dirtying your clothes? The 600 points counts as the amount I'll use to make amends to you. But then I won't be able to afford to pay for the drinks, so will you give me a chance to go and make you some money?" Chapter 85, Finding Cows and Horses According to the Map. Lin Ming was a little surprised as he looked at the fawning fat ghost. He hadn't realized that there would be a sane one in this crazy group of creeps. "So how do you want to help me? You didn't even borrow the money you just called to borrow, did you?" Lin Ming said indifferently. "It's true, I've thought it over. If I go to borrow money, I'm sure people won't lend it all out just to get by, right? But what if I tell them how great things are here and how much money I can make, and then trick them into coming, and you keep them under control, and then after you've drained them, you get them to get their friends and family to come over, and then you can make another wave." The fat ghost said it all, and got more and more excited. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was filled with incredulity as he listened. This routine sounds familiar. I didn't realize that Creepy Games had a pyramid scheme as well. Lin Ming couldn't help but lament. MLM? No, I got the experience from the insurance company. Fat Ghost said blankly. Well, the two industries fell pretty much the same way of doing business as well. Lin Ming didn't bother to count who invented this method and told the Fat Ghost to inform down. All of the customers in the store have to contact their friends and family to come over. The guests all opened their cell phone contact lists and started checking the phone numbers of their friends and family. What's it called? It's called following a map. Only people are looking for good horses. Now they are looking for cows and horses. Needless to say, the fat man's advice worked quite well. All these shenanigans in the shenanigans game are all poor and crazy. After all, who isn't carrying a ton of loans on them? When they heard the Stooges say they could make money, those friends and family members were moved. Waiting to hear the thrilling riffs of a black leather actor over the phone makes it even more heartwarming. Even if you can't make any money, it's good to go hear a song this good live. Lin Ming watched those puppets hang up and knew that his dream was probably coming true. Half an hour later, As thriller music reaches the end of this show, so do all those creepy friends and family. The tavern was immediately filled with people, reaching a true guest-like atmosphere. Even though they were all some bottom-feeding cows and horses, Lin Ming didn't care. Even these ordinary shenanigans were far stronger than the souls of those ordinary people out there. And after those creeps came, Lin Ming took the 10,000 soul streamer, blocked the gate, and began to quickly write a ghost spirit contract. At this point, it didn't matter to him where those ghostly spirit deeds flew. Anyway, so much shenanigans, flying anywhere will hit. Whoosh! Only a black spirit talisman flew out and quickly entered those weird bodies. Those bizarre ones who were still bewildered and didn't know what was going on. Just like that, one by one, they all became Lin Ming's slaves, and their insides quietly changed into his shape. And so it was, in the middle of the tavern, under the stage, Lin Ming waved his fingers in the air to draw spirit symbols, as if he were a symphony conductor. On stage, the black-skinned actor drew the attention of the creeps by singing, "The two are a perfect match," and, most perfectly. At the moment the thriller movement ends, Lin Ming completes his conducting as well. All of the 180-plus shenanigans in the tavern had become Lin Ming's slaves. These later shenanigans, upon noticing that they were being controlled, all looked angrily at their friends and family who had tricked them into coming over. It's so shameless. Tricked them into coming here in order to serve such a handsome, dignified, and formidable master? They are already slaves to life in the first place, and later on, slaves to those corporate bosses. Now he had become Lin Ming's slave. So isn't that 3 slaves? Lin Ming, however, was delighted and immediately said to the creeps who had just been called, "You guys call out some of your own friends and family as well." Those creeps couldn't refuse their master's orders and had to cooperate. They go on to contact their friends and family to call in a new batch of shenanigans, and by now the stage, too, had changed. With the bell ringing behind the bar, the thrill ride can finally come to an end. The creeps all went back to their places and sat down to drink quietly. Big Mama Rabbit came forward warily clutching the bottle and refilling it for whoever raised their hand and called out to her. The black-skinned actors on the stage panicked when they saw that the creeps had withdrawn and were about to run off the stage. This damn show is for whoever likes to come, and he's not going to come. My voice is splitting from shouting, and I can't even speak. But just as the dark-skinned actor reached the edge of the stage, his body froze violently. He felt as if his body had been penetrated by countless needles and threads, making him unable to move, leaving only his eyes still able to rotate. The black-skinned actor didn't know what was going on and squinted at Lin Ming in a plea for help. Lin Ming yanked over a chair and sat down, and the female ghost, Ayun, immediately came over and sat on his lap in her cheongsam, massaging his shoulders with her white jade hands. Seeing Yun's attentive service, Lin Ming did not expect this female ghost to be so knowledgeable. After all, the ghost spirit pact only makes these spooks unable to betray themselves, and can be called upon at any time. But such massages, intimate services, they can be done without orders. So understanding. Although Lin Ming knew that Ayun was bound to have an agenda, he still slapped Ayun's arse with satisfaction, and suddenly his buttocks rippled. Ayun instantly smiled shyly. It's good that master likes it. Lin Ming enjoyed the massage and looked over at the black-skinned actor who couldn't move, knowing that it was time for the second program, Puppet Dance. While looking at the program, he guessed what all the shows probably meant. As we all know, Creepy Games had a very clear goal from the beginning, to invade the blue planet and screw all the players. As for why there were many rules restricting both sides, Lin Ming wasn't sure. It could be Blue Star's resistance or some underlying logic of the world that must exist and be adhered to. Since we know that the Creepy Game is trying to screw the player, we should understand that it will put the player and Creepy at a disadvantage when they get along. Like Creepy being the boss and the player being the employee or something like that. Now though the tavern owners, actors, and part-timers are all players and can help each other out. But how can the spooky game be so comfortable for the player? Especially if the stage can't get Creepy on board. It's bound to find other ways to torture the player. So it's definitely up to Creepy to decide what and how to perform on this stage. With this puppet show, the creeps want the black-skinned actor to make whatever moves he wants to make. In order to test whether his guess was right, Lin Ming glanced at the well-behaved and companionable fatty Creepy next to him. The latter immediately conference, and shouted to the black-skinned actor, "A golden cockerel for my master." The dark-skinned actor's body twisted uncontrollably, spreading his arms and standing on one leg, but it also made him realize what the puppet dance meant, as horror and despair flowed from his eyes. The other players in the tavern looked away, showing sympathy and gratitude. Chapter 86, The Despicable Labor Thief. Even that little punk, at this point, was sweeping the floor while having fear in his heart. It's a good thing he didn't become an actor, or he'd be dead. Except that Creepy Games didn't spare him either. A creepy guest went to use the restroom and came back in a fit of rage. "The restroom got so dirty. Why didn't you clean it? How do you run your business?" The sound made everyone in the tavern and the ghost look at the little punk. The little punk looked terrified and stammered. Aren't you a ghost? Why do you still need to go to the bathroom? Who told you that ghosts don't need to go to the toilet? I drowned in the toilet. I'm a toilet ghost. Now I'm hungry, can't I go there to eat? The creepy who spoke was indeed dirty and emitted a strong stench. This is its identity and its ability to control the power of the stench on its body to attack its enemies. Don't tell me, as weak as this shenanigans are, the old saying goes, mop in, god of war reincarnated. Now they are that thing, how can you fight? Besides, this toilet ghost, at this point, was deliberately looking for trouble with the little punk, because it also wanted to flatter Lin Ming, and even wanted to be as favored as Yun and qualify to sit on its master's lap. It had been searching for an opportunity. I didn't expect to find this little punk, peeking at Lin Ming with hateful eyes from time to time, though in order not to be noticed, the little punk's eyes always traced over Lin Ming's body quickly, not daring to linger. But still, the toilet ghost, who is bent on getting better, catches him in the act. Naturally, the toilet ghosts are going to be looking for trouble on purpose. How could the little punk know that he had become a stepping stone for the toilet ghost's progress, a ladder of success? At the first sign of danger, he looked toward Lin Ming. Aren't they all your slaves? You control it. Lin Ming didn't even have time to speak. The toilet ghost just slapped and hollered. A slap mark with a strong odor was left on the little punk's face. How do you speak to my master? Speak to my master with honorifics and kneel. The toilet ghost was full of grumpiness, but inside he was ecstatic. Well, just love the arrogance. When I succeed in becoming a close friend of my master, I will erect a monument to you within my heart and be forever grateful for your contribution on my path of progress. And when the other creeps in the distance heard this, they instantly understood the toilet ghost's intentions. Damn, so that's what this guy is using to please his master. What's the matter? Everyone's so stupid. Why do you want to secretly upgrade yourself? Vile, nasty work thieves, just why didn't we think of that? After inwardly berating the toilet ghost who had actually jumped ahead of him and knelt down, the creeps that had gathered around were all full of rage as well as they walked towards the little punk. That's right, how can you disrespect my master? Why don't you quickly apologize to my master? Geez, not only don't you apologize, but you have the audacity to goof off there? Brothers, him, all together. A group of creepies scrambled over in order to browbeat Lin Ming, and began to round up on the little punk. The little punk screamed miserably and continuously. His heart was beyond broken. No, what did I do? What the hell did I do? It's just that you didn't clean the toilet. Why are you so mean? I get it. It must have been the old player. The little punk was in immense pain and cried out, you shameless jealous of me. You're going to destroy me in this way, aren't you? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. Lin Ming sat on a chair and wrapped his arms around Yun's small waist, somewhat puzzled. He's talking about me? The main reason was that Lin Ming really didn't have the little punk in mind, not to mention that he had so much mental activity that he already held a deep grudge against himself. Feeling a bit choked, Yun moved her arched buttocks and delicately said, who cares who he says? Master, drink. I'll feed you. Lin Ming didn't care about it. The little punk's death was his own doing anyway. Creepy tells you to clean the bathroom and you do it. And you have the nerve to ask a rhetorical question? You think you're me? And those creeps didn't know who the little punk was talking about, but took it as if he was provoking Lin Ming, and got even more excited to surround him, and eventually split him up alive. The toilet ghost tried to thrust in several times, but the other shenanigans clamped the little punk so tightly that it didn't give it a chance to thrust in at all. It makes it sad. It's obviously the one that thought it up, and it's the one that found the prey. But now he could only watch as the little punk was being rounded up inside, while he looked like a cowardly husband whose wife was being abused by a group of brawny men, but who could do nothing about it. That feeling, so bad. By the time the little punk was taken out, the shenanigans had set their sights on the other players. Taking out just one person isn't enough to elevate one's status in the master's mind. Glasses for sale, and Big Mama Rabbit panicked and all rushed over. Even the boss, whose office was peeking in, rushed out. The three of them knelt on the ground together and kept begging for mercy. Lin Ming didn't expect the three to react so strongly, and immediately waved his hand. Don't touch the three of them, I have other uses for them. Not to mention the need for these guys to solicit guests to come in. Previously, Yun had reminded Lin Ming to pay his taxes, which had also made Lin Ming notice some hidden crisis, so he wanted to see if things turned out as he had guessed. The three were relieved to be pardoned, and all returned to their posts in gratitude. The black-skinned actor was still stiff on stage, but had seen the scene earlier. He was so terrified of Lin Ming at this time that he didn't dare to be half dissatisfied. Instead, he was full of currying favor. But because of Lin Ming's control, these shenanigans didn't give him much of a hard time, just the occasional splits and such, and it was fun to watch him grimace. Once the puppet dance time had simmered down, the family and friends who had just been called by the second group of creepy callers finally arrived. Lin Ming didn't even need to get up this time. he just sat calmly in his chair. Those creeps he had controlled immediately swarmed over his friends and family, escorting them to Lin Ming. Lin Ming pulled his right hand out of Ah Yun's arms and began to draw the talisman. Those new creeps didn't know what a ghost spirit contract was, but they knew they had been sold, and they were all cranky as hell. Damn it, I'm your own father. Father, I am doing this for your own good. Serve your master with me. Honey, I'm your own wife. Daughter-in-law, just follow your master with peace of mind and serve him well for me. Dad, I'm about to get married and you tricked me into giving it to a player? Daughter, trust dad's vision. Master is better than your husband. Besides, you can recognize master and go back to get married. As long as you can serve master well, it doesn't matter if you have a husband. Maybe master will even find it more exciting. Those new creeps were thus hard-pressed by a group of creeps to kneel in front of Lin Ming and accept the ghost spirit contract. This wave added another 100 or so shenanigans, with the 180 or so that were there before. It's kind of a little 400 shenanigans now. The vast majority of them are ghost level, but that's okay, it's not over yet. Lin Ming looked at the new creeps and continued to have them call out to their friends and family. Chapter 87 Give them some blue star shocks, but I didn't realize that it only took 3 waves of trickery to trick them, and they'd already exhausted all the friends and family they could use. This time, over 100 creeps called and only a dozen new creeps could be called, and there was a long wait. It is true that you can't get big and strong by such means alone. This is why so many of the MLM tactics are small time when they clearly look good. Being regulated by law is one of the reasons, but the biggest reason is that there are still a lot of smart people out there. You say you have a chance to make a lot of money and you do? Ask yourself, who has an opportunity to make a lot of money and wants to tell people about it? Take for example those online methods that teach people how to make money. Either that or the method is saturated and can't make a huge profit, so it's thrown out to squeeze the last of it. Either that, or the person learning the method is one of the people making money from the method. That's true in weird circles. 2. It still has to start with that natural traffic. It's true that we still need to publicize it and pull in new guests. Lin Ming said in a deep voice. How do you publicize it? Yun wondered. Lin Ming looked towards the black-skinned actor, and the stage, and a bold idea suddenly arose in his heart. There's a mist outside the tavern door, and there's something spooky inside the mist. As soon as a player enters the mists, they lose the protection of the rules and thus are randomly killed by shenanigans. And what about the stage of the tavern? No one else or shenanigans can go up there except the actors. So if we move the stage to the mist outside the tavern door and have black-skinned actors stand on the stage and perform, will it be okay? After the previous copy, Lin Ming knew that living people were attractive to the spooky, so surely just getting the black-skinned actors out there to perform would draw a creepy audience, right? Thinking this way, Lin Ming immediately ordered, all shenanigans, move the stage outside for the show. This order puzzled all the shenanigans and players. Ah Yun even reminded, Master, that stage is huge, the door may not be able to get out. Next to him, Fatty Creepy hurriedly said, why bother the master with such a trivial matter? I'll do it. Saying that, Fatty weirdly rushed towards the door, and with a heavy impact, not to mention the door, the whole wall of the tavern came down with a bang. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Ayun, however, was wary of the fat creep. It's a formidable foe to think of such a way to curry favor with his master. No, he can't be allowed to steal his master's favor. Master, just let them work on this. Let's go to the utility room and do something else first. Ayun suggested. Doing something else? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Me. Ayun was infinitely shy. There are too many people today. It's better to do it another day. Lin Ming really didn't have the idea of getting high in front of so many creeps. Mostly, these grandsons were so good at licking their chops that he was afraid he'd be busy in the utility room and these creeps would be out there helping to yell and cheer. That live scene is a shame just to think about it. Hearing Lin Ming's refusal, Yun didn't take it seriously. She sensed out that Lin Ming wasn't a decent person either, and sooner or later she would fall. Meanwhile, the shenanigans have separated the stage from the floor. 100 or so creeps formed a circle and carried the stage and the black-skinned actor standing on it right out to the gate. There was still a small area in front of the tavern that was free of fog, so it was perfect to take advantage of it. Let him perform. Tantalize him. Lin Ming ordered. The creeps immediately gathered around and began ordering the black-skinned actors around in various ways. What with the undressing and the splits and the twerking and pouting, creeps can know how to seduce their own kind all too well. Quite simply, if they love to see something, other shenanigans must love to see it. That's why most of those naked chat scams are engaged by men. Because men know too much about men. These mists outside the tavern are misty and the eyes of the player and vision is obstructed. But it doesn't seem to have any effect on the spooky. So when the black-skinned players stood in the street and performed for a while, a succession of passing creeps came out of the fog and gathered around the stage. Asterisk 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 why are there players dancing here? Gee, this little tart dances with a lot of energy. That's it, it's so wavy. It's obvious that he wants us to eat him. I can't take it anymore. Dude's going to have a blast on stage first. Watching these onlookers make a lot of weird noise. Lin Ming told the creeps around him to keep an eye out, and to shield the black-skinned players if those creeps were fine when they got on stage. After all, there's no way to attract shenanigans when the dude is dead. The many weird puppets were just staring at it dead on. The black-skinned player was also terrified, constantly twisting and spinning and jumping, and closing his eyes when he saw a creep coming up. Instead, all that was seen was that the strange trick had just gotten onto the stage and began to rapidly dissolve. That's a lot faster than the little punk was before, because the little punk was up there before the show even started. But the shenanigans were trying to interrupt the show, so it's punished differently? Seeing that upstage creepy die, Lin Ming was completely relieved and immediately winked at the tavern owner. Go out and pick up the customers. The boss did not dare to refuse, and walked out warily, shouting to the many creepy trembling voices, everyone, welcome to the late night tavern. We have specially prepared good drinks and wonderful performances for everyone. We hope that you will enjoy them. A passing creepy even shouted, is it all free? The boss subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Although he was now the boss, it was Lin Ming who was in charge, and it was up to him to charge or not. Lin Ming subconsciously nodded. Just say it's free. Who would have thought that the moment these words came out, the weirdness of the onlookers outside instantly dispersed for the most part, and Creepy cursed as he walked away. Free my ass. It's the free ones that are the most expensive. Last time I went to buy something, said fill out the form to give me a free bottle of drink, but ended up taking my identity information away and gave me 13 loans. Lin Ming slapped his head and forgot about the darkness of the bizarre world. All these shenanigans are scared of being lied to, and the biggest fear is a merchant saying it's free. Ah Yun also persuaded. Master, just charge. The higher the charge, the more at ease they are instead, because then they won't feel that there are hidden clauses. Why? Lin Ming frowned, because none of the creepy capitalists on our side of the fence would do that. To scam people, make a name for cheap and free. If it's the kind of honest creepy that just wants to make money, it's setting the price high. Ayun explained in a hurry. When Lin Ming heard this, he immediately revealed a smile. No hidden clauses for sky-high fees? Well, then it looks like it's time for a little blue star shock for you. It's up to me to break this unspoken rule, and I'm going to make the world of weirdness believe one thing. Cheap is not good. Expensive no good. Lin Ming immediately marked up the prices of both the store performances and the drinks to a high level. 3, 5, or even 10 times the prices of their counterparts. And the clause that lurks under the shadow of this overpriced drink and performance is Lin Ming. Lin Ming lurked amongst these shenanigans that had gathered in front of the tavern's door, turning all of these guys, one by one, into his loyal slaves. See a show, have a drink, spend your money and sell yourself at the same time. Lin Ming even felt that he was too suitable to be a treacherous businessman. Chapter 88, The Masquerade begins. Although the puppet dance was performed in the wee hours of the morning, there was quite a bit of shenanigans coming and going on the streets. Because the creeps are strong in life, they don't die even if they don't sleep for a long time. And even when they are given a vacation, they stay home and play late. So the creepy capitalists figured they might as well let them come to work. Where is staying up all night not staying up all night? Even when these shenanigans get tired and sick, they can still go to the hospital and pay for their own medical care. That's just too good a deal. So in the early hours of the morning on the streets, the creepiness was even if less than in the daytime, but it was still in huge numbers. Just because they had to work, many of the shenanigans just glanced enviously at the onlookers and hurried away. There's not much in the way of real leftover shenanigans. Lin Ming borrowed Dream's ability to keep muddying the waters around the stage. One by one, all of those spooky spectators were under his control. Unfortunately, the dance time was soon over. Lin Ming only had time to control about 300 shenanigans. These weirdnesses could be used to absorb and strengthen themselves, and they could also be used to feed those weirdnesses in the 10,000 soul streamer, allowing them to enhance their strength. Then again, send in those copies that he holds power over, and let the copies continue to operate and earn tons of points. At the same time, you can also grow your own forces, so that when you face those copies or ghost kings that have a huge number of experts, you will have your own strategy to deal with them. Even Lin Ming thought about the fact that in the future, these bizarre extractions into reality could be of great use. After all, with the prevalence of loans and the increasing number of people in control of powerful forces, reality will become more and more chaotic. Dance time is over. Next up was the masquerade. What kind of show was this ball? Lin Ming was still curious when he saw the stage quickly disappear. The disappearance of the stage meant that black-skinned actors were no longer protected. But the show isn't over yet. What's going on? Lin Ming was curious when a few exclamations of surprise came from inside the tavern. It's from those 3 players. The tavern was full of Lin Ming's shenanigans, and earlier Lin Ming had ordered that no one was to touch these living people until the copy was over. What's going on now? Lin Ming immediately rushed into the tavern and realized that the 3 players were gone. All the shenanigans left behind also looked puzzled. However, Lin Ming could still hear the noise of those 3 players. One came from the doorway of the tavern, one is from over the counter, and one from the table. Lin Ming sensed that something was wrong and a green light flashed in his eyes. Dementia, activate. The next moment, he saw 3 players. These 3 players, at this time, all changed their forms. The tavern owner turned into a piece of paper. The transfer notice taped to the door. With the regalia you could see his entire body compressed into a flattened state, attached to a piece of paper. It's like being smashed by the two-way foil of the singer-songwriter's civilization. The eyeglasses sail is then transformed into a wine glass and placed on the counter. Big Mama Bunny was even worse, turning straight into liquid, a glass of wine. Is this a masquerade? Let the players change shape and then the spooks go looking for it? Lin Ming found it quite interesting just thinking about it. The creeps, in particular, must have enjoyed the tone even more. After all, which character is the most fun to hide and seek? The arresting one, of course. This is because the grappler has an innate power effect and has a movable advantage. He could search while imagining how terrified and desperate the hiders must be. And that kind of bullying pleasure could simply be pleasurable to the depths of one's soul. Unfortunately, this masquerade is not destined to be much fun, because the bizarre guests here had all been controlled by Lin Ming. No, it's a shame to waste a show like this. Lin Ming felt the need to utilize this program to attract more people. Nowadays, he had collected less than 1,000 shenanigans, which was too little. Next to him, Yun saw Lin Ming fall into thought and immediately asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" "I was thinking about how to recruit more guests," Lin Ming said in a deep voice. Hearing that Lin Ming was still undeterred, Yun was somewhat helpless. "Master, with all due respect, for such a small tavern, it's already a heavenly ability for you to attract so many guests. Any more than that is only beyond your ability. Can you guys advertise here? Just say that I have tons of players wailing on my side, and any creepy friends who like it can spend 100 points to sign up for a guaranteed bonanza." Lin Ming asked. Yun was a bit stunned. "You have only 4 players here, plus you have 5 at most. Aren't you cheating the ghosts by doing this? Even though this world looks perverted to you, there are laws in place that don't allow you to just cheat on shenanigans. What do you laws care if I bully creepy? Didn't those capitalists cheat and abuse creepy as usual?" Lin Ming frowned. "Oh, the law doesn't care about them. Only small families like yours," Yun explained in a low voice. Lin Ming sneered. "That's a coincidence. They can't control me either, since I can leave this game world." When Yun thought about it, that was really the case. Lin Ming is a player and can leave the game after cheating. It's equivalent to those bosses in the real world who cheat people, cut the leaks and run abroad. None of them will be punished for anything. They'll just live comfortably. Anyone who offends my strong Han, though far away, will be cool. Next to him, Fat Creepy had been carefully serving. Hearing this, he quickly stepped forward to make a suggestion. "Master, I don't see why bother. Let me take some of my brothers out on the streets, rob and kidnap them. I'm sure I can get a lot of points and shenanigans." Yun sneered. "We cheated people. At most we will wait for someone to report before the east window is exposed. If you go out on the street to kidnap and rob, do you believe that you will be attacked by countless weird groups in a minute, and even attract the Ghost King?" Hearing that he would be swarmed, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. "It doesn't seem to be impossible." Yun hurriedly persuaded. "Master, calm down. Although the bizarre game is full of killing and oppression, there are still certain rules. This is set by the master behind the game. If violated will attract the rules of the game to deal with. The masters behind the game." Lin Ming frowned. "Is there really someone in control of the bizarre game? Have you guys seen it?" "No." Yun shook his head. "But I once heard that some of the top existences in this world had met that controller and said that the other party was very strong. So strong that it was incomparable. So they didn't dare to treat this world with too much violence, which is why they falsely set some laws to maintain the world's apparent stability and harmony. Otherwise those ghost kings and whatnot, why bother opening a company to squeeze the bottom weird? Just directly devour each other. So I suggest you, it's fine to lie about shenanigans, but I'm afraid the consequences of such wanton looting and destruction are not something you can carry, at least, not right now." Chapter 89. Lin Ming's expression was grave. He had long suspected the existence of a controller behind this world. At the very least, the world is conscious, or it wouldn't keep expanding its territory like this. Right now, he was still relatively weak. After all, he was only at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, and he still had to follow certain rules. "Well, since outright robbery won't work, let's cheat, but this one advertises," with a tawdry jingle thought out. "Friend, lonely, bored, want to experience an extremely exciting late-night seduction? Here you can experience a passionate clash of flesh and endless fulfillment of soul. I've got 300 players here. and I want you to be happy as long as you come. Lin Ming now made up a jingle and asked Yun to print some flyers. Lin Ming was still a bit relieved that Yun was doing this. After all, she's seen a lot and knows a lot more than these mangaka. Fatty Creepy saw Yun get up from Lin Ming's lap and thought about whether the boss's legs couldn't be left empty. Of course, even if it had 10,000 guts, it wouldn't dare to sit on it by itself. I only saw Fatty bizarrely scanning the circle, finding a female ghost with a decent appearance, immediately coming over and saying, Yun is gone. Why don't you hurry over to please the master? As long as the master is pleased, won't you be on top? This female ghost was instantly moved and immediately walked over to Lin Ming and said daintily, Master, let me give you a massage? Lin Ming was waiting for Yun to come back and was idle, so he agreed. Whoever thought this blew up? Those female ghosts saw that it worked and ran over to serve. Looking at Lin Ming surrounded by groups of female ghosts, Fatty Creepy was filled with envy. When will it live a good life like its owners? Unfortunately, Lin Ming couldn't take it anymore after enjoying it for a while. Mostly, he was lying there enjoying the service, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a woman with half her head missing hemming and hawing at him. Look to the left. It's a female ghost with long hair and a face as white as Sadako's. Look to the right. Is a face with a shovel shot flat. The face with the painting like, cannot see a corner? The strange. The one serving on his lower side was slightly better looking, but it was a drowned ghost, with water running from all the holes in his body at one time, and the water sometimes caught in the weeds. None of them can make anyone look past the eyes. Compared to these female ghosts, that bunny lady is better than any other woman on earth. Lin Ming just couldn't take it anymore and casually shooed these female ghosts away, already missing Yun's peachy ass that was extremely perfect in shape and feel. Good thing, Yun came back fast too. Master, it's done. Yun ran back with a large pile of flyers. Lin Ming immediately picked up the flyer and glanced at it. The flyer had pictures of a group of players beaming with joy on it. How can I say this? The moment this smile looks, it's the kind of person who is particularly sunny, happy, and blissful. It makes you look at it with envy and jealousy, and makes Creepy want to take 2 bites out of it when he sees it. Below that there is a jingle made up by Lin Ming, in a colorful font that looks dreamy and cheap. Lin Ming immediately said to the creepy puppets, Go, hand out flyers and trick all those guys outside into coming in. The creepy puppets immediately headed out the door with the huge stack of flyers and began to get the word out. Within 10 minutes, shenanigans were drawn in. It was a dozen or so creeps with exhaustion written all over their faces, dragging their heavy steps into the tavern. They just worked an 8-hour shift, and this is the moment to go to the hospital and donate their ghost bodies once a day, as required by the company. Otherwise, you'll have your paycheck docked, your bonus deducted, and in severe cases, you may lose your job. If you lose your job, you won't be able to pay off that pile of loans. The capitalists will be able to take everything from them reasonably and legally. Instead of donating their ghost bodies, they will then just take their organs to pay off their debts. But on the way to the hospital, these creeps saw the flyer and were all drawn to it. If there were really 300 players, they would be able to make back their money or even make a big profit by eating the players even if they paid 100 points entrance fee. As long as the dead chi in their bodies becomes more and their recovery ability becomes faster, they can donate their ghost bodies every day at the company's designated hospitals before quietly going to other small hospitals to pay off their ghost bodies and sell them for points to pay off their loans. It's a blood money maker. These creeps cheerfully walked in and looked at the room full of tables, chairs and benches. One of the big-headed ghosts was a bit hesitant. Didn't they say there were 300 players? Where is everyone? Look what you're in a hurry for. It's time for our late-night tavern masquerade, and a special way to add a little fun to your day. Those players have been turned into all sorts of things within this tavern, and if any of you can find it, you can eat it. See that look in your eyes like you don't believe me? Watch me show you. Fat Creepy was in charge of reception and immediately knocked on the transfer notice that the owner had turned into on the door. Don, kill me. Transfer notice screamed miserably. That wonderful and melodious voice caused all of the new creeps who had just come in to show their excitement. There really are players. And this search game sounds like it feels tense and exciting and too pie-ridden. Brothers, this finding living people is my strong point. Don't blame me for not leaving you alive later. A new creepy excitement at the head said. The other bazaar that traveled with it suddenly revealed a cold smile. You're the only one who's good. I used to kill a lot of people too. That's right. I've been killing people for so many years. I'm simply too experienced. I can tell if something here is transformed by a living person or not. I can tell it with a single bite. Why don't we have a competition to see who captures more living people? Yes, come on. The 10 or so shenanigans immediately spread out in search of players. They blow loud and clear. But when you're really looking for them, you're really just biting them one by one. This one takes a bite out of the stool. That one licks the table. There was even a male ghost who walked towards Ayun, full of lust. What if those cunning players turn out to be weird? Beautiful girl, let me take a bite. Just one bite. Ah Yun once again showed the same, very dismissive smile and eyes that he had once shown Lin Ming, but she couldn't help Lin Ming, but she could clean up this guy. Why don't you guys get on? Ah Yun drank to Fatty Creepy. Fatty Creepy also waved his hand. This guy dares to covet his master's woman. Why don't you go on? Capture the other guys as well by the way. A group of creeps instantly swooped over and grabbed that horny male ghost along with the other new creeps, all escorting them to Lin Ming. Just now, Lin Ming was surrounded by a group of creeps, so these newcomers didn't see him. It was only when they were escorted to the front that these new creeps reacted. This group of the same kind actually listens to the players? Have they become creepy slaves to the players and turned on them? It's not like this hasn't happened before. At Creepy World School, the history books of the senior class record several such battles, teaching the new generation of creepy what to do against player control and entrapment. Looking at Lin Ming's smug look, another fastest reacting bizarre as if bereft of life, trembling voice asked, You let us spend our own money to send to death? Sending me to my death isn't so bad, but be eternally loyal to me. Lin Ming smiled slightly, surprised, happy or not? Upon hearing this, the sky fell in on the group of creeps who had worked the night shift. Chapter 90, restarting the copy. Regardless of these creepy highs. Anyway, Lin Ming was quite happy. He took the creeps in again, and then let the creeps hold themselves back while he waited for the next lucky batch to come in. And so it was, with a powerful leaflet attack. One by one, the creeps walked in, show after show, but sadly no creepy cared to watch, even as far as connecting down to gambling, which should have been the most popular hit of this late-night tavern. Those shenanigans were no longer in the mood to play. As they watched more and more creeps being taken in, the more scared these guys got, because all these shenanigans are years of working men and women, veteran cow horses. They know very well that when the company is short of people, they will use Lin Ming in this way, and advertise in an unbelievably good way. What 3 insurance and 1 gold? What never overtime? What boss generosity and kindness? And even as long as you work hard to get options, become a partner. Such a heartless words dare to say. But it's true that you have to recruit employees and after the number of employees is saturated. Immediately after that came 2 scenarios, cost reduction and efficiency gains, terminal elimination. If these 2 are used in a normal company, then at best they will be docked wages and fired for working for nothing. But they are now controlled puppets. What would Lin Ming do if he wanted to cut costs and increase efficiency, and wanted final elimination? That naturally means taking out the waste. As the saying goes, don't beat the hard-working, don't beat the lazy, and specialize in the ungrateful. At a time like this when competition was needed, these shenanigans naturally all centered around Lin Ming to curry favor. One by one, they flung their big tongues away and used all their strength to furiously lick Lin Ming. Lin Ming knew about these weird minds and paid no attention to them, just looking forward to how much shenanigans the last couple's speed dating would attract. He'd asked the creepy ones handing out flyers to spread the word that there were beautiful ghosts over here, and lots of them. But what Lin Ming hadn't expected was that half the length of the program couple speed dating had passed, and none of the shenanigans had even arrived. Even if all the creeps on this street are busy or have gotten smart, they can't just not show up at all, can they? Seeing Lin Ming's confused look, Ah Yun, who was sitting in his arms, said softly, Master, just now I wanted to remind you that this couple speed dating is the least popular program out there. Becoming a couple costs money, right? Eating and drinking isn't money? Going out isn't money? Even if it's a quick marriage. How much is the bride price? Buying a house and a car, raising children, all of this is money. With all the pressure on weirdos these days, who wants to get married and take on a bunch of loans when they have enough on themselves? And the probability is that the children of the cow and horse are also when the cow and horse. And even in the future when they grow up you have to find ways to get the money for the children to work, buy a house and a car, get married and have children. And behind the sons and daughters there are also grandchildren, which can be said to be the infinite number of children and grandchildren also. Lin Ming slapped his head. 2. Many of the older generation on the blue planet live only a few decades and have to figure out how to take care of their sons and raise their grandchildren. Now the creeps have a long lifespan, and if they were really open to birth, they could probably see a dozen generations. So who could afford to feed them? So why does this program exist? The tavern owner doesn't know any better? Lin Ming frowned. Not necessarily. Ah Yun voiced his insight. The bosses are anxious when the poor people don't have children, because they're afraid that they won't be able to have more shenanigans to squeeze out. So they're trying to think of all sorts of ways to encourage the poor people to have children. And they'll also invest in these taverns so that they'll do more of these couples matchmaking events, so that if they can put together a pair, it's a pair. Lin Ming frowned. Even if it comes together, what if they don't find it suitable and break up? Oh, the bizarre game has a rule that if you confirm a relationship you can't just break up. You need to make a special application, and you have to calm down for a while after applying, so that it can lead to more bizarre marriages and children. Ah Yun finished all this and looked at Lin Ming fondly. Of course, even without this regulation, I won't leave my master. You're everything to me. Lin Ming just ignored the words. This Yun is not a good person. Count Blood Moon couldn't even take it, and even if he took it himself, enjoying it would be over. The woman's body, after all, was still very G00D. At this point, after Ah Yun's introduction, Lin Ming knew that this couple speed dating was only hopeless. It was almost 5 in the morning by the look of the clock. Lin Ming thought of the program, which said that the late-night tavern was only open until 5 o'clock, so he thought that something terrible would happen here after 5 o'clock, or he would never be able to get out. In that case, let's take care of the shenanigans while we have time left. After a busy night, Lin Ming had 329 shenanigans. All of these spooky, all of them are ghostly beings, presumably because the tavern was so small. It only attracted the lowest of the spectral classes. People of the grievance level were at least small mid-level leaders with their own circles, and wouldn't be attracted to this kind of tavern. But that's okay. If he wanted the grudge level, Lin Ming had his own way. He took out the 10,000 soul streamer and lightly shook it. All the shenanigans were then collected into the 10,000 souls. Even Ah Yun and Fatty are no exception. When Ah Yun saw that he appeared inside this thing again, he let out a sharp burst of sound in fear. No, master, you kissed and touched. And even if you don't give benefits, now you want to kill me? The other creeps panicked as well, wailing and begging Lin Ming to let them go. Even the fat creepy was kowtowing frantically. Master, I'm useful. I can bam the big wall for you, Lin Ming said without a good mood. I'll circle some useless weirdness. Ah Yun, Fatty, Yuan Wei Yuan and the others will devour these useless weirdness and grow. It was only after hearing this that the few creeps in Ayun breathed a long sigh of relief. So it's not about killing yourself, it's about grooming yourself. Lin Ming picked out some of the weaker weirdnesses that didn't have any distinctive abilities and couldn't be put to any use, and turned them into food for the other weirdnesses. In the end, enough of the nearly 1,000 creeps were swallowed up by the other half. Wei Yuan, the main soul and the other 4 secondary souls, relied on devouring to harden themselves from the ghost level to a grieving spirit level existence. Ah Yun himself was a grievous spirit level, so even though he had devoured a lot of them as well, he hadn't been able to raise to the evil ghost level. The most aptly named Fatty Creepy had also used this to elevate to the grudge spirit level, and was even more in awe of Lin Ming. Apart from these few elites, there were still about 300 spooks left in the 10,000 soul streamer. These were the shenanigans that Lin Ming wanted to populate those copies he had previously acquired. Those copies are now on hiatus due to the lack of creepy employees to maintain them. You know those are points. They're money. A day of shutdown is a day of countless losses. Lin Ming was so distraught that he wanted to activate those copies again so he could reopen for business. He doesn't care if the players go or not, but the shenanigans are going to make him money. Chapter 91, It's a Pit. Lin Ming gave those shenanigans he left behind, made arrangements for what they would do once they entered their copies, and sent them all off to their own copies. Those copies he holds the power to send shenanigans or players in at will. It was just that this kind of authority had been used just this once by Lin Ming from the time he had it until now. That is, send these shenanigans in to work. If you send other shenanigans in, it wasn't as if Lin Ming had devoured it himself, and sending players in with a limit of 5 at a time isn't enough time to waste. That said, this limit of 5 people per copy isn't quite the style of creepy games. After all, it was meant to devour Blue Star. It's possible that this is some sort of means of resistance for Blue Star. Lin Ming now seemed as if he could see Blue Star carrying a huge mountain on his back, looking sadly at all the humans. Little old me, this is the only thing I can do for you. After sending those creeps away, Lin Ming released Ah Yun. Ah Yun was a little embarrassed when he thought about how terrified he had been just now and looked at Lin Ming with a pleasing expression. I knew Master wouldn't kill me. After saying that, she even took the initiative to send her fragrant lips for a kiss. Lin Ming wrapped his arm around her willow waist and scanned the tavern. It's almost 5 a.m. I wonder what's going to happen here. Looking at the 4 surviving players next to each other, it might be possible to leave the copy after 5. But Lin Ming was not so optimistic. In his opinion, the creepy copy was harmless. The more you get to the end, there's no chance you'll have to play a big game, or even make it impossible for you to get out forever. Lin Ming first went to the counter and took all of today's earnings before starting to look for a way to leave. But he checked inside the late-night tavern several times, and there was definitely no way out. So the way out is out there? Lin Ming immediately pushed open the door of the tavern and walked out. Just as I left the house, my body began to deflate into a state of settlement. Is so pitiful. Even if Lin Ming had seen more than his fair share of tricky game tactics, he had to say, what a nasty trick. If it was in the real world and the program said the pub would be open until 5 o'clock, then surely the first thing people would think is that it would close at 5 o'clock and go away. But this is the creepy game world, and it's all out there in the thick fog that harbors a myriad of dangers. It was Lin Ming who was so bold in his art that he dared to venture out and take a look. Who other players dare to run out for nothing? So normal players, instinctively, wait in the tavern until they get themselves kicked out of the tavern by the bazaar game after the 5 o'clock shift. Who would have thought that this exit from the pub would need to be done outside the pub? Lin Ming looked back at the interior of the tavern. He came out exactly at the last second of 5 o'clock. His body had just vaporized and entered the state of settlement, and it was already 5 o'clock in 1 minute. The 4 wretches in the tavern who were still full of expectations of trying to get out probably never had a chance to get out again. Sure enough, Lin Ming, who had just begun to vaporize, saw a group of bazaar walking over in the distance. Bam! The door to the tavern was pushed right open by the group of creeps and they barged in. All of these creeps were ghostly, some in uniform, but streaming. There was also a male ghost in a suit who strutted in and shouted, "Who's the boss here? Come out." The player playing the owner rushed out and smiled. "I'm the owner. Sorry, we're closed." "Proofing? What gives you the right to close my store? What a nerve, using my store for business while I'm away? Did you look at the transfer posted on the front of my store and think I wouldn't come here to check it out? Fine, I can't help you, but the law enforcement team can be here." The ghost in the suit droned on with a sardonic smile. Those few players weren't too stupid and immediately understood. It's a ING setup. The original owner of the late-night tavern had no desire to transfer the tavern. He put up this tag on purpose and then recruited players to come in and make them help him make money in his business. This way he doesn't have to do guile work. He can run the store for free and rake in the money for nothing. But these players were only half right. The real owner of the tavern was using them in this way, not just to get a bunch of free labor, but also for another purpose. Only to see this boss walk towards the counter, reached out to pull the money cabinet, while smugly saying to the law enforcement team's shenanigans, "Captain, I can declare in advance, this store is not me in operation. You want to collect taxes, to pursue responsibility, go to the 4 of them, but cannot come to me to ask for money. Money, my ING money." The owner looked at the empty till with irritation. He had carefully designed this trap, because the taxes to open a business are so high that he's already going to be unable to pay them. That's why a transfer notice was intentionally posted. But in reality there was no intention of transferring it at all, but rather letting the players run the place. That way the store is his, so the money in the store is his, but someone else is responsible for running the business. Whoever runs the store, you go to whoever collects the tax. It has nothing to do with me anyway. The owner has tried this approach time and time again and has screwed over 3 groups of people. These 4 unlucky bastards were the 4th batch, and the owner had previously spied that the guests they had pulled in were surprisingly several or even a dozen times as many as those players before them, so he had been secretly rejoicing that his income was bound to skyrocket this time. But now, where's all that old money? The 4 players who heard the boss words also understood everything. All of them were overwhelmed with grief and anger in their hearts, immediately looking for Lin Ming's figure, wanting to seek help. It was only when he scanned around and didn't see anyone that he reacted to the fact that Lin Ming seemed to have gone out just now. At once, the 4 players turned pale, and the enforcement creeps were already grinning sardonically as they came around. Shoplifting, running a private business, not paying taxes. Any one of those crimes is enough to get you killed. Catch them, the captain shouted sternly. The law enforcement team of shenanigans swarmed up and arrested all 4 players, because the robbery was too intense, and even directly split the body. Other side. When the law enforcement team entered the tavern, Lin Ming knew that these players were dead, so he didn't pay much attention to them. He is looking at the settlement screen with all his heart. Now evaluate player Lin Ming's performance at the late night tavern. You managed and survived intact, plus 30 points. You and your teammates have made the tavern a successful business. Enter. Teammates. Data error. Now reorganize the data. Please wait. Lin Ming had a question mark on his face. What do you mean by data errors? There's been a hack? The door to the late-night tavern was pushed open and several gruesomely split players were brought out. Lin Ming drifted off. Just now the game should have thought that these 4 players didn't die, so the scoring system intended to take them with it. But now that they're dead, that assessment has to be revised as appropriate, right? I have to say, this creepy game is pretty rigorous. Chapter 92 Settlement. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance at the late-night tavern. You managed and survived intact, plus 30 points. You keep the tavern running successfully for the night, plus 50 points. You pulled in thousands of guests and had them all very happy with your service, plus 100 points. You earned points and escaped the law enforcement team, plus 100 points. You helped many of your guests get out of the grip of their demonic bosses and find new jobs, plus 100 points. You've caused a lot of resentment and anger from your boss, plus 100 points. Player Lin Ming has a final score of 480, plus 24 points for this level and is evaluated as SSS. Now distributing rewards for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining skill card X1. Congratulations on obtaining the ghost artifact corpse oil lamp X1. Congratulations on receiving blank invitation letter X1. Congratulations on the prestige value plus 3,000. Congratulations on earning the title Marketing Specialist. Lin Ming was a little disappointed to see that he hadn't even gotten a raffle ticket for the ghost vending machine this time. The blank invitation letter is nice though. Isn't it possible to just enter a copy of something yourself? It would be the best if you could use it over and over again. After the settlement was over, Lin Ming exited the game. And the next moment he exited the game, a shadow appeared in the tavern where Lin Ming was. Shadow glanced around and immediately contacted his superior. The target has left. Come back then. And also inform those guys in the company who are in charge of tracking down the target that next time they are this slow to find the other party, the bonus performance for this month will be fully deducted, and the number of times you go to the hospital to donate your ghost body will be doubled. Yes, the shadow disappeared. In their place was a different group of people. These are small mid-level leaders in major companies. They receive news that their employees have actually been taken, so they all come to take a look. By the time they saw the late-night tavern, which was already empty, all the junior leaders were worried beyond belief. It's not so much that they are worried about the well-being of their employees, but that they will be punished and have their wages docked by their leaders. After some investigation by these small leaders, they learned that it was a living player who had captured the employees, seemingly called something like Lin Ming, and immediately began to search for this guy, trying to find a way to retaliate. Lin Ming didn't care about that. He was checking out the rewards he had obtained. Blank invitation letter. You can fill in a copy at will, whenever and wherever you force that copy to be inserted. Once only. Sure enough, this invitation letter could not be used casually. It's a shame. With regret, Lin Ming looked toward the corpse oil lamp. Corpse oil lamp, when lit, it disperses the mists and disguises itself as a creepy so it won't be detected by other creepy for 5 minutes. Something good that can leave the mists? Lin Ming's current strength was not enough to see through the mists too much, and it would be difficult to avoid many dangers by entering them, though his own skills, which could also turn him spooky. But what was the point of going into the mists when you couldn't see anything? It's a lot easier to have this. It's only 5 minutes, but that's talking about the rate at which the lamp oil burning in it is consumed. As long as you can find plenty of lamp oil, you'll be able to keep it burning, and you'll be able to wander around in the spooky game. Then there's that title, Master Marketer. When wearing this title, your words are easily trusted and recognized by creepy. That's not bad. Lin Ming was even more satisfied, feeling that he had really gained a lot this time. He immediately used that skill card. As the card disappeared, a skill appeared on Lin Ming's panel. Burial. You can bury the target. The opponent's movement will be restricted and the living will gradually die while the bizarre will gradually recover. A recovery class skill? It feels a bit chicken. Although Lin Ming, as an evil cultivator, spells were not used for healing, but he didn't have to help anyone recover. Who's an evil practitioner who has nothing to do to cure people? Lin Ming spat, opening his panel to check his points. This time he made a lot of money from the late-night tavern and robbed a lot. Name, Lin Ming. Rank, grievance. Points, 129206. 5. Reputation, 4000. Skills, evil ghost double. Vaporization, extracted. Burial. Titles, perfect passer. Good worker. Explorer, master marketer. Mailbox, coin of doom. Safe house room card. Bloodstained watermelon knife. Decayed convenience store fragment. Desperate residential building fragment. Red-blooded candle X5. Cursed stone sphere X48. Silent place fragment. Corpse oil lamp. Blank invitation letter. The points have broken 100. 000. It should be enough to run those copies, right? According to the in-game rules, copy bosses are required to pay their employees. Don't look at some companies that pay to work, but people are able to start receiving a paycheck if they pay for enough years. Creepy has a long lifespan and can start earning money as soon as he can live long enough to receive a paycheck. Many of you may think this thing sounds unreasonable, but when you think about it in a different way, it makes sense. Paying to go to work, that's actually an investment. It makes sense that you invested in the company, and the company has to be in business in order to pay you dividends. What? Making less in wages than dividends and having to work? If you vote less, you naturally take less, and if you vote more, you take more. As for work, so what? Other people, Mr. Lei, have to open the door for customers. Lin Ming's employees, though, were his slaves. He also gets them to return the points after he gives them each month. If you want to be decent, that's better. Prohibit employees from ordering takeout or leaving the office to eat. Then raise cafeteria prices. Raise performance standards like crazy. And if you don't meet them, deduct bonuses, dock wages, or even threaten to fire, thereby forcing employees to spend their own money to improve performance for the company. And then have some insider buying sessions. Sell cheaply produced things to employees at prices that are still very high after the discounts. And whoever doesn't buy it is offending the company, offending the leadership, and don't want to be good. History claims that the wage recovery program, It's just the point of paying taxes that Lin Ming can't avoid. He thought about turning around and looking for creepy games to mess around with. Would he be able to be taken care of and be tax exempt for everything he did, just like in reality? Just as Lin Ming was searching, the voice of the Streetlight Guild boss came from downstairs in the villa. Master, is it you who has returned? I've picked out some of the elites you asked me to select. Would you like to take a look? Because the ghost spirit contract could sense whether or not its owner was nearby. That was why this boss was able to find his way to the door just as Lin Ming came out. After Lin Ming allowed him to enter, he admired. You're pretty fast. The boss, however, looked grave. Recently, the world has been swarming with all kinds of powerful players, and it is rumored that the island side has gone back to the time of the warlord's chaos that once existed. Warlord melee? Lin Ming thought about that fart of an island country. Why do I get the feeling that it's village cadres leading the villagers in an armed fight? Anyway, players all over the world are raising their strength by leaps and bounds, and the Chinese officials have put out a message for the countrymen to make sure that they don't just go out of the country, because it is predicted that in less than a month, a darkness descending on a certain region and a weird revival might be about to happen. I also hope that we can raise the guild's strength as soon as possible, so that we can fight for a place in the darkness of the future. This boss is surprisingly quite visionary and dreamy. Chapter 93, Artillery Support. Call the elites you've selected. Lin Ming commanded. The boss immediately ran out and called his hand-picked elites. Because he didn't want to expose his identity, Lin Ming took Meng Meng's hand and sat on the sofa so that outsiders couldn't see him. When the elites arrived, Lin Ming swept his eyes. There were 10 men in total, all very stout men, one stouter than the other. Boss spread the information out on the table. Lin Ming glanced at the information and realized that this boss was really paying attention, because these guys include a boxing trainer, a retired special forces soldier, and a retired archer. Anyway, all of them have some skills, and they look fierce. And of course, these guys are all full of integrity at first glance. This is to be put in a police movie. It is always standing in the corner, wearing a slick, handsome mess, the surface gangster look, the inner righteousness. At first glance is an undercover guy. To be honest, Lin Ming had a mind to check their social security, though it was known that the guild would surely draw a lot of attention when it became famous. But there's no need for so many spies to run in, is there? Besides, you send a spy to send a decent point. Street Lamp Guild so a bottom power. To be frank, if not have Lin Ming back support, they are estimated to be annihilated. This kind of small power people, what good goods can there be? One is a small man, poor people at first rich virtues. How can there be this kind of talent? But that's okay, the way he uses these guys isn't to keep them alive anyway. A green light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes as he scanned several elites. He was using his dementia to probe the guys for locators, pinhole cameras, or gadgets that could send Morse code or something. The good thing is, these undercover agents weren't stupid enough to carry anything on them that could be exposed. In that case, it's a relief. Lin Ming let go of Meng Meng's hand. A few elites were wondering what the boss was doing bringing them to this little cottage. At this moment, seeing a silhouette suddenly appear on the sofa in front of them, several people were shocked in their hearts. They were all smart people, and instantly realized that this guy who had suddenly appeared was, I'm afraid, the actual controller of the Streetlight Guild. A few people were tense inside, controlling themselves not to show too much emotion and save themselves from being exposed. The boss also looked at Lin Ming in confusion. Master, why did you let them see you? You go out. Lin Ming waved his hand. The boss didn't dare to ask any more questions and left honestly. The few elites were all a bit nervous when they saw this, because they felt that the atmosphere was wrong. One of them couldn't even help but take 2 steps back. Lin Ming immediately soothed. Don't be nervous. One of the elites was very eagle-eyed and immediately took out a cigarette and put it over. Boss. Oh no. Master, you smoke. Lin Ming waved his hand. Smoking is bad for your health. The elite didn't know what to say, but could only smile sarcastically. You're quite mindful of your health. Lin Ming glanced at him. I'm saying that smoking is bad for your health. Such a perfect body. If it was destroyed by tobacco, he would have to spend resources to repair and cultivate it. Elite, however, was unimpressed. He'd been a smoker for years and nothing had happened to him. It even seems to many that the least harmful thing in this bizarre post-apocalyptic world is actually smoke. Both the heart and the weirdness are killing people. Cigarettes instead relax the mind, relieve anxiety and resignation, and save you from being picked by the game. Even many in the pretty country have begun to explicitly peddle contraband to be smoked to reduce stress and resentment and save them from entering the game. Let's just say it's not bad for a big country to consume more than 80% of the world's sales of banned drugs just by itself. Lin Ming, who was satisfied with a few people, summoned the 10,000 soul streamer and flicked it at a few people. A ghost head then appeared on top of the streamer, emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle. Those few elites didn't even have time to react before they fell to the ground and died violently. Their souls, they have been harvested. Ordinary people are really weak. The ghost head above the streamer had a disgruntled look on its face as it said to Lin Ming, "Master, it feels like eating a fart. It seems to have a bit of flavor, but it doesn't actually feel anything. Mortal souls, what more do you want?" Lin Ming retracted the 10,000 soul streamer without a trace of anger. Lin Ming looked at a few corpses on the ground and immediately walked over and started picking off his clothes while it was still hot. He had to craft these guys into grudge corpses while they still had their last breath. It took a full 2 hours to finally refine all 10 of these elites. Lin Ming snapped his fingers, and 10 spiteful corpses popped straight up from the ground, their corpse chi overflowing. Looking at a few of the stout, resentful corpses, Lin Ming couldn't help but hammer their well-developed pectoral muscles. The disgruntled corpse did not move. It was terribly firm. Lin Ming had a joyful look on his face as he immediately collected the grieving corpse into the 10,000 soul streamer. He had just finished cleaning up when he heard a familiar voice from behind him. "What are you standing there giggling about?" Lin Ming staggered back and realized that Song Shui was sitting on the couch in her living room, crossing her legs and drinking coconut juice. The woman looked valiant in her military attire. Unfortunately, that proud figure makes the dress a bit of a turn-off. "How did you get here?" Lin Ming didn't see Song Shui come in. "Teleported in. I went into the game again. Used my precognition to kill through the copy early, and got a skill card to get this teleportation ability. I can appear anywhere within a kilometer and can teleport without stopping. So I teleported all the way from the creepy bureau's side and no one saw me." Song Shui was full of complacency and had obviously come to find Lin Ming to show off. Lin Ming didn't expect Song Shui to be so lucky as to obtain such a perverted ability, but what he cared more about was Song Shui's deep dark circles under her eyes and her tired appearance. "You've been tired lately?" Lin Ming asked curiously. Song Shui, who was originally quite happy, couldn't help but sigh. "Recently, we have trained a batch of talents for the special operations team and picked out some elites. I was going to take into the game a couple times and pick out some of the real top players. Who thought that 2 of my most favored members of the team were missing, and the reply I got said that they were sent to you as undercover agents. Here's the information on those 2. Song Shui took out 2 photos, information she had taken from the archive. Lin Ming picked up the photo and glanced at it, saying calmly, "I've already taken care of these 2. You're moving pretty fast. I was afraid you'd suffer." Song Shui rubbed her brow. "It's been so tiring lately. I regret joining the officials." When Song Shui joined the officials, it was because she felt that Lin Ming had gone down an evil path and was worried that he would suffer great losses in the future. So she specifically joined the officials, wanting to wait to help him in the future. But who would have thought that now the situation is getting more and more serious, and she has no one available. So it's really tiring to have to bear everything by herself. Even if Creepy and those people treated her with respect and love, it was time to get tired. Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders in love. Song Shui didn't want him to help, but simply came to remind him, and incidentally to see if anything had happened to this brother. After all, many of those guys with weird abilities have become incredibly crazy. If Lin Ming also had a drastic change in temperament or was unable to control himself, she would have to find a way to save him. Now seeing that the person is still as indebted as before, he is also relieved. "Then I will leave first." "Oh yes, there is no plan to go out of the country recently, right?" "There are also try not to go out, for cities have fallen on the island side, and those cities have been reduced to sinful places, all of them occupied by bizarre abilities, and rated by the joint evaluation of the world's nations as the most likely places for bizarre to descend on a large scale. The world is already talking about artillery support for those cities now, so there's nothing to do but go out and hang around." Chapter 94. It's called artillery coverage. Lin Ming was puzzled. What does artillery support mean? Just sending them a couple more little boys. You call this artillery support? This is clearly artillery coverage. We've got the most artillery fire coming out of our side, right? Lin Ming asked, full of spit. Song Shui nodded. We are a state of etiquette. Most helpful. Now that people need help, naturally we have to help to the best of our ability. Will it blow up and sink the island? Lin Ming was a bit worried. He was wondering if he should download some of their important culture first. Odds are it won't. After all, bombing only 4 cities would sink half the island at best. Of course, if when you fire it, it misses, forget I said anything. I'll leave you to it. You'll see the news later for the rest. Song Shui's body instantly disappeared in place. Lin Ming immediately swept his surroundings with his soul regeneration technique, his gaze penetrating through the walls and all obstructions, barely capturing Song Shui's distant figure. But it was only for a moment before she disappeared again and was completely out of sight. This ability is really strong, so I guess it won't take long for Song Shui to kill it in the bizarre game, right? Lin Ming sat on the couch in deep thought, and next to him sat Yun on her knees, holding his legs to help massage them. It's been less than a month, right? From the beginning when countries didn't take this seriously, to when the bizarre game started absorbing living people across the board, and now the global situation is actually getting out of hand? the invasion of weird games is still too much. At the same time, their method of infiltration is truly irresistible. Who can resist those powerful special abilities, as well as the strong ghost weapons that kill invisibly? Even if someone understands that after these things are brought up, Creepy might take the opportunity to invade the real world, but if everyone else extracts and you don't, then you're out of luck. Is it trying to get killed by shenanigans? Or do you want to be killed by your own people? No, people don't want to die, so even if you know it's a fire pit, you'll jump into it, trying to find a way to live in a desperate situation, to find a way to live in a dead end. Of course, Lin Ming was not compelled to withdraw his cash, but was interested. At this point he glanced at those cursed stone orbs in his mailbox and didn't withdraw them, because withdrawals cost points, but with his 10,000 souls, he can bring these corpses into the game. All he had to do was enter the game and bring out the spiteful corpse after giving it the cursed stone orb to use. You'll be able to save a good chunk of points and pull the wool over the creepy game's eyes hard. But it's kind of strange that the 10,000 soul streamer is not restricted by the weird game. Lin Ming made a note of this point and began to research about entering the next copy. That night, Lin Ming was eating hot pot and planned to fill his stomach before going in. He had already selected a copy called Turning Back Mountain. The reason why I picked this copy is because there are guides available online. Yes, a lot of people on the internet have now started coming out with cheats for exorbitant prices. Some want points, some want cash. Of course, since it's hard to trade in and out of game without reaching the grudge level, there are a lot of people who want cash. Although the law now has explicit provisions for the trading of points and ghost artifacts, and they can even be protected by the law, but even if the other party promises to be nice, in case they die in the game, the law won't help even if it works. Besides, as long as the other party is strong enough, regardless of whether you have the law or not, what can I do if I you to death? Even Lin Ming suspected that by not giving low-level players the opportunity to trade, the bazaar game was forcing them to only take out loans and become slaves to the bazaar game. Otherwise, those countries and big companies would be perfectly capable of quickly bulldozing through the copies by pooling their money to gain massive amounts of points. Just as Lin Ming was eating, his cell phone lit up with a news push. The island has already received artillery support from various countries today, and 4 cities were reduced to rubble, with all of the ability users among them eliminated. Lin Ming glanced at it and was surprised. That's a quick move. He had thought that it would take at least 10 days and half a month to discuss it. It looks like these executives are in a real hurry. Lin Ming clicked on the news to see what other information was available. However, it was found that the artillery support did not sink the island, but it did cause all the islanders to panic. They started applying for immigration. Pretty country is naturally the first choice. After all, a loyal dog always goes to his master. Even though it has become chaotic over there, it's still the sweet-smelling land of freedom that many long for. They even felt happy because of it, for they would not have been able to come to this land of freedom but for the world's chaos. There are also a lot of islanders that have chosen China, because this side of the world is fairly stable and you can live a normal life. A large number of people applied for citizenship, and the beautiful country, which was already sparsely populated and had already experienced a rapid decline in population due to the bazaar game, naturally took these people in quickly, but HWA was in no hurry to receive it. The main reason was that there were already enough people, and taking in a bunch of outsiders out of the blue could easily cause more chaos, and the refusal to accept it has naturally resulted in a great deal of smuggling. Every day there are many islanders crossing the ocean to come to China. Lin Ming felt like laughing. Before it was all people from China trying to smuggle their way over to the sticks and islands. Now it's surprisingly reversed, and the other side is starting to sneak this way. Just as Lin Ming was watching the news, he suddenly felt a bit of a faintly sinister aura. As an evil cultivator, Lin Ming was far too sensitive to weird and gloomy auras. For all the spookiness in his villa, those scents were familiar to him. Now it's obvious that an outsider has infiltrated. Lin Ming slowly put down his chopsticks and used his soul regeneration technique to scan the surroundings. Soon, Lin Ming realized that a figure had tumbled in at the window. It was a small young man with a sharp knife in his hand, average-looking and with no death in his body. Instead, it was a ghost head medallion he wore on his chest that emitted a faint deathly aura and wrapped around the youngster, leaving him in a state of invisibility. The youngster was walking over with a sharp knife, and when he saw Lin Ming looking at him, he froze. Discovered? I don't think so. This ghost weapon of mine can prevent even the grudge level from seeing or hearing voices. Who was he? A mere human. To discover himself? It should be a coincidence that he should be looking out the window. The youngster pacified himself in this way, but knowing that Lin Ming wasn't looking at himself, and being stared at like this wasn't comfortable, he still subconsciously moved to the left. Lin Ming's eyes followed suit and moved to the left. The young man's face became a little unnatural and he moved to the right again. Lin Ming's line of sight followed suit. The little young man suddenly panicked, trembling. Can you see me? I can't see you. Lin Ming denied. That's good. Hey. No, The youngster's eyes widened. You can hear me? Can't hear it. Lin Ming replied in a serious manner. The young man was already nervous and scared, and when he heard this, his brain directly died, not knowing how to react. Seeing that this kid is not too bright, Lin Ming estimated that this should be a scapegoat. He immediately walked over to the youngster, first removing the medallion from his chest, and calmly said, I can see you this time. Look at you like you're trying to kill me? Who sent you here? Chapter 95, Combined Divine Techniques. Is the Bureau of Trickery. Trickster Bureau says Streetlight Guild is too powerful and must be killed. The youngster stammered. Lin Ming helplessly pointed to his nose. You look at me. Am I that much like? It's not as if the Bureau of Weirdness isn't out of the question to go after the Streetlight Guild, but because of the Trickster Bureau's trust in Song Shui, it would definitely let Song Shui know about this, and Song Shui would definitely tell herself. What's more, the Trickster Bureau had just sent undercover agents to infiltrate the Streetlight Guild, and they sent someone to assassinate them at night. What's wrong with them? The young man's eyes were evasive and his face was nervous, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, is the Bureau of Trickery? Lin Ming was too lazy to ask more questions, and with a flash of the soul regeneration technique, the kid gave an honest explanation. It was someone who kidnapped my family and promised me $5 million, saying that as long as I wore this medal no one would be able to find me, and asked me to come and kill everyone in the Streetlight Guild. The youngster told the truth with a dull gaze. Then do you know how to contact the other side? Lin Ming asked. I don't know, but the other party told me to kill all of you, or at least most of you, and then send this medal to the locker on the second floor of the Xilong shopping center. The youngster was already in Lin Ming's shape after being controlled by the Dementor technique, so he naturally knew everything. Lin Ming fell into deep thought when he heard this. It was thought that the other party had found out about his existence and sent someone to assassinate him. Now it seems to be indiscriminate random killing? The opponent's purpose was simply to destroy the Streetlight Guild. Lin Ming wanted to see what the other party was going to do. How does the other guy know when you're done killing? When you put the medals in the cabinet? Lin Ming asked. I don't know. They just said they could keep an eye on me. The youngster said honestly. Staring? Just keep an eye on the neighborhood? Or is there a traitor within the guild? Thinking like this, Lin Ming immediately took out his cell phone and called Song Shui. With your precognition, can you predict me? Can't. Song Shui's tone was faintly puzzled. Every time I precognize you, I feel intense danger and pain, as if there's some kind of power that's blocking it. Do you have any special ghostly artifacts on you? No, purely because I am nobler than you, and lowly people may not covet noble destinies. Lin Ming said without a trace of complacency. If you call in the middle of the night just to act like a pussy, believe it or not I'll instantly move over to you right now? Song Shui was cranky. Lin Ming still had something else he needed her help with and immediately changed his words. I was asking you to help me foretell that I've got a petty thief here who wants to kill all of the Street Lamp Guild. And then, after telling the matter originally, Song Shui heard that it was business and stopped talking nonsense. Although she couldn't predict Lin Ming, she could predict what would happen after the youngster left. Looking at the photo of the youngster sent by Lin Ming, Song Shui's eyes began to be gradually occupied by a bizarre black mist until the entire eye could no longer see a trace of the white of the eye. At the same time, images appeared before her eyes. No images or information about Lin Ming appeared on the screen. The young man who was in the Streetlight Guild was inexplicably let go, and the Streetlight Guild began to mobilize, all pretending to be dead as if they had all been killed. And after the young man left, the next day he went to a shopping mall called Xinlong and put a small box into a locker in the northeast corner of the second floor of the mall. It was only after waiting for a full morning that a young man with dyed white hair, as if nothing had happened, came to the cabinet, opened it up, and took the small box inside. The image followed that white-haired youth to a place called the Tiansheng Hotel and entered the presidential suite on the top floor. Inside the suite was a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a shadowy aura, who got his badge and put it on himself. The badge could make him invisible, instantly disappearing in front of the white-haired youth, but it couldn't hide from Song Shui's precognition. The scene ends here. After Song Shui had written this down, she queried the profile information of those people on the screen and made sure before picking up her cell phone and saying to Lin Ming, it was sent by the president of the Tiansheng Guild. The Heavenly Shang Guild was created by an employee of the Heavenly Shang Hotel, and it was said to be that he used to be a supervisor of this hotel, but as a result, he was framed by his colleagues in the hotel, demoted to an ordinary employee, and there was no way to find the manager and the boss to appeal to them, and threatened to get out of the way if he didn't listen to them, which led to him being incomparably suffocated and hard to bear, and he was chosen by the bizarre game. Being able to become a supervisor proves that this president still has some skills, so surprisingly, he cleared 2 copies in a row and managed to borrow 4,000 points to withdraw a skill called parasitism, which allows you to parasitize your own soul on someone else, replace the body, control the other person and prolong life. As for the existence of this invisibility-capable ghost weapon, he hid it from the officials. After getting out of the game, this employee took over the Tianshang Hotel, turning it into a guild residence and pulling in a group of more experienced players. When it really comes down to it, with the strength of the Street Lamp Guild, it wouldn't even be worthy of lifting someone's shoes before following you. Song Shui didn't hesitate to tell Lin Ming all the official confidential information. Lin Ming made a note of the place and hung up. He hadn't wanted to round up these guilds so quickly. After all, many of these guild leaders just had a little bit of dead energy. Don't look at them as ghost level, but that's because the lowest line of leveling in the spooky game is ghost level. These so-called ghost levels were probably capable of killing a bunch of even pre-upgraded gluttony ghosts in seconds. Would have liked to give these presidents some time to grow before mowing the leeks. Now it looks like it's time to teach these guys a little lesson. If you don't want to be your leeks, why do you come here to fool around? Lin Ming immediately called the president of the Streetlight Guild and ordered, "Take all of your people and go destroy the Tianshang Guild. I'm only going to give you an hour. If you can't do it, just wait for me to replace you with someone else in your seat." The Streetlight Guild needs to go through life and death in order to grow and be seen. And this boss possessed a cursed stone ball, and even a terrifying ability like symbiosis. By symbiosis, I mean that this boss can share his senses with people he sees directly. That is, if he stabs himself, the person he shares it with will also hurt and even become weaker. But you can't just cut off the head, because if you cut off the head, you can't look directly at the other person, and this ability will be nullified. This ability is a crap skill that is just the same as the others, but this was carefully chosen by Lin Ming for this little brother, so how could it be bad? Lin Ming had given this ability with the Streetlight boss's splitting ability in mind. He can split his body, and the split body is himself, but killing the split body only weakens itself. It doesn't kill it. This means that the Streetlight boss can use the split body to share his enemy's senses and torture them to death alive. Two trash skills fit together and froze into a divine skill. The Street Lamp boss was also very confident, leading a group of minions in the night, straight to the Tianshang Hotel. Lin Ming still sent out 3 bizarre puppets to follow just to be on the safe side, and the moment they went out, the news was received on the side of the Trickster Bureau. Chapter 96, I Never Lie. The news from the creepy bureau cascaded up the chain and fell on Song Shue's ears. As soon as Song Shue heard it, she knew that Lin Ming had ordered to make a move against the Tianshang Grand Hotel. She said lightly, "Don't worry about it, the Streetlight Guild is our partner, but they're full of killing aura. I suspect they're going for a firefight." A special warfare team member spoke in an anxious tone. "We should block them. We can't let them cause trouble. Otherwise all those guilds will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Did you know that our ghost weapons originated from the Streetlight Guild?" Song Shue frowned tightly and pulled up the file of the team member on the other side of the phone. Li Zhongping, male, 27 years old, joined the special forces 10 days ago, cleared 1 copy, Ghost Street Floor, borrowed points to obtain the ghost weapon Ghost Fire. On the other side of the phone, Li Zhongping said in a righteous manner, "Chief Captain, in my opinion, no matter what contribution the Streetlight Guild has made to the country, it should abide by the laws and regulations. I don't know what kind of deal you have with the Streetlight Guild, but I can't do nothing about them making trouble. After this, whether you want to confine me or even fire me, I obey." Song Shue sighed. What the Streetlight Guild did this time was definitely a good thing. "Trust me, I never lie." "What is that good thing? Please tell me," Li Zhongping said in a deep voice. "It's confidential." Song Shue looked serious. "Then I'm sorry, Chief Captain. I can't trust you because from my many years of experience as a police officer, this time it's a malicious provocation incident. It's not a good thing," Li Zhongping coldly said. Song Shue smiled at his words. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. At this time, her smile was incomparably pure and lovely, living up to the name of pure school flower. And even her voice became soft and innocent. "I know, you all don't quite look down on me as a fledgling college student controlling you all, right?" Li Zhongping frowned. "I don't have that idea, but there are times when you do lack some experience." "Chief Captain, okay, I think you're right, so go in peace." Song Shue smiled and hung up the phone. And then, she sent Li Zhongping's file to Lin Ming. Lin Ming received the message and glanced at it curiously. Seeing that it was a Special Forces member's information and address, he first froze for a moment before understanding Song Shue's meaning. Lin Ming took Meng Meng's hand and opened his cell phone to navigate this address. Since there was nothing for him in the transportation section, he had to pick a car and then lock the direction of his destination to fly there. It just so happened that after Lin Ming flew past, in the vicinity of the villa, there happened to be another person navigating that location. The second navigator, looking at a straight line on his navigation guiding him forward and then looking at the building in front of him, fell into a daze. "No, navigation, you tell me how to get here? Do not fly over." Lin Ming came to the exact location and saw Li Zhongping, the special operations officer who had just come out of his house and gotten in his car. Lin Ming didn't even bother to ask Li Zhongping what he was planning to do. Anyway, he must be doing something harmful to himself. He came to the car, pulled open the door, and ripped Li Zhongping out. Li Zhongping just flew out of thin air, looking at the empty space in front of him with a bewildered expression. How did I get out? Lin Ming glanced at Li Zhongping's watch. It was a locator watch that could also detect his physical condition. It was specially prepared by the Creepy Bureau to monitor whether these special warriors had been targeted by the creepy copies. Lin Ming casually crushed the watch, then had Meng Meng pull Li Zhongping and forcefully take him to the corner to have Creepy kill him. Since the beginning, Lin Ming had never appeared in front of Li Zhongping, not even letting anyone see his face. After killing Li Zhongping, Lin Ming refined him into a grudge corpse, put him into the 10,000 soul streamer, and took him back to the villa. A big living person just disappeared into the world without a word. It's the same as if he'd gotten into a spooky game. Song Shui was busy when she received a message on her cell phone with only an OK emoticon. She faked a few phone calls to see P. Lee, then opened the archive from her computer and modified Lee's file, giving it a grayed out, cause of death, buried in a bizarre game. The changes to the file were quickly noticed from above. No. 4. One of the 5 elders, surprisingly called to inquire in the middle of the night. His tone anxious. Chief Captain Song, I see that Li Zhongping's file is recorded as being buried in a bizarre game. What's going on? When did he go in? He just lost movement in his watch and couldn't be reached in person, so it was ruled to have entered the spooky game. Number 4 fretted. Well, you can't just be sure of death. What if he passes? Song Shui sighed. That was a member of my own team. You think I would want him dead? But I've seen the future, and he didn't make it out of the spooky game. No. For knew Song Shui's ability, so she had no doubt, and only felt an immense heartache. Is there really no hope at all? These special forces members are all hard-earned treasures, and losing one of them is a huge loss. Ugh, I'm heartbroken too. But, ugh, condolences. Song Shui painfully pacified 2 sentences, then hung up the phone expressionlessly. In fact, she was contemplating it. Why do you always have on your own team? Or is it because you're not tough enough? Song Shui thought about it and sent a message to the Special Operations Team group. In order to train your abilities, starting tomorrow you and I will engage in actual combat. It was time to teach these guys a lesson. She thought, how can it be when the players you've trained don't look up to you as a captain? Meanwhile, on the other side, Boss Streetlamp had already arrived at the Tianshang Hotel with his many minions. The minions were actually angry. This was because before Lin Ming was assassinated, a number of guildies had already been assassinated. So after realizing that it was the Tianshang Guild that did it, they couldn't wait to take revenge. The boss of the Tianshang Guild was still waiting for the next day. He had paved the way, and as soon as the Streetlight Guild was finished, he could make a name for himself. At that time, he will take over the identity of the Streetlight Guild in cooperation with the state and become the voice of the state in the guild. One call is not a dream. Just as this boss was dreaming, a junior rushed in a panic and shouted, "Boss, it's bad. The Street Lamp Guild is killing us, and we can't stop it." What? Boss Tianshang couldn't believe it. How did they come here? Could it be that they've been exposed? It shouldn't be. That medallion can be invisible, and can be a ghostly weapon of no consequence to the boss of Tianshang. Even on the creepy bureau side, he could walk in with his medallion in a dignified manner and not be noticed. How did the Streetlight Guild do it? Did that kid defect? Is his family still in our hands? Boss Tianshang asked hurriedly. On it, the little brother said in a hurry. Asterisk 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 asterisk, then something must have gone wrong in the middle. Or maybe we met an expert. You guys hold up, I'll pack up my stuff and head over, the Tianshang boss said with a twinkle in his eyes. Chapter 97, you guys make way. The little brother had no doubt and rushed out to get the guild to cover. In his opinion, his boss was so powerful that he could beat back everyone just by stepping out. But after the Tianshang boss supported his junior, he immediately opened his own safe, packed all the cash, gold bars, money orders and whatnot, together, and then he was about to flee. Against the Streetlight Guild? The fact that people could see through his stealth medallion and still come straight to his door meant that the other party's strength was unfathomable. The fact that the Tianshang boss survived the game proves that he's not stupid. He knew that he was absolutely no match for others. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. This boss immediately carried his bag and rushed out the door. But just as he opened the door, he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. It was the agony of a pierced heart. Boss Tianshang looked down at his chest in disbelief. There was no injury at all, and he couldn't feel any wounds. But he just felt like he was bleeding and the pain was increasing. The next moment, another sharp pain came from his stomach. It was as if someone was slashing open his stomach, and he could even clearly feel how big the open wound was, all the way to the 2 bowls of flour he had eaten tonight. No matter how stupid the Tianshang boss was, he knew something was wrong, and painfully threw his backpack in front of him, kneeling down and begging for mercy into the air. Which big brother is here? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. There's $10 million in here. It's all yours. Please let me go. Boss Streetlight was standing right next to him with his stealth medallion, his chest and stomach slashed open, begging for mercy? Let go? That's naturally impossible. The Streetlight boss understood what his master meant. In this battle, it was necessary to beat the reputation of the Streetlight Guild so that all guilds would understand. The Streetlight Guild is not to be dishonored. It was accompanied by the Streetlight boss slashing his own throat raw once again. The Tianshang boss couldn't say a word, nor could he breathe, and made to cover his throat, making ho-ho sounds before collapsing to the ground and dying violently. When he dies, another splintered Streetlight boss comes out of the next room. He picks up Boss Tenson's bag first, then looks over at the Splinter that took off his own medallion before dying. By now Splinter was dead, and Boss Streetlight walked over, picked up the medallion, and gently closed Splinter's eyes with his hand. Rest in peace, myself. The Streetlight boss then carries the body of the Tianshang boss downstairs. Downstairs in the hall, two guildies were fighting each other. There were quite a few people who were injured, and there were also those who were seriously injured and unconscious, but there were really none who were directly killed. Now that the rule of law in China has not completely collapsed, these people dare to make a move, but the courage to kill is not yet available for the time being. I have to say though, the Streetlight Guild is really bad. It was clearly an active night attack, and at this point, the number of people who had fallen injured was even higher than the Tianshang Guild. It was no wonder that the Tianshang Guild couldn't look at them, but the battle wasn't without its benefits. At least let the Streetlight bosses see who's elite and who's a loser. Save the Streetlight Guild from keeping a bunch of losers all day, spending so much money and dragging their feet. As for whether there are any spies among these remaining elites, that's fine too. Lin Ming could use his soul regeneration technique to check. He didn't need to control these people for too long. He just needed to ask about their true identities. And the biggest takeaway is that this Sky Grand Hotel should now be considered to belong to the Streetlight Guild. After Boss Streetlight followed Lin Ming, he also began to learn to weigh the pros and cons. At this time, he came down from upstairs and threw the body of Tianshang's boss to the ground. Stop it all. Your boss is dead. Why don't you surrender? The minions of the Tianshang Guild are fighting bravely. When they saw their boss dead, they were terrified, and each of them lost their will to fight. After all, the leader is dead, so what's the point? The Street Lamp boss looked at the crowd and said coldly, I declare that from today onwards there will be no more Heavenly Shang Guild in the world. If you guys are interested in joining the Street Lamp Guild, I welcome it, and if you want revenge, then I also have knives to welcome you. Revenge? Tianshang's minions looked at each other. Before taking revenge, that's the boss, not the real dad. Besides, the Streetlight Guild is so strong, it should be better to follow them. So if that's the case, then why not say yes? In an instant, all of Tianshang's juniors all fell on their knees and expressed their willingness to join the Streetlight Guild. The Streetlight boss revealed a smug look and immediately waved his hand. That's fine. Clean up the mess and then follow me back over to the villa. Numerous minions rushed to start getting busy, cleaning up the broken things and taking the injured to the hospital. The corpse of the Tianshang boss was brought back to show Lin Ming. When the men finished packing up the grounds and headed out, two police cars were seen in the distance, parked on the side of the road, with sheriff's deputies smoking in them. Seeing the Streetlight boss, they came out. A security captain hurriedly got out of the car, smiled and took out a cigarette and handed it over. Solved? The Streetlight boss took the cigarette and waited for the vigilante captain to give it a light before saying, It's settled, and I've cleaned up the grounds for you, so don't be polite. Goo. Thanks, that saves us the trouble. By the way, do you guys have enough cars? I'll drive you back? The sheriff's captain hastened to thank him, politely in passing. Street Lamp boss flatly refused. No, sit in your car, old feel like jail. Let people see or say bad news. The sheriff's captain was secretly relieved, but he was actually just being polite and courteous. He's a vigilante. These are just a bunch of punks and hooligans. What does that make him, if he's really driving? The vigilante captain smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking that the boss of this Streetlight Guild was quite sensible. Who would have thought that the Streetlight boss followed up with, You don't need to pull us back, just give the way in front. The sheriff's captain was confused. Me? Make way for you? The Streetlight boss's eyes sank and he dropped the body in his hands. What? Not willing? Seeing the corpse that fell to the ground, the vigilante captain swallowed hard. Yes, I'm willing. Those two words of willingness were more sincere than anything he had said at the wedding ceremony. After all, people don't die at wedding ceremonies. Although he is a vigilante, the guild is taken care of by the top, so when the time comes to kill him, just find two people to take the blame. The two police cars were forced to do nothing but sound their lights in front of them to clear the way. The Street Lamp boss, on the other hand, led a group of minions and followed behind back to the villa area. The people on the road were curious when they saw this formation. wondering what kind of big shot it was that came out at night to parade the streets. When he returned to the villa area, the streetlight boss told Lin Ming what had happened. Lin Ming nodded. It's time to come clean up the ranks. And it's just as well that I'm checking in while you're bringing in the newcomers. Originally, Lin Ming had planned to eat a hot pot and enter the copy. But after all that, didn't catch the countdown. Simply take the time to check on your men. First, let the streetlight boss gather everyone together. Then Lin Ming took Meng Meng's hand and concealed himself next to him, checking them one by one. As long as the spies were checked out, no matter if they were official or from other guilds, they would all be killed on the spot. This is to tell everyone, my place, you guys don't get a ing side. Chapter 98 Designated Copy of the Hunter. Lin Ming cleaned up all the spies and those who came to dabble within the guild. In the end there were only 56 people left in the Streetlight Guild. All 56 of these people, all of whom had been in the spooky game, had some insight and survival skills. Even if you get back into the spooky game, the likelihood of survival will be high. After what happened tonight, it made Lin Ming understand. In the real world, he really needed some right-hand men, or else having to do everything himself wouldn't be enough of a tosser. So he took out 20 cursed stone orbs. He had the streetlight boss and distributed the cursed stone orbs to the 20 most appreciative of these. These help them survive within the game and can then bring out more and train other henchmen. This is the way the country is growing. Guilds could use such a model as well. And even Lin Ming could do even better. Because the last thing he needs is points and various abilities. These 20 cursed stone spheres could give these elites, in an instant, strength far beyond that of the Trickster Bureau's special operations team. The streetlight boss naturally knew about it. After all, with his ability, if he entered the game now, he would absolutely kill it. But hell, with money and status and power, he finds it hard to be chosen by the bizarre game when he's free of resentment and grudges. After distributing the cursed stone orbs, Boss Streetlamp found Lin Ming to inquire about the matter. Master, you said that if I can't get into the game, how else can I bring things out of the game and develop the guild? Lin Ming thought to himself, you asked me, I was going to ask. He actually found this out. Though, the spooky game relies on resentment and grievances to catch people in as players. But when these people are strong, there will be no more resentment or grudges. And won't creepy games be unable to catch them? This isn't a spooky game, it's a cow and horse flipper. So you're here to change the landscape of the world so that people can turn over their serfs and sing? Are you Che Guevara? Lin Ming doesn't believe that creepy games is such a good thing anyway. I can tell by the name that it's not a good one. Suddenly, it occurred to Lin Ming that all those shenanigans in the game more or less had some emotional flaws. It's just like the record master left in the heavenly evil kung fu. In the past, ghost cultivators, because they attracted all sorts of and evil forces into their bodies, they also didn't know how to convert them into spiritual energy, resulting in most of their brains being a bit showy. The heavenly evil technique was a technique that Lin Ming had thought about before. You're an evil kung fu. You can just use death and evil chi. Why bother converting it into spiritual energy? Obviously, it's just to prevent the inheritor from going out of his or her mind. At the same time, this higher spiritual energy transformed from death and evil aura was what was so restraining and bizarre. Besides, with all these creepy brains out there, could it be that the purpose of the creepy game is actually to get these people on the blue planet to do the same? When their brains go out, they'll kill each other, and then more resentment and grudges will emerge from the losers. After all, man's desires are endless and there will always be times of dissatisfaction. The loser will then enter the tricky game again and get even more power to kill the winner back. The winner is also not happy and will re-enter the game again. When this cycle is repeated, a world can be destroyed. I have to say, this is a great method of tricky games, simply touching the hearts of the people very thoroughly. Using people's own resentments and grievances to get into the game can be a much easier way to bring the world to an end than sending out random invitations, or even opening up ports and logging in at random. Because the method of entry is rare, it will make people remember the game. Think of it whenever they are frustrated. And even knowing the dangers, some people still can't help but want to go in and check it out. Isn't this hunger marketing? Sure enough, the universe is one giant straw table. Oh no, it's the capitalist class. Lin Ming blackened his face as he tried to understand the operation of the bizarre game. It wasn't that there weren't other avenues into the trickster game. He realized, it's just that creepy games won't open up because it's all about letting everyone know. It's not like you can just come in if you want to get into Lao Tzu. Have to lousy willing to let you enter. You can enter, otherwise even if we get a license. Oh no, it is to receive an invitation letter. I can still screw you. It's like a nightclub princess making one. 800 and having to send her big brother to the police station. That's what creepy games are like. Are you good? No way. At my pleasure. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll help you out later. Lin Ming felt that after he had his own copy, he should be able to pull players in as well. And at that time, He couldn't say that he would be able to let his own people kill in his own copy and gain exorbitant points to withdraw rewards. It's just that right now he hasn't figured out how to do it, and he'll have to get into the game more to learn how to do it. Just as Lin Ming was out of his mind searching, the boss of the streetlight next to him suddenly exclaimed, asterisk 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 master. Lin Ming looked over in dissatisfaction. Put your dirty mind away. The only one who can ride on me is a beautiful woman, and you can't be any more loyal. Lin Ming didn't finish his sentence, but he also stood up violently and stared dead at the table in front of him. On the table, there was a letter. It was like the first invitation letter Lin Ming had received earlier. Lin Ming opened the envelope and found a golden card inside. The card was, quite clichédly, stained with blood and a line. You are cordially invited to join us in a game of hunt and kill, hoping to wash away our shame with your blood. 2. Player Lin Ming. Staring at the invitation letter, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. He wasn't upset or resentful right now, and even though he was thinking about how to get into the game, he wasn't excited enough to attract the attention of the creepy game. And look at the wording on this. To wash away their shame? This shows that one has offended. Wait, the chase game? Is it a companion of the previous pursuer? If that was the case, then they were purely trying to invite themselves into the game to get revenge for their failed assassination last time. Of course, it was okay to be retaliated against. Lin Ming was willing and welcome to retaliate against himself for any shenanigans. Now the question is, can these guys actively invite me in? They can designate people to send invitations to. Specify to send an invitation letter. Bang! Lin Ming slapped his hand on the table, excited, as if he had already seen the scene where he would send out invitation letters on behalf of all the copies and bring his own minions to earn points in the copies by frantically wool-gathering. Looking at this invitation letter, Lin Ming had nothing but gratitude in his heart. What is the spirit of this giving away of money, lives, and also information by the hunters? It's fearless dedication to the spirit. It's worth learning from fellow creeps. Hats off to you. Lin Ming also didn't realize that he had missed out on the last copy that looked pretty good, but ended up picking up a bargain instead. Yun, pour me a cup of tea. Lin Ming sat on a chair, crossed his legs and waited leisurely. Yun came over and had changed her clothes, no longer the Cheongsam, but into a secretary outfit. On top of it was a white shirt so taut in the chest that the buttons were falling apart. Underneath was a black wraparound skirt with a rounded ass and charmingly long legs, at this time full of flirtatious bending over, pouring tea for Lin Ming, buttocks pouting not too high and not too low, just enough to allow Lin Ming to easily rest his hand on it, can be said to know what's going on to the extreme. Next to this tantalizing gesture of Yun, the streetlight boss didn't even dare to raise his head because he was afraid of raising his head. Chapter 99 Old Players Gathering. The countdown is over. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Lin Ming entered the game. This time, the copy is a game of chase. When he came in, Lin Ming realized that he was standing in front of a street. The street, roughly 500 meters long, was lined with homes on the left and right, and a small supermarket. It's pretty much like a real street. After all, it's something like a parallel world where many of the cultures are the same. Lin Ming took a special look at the mini-mart and was relieved to make sure it wasn't the one he held power over. He was afraid of fighting later and destroying his store. Lin Ming observed the terrain and looked at the few players around him. This time, the number of players was just right, and excluding Lin Ming, there were 4 more around. These 4 players came in and cautiously observed the terrain without much panic. There was even a slight aura of death on them, so it seemed that they were all old players. Either they have skills or ghost weapons. A few of the older players were also watching each other. By the time they saw the reaction of the person next to them, they had probably come to an understanding. One of the young players wearing a white martial arts uniform said in a deep voice, "Seeing how calm everyone is, they should all be old players?" No one said anything, because the more veteran players you are, the clearer it is that in a spooky game, as scary as the spooky is, the human heart is even more vicious. After all, not only are we all of the same kind, but we may be stepping stones, and scapegoats, and more than likely, competitors. It seems that everyone is very defensive, so I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Hu Quan. I'm a Taekwondo 8th Dan Master, and I've even entered the game twice, all of which survived, and have a skill called Fist of Truth, which means that I hit attacks that can hurt any shenanigans, even the kind that you can't touch. This time's copy is a chase game. I believe everyone should understand that the more this kind of copy is, the more we should work together in good faith, otherwise it will be very dangerous. I don't want to die anyway. I have a family. The young player was very sincere and told all his details in a concise manner. I have to say, this is a very good move. The first thing was that this youth looked like a slightly naive country face, and it's not a bad strength either in reality or in the game. It's easy to gain favor and trust by being so honest now. Add to that the last line, he doesn't want to die, and it's a dead giveaway. The few players present didn't want to die, so they were impressed. since Brother Hu Quan is so temperamental, I'll introduce myself as well. The other man next to him spoke, his voice a thick baritone. My name is Li Gang. Before that I was a construction site bricklayer. I broke into a copy, joined the Bull and Horse Guild. Now I'm the guild's hall master. I own a ghost weapon poker. That poker has only 2 cards, the big ghost and the small ghost. I can force my opponent to draw a card. Whoever draws the big ghost wins, and the winner can make a request. Seeing that Li Gang had spoken, a woman among the players opened her mouth, looking very lively. My name is Sun Miao. You guys can call me Meow Meow. In reality I'm a model. I've already gone through 3 copies. I have a skill that is phantom song that can make people fall into a dream world, and a ghostly weapon that is ghost wine. Drinking it by myself can temporarily enhance my power, and asking Creepy to drink it can make it do something for me. After these 3 people were introduced, they became a bit more intimate with each other and stood together to look at Lin Ming and the other player. Lin Ming also looked at the last person. It was an old man with a face full of old age spots, bowed over, with few teeth left in his mouth. Seeing this player, the next few people all frowned. Creepy games even at that age? What a ing However, Lin Ming realized that the death chi within this old man's body was instead the densest of the 4. Is it a disguise? No, he's strong in death, but weak in anger. When the old man saw that several people were looking at him, he suddenly laughed. His dry and cracked lips opened wide, revealing a few teeth inside that were east and west, and tremblingly said, Qin Tian, I'm a programmer. I've been into the duplicates twice, and as for the skills and the ghost artifacts, what about them? That's something I traded my life for. How can I tell you guys? Li Gang of the Bull and Horse Guild frowned, but we all said that. You guys say it's true? Oh, what you say must be true, because you're the only one here who's stupid. Not bad for someone who has powers and still wants to be a cowboy. So stupid. Really think these guys are telling you the truth? The old man hemmed and hawed, his look full of teasing. Li Gang's face suddenly changed, and he fiercely looked at the next few people, but he saw Hu Quan with a displeased face. Brother Gang, don't listen to this old thing. I swear I'm not lying. Sun Miao also had red eyes and looked at the old man pitifully. Old grandpa, how can you be like this? Just coming in and stirring up trouble. We're a team, grandpa. Qin Tian laughed sarcastically. Old me just 23 this year. I'm afraid I'm a bit younger than you. As a blue star, and as someone who has been here before, I can't tell you what I'm capable of, but I can tell you one thing to be wary of. That is, don't seek loans from random creeps. The moment these words came out, Lin Ming's 4 men changed color in unison. Lin Ming, in particular, anxiously asked, did you become like this because you couldn't pay back the loan from Creepy? Qin Tian swept a glance at Lin Ming and laughed coldly. Yeah, looks like you haven't borrowed much either? Lin Ming didn't answer, but pressed again. Then how did they turn you into this? Would they hunt you down in every copy? Would they suddenly run to this copy to find you? It's a question that a few others wanted to ask. However, Qin Tian was a bit impatient and coldly said, why should I tell you? What kind of thing are you? Or, what favor can you give me? Lin Ming rushed forward and slapped Qin Tian across the face, dry humping him to the ground. Say it, say it. It was a slap that jerked a few people in the room to their feet, especially Qin Tian, because he was too pale. He actually broke his arm when he was jerked over to the ground. He subconsciously tried to cover his face, but as a result, his arm hurt like hell, and he instantly looked at Lin Ming angrily. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? You dare. Bang! Lin Ming kicked Qin Tian in the face again, then stomped hard on his neck and viciously cursed. Say it quickly. I have limited time. Do you know that? On the far side of the street, people were already approaching, apparently to greet them. Lin Ming didn't want to delay and affect his ability to get close to these pursuers. Since he became a player, he was the boss at home and he was arrogant outside, except for facing Guile where he was treated like this. At this moment, he was filled with humiliation, and his ability was instantly activated. A path of dead chi gushed out from Qin Tian's body and drilled into Lin Ming's body. Boy, don't you want to know what my powers are? I'll show you now. Chapter 100. What do you mean it's only been 24 hours? Man, puppetry. Qin Tian watched as a large amount of dead chi entered Lin Ming's body and was filled with a sardonic smile. Preparing to become my puppet. Puppet. Where did my damn dead chi go? As he watched a large amount of death chi enter Lin Ming's body, his own death chi becoming less and less, Lin Ming did not turn into a puppet, and even had a soothing look on his face. How come I'm still cool with this? Qin Tian quickly realized that something was wrong and immediately suspended the input of death chi, instead taking out his ghost weapon. Didn't think so. I still have a ghost weapon. The wailing bell. Snap. Soon Lin Ming snatched the bell that Qin Tian had just taken out. You Doraemon take a prop out and still call out a name? Lin Ming put away his weeping bell and stared at Qin Tian. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry to get things done. Tell me, how did you get into this? Qin Tian didn't expect Lin Ming to be so fierce. All the means didn't work. He finally got scared and said in a hurry, I took out a loan. And every time I entered the copy, those weirdness would come to me, to hunt me down, and as long as I couldn't pay it back, they would suck away a part of my life essence. Lin Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't you tell me this was a good thing? Wait, there's something else wrong. So many people who have taken out loans, even Song Shui, how come we haven't heard of them being chased and sucked for their essence? Lin Ming had a flash of light in his mind and asked suspiciously, Qin Tian, you didn't borrow a black loan, did you? I don't know. I was just doing a copy of an airplane earlier and the rules said creepy couldn't go first class, so I thought about upgrading to stay safe but didn't have enough points. That's when a passenger next to me said he paid for the upgrade for me, and then I somehow got an extra 500 points and a loan. Lin Ming, it's now certain that this one must have gotten into black loans. I didn't realize that weird games had these things in them, but it's normal. What world doesn't have a little gray industry? Those large corporations or banks that lend money to players with the goal of opening up the two worlds so that the real world falls to the land of weird games sooner. To put it bluntly, it's an investment, giving a small amount of money for a big future gain. But there are many other companies, black loans, that just look at the immediate benefits. 500 points, bound to one player, long-term grip. Players have to take points for each game they play, and after taking the points isn't enough, they have to extract the dead air. After the dead air has been extracted pretty much to the point where there is no use for it, I guess that's the next step. Scammed people into taking out loans, selling one's body first, then one's kidneys, selling one's blood, selling one's children, selling one's wife, are all routine operations. Why else would Qin Tian have acquired puppetry, an ability so suitable for developing his downline? The reason he persuaded several people not to take out loans this time was perhaps because he hadn't completely lost his conscience yet, or perhaps he was deliberately reminding that it was possible to take out loans, so that a few people are pushed to the brink of extinction. Perhaps they will think about the loans he has talked about. People are always crazy when faced with a desperate situation. They want to live no matter what the cost. Plus this old ghost advises others not to take out random loans. People will also think that he is only grim on the surface, but is still kind on the inside. Instead they will take the initiative to find him and ask if they can take out some safe loans. As for whether this guy will actually be able to get some safe loans? Oh, as the saying goes, capital comes into this world dripping blood and filth from every pore, from head to toe. What good can they be? At the end of the day, it's all about keeping an eye on the people's money, and if you don't have it, take your life. 996. As for being able to eliminate capital, it can, but it will be blocked. For example, the state and the nation. Capital needs the laws of the land to keep the cattle and horses in order and to create windfalls through the law to get a chance to take off. And the nation needs the nation to buffer class conflict, with slogans like factory managers and salesmen are both honorable positions in the service of the nation. And the nation needs economic growth to support long-term sustainability and a renaissance, which inevitably results in the emergence of capitalists in the process. The capitalist ethnic state trinity constitutes a death spiral from which no bull or horse can break free. Pretty country is like that. Damn it. As for Lin Ming hating capitalists, hate. So he decided, turn around and find a couple of black net loans and grips up hard. Weed it for a couple dozen or 100 first, then just sit back and wait for these guys to come after you. Of course, all that's left to do now is to face these pursuers. By now the guy who was in charge of greeting them had come over. Lin Ming let go of Qin Tian and snapped his fingers. The burial skill was then activated. He wanted to test the skill just right. A large amount of soil suddenly appeared under Qin Tian's feet, quickly wrapping and submerging him. He tried to struggle, but it was as if there was an endless suction in that earth, leaving him terrified but unable to escape. Even when he tried to emit death chi to control others to help, he found that the death chi in his body was suppressed and couldn't be emitted, until it was completely submerged and buried. A high mound of graves appeared abruptly on the otherwise empty street. Lin Ming saw this and revealed a look of surprise. This burial ability can still suppress death? It's pretty cool. Lin Ming probably knew how to use it. The three players next to him all looked at Lin Ming in horror. Just got into the game and died, or was killed by one of your own. Where the hell is this guy from? Snap. Accompanied by the sound of slaps, the person in charge of greeting came over clapping his hands, killing and decisive, worthy of being the one we're looking at. The three Huchuan people were a bit stunned. What does it mean to be looked at? Was this copy opened specifically for this guy? Just how strong was he to warrant such targeting by creepy? Lin Ming looked at the greeter, his eyes sizzling. Grudge level. I didn't expect to be greeted by a spiteful spirit level right after I came up here. I love it. Oh yes. This time we are all grudge level hunters, so you are guaranteed to have a good day. The greeter's eyes grew even hotter and his tone was full of teasing. The three Huquan people revealed a look of horror. One day? That's 24 hours? The longest copy they've had before was only 8 hours. Now it's going to be 24 hours. And all of them are grudge-level opponents. How's that going to survive? I wonder if this guy next to me has any ideas. He's the one who can specialize on copies after all. Only when the three of them turned their heads, they found that Lin Ming was also filled with disbelief. Sure enough, there's nothing he can do about it? Only 24 hours? No? Lin Ming was filled with loss. Hu Quan smiled bitterly. See, even this kind of existence has no way. Not? What do you mean it's only been 24 hours? Man? The greeter shrugged. That's the maximum time limit for our single copy. That's right, if it can be of unlimited duration, why not just trap people here? Lin Ming thought it made sense. Although the previous Silent Land was 7 days, it was said to be 7 days, it was divided into 7 copies. It's a rather tricky behavior to extend the player's stay. But for that, the Silent Land pays a big price, and that's providing the popcorn. Popcorn gives the player dead air and the power to forcefully break the game. That's why there are no complete dead ends within the Bazaar game. The harder the dead end, the stronger the living end. Of course, it was just talking about now. Whether it would still be like this in the future, Lin Ming couldn't say. After all, the world is changing, and there will come a time when the rules won't protect the players. 24 hours is 24 hours, so when does it start? I can't wait. Lin Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly and prepared to start. Chapter 101, Put to Sleep with a Punch. Since our honored guest can't wait, what's stopping us? Brothers, open the table. The greeter turned and yelled at the entire street, his tone thick with excitement. Today, they were going to take out Lin Ming and do justice to the Hunters Liability Company Limited. The people we want to kill will never get away with it. Lin Ming didn't expect this greeter to dare to turn his back on him, so he immediately rushed over. But just as he rushed behind the greeter, he saw the thick hair at the back of the greeter's head parting automatically, revealing a hideous face. I didn't expect it. Did you really think I would turn my back on you? I also didn't expect you to be so stupid and dare to rush over. While talking, there was no pause in this ability to greet people. After this face appeared on the back of its head, several players present felt their heads itch as if they were trying to grow a brain. But when they do go to scratch their head, they realize that instead of a brain, they have a face growing out of the back of their head. The 5 senses of that face were slowly emerging, and when they touched it with their hands, they were even bitten by the ghostly face with its mouth open. It was conceivable that when that ghostly face completely parasitized the back of their heads, their bodies, would all be devoured by the other side. The other 3 veteran players were instantly flustered, but creepy games came on strong, with murderous intent, and anyone who could get through a copy was bound to be smart, especially since 2 of those 3 have passed twice or even 3 times. They are even more responsive. I only saw the female model named Sun Miao, quickly rushing to the side of the grave where the old guy was buried, grabbing a handful of grave soil and pasting it on the back of her head. The ghostly face on the back of her head, which instantly screamed miserably, actually gradually dissipated. Sun Miao revealed a joyful expression. She had just realized that when this grave buried the old guy, the other party didn't resist at all. It means that this thing has a great suppressive effect on weird powers. That would certainly restrain the ghostly face on his head as well. Now that the experiment was successful, she was relieved and at the same time more in awe of Lin Ming. Just the pile of dirt he left behind after using his skill could have such a terrifying effect. How powerful should he be himself then? The other 2 veteran players also noticed the method and quickly rushed over to follow suit. Waiting to erase the ghostly face above his head, he let out the same sentiment. Compared to their methods, Lin Ming could be much simpler. After the ghost face appeared on the back of his head, the attack immediately stopped, and instead, he ran his spiritual energy and began to crazily devour that ghost face on the back of his head. The ghostly face had just appeared, had just taken shape, and before it had a chance to gnaw on Lin Ming's brain, it realized that its power was disappearing. The greeter thought it was caused by Lin Ming's resistance and was still increasing his power output. After it reacted and realized that all the dead chi it had increased had gone into the sea, it was already too late to withdraw it. At this point, the death chi within its body had already been devoured by Lin Ming for the most part. The greeter panicked and immediately withdrew his dead energy. I can't beat you. Can't I just not beat you? Unfortunately, no. Lin Ming lulled the greeter to sleep with a punch. Then his spiritual energy broke into its body and began to absorb the dead chi. What a big grudge level. And he just ate it up. Lin Ming felt the surging growth of dead chi in his body, and a sardonic smile lifted the corners of his lips. Today is the day when I condensed the golden Dan. Suddenly, Hu Quan's exclamation came from behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how is that mist moving? Several people immediately all looked back. Sure enough, the fog was raging in the distance, seemingly trying to engulf the street. Lin Ming understood. These guys were trying to threaten themselves with the fog so that they would have to go into those buildings to hide. And there are tons of hunters hidden in those buildings. Apparently these guys are so set up that they're afraid they'll run away? This is a plan to kill. But, who isn't? Lin Ming pulled out his legs and rushed into the first building on the left side of the street. The other three players also realized after what had just happened that the only way to survive was to follow Lin Ming. They followed immediately. Although he couldn't catch up with Lin Ming's speed, he wasn't slow in entering the building. This is a very common street front house, top and bottom. The first floor is the store, which sells clothes. The hangars were full and the walls were covered with them, leaving only two narrow passages for people to enter and exit. After just coming in, Lin Ming saw the rules on the wall. 1. The store will be closed at 12 o'clock and 5 p.m. 2. Don't just touch the clothes. 3. It is prohibited to stay in the fitting room for more than 1 minute. 4. Please don't trust the guy in the gray suit who is an employee of the store. 5. The store accepts customized clothing service, but if someone sells you that service, please refuse. Lin Ming's footsteps lurched. Why were there still rules? Restrictions? Pressing the war effort? Abusive owners? Right. With a crisp sound of leather shoes, a creepy one in a gray suit walked down the stairs and looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Looks like you're excited? I suggest that you can die, because we, the hunters, are most concerned with the fact that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. So even if you're weak, we don't mind utilizing the rules to kill you. Lin Ming looked at the gray suit creepy, then looked at the rules on the wall and snorted. What's the point of pretending? I don't believe you're not restricted by the rules here. In fact, from the very beginning, Lin Ming had suspected it. These shenanigans can't wait to take out all the living, and make a cockamamie rule. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them? So the rule may not have been set by Creepy, but by Blue Star or some being, to protect the players. And these shenanigans can insert some disruptive rules in there to confuse the players. Suit Creepy opened his arms recklessly and even touched a piece of clothing on a nearby hanger with his hand and laughed sardonically. See, the rules say you can't just touch the clothes, but I can. So guess if I'm restricted by the rules? Lin Ming glanced at Suit Creepy and laughed. I've suspected before that there's an ironclad golden rule for creepy games. The more in-game paths to certain death, the more desperate the copy, the more powerful the path to life we are given. Now that the three of us are trapped here, it can almost be said that we are absolutely dead. So the raw path must be awesome too. Like, Lin Ming pointed at the rules on the wall and sneered. The rules up there are actually all hints for the path to life, right? You guys can't even insert disruptive rules into them. As for the whole thing about you being able to touch the clothes, that's because you're a store clerk, but I'm not, so I can't trust you or just touch them, right? Suit Creepy didn't expect that Lin Ming would be so smart that he could see through the problem here in a flash. Okay, I thought you were just a bit of a power ruffian, but even if you can see through the rules, so what? These rules can at best help you to safely move around in this copy, but they can't help you to fight against me. Have you ever wondered how you would fight me if I were bent on killing you? Using these boring rules? Or even, I could kill you just by throwing a dress at you and forcing you into a fitting room to hide for more than a minute. And you, how do you fight it? Chapter 102, Supreme Joy. Rules? No, only the weak utilize rules, and I, the noble and witty Master Fa, can deal with you easily. Samadhi fire. Above Lin Ming's hands, terrifying flames immediately erupted and shot out in all directions. Samadhi fire is a power that specializes in the bizarre. It can burn all the death and evil forces. Previously, Lin Ming rarely used it because the flame could burn along with the weirdness. He couldn't afford to waste these little cuties. But now the flames can destroy those damn clothes. As the Samadhi flame blazed, the clothes around them, which would be fatal if touched, were instantly burned to ashes. Even the whole store was turned into a sea of fire and burned. In the midst of the fire, the clothes let out miserable screams. Surprisingly, all of them were living things. It turned out that they were all puppets that the players had turned into. At this time, the three players who had just come in and wanted to hide were all dumbfounded in the face of the roiling fire. No, brother, why are you burning so much? How are we supposed to cope with you burning like this? Lin Ming didn't bother to care how the trio responded, and had already rushed over towards the bizarre suit whose face had changed drastically. Suit creeps are grudge-level beings and have the ability to craft players into clothes, turn them into leather outfits, and bring them to life and turn them into creeps. The suit that was thinking of using these clothes to control and kill the bizarre, lost his assistant, and faced the rushing Lin Ming, panicked and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He stared at the three players. I know you living people all still have feelings and are ridiculously helpful to each other. Surely you wouldn't be indifferent if I killed your companion, would you? Feelings, oh sad players, are the biggest stumbling block on your way to growth. Become my puppet. The suit bizarrely moved to wrap itself in dead aura, forcing its way through the fire, and a pair of scissors appeared in his hand at an unknown time, resting against Hu Quan's throat. As long as Lin Ming dared to come near him, it would stab in. Aha, why is this guy still coming closer? Did he not understand what he was implying? Looking at the charging Lin Ming, the suit creepy hastily roared, "I'll kill your companion." Oh. Lin Ming grabbed the suit's creepy arm and pulled hard with a sardonic smile. Pust. The suit's bizarre arm was forcibly ripped off, and dead air poured out of the severed opening. The intense pain caused the suit creepy to be terrified beyond belief. He didn't think that his hallowed grudge-level self would not even be a single match for Lin Ming, and Hu Quan didn't expect that the creepy would be the first to take himself out. Fortunately, he did hide his ability before. When he said earlier that he was the fist of truth that could hurt even creepy, he was really only telling half the story. This fist of truth has another effect, which is knockback. Whoever he hit would be forced to take 2 steps back. Hokwin takes advantage of Suit Creepy's inattention and punches it in the chest. There wasn't much of a difference between Suit Creepy and Hu Quan's levels, so he was forced back 2 steps by the force, right into Lin Ming's arms. It was already in a state of shock, and now that it was forced backwards, its body lost balance and subconsciously tried to grab onto something. It just so happened that he crashed into Lin Ming's arms again, so he subconsciously wrapped one arm around Lin Ming's waist, and his face was pressed against his chest. A man and a ghost in ambiguous positions. It seems like a young couple embracing in hot love. In the sea of fire, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Lin Ming looking down, the suit bizarrely looking up, 4 eyes facing each other. Honestly, the scene looked surprisingly poignant, and suddenly it made you believe that martyrdom wasn't just an old rumor. If Lin Ming hadn't twisted off the suit's creepy head the very next moment, the scene might have been even more moving. Lin Ming sucked the suit's bizarre dead chi clean and turned it into spiritual energy in his body. That thick and powerful spiritual energy instantly broke through a membrane in Lin Ming's body, allowing him to taste supreme pleasure and joy on earth. That's the breakthrough realm. Foundation building 6th level. Just 2 grievance levels and you broke through a layer of realm? Well then, please continue to work for my promotion. Chaser-san. Lin Ming looked outside at the mist that was about to cover the storefront and rushed out. The 3 players looked at each other, wondering if they should follow. This fire is even afraid of the spooky. Will it be able to block the mists? Li Gang couldn't help but ask. Neither Hu Quan nor Sun Miao said anything and just rushed out of the store. They knew very well that Lin Ming probably wouldn't care about their deaths, but as long as you can follow this big guy, your chances of survival must be better than not. Seeing this, Li Gang could only follow. By the time they rushed out of the store, the mists poured right in and engulfed the store. As it turns out, the samsara seems to actually be able to fight the mists, because when the mists entered the samsara fire, they began to make a giggling sound and kept disappearing. But as more mists came surging in, the quantity overpowered the quality, and it also made that samadhi fire exhaust its power and slowly extinguish. Seeing this, the 3 were secretly glad they hadn't stayed. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had already entered the 2nd store. The 2nd store, a food store, sells deli food. It's easy to imagine what the cooked food of the weird world is. What with the cold human head meat, the marinated human hearts, and the human sausage that retains some of its original flavor. These are right there on the table in a grand manner. As Lin Ming came in, the cold human head snapped his eyes open and looked toward him, a delighted smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. You're finally here. I'm waiting for. I. Big brother, spare my life. Lin Ming didn't even give the heads a chance to tempt himself, going up and draining the dead air. He had seen the rules within the store. 1. The store is only open from 8 p.m. M. to 5 a.m. M. Please check the time shown on the clock before entering the store. 2. Refrigerator meat labeling figures for the price. If the figures begin to bleed, please put down the goods immediately. 3. Please do not agree to try the food. 4. Cover your ears and leave the store immediately when you hear the sound of me chopping for 13 times in a row. 5. Don't ask a clerk wearing a white apron for a price. These rules are, again, obviously all about the way of life, and the way of death is naturally all that's in this store. Like the deli, like the knife, like the clerk. At this moment, a spiteful spirit-level clerk wearing a white apron walked out and looked at Lin Ming grimly. To think that you managed to break through the 1st level, it seems that you do have some strength. It's a pity that you shouldn't have chosen to come to me at the 2nd stop, because of my ability to conquer everything on the chopping block. So guess what's on my chopping block? Lin Ming glanced at the counter and there really wasn't a cutting board for cutting meat. Instead, the floor under his feet was all wooden and full of horizontal and vertical marks from being chopped out by a knife. Chapter 103, Forced Retirement? Turns out the whole store is this guy's chopping block. As soon as you step in, you become meat on a chopping board to be slaughtered? That's quite an ability. But, Lin Ming kindly reminded, have you ever thought of one thing? That you may not actually be able to beat me? I can't beat you? The clerk burst into laughter and copied the kitchen knife on the counter, thinking about which part of Lin Ming's body he would chop off first. But the next moment, it realized that Lin Ming had taken out a black flagstaff with a ghost head staring at it. Hey, why can't I move? The ability can't be sent out either. Isn't that the grudge level? Not coincidentally, I have them too, and quite a few of them. Lin Ming smiled and shook the 10,000 souls. Oh no! The human emperor streamer, and all the weirdness inside walked out and escorted the shopkeeper to Lin Ming. It's true I'm a fish on your chopping block, but don't think so. I'm a piranha. Lin Ming directly twisted off this clerk's head and sucked in the dead air. He then walked out of the store and went straight to the third one. Those 3 old players hadn't even had time to enter the store before they saw Lin Ming shift his position. Seeing the situation, they simply didn't follow them into the store and waited in front of it. When Lin Ming entered the store and came out after having a good time, he was full of body nodding and hailing, with a humble smile on his face, just like the pimp and the tortoise at the door of a brothel who ushered in and out of the shop. As Lin Ming walked forward, if they saw any garbage or the like on the road, they even rushed to give it a kick, so as not to affect the big man's dashing walk. Lin Ming just walked into the stores one by one, killing one by one, and was always one step faster than Misty, along with one grudge-level pursuer after another. They took turns entering Lin Ming's body, along with the street being cleared to the end. Lin Ming's realm was rising by leaps and bounds. 7th level of foundation building, the 8th level of foundation building, 9th level of foundation building, the 10th level of foundation building. As Lin Ming was preparing to borrow this street to completely advance, other side, the one in charge of this street, and also in charge of the overall command of this operation, is the Department Manager of Chaser Responsibility Ltd. The manager was sipping his tea leisurely, thinking that it had been almost an hour since the copy had started. That player should be about to be tortured to death, even if he is somewhat competent, right? Just how come none of those subordinates have come to report? Did you just have a good time and forget about it? What a way to not think of yourself. See if I don't teach them a lesson later. Just as the manager was thinking about it, a creepy suddenly barged in from outside the office and shouted in panic, "Manager, it's no good. That player killed a street full of our creepies and is coming this way." The manager was surprised beyond belief. Which player? Just the one we're going to kill. Creepy, who had reported it, said nervously, "Nonsense, right? How could he be so powerful?" The manager couldn't believe it. "If you don't believe me, contact those pursuers. I personally saw him kill our employees and burn down the store. It's simply vicious," reporting bizarrely terrified. The manager couldn't be bothered to question and rushed to contact those of his men, only to find out that no one can be reached. By the time he quickly ran to his office window and looked out, he could just about see the whole street. Sure enough, I could see several stores in the mists that were burning with a roaring fire. Even that fire couldn't be extinguished for a moment even by the mists. Fogweed, this guy is so strong? Not to mention the fact that he was only a ghost level, and that he was able to escape the pursuit before because the pursuers were counted in the Silent Land? After all this, it's you who's being counted. The manager's brain spun rapidly, thinking about the key. Suddenly, he revealed a flash of realization. This must be some Ghost King level big shot trying to take on the Chaser Company. Otherwise, how could a player in the district be so powerful? Damn it! The manager, who understood that he had been duped, immediately drank to the reporting shenanigans. Quick! Forcibly kick this guy out of the copy. Manager, the rules restrict us from forcibly transferring players. It also costs a lot of points, and we only have permission once a month. Reporting Creepy said in a hurry. Don't care so much. This guy obviously has a Ghost King level existence behind him, or else he can't kill us employees. It's the only way to minimize losses. Come on. The manager was worthy of being an evil ghost level higher Creepy, and reacted quickly, making the most correct judgment immediately after noticing that he had been tricked. It was going to send Lin Ming out, although it has already lost a lot of money and is destined to have its salary deducted, and even the year-end bonus and company dividends and so on are all going to be deducted, and it is estimated that it will also be forced to donate its ghost body to make up for this time's loss. But it was better than being decapitated on the spot by the Ghost King level behind the other party as well, right? Even the manager suspected that this might be a trap dug by the owner of the Death Hotel and the Blood Moon Earl in conjunction. The purpose is to deal with the chasers. By the way, as long as one survives, this matter can be reported to the company. When the time came for the company to go after those two powerhouses, they might be able to squeeze enough resources out of those two powerhouses to make up for this loss. It must be said that these capitalists are really ruthless, counting on each other to use them, their employees, as victims. When the manager gave the word, the creepy one who reported the news naturally didn't dare to be idle, and immediately began to use the copy's authority. As a weird copy, it can absorb players from the outside in, and naturally has the power to whisk them away. It's just that this power would be blocked by the rules of the bizarre game, at no small cost. This time, designating Lin Ming to come in had consumed 20,000 points. It's at least 100,000 points to chuck it out now. Plus this loss. That cost is simply unthinkable. The report's bizarre operation was swift, and in a short amount of time it allowed Lin Ming's body to begin to vaporize. Lin Ming was only one step away from breaking through to the Jindan stage, and he also sensed that there was a powerful evil ghost-level presence in this office. As long as he devoured it, he would certainly be able to advance and even hold the authority of this copy. At that time, all the profits earned by the stores here that hadn't had time to be turned over to the Chaser Company would become his property. But just as Lin Ming was filled with anticipation, he realized that his body was vaporizing. Past? Lin Ming was shocked. Doesn't it say 24 hours? And I didn't get a reminder that I was going to pass the settlement, either. The three players who were following him closely in the copy also saw Lin Ming disappearing. They all showed joyful colors, thinking that they were through. I didn't expect such a scary copy to pass so smoothly. It's great to follow the big boys. Hey, why didn't they go into settlement? Lin Ming's body vaporized very quickly, and in less than 2 seconds he had already disappeared from his original spot, being kicked out of his copy and reappearing in his villa. That streetlight boss was still waiting by the side, and when he saw Lin Ming come out, he immediately revealed a happy look. Master, you cleared the level so quickly? That's awesome. Lin Ming, however, was dumbfounded. He didn't settle. It didn't even get any reviews or awards. This doesn't seem like a normal pass. Was he forcibly kicked out of his copy? Lin Ming had a guess in his mind and was instantly furious. No, it can still be played like this? If you let me score, you score. If you don't let me score, you kick? You've got a ing blue diamond. How is it more lackluster than a pain in the ass game? Lin Ming was furious, so angry that he wanted to smash the wall. But do you really think that you can deal with me like that and I can't do anything about it? Lin Ming didn't hesitate to take out the blank invitation letter from before. Chapter 104. I'm sorry, that's the way the world is. The weak are the strong. This blank invitation letter. Lin Ming was previously hesitant to write any copies. Now it seems that there is no need to choose. He immediately wrote the copy the chase game on the copy. But there's still an hour countdown after this invitation is credited. Lin Ming could only wait patiently. Boss Streetlamp was beside him and saw that Lin Ming still had to go in. So he was a bit puzzled. Master, you've come out. Why do you still have to go in? Don't ask nonsense. Get out. Lin Ming was in a very bad mood right now. Just one step away from a breakthrough. And you're giving him this kind of trouble? Who's the bully here? With whom? It was the first time Lin Ming had been targeted like this. Inside the copy, those three remaining veteran players were also embarrassed. It was because they realized that Lin Ming had withdrawn without leaving himself. Lin Ming, who clearly possessed a huge advantage, would definitely not leave of his own accord, so it should have been the copy that used some sort of access and kicked him out. But, please treat all of you equally, okay? Kick us out too. Just as the three veteran players were getting anxious, they realized that not only were they not kicked out, there was even something creepy in the distance, approaching with a sardonic smile. Leading the way was an existence that emitted a terrifying aura. The three veteran players felt it slightly and realized that they were definitely not opponents. The boss behind this street came out. The creep that came was none other than the manager, who used his copy privileges to dispel the mists and then mobilized some creeps to come over and clean up the destroyed streets. To make up for the loss, the manager set his sights on the three veteran players. You guys are the traitors of that guy just now, right? Since he's gone, you guys are responsible for compensating this place, the manager said viciously. The three veteran players' hearts crumbled. Why do we have to take the blame when he's the one who's getting the benefits? Hu Quan stepped forward with trepidation and made amends. Manager, we don't know that player just now. Don't recognize? You're all on the verge of ing kneeling for him and you're saying you don't recognize him? The manager snapped. It's because he's too strong. We had to give in. In fact, in our hearts, we desire to become creepy. As long as you leave us alive, we're willing to serve you as well. Hu Quan was able to give in and smiled apologetically. The manager glanced at Hu Quan appreciatively. I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Good, then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can take out these two guys, I'll allow you to follow me. Hu Quan's eyes lit up, and immediately looked at the two people next to him grimly. I'm sorry, this world is like this, the weak and the strong. Put. Before Hu Quan could finish his sentence, two weapons were plunged into his chest and waist. Sun Miao and Li Gang looked at him calmly. Yes, that's the way the world works. The weak are the strong. I Nima. Hu Quan did not expect that he, who has always been sinister and cunning, would be shaded to death by these two people. It's true that there is no such thing as the shadiest, only the shadier, especially Li Gang. You're an honest man who can pull a dirty trick? It's true, this person, like underwear, gets tie over time. With reluctance, Hu Quan fell to the ground and died violently. Interesting, really interesting. The manager burst out laughing and applauded, but just after the two veteran players thought they would be safe, the manager revealed a teasing look. But I only want one player. What should I do? Swish. Sun Miao and Li Gang both reacted quickly, stabbing the ghost weapons in their hands at each other together, and dodging at the same time. They were obviously both not expecting the other to react so quickly, but their next move was even faster. Sun Miao really didn't lie about her previous ability, she just had the Phantom Song ability, but there was one particularly powerful aspect of this ability she didn't mention. That is, no need to open your mouth to make a sound. The melodious song came directly from Sun Miao's stomach, as if there was a spooky hidden there. When this song appeared, Li Gang immediately stiffened his expression, and his eyes began to gradually straighten, his body gradually becoming uncontrollable. Creepy, who had come alongside to keep order, was also slightly affected and quickly ducked out of the way. The villainous manager, however, stood by leisurely and watched the show. Some of these weird skills were indeed very strong, and even belonged to the rule-based system, which could instantly kill strong people of the same level, or even assassinate high-level existences, but also divided into the strength of both sides. A spectral-level phantom song is clearly not enough to affect a villainous manager. Sun Miao would not have been able to do so if he had been one rank higher. Lyoka is invaded by the phantom song and is about to fall into the dream world, but also reacts quickly. He pulled out 2 playing cards. This is what Sun Miao fears the most. Listening to the introduction before, she had a feeling that it had a powerful restraining ability, so she immediately took out the ghost wine. This ghost wine also had a flaw. It could only be drunk by Sun Miao, or rather the weird ability in Sun Miao's body. This bizarre ability can become stronger with the addition of ghost alcohol, but it also causes Sun Miao to gradually become bizarre and irreversible. At this time, with the ghost wine being brought out, Sun Miao was just about to drink it when his hand stopped and unconsciously reached out to Li Gang, for Lyoka was holding up 2 cards in his hand, with their faces facing Lyoka for Sun Miao to draw. Li Gun, being an honest man in disguise, naturally didn't exactly tell the truth. Actually, his cards are really powerful and can be forced to be extracted, but it depends on the distance. Beyond a certain distance, it is impossible to force an extraction. He didn't mention this flaw. Sun Miao didn't know the inside story, so he didn't have time to dodge it. Otherwise, with Li Gang's body being controlled by the Phantom Song ability, Sun Miao had a chance to exit the poker's control. Sun Miao unconsciously reached over to draw a card and couldn't help but feel sweaty and nervous on his forehead. The good thing was, she could still decide which card to draw. Sun Miao took turns putting 2 cards on the deck, trying to see Li Gang's reaction. Who would have thought that Li Gang had an early defense? He should have suffered a loss in this area before, so he closed his eyes early. Smoke whichever one you like. Sun Miao had no choice but to follow his intuition and extract one of them, turning it over to take a look. It's the Grey Brat sign. The Great Ghost card is naturally in Li Gang's hands. Li Gang instantly revealed a look of ecstasy as he opened his mouth and demanded, "I want you to die. Now!" Along with his words, the little ghost cards in Sun Miao's hands dissolved into dead chi and entered Sun Miao's hands. Sun Miao's hands reached for his neck uncontrollably and then choked him to death. "No, I don't want to die." Sun Miao's face was filled with horror as he screamed inwardly. Unfortunately, it was useless to let her sing, or even use her song to lure Li Gang into falling into the dream world and under her control. This is because the draw can only be issued once and the first order prevails. Sun Miao Miao's hand gradually exerted force, suffocating her, even as her throat made a clicking sound, and finally her neck was snapped alive. Gulp! Sun Miao Miao collapsed heavily, her eyes wide and dead. Lyoka was also caught up in a dream, standing there giggling and letting his life force drain away without reacting at all. The manager couldn't help but applaud. That was fun. Or these players. So which player isn't fun? An icy voice came from behind the manager. Chapter 105, Jean Dan Stage. The manager's smile disappeared instantly when he heard this. It jerked around to look, only to see a familiar figure staring at it with a sneer. It was the same guy it had forcefully kicked out of the copy earlier. "You." The manager was filled with horror. "Didn't expect that, did you? I'm doing it again." Lin Ming broke his own fingers and crunched them, staring grimly at the manager. "You're smiling. Why don't you smile? Is it natural not to smile?" The manager was truly unable to laugh. It was unimaginable how Lin Ming had come back, and Lin Ming didn't give it a chance to talk nonsense, as he gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand. Black gas filled the air as hundreds of his carefully cultivated creeps rushed out of it. Wei Yuan even stared angrily at the manager with dead eyes. The manager felt the power of confinement and also immediately stared at Wei Yuan, saying angrily, "You're the lobby manager of the Death Hotel. Surely this is a trap that the Death Hotel and the Earl of the Blood Moon have dug for us, the Hunter and Slayer Company." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, not expecting this guy to misunderstand. "But, none of your business. Misunderstand as much as you like. Catch it. I'm going to have a blast today," Lin Ming commanded. Those bizarre immediately pounced ferociously. Although the manager is evil ghost level, these shenanigans can be carefully selected by Lin Ming. counting the shenanigans among the dragons and phoenixes, and powerful among the people. So after they surrounded the manager was also very nervous, and the death aura filled the air, unexpectedly condensing a party of ghosts. I didn't expect it, but an evil ghost-level existence has a certain chance of awakening a ghostly spirit. All this shenanigans of yours is just pure garbage to me. How is my life disappearing? The manager was terrified and didn't know what was happening. Lin Ming, on the other hand, looked toward Tian, who was sleeping in the 10,000 soul streamer, and laughed coldly. Isn't it just a ghost? Who doesn't seem to? After Lin Ming's 10,000 soul streamer ghostly spirit and the manager's ghostly spirit collided, the effects of both ghostly spirits were cancelled out at the same time, and after falling asleep every day, the manager's power is being rapidly stripped away. I have to say, even at the same level, the difference is so big. Previously, in the Silent Land copy, that evil ghost-level hunter, who spoke while Tian was sleeping, immediately died violently. It's a wonder this manager is holding up at all, but life passes quickly enough too. The manager, terrified, immediately howled, "Don't come to my rescue yet." The surrounding creeps who were originally clearing out the duplicate store also immediately rushed over, trying to rescue the manager. Lin Ming directly ignored it, taking Dream's hand and rushing towards the manager in a state of oblivion. When the manager saw Lin Ming disappear, he panicked in his heart and immediately used his most powerful ability, injury suppression. This ability allows the manager to quickly recover from the damage done, but not really recover, but rather suppress the damage done for the time being. The damage that should be done will continue to hurt him, even after the ability is revoked. All the injuries can erupt together and can be severe enough to kill, but at least now it was able to use its strongest power. In addition to his abilities, the manager also had great power, only to see it quickly grab the gluttony pouncing in front of him, trying to suck it clean of its power. Being spooky, it's natural to be able to absorb spookiness as well. A mere grudge-level creepy dares to come and devour me. What heavenly guts! The manager grabbed gluttony and sucked on it like crazy. It was getting stronger, even as the damage from the suppression was diminishing. However, Lin Ming had already arrived at its side and blasted his fist into the manager's stomach. The manager screamed miserably, and his body bowed into a shrimp shape, involuntarily letting go of gluttony. Who was the sneak attack? The manager scanned around in fear, and there was no one in sight. Lin Ming had already slammed another punch into the manager's face, dry humping it to the ground. He then mounted the manager and hammered down punch after punch. The manager wailed as it was beaten, but it also finally noticed Lin Ming's presence. Although Dream's oblivion was strong, the manager was at least an evil ghost-level existence and still had some resistance. When Lin Ming touched it, he was also able to grab it with his backhand. Unfortunately, Lin Ming wouldn't be afraid of being caught, because he had hammered the manager's face. The death aura emanating from the manager's wound was quickly absorbed by him. The manager grabbed Lin Ming's arm and tried to flip him over, or at least push him off of himself. But at this moment, it was like a full-time young woman being pinned down by a repairman, so delicate and powerless that even the struggle seemed so tantalizing that it only added to the excitement. Lin Ming devoured the manager's dead chi, and his body's power rose rapidly and madly, arriving at the critical point of the foundation establishment stage. Finally, at the point where the manager was about to be sucked dry by Lin Ming, and the damage inhibition was completely irresistible. In Lin Ming's dantian, a large amount of spiritual energy converged, constantly hovering, compressing, and melting. In the end, it turned into a golden dan pill the size of a small grain of rice. Jin Dan, it's done. At this moment, Lin Ming, who was riding on top of the manager, was directly cool. He had finally become a Jin Dan old monster. Jia. After achieving Jin Dan, the part of Lin Ming's mind regarding the Jin Dan chapter of the heavenly evil technique was unblocked. Jin Dan stage can have a lifespan of 800 years. One could emanate their divine sense and probe the surroundings, with nothing to hide, which was similar to the ability of a ghostly spirit. You can also refine your own magic treasure and fly with it, which increases your speed and saves your spiritual energy. It was the current Lin Ming who could be called the backbone of the immortal cultivators, and when placed in a time when chi refiners were running all over the place, he could be considered a ruthless character who could hold up a side. As for the few spells reserved for the heavenly evil technique at the Jindan stage, Lin Ming didn't have time to look at them. His current Jindan wasn't quite solid, and it only belonged to the lowest grade first grade Jindan. To elevate a Jindan to the very top grade, one needed a large amount of dead chi to promote it. Lin Ming looked at the manager who was still struggling and grabbed him without hesitation. At the Jindan stage, his physical body was also greatly enhanced. A little force at this point tears the manager apart. The dead chi that emanated from within the manager's body was taken in by Lin Ming's forceful inhalation. Lin Ming killed the manager and looked up to look around. It was discovered that those weirdnesses were still fighting against Wei Yuan and the others. Lin Ming stood still and didn't move. With the help of his divine sense, he could turn into a noble pharaoh who truly attacked through the air. At this moment, as he waved his hand, the spiritual energy in his body surged out, and with the aid of his divine sense, it transformed into a large hand that grabbed at the bizarre ones that were desperately resisting. Those bizarre saw the big hands coming and were terrified, still trying to escape and resist. Unfortunately, the Jindan stage Lin Ming could be considered a heavenly gram against these grievous spirit-level existences. However, it was only 2 seconds of work, and all of the 30 or so remaining grudge levels on this street were forcefully ingested and then torn apart in the air, and their dead chi entered Lin Ming's body. Chapter 106, Global Ranking opens. Ranking 1 Big Brother. That's a lot of grudge level dead air, waiting for these dead chi to roll into the Dantian and turn into spiritual energy. Lin Ming's Jindan hadn't grown, but it had clearly purified a bit. From a first-grade Jindan, he was promoted to a second grade. The Jindan realm was different from the foundation establishment. Each level of the Jindan that raises the realm is called one turn, and the quality of Jindan is also divided into 9 grades. It is divided into the lower 3, the middle 3, and the upper 3. With each grade, the purity of the Jindan would increase a bit, and the power of the spiritual energy could also be increased. Translated, it equals money. $10, $50, $100. Although they are all collectively referred to as money, and are even all from the same manufacturer, their purchasing power is vastly different. That's why there's 100. And people don't care about the $50 and $10 ones. The same goes for the purity of the golden elixir. As purity increases, purchasing power, grows in relative terms. Don't look at the fact that right now Lin Ming was only a second-grade Jindan. Even if he was only in his first turn, he would still be able to hang on to 3 early evil ghost-level existences. If it was a third, fifth, or even promoted to a 99% rarity, it would be incomparably comfortable even if one were to wade through 1,000 armies at the evil ghost level, and the growth of the realm is equal to the amount of that money. The first turn of the Golden Dan is equivalent to only a bunch of bills. 2 turns, equivalent to 2 piles. 3 turns, 3 piles, and so on. After Lin Ming finished off the weirdness, he finally heard that wonderful voice. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the chase game. You managed and survived intact. Plus 100 points. You got all the store owners out of the corporate squeeze. Plus 100 points. You have successfully rescued 327 pieces of human skin clothing, 7 human head meat, and 5 human body temperature blood buckets. For plus 100 points. You have been prioritized as a target by the owner of Hunter's Liability Limited. Plus 100 points. You have caused conflict between Count Bloodmoon, Gentleman of Death, and King of the Hunt. Plus 100 points. You kill through a street and manage to get the attention of more bosses and creeps. Plus 100 points. Player Lin Ming has a final score of 600, plus 30, points for this level and is evaluated as SSS. Now distributing rewards for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining Snack Street Fragment X1. Congratulations on gaining 6,000 reputation value. Congratulations on leveling up to Evil Ghost level. Lin Ming didn't think he'd leveled up in this? It seems that this leveling up really has a lot to do with the number of passes and points. The settlement ended and Lin Ming left the copy. He was thinking of checking how many points he would get for gaining authority over this copy. Who would have thought? But the voice of Creepy Games was ringing in his ears. Congratulations to player Lin Ming for raising to the Evil Ghost level. The leaderboard system is open. The leaderboard will display the player's name, level, points, and ability, as well as rank and nationality. Lin Ming? No. This ranking just came out of nowhere? It's not a service-wide announcement, is it? Lin Ming immediately took out his cell phone and went on the official website established by the Creepy Bureau to check it out. Sure enough, the short video section developed on the official website has exploded. Previously, this short video platform, in addition to rubbing it in, would feature how-tos and shady advertisements as well as recruiting information. But now, those videos have changed. Lin Ming opened the first short video. Help me family, who understands? Why is there this leaderboard thing? The sky is falling. Why don't you wait until I'm dead to say there's a leaderboard? And the first player on the list is suspected to be Chinese? I'm kidding. The leaderboard is open. No, are you all so tight-lipped? Am I the last to know there's a leaderboard? Lin Ming sighed. Great. It's really a ING service-wide announcement. Creepy Games must have done it on purpose, because in a normal game, it would have at least asked the player if they changed their nickname, aka if they made their location public. But now the bizarre game hadn't even asked Lin Ming's wishes and went directly public. This showed that the other party was deliberately trying to expose the leaderboard so that others would target the players on the leaderboards, trying to stir up strife. Don't look at this ranking seems to be of little use, but it is used to advertise that effect is very good. When the time comes, Having a guild leader who says how many places he is on the leaderboards will definitely attract not a few powerful players, including countries can also attract some strong foreign players this way to grow their country and increase survival rate. Lin Ming tapped on his panel, and sure enough, in addition to the attribute bar, there was an additional leaderboard option. When he clicked on it, a screen of light popped up in front of him, a dense row of names showed up. Global rankings. 1. Lin Ming. 2. Theodore Harcourt. 3. Song Shui. 4. Liam Sullivan. 5. Farhan Ahmed. 6. Go to bed with Misaki. These names, when tapped, bring up personal information. All kinds of information can be seen clearly, except that the mold will not show up on it. For example, right now Lin Ming didn't even need to open his panel to see all the information about himself. Name, Lin Ming, China. Rank, Evil Ghost level. Points, 160. 000. 5. Reputation, 10. 000. Skills, Evil Ghost double. Vaporization, extracted. Burial. Titles, Perfect Passer. Good Worker. Explorer, Master Marketer. Mailbox, Coin of Doom. Safe House Room Card. Bloodstained Watermelon Knife. Decayed Convenience Store Fragment. Desperate Residential Building Fragment. Red-Blooded Candle X5. Cursed Stone Sphere X28. Silent Place Fragment. Corpse Oil Lamp. Snack Street Fragment. Playing Cards. Ghost Wine. The announcement was pretty clear. It felt like a few curly hairs on my pants were being counted. Luckily, the Bazaar game hadn't been able to announce Lin Ming's Cultivation Realm, and that was his biggest card. The points had increased by more than 30,000, which should be the points awarded earlier, plus the turnover of the snack bar. The reason that there were only 30,000 odd points for such a large street was because this kind of snack street was under the Hunters Liability Company Limited, and it definitely submitted its turnover at regular intervals. Otherwise it would have been snatched up by good people like yourself. But the chasers won't have to spend all day worrying about someone robbing their snack bar from now on, because now the snack bar is on its own. I'm good, Lin Ming lamented and looked at the second-ranked guy again. Name, Theodore Harcourt, Sunset Empire. Rank, Spectre. Points, 8400. Reputation, 70. Skills, Blood Poople. Repel Shadows. Title, None. Mailboxes, Fallen Blood Cross X1. Cursed Harmonica. Lin Ming didn't know what to say when he saw this pitiful panel. The difference was so great that he even felt like he could get this little thing killed with the snap of his fingers. But that's all it takes to come in second. Song Shui, are you any good? Lin Ming tapped on Song Shui's attribute panel. Name, Song Shui. Grade, Ghost. Points, 2000. Reputation, 300. Skills, Precognition. Teleportation. Title, Man of Integrity. Mailbox, Undead Bone Gun. Necrotic Gloves. Lin Ming frowned tightly when he saw this attribute. It seems like the leaderboards are judged high or low by rank, but points are also an important reference factor? Otherwise Song Shui should have been ranked second in any case by looking at all the other attributes except for the lower points. Chapter 107. So worshipful you're going to promote to Grievous Spirit level. Just as soon as the points were announced over here, Song Shui's side did call. You went and sold yourself in a weird game? Why so many points? Song Shui's tone carried disbelief. I told you long ago. Humble you won't be able to see how powerful I am. Lin Ming had a soothing look on his face. Song Shui laughed. Lesbol *******. Recently the country gripped the black loan. Frozen gripped 580,000 points, and is making every effort to cultivate us. Lin Ming was anxious and interrupted Song Shui. No, do you want to be shameless? Just so grip the loan. Let those loan companies live? These words caused Song Shui to reveal a puzzled look. She didn't think that Lin Ming was the kind of rotten person who would feel sorry for Creepy. This guy is usually favorable to whoever he's speaking for. I see. You were going to glean black loans too, weren't you? Then you don't have to think about it. The countries have joined forces and gripped the black loans to the point where they are afraid to lend. Song Shui was filled with emotion, feeling that she had really done the right thing by joining the state sector. After all, with such a large volume of power wanting to develop, it was definitely faster than ordinary players developing on their own. Of course, Lin Ming was the exception. Although the points gleaned by the Huaxia Creepy Bureau were many, they had to be divided equally among the provincial and municipal Creepy Bureau sub-bureaus and special operations teams. When you really divide it evenly among everyone, there's not much left, and most of the points, they have to be stored for backup, and you have to hit the application to mobilize them if you need them. Song Shui, who was the chief captain of the special warfare team, as one of the objects being fully cultivated, could only freely dispose of 2,000 points. But don't worry, the country is fully supporting me, and with just one more copy, I should be able to advance to the grudge level, so I'll be able to trade points, and I'll be able to truly support you. Song Shui said proudly, congratulations, you're going to be promoted to grudge level big brother. I adore you so much. Unlike me, I can only be a mediocre evil spirit level. Alas, how useless. Lin Ming let out a long sigh, but it made Song Shui furious. Song Shui felt the hairs on her entire body stand up and gritted her teeth. Believe it or not, I'll report you crooked. Come on, embezzler. Lin Ming was not willing to show weakness. Song Shui took a deep breath, suppressed the expletives that came to her mouth, and talked about serious things. The charts are out, and I guess the top is going to call me to a meeting to discuss this issue in a while, and it's inevitable that they're going to talk about you at that time, even though I deleted your information. These people have investigated me and must know that I have a brother also named Lin Ming. When I deleted your profile before, I really didn't expect this damn game to publish a leaderboard. No, this is simply a hunt list. I've had the file urgently repaired to say that you died in the game, so I'll lie for as long as I can. Also, less contact lately. Even if they believe me again, I will inevitably be suspected when your name comes out. Lin Ming naturally had no opinion. Song Shui hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and went into the National Network Information Database to delete her call records. Now, for the sake of national security, the information base of the major carriers has been connected to the relevant state departments. Song Shui, as the chief leader of the Special Operations Team, naturally had the authority to manage. When she had deleted all traces of her operation, she had indeed received news of a meeting of the top management of the Creepy Bureau. Song Shui connected to the video conference. A large grid instantly appeared on the projection screen, each with a human head in it. Those are the directors of the Creepy Bureaus from all over China. Even the director of the Springs Creepy Bureau attended the meeting. No one greeted him though. Instead they all warmed up to Song Shui. After all, this was the chief captain, and there was a villainous ghost-level mass murderer in his hands. Now it's in the top 3 of the global rankings, so who dares to disrespect it? At the very top of the video, the 5 elders, who occupied the largest position, also cast a gentle and loving gaze at Song Shui. Even though, one, somewhat helplessly, asked, Chief Captain Song, are you still unwilling to leave Quan City and come over to the capital? Your house, your office, your assistant, it's been ready for a long time. Song Shui said calmly, I mainly don't dare to leave. That rented weapon is in my hands. In case I leave, what if the Street Lamp Guild is worried that I'm trying to embezzle the weapon and take it back? That left the crowd speechless. Mainly, this evil ghost-level weapon is simply too important. That would be the equivalent of the world's first nuclear weapon. The pretty country was the first to detonate a nuclear bomb back then and went straight to becoming the world's leader. Nowadays, China's position in the international arena is also rapidly climbing to the top. Those Chinese immigrants who had thought that these developed countries, such as pretty country, would also quickly occupy the top position after the weird game came down were all very stifled. They never expected that the first one to rise would be Huaxia, but no one sympathizes with these idiots, who made them unable to even see the situation. Do you really think that the coming of the bizarre game is just a chance for ordinary people to turn the tables? This is definitely a super event no less than the Industrial Revolution, or even the 2 World Wars, and will reshuffle the power and ranking of nations. At such times, it is like going to the toilet when you are in a hurry. And if you choose a random cubicle to stand in without observing it, you may end up having others finish pooping, and the cubicle you chose has not yet come out. And then you finally find out that what you chose is a utility room, in which you can't go to the toilet, and then you can only go home in tears to wash your pants, and you will be at your own peril. Hearing Song Shui's words, the 5 old men no longer forced their way, although there were quite a lot of Huaxia points, even leasing and withdrawing quite a few ghost weapons and skills down to the members of the Special Operations Team. But the spooks are not given evil ghost-level ghost weapons. Otherwise these lenders are likely to hammer them debtors right in the head with their own rented-out ghost weapons. So even with hundreds of thousands of points, this evil ghost-grade undead bone lance was especially important. No, one changed the topic. In that case, let us now celebrate Chief Captain Son's ascension to the 3rd place in the world. Snap, everyone is applauding. Maybe some people didn't care, or maybe some people thought that applauding might not please Song Shui, but no one dared not applaud. After all, Song Shui might not be able to remember who applauded, but whoever didn't applaud, they sure remembered it well. Song Shui smiled faintly. Thank you all. It's just a small achievement in the district. It's not enough. Chief Captain Song is too modest. No, 5 had a kind face, but was clearly a bit impatient. Obviously there was something he wanted to say but didn't know how to say it. The other 4 old men were the same, all looking like they wanted to speak. In the end, the 5 elders could only quietly send a message to the director of the Springs Creepy Bureau to speak. Wu Liang, the director of Quan, was helpless. He said, you don't dare to ask, but I dare to ask? If you guys offend her, at best you will be disliked by her. If I offend her, she can kill me right out of her office. Chapter 108 The Role of Honest People. But the 5 elders weren't something Wu Liang could offend. In comparison, He could only pray that Song Shui wasn't that careful, then cleared his throat and asked, Chief Captain Song, I just saw the leaderboards and suddenly remembered something. When we transferred Chief Captain Song's file to the creepy bureau earlier, we found out that you have a younger brother who seems to be named Lin Ming as well. It wouldn't be such a coincidence that he clashed names with the number 11 in the world, would it? As soon as these words came out, everyone on the screen stared at Song Shui dead in the face, wanting to know her answer. Song Shui sighed lightly, I wish it was him, but, halfway through her words, Song Shui could no longer speak, and tears raged in her beautiful eyes. You could tell she was getting a little out of control. This instantly made all those top brass of the Trickster Bureau a bit nervous and embarrassed. Not knowing what to do, they actually checked the archives after the charts appeared, because Song Shui had reacted too quickly and had promptly labeled her brother Lin Ming as having died. And in a bizarre game, these people hadn't noticed anything unusual. The reason why he even had to ask was to determine from Song Shui's reaction whether these two Lin Ming were one person or not. At this moment, seeing Song Shui's reaction, everyone could be certain. This list of big brother is not the same brother of Song Shui, and of all these people, the most nervous one was still Wu Liang, who wanted to get up to lock the office door for fear that Song Shui would come over and shoot himself in the head. But after thinking about it, with the power of that gun, it was enough to destroy the building. It was estimated that even if he locked the door himself, and really waited for Song Shui to get mad, the building might just end up with that lock. No, one hastened to pacify. Snowy, you have to be open-minded. The advent of the creepy game has caused many people to lose their loved ones and friends. We can't resist this kind of situation, but I believe that the creepy game is so strong. Maybe when we reach a certain realm, we can bring the dead back to life? Number 2 followed closely with the advice. Yes, we must always have hope. We must not be disillusioned. Your brother may be waiting for you to save him as well. The others opened their mouths to persuade, trying to calm Song Shui down. 5 minutes later, Song Shui wiped her tears and looked at the crowd with red eyes, her voice still with a slight tremor. Sorry for making you guys look at the joke. Let's continue. Something about this list 1 Lin Ming actually came to my attention, and I haven't seen a single trace of him in all my searches of the archives. I suspect that he would have some sort of ability to erase his own existence. The current situation is that it will become troublesome for us to try to find the other party, and if we force the search on a wide scale, it might make the other party feel dangerous and resistant, instead causing undesirable consequences. My suggestion is to send out a cordial invitation on the official website and invest more in training our people as soon as possible to get on the list quickly so that we can be invincible. Numerous executives nodded their heads as they listened. This maneuver of Song Shui's can be said to be very correct in the eyes of the beholder. The 5 elders didn't refute it. It was their intention in the first place. There were no charts before and I don't know what people around the world look like. Now that we see that there are only 2 Chinese in the top 10 of the leaderboard, how can that be? It's got to be at least 11 Wahini. After all, according to the usual practice, there must be 5 of the 4 famous constables. Then there must be 11 of these top 10 masters in the world. I've heard that foreign countries have already begun to act, collecting those high-end players on a large scale in an attempt to compete for the leaderboards. We need to speed up as well. How about this? With Chief Captain Song leading the team, immediately create an elite squad that specializes in competing for rankings. All kinds of resources, give and take, must be faster, stronger, higher. Number 1 announced himself in a hushed voice, then looked to the 4 old men next to him. The 4 oldest raised their hands without objection and voted unanimously. Seeing this, Song Shui immediately stood up and saluted. Thank you all for your trust. I will definitely live up to it and do my best. The many executives once again applauded with anticipation. They then chatted a bit more about the situation around the world before ending the meeting, which lasted 3 hours. When the meeting was over, Song Shui's face was filled with concentration, recalling the complaints of those bizarre directors just now. She didn't realize that Huaxiao looked thriving on the surface, more stable and united than other countries, but really it's all donkey dung surface light. Secretly there have been countless tragic things happening long ago. There are even some places where reality has started to get spooky. As for Lin Ming's side, Song Shui wasn't too worried. She believed that all those people had just been fooled by themselves for the time being. After all, her title is no joke. Man of Integrity. By wearing this title, your words will have the power of integrity and you will easily gain trust. The title worked, plus Song Shui's superb acting skills, easily fooled these ordinary people. Yes, who would have thought that all these directors and 5 elders of the creepy bureau were ordinary people who had never entered a single creepy game? The point is, these people are still specially selected. The reason for this is that they are emotionally stable and don't get into a spooky game in a fit of excitement while they're dealing with business, causing it to interfere with business. Seriously, that's a really good reason. But this results in outsiders instructing insiders. With Song Shui's strength, It wouldn't be easy to trick a group of ordinary people? After Song Shui persuaded these people to increase their commitment, she thought about how to send an invitation letter to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was also considering this at this time. Song Shui recently to avoid suspicion. To get the invitation information again, it is estimated that it is an instantaneous delivery to himself. It is inevitable to suffer some impact. However, Lin Ming didn't think of relying only on Song Shui. He's gained so much power in the trickster games and has taken over the Streetlight Guild. Isn't it about time it came in handy? Lin Ming asked Da Yun to call the Streetlight boss and gave orders. Find a way to collect some information on the invitation letter. Don't alarm anyone, and come to me after you've collected the information. Yes. Boss Streetlight immediately went to carry out the order. When he left, Lin Ming looked at those map fragments in his mailbox. He felt that he should be able to withdraw these fragments as well if he was right. But the consequences of mentioning the existing, or the potentially high price required, kept Lin Ming from acting rashly. After all, he was a tiny foundation stage before and didn't dare to mess around. Now as a Jindan realist, he had the backbone to smooth out all difficulties. Even if they did summon a creepy copy, it would be easy to fix. Lin Ming chose the pieces of the decaying supermarket. It was the first shard he had mastered, and it didn't cover a large area, so even if it did appear in reality, it was nothing. Does player Lin Ming want to withdraw the decayed supermarket shard? Hint, the fragment requires 200,000 points to extract. Please prepare enough points. Chapter 109 Mission. Take out Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not hesitate to cancel the withdrawal. He doesn't have enough for 200,000 points. But after this withdrawal, he had also determined one thing. This shard lifting to reality is definitely getting a copy into the real world. Otherwise it wouldn't be so many points. Wait, Lin Ming felt like he'd touched the most sensitive part of the creepy game in Blue Star. Points. At first, Lin Ming thought that the points were just a currency common to bizarre games, similar to gold and oil on the blue planet. It's considered hard currency, but now that I think about it, Creepy Games has always wanted to devour Blue Star. Then why does it have a threshold like requiring points to withdraw? Players can withdraw as much as they want, and the more withdrawals there are, the more chaotic Blue Star becomes, and the better it is for Creepy Games anyway. Could it be that the capitalists at Creepy Games are deliberately getting points and pulling the wool over the players' eyes? That's not right either. The capitalists are clearly following some of the rules of the bizarre game. There's no way they'd dare create something like points to stop the Creepy Games from invading Blue Star. So would it be possible that withdrawals require points that aren't restricted by the spooky game? Instead, it's Blue Star. Or is it a means of limiting the normal world that these weird games are trying to encroach upon? In fact, the points should be the equivalent of a bizarre game and real-world transaction. If you're in the game, the ability works how it should. But you want to come to Blue Star to use abilities and in-game weapons. You have to use points to withdraw. So the points for this withdrawal should be given to Blue Star? What does Blue Star want points for? Lin Ming couldn't figure it out, but he felt that this should be some sort of competitive maneuver between Blue Star and Creepy Games that involved a bigger secret. It seemed that his Jindan stage cultivation wasn't too good either. He had obviously touched the sensitive points of the Blue Star and the weird game, but he couldn't really go deeper. It is still necessary to elevate oneself, to make the realm constantly stronger, and to strive for the day when one day ruthlessly enters the hidden places of the Blue Star and the bizarre game, so that they will be forever recognized, even conquered by oneself, and unable to leave oneself. Lin Ming was looking around when he suddenly realized that his panel had unexpectedly fluctuated. To be exact, the points column is fluctuating and the numbers are going up. It just grew 300 points out of thin air, but one clearly didn't do anything. Was it the official who gave himself a rental fee for renting an evil spirit level weapon? Lin Ming immediately had the Streetlight boss inquire about it. The message that came back from the Creepy Bureau was that it was not yet possible to transfer money to pay the rent. They even asked if they could use gold or cash against the bill. The Streetlight boss rejected it outright without even asking Lin Ming. Just kidding. Now the major company's scrambling to send money to the Street Lighting Guild to send dry shares. Every year flat out can be dividends of hundreds of millions. You're missing out on your money? Since it's not officially given rent, there's only one possibility. It's the copy side that's making money. Previously, Lin Ming had sent quite a few shenanigans to maintain the Silent Land. Now it looks like the Silent Land is starting to make revenue, or at least that movie theater is starting to make revenue. So just give yourself 300 points on arrival. Sure enough, this copy is still worth running. Lin Ming revealed a smile. He was already imagining the scene where he would be sitting on a large number of copies in the future and making money every day. Ha, master, there seems to be a problem. Ah Yun, who was playing with his cell phone next to him, came over and sat on Lin Ming's lap with a face full of gravity, showing him his cell phone. The cell phone page displayed the official website of none other than Creepy Games. Ah Yun was now researching the real world every day when he had nothing else to do. so he would often use Lin Ming's account to log into the official website of the bizarre game to check the posts. At this moment, her face was grave as she showed a post to Lin Ming. It was posted by a player with the nickname Sassy Old Man vs Bullying Male Lady. Guys, I just got out of the game and you can't even imagine what I've been through. The copy of the game I entered this time was a place called Cannibal Nightclub. That copy, all ing fierce and creepy, all killing people, me and everyone else thought we were dead. But I didn't realize that the nightclub owner approached me just after we went in and told me to let me go if I agreed to one of its conditions. You guys are know it or not. I was so scared I peed myself. I thought it was going to sleep with me, but after I had my pants down, it said that it would let me go to the real world and post a hunt message saying that it would take out a player named Lin Ming, and that it would even give points as payment. And after I agreed to do so, it actually let me off the hook. That said, I'd like to ask for some advice. Everyone help me analyze the Lin Ming that the nightclub owner wants to take out. It wouldn't be that global rank 1 big brother, would it? Lots of people are replying in droves below. I'm in love with my brother-in-law's husband replied. You got this quest too? I've also been asked by a creep to take out Lin Ming, and it says that if I do, I'll be rewarded with points. Rub mustard oil on it to cure constipation top posted. I got it too. And now it seems like the one who can cause so much weird hatred would be Big Brother Pungwon. Mistaken eyes lead to not being pregnant. Big Brother Pungji is awesome. I also received a mission to hunt down and kill. How many shenanigans has he offended? Lin Ming casually flipped through the pages and found at least 100 replies below, all of which were from people who had received a mission to hunt them down. Is this drawing the ire of the creeps? I can't believe you've gone from the game to reality? Can't ing afford it? But looking at the situation, many players just treat this quest as a laughing matter. After all, not to mention whether or not they could find Lin Ming. Even if you find it, just ask how you're going to kill it. How long has this game been open? People are barely surviving by jacking up their loans. There are even people who owe tens of thousands of loan points, and they don't even make it to the top 10 on the global list. But the first big brother on the list was already an evil ghost level existence, and there were more than 100,000 points. Don't say kill. Now the group of people on the official website of the Huaxia creepy game had started to call for their dads in a frenzy. They all looked forward to Lin Ming stepping in and bringing them along. But while Chinese players think so, foreign countries are not so sure. Those geezers are probably bent on screwing Lin Ming over. Lin Ming thought for a moment, flipping over the wall and logging into the extranet to check the messages. Sure enough, he saw a lot of Ghostbusters clamoring. They were already dissatisfied with the global number 1, which was surprisingly Chinese. At this time, some foreign Ghostbusters, after entering the game, for some reason, had also received a mission from the creeps to hunt down Lin Ming. Now they're high. There is even a gangster who seems to be the head of a gangster, who made a video on the internet clamoring, Huaxia, I've got a missile, and I'm ordering you to hand over Lin Ming within 3 days, or I'll just launch it at the territory of Huaxia. This video, in just a short time the number of likes broke 100,000, and even the number is still rising rapidly. Chapter 110 Miles Tracking Talisman. There are still quite a few people that log on to the extranet as well. At this time, seeing this black boss's threat, swish messages below. No, dude, who are you threatening with one of your missiles? Just one missile is indeed a bit less. How about this? How about we, Huaxia, give you a few nukes for free? Be careful when you pick them up. Is it surprising that foreign countries are already in such a mess? Such a small gang dares to clamor against China on the internet? Cut the crap. Global terrorism. Seriously, I'm from a pretty country and I can't even stand to see this guy act like this. I'm black, and I'm rooting for Huaxia to exterminate these guys. It's horrible. Even though I'm from Goryeo, I know that Huaxia is a wonderful, peaceful country and shouldn't be targeted like this. Lin Ming was surprised to see that there were foreigners helping to speak. In the past, it was good enough that these guys didn't disparage China, but now they've changed the wind direction. Soon, Lin Ming saw a comment below pertinently stating why, you foreign devils, you used to look down on Huaxia, but now that you know that Huaxia is safe, and that there are still the global list 1 big brother and list 3 sister in town, you start to lick on your knees, thinking that saying a few good words will make you join the Huaxia nationality? Take a look at your own comment history first. It seems that Huaxia's international status has climbed very high indeed lately, but it's normal. Foreign countries, even superheroes can destroy a city every time they defend the planet. Not to mention that there are no superheroes now, just a bunch of ancestors. That's even more chaos after chaos. Gunfights every day. Not to mention normal people. The capitalists are getting sick of it and regret not banning guns for normal people sooner. Lin Ming was looking at the comments when he realized that this black boss had posted another work. Probably because there were too many people who had just questioned that he was just a small leader. The black boss had posted pictures of his arsenal. The arsenal wasn't small: machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades, rifles, pistols, even tanks, and a fighter jet. The most conspicuous of these was a launch vehicle on which a missile was being mounted. The model of that missile is unknown. It looks like a Tomahawk cruise missile. In the new video, the black boss said triumphantly, "See, doesn't China want peace? Doesn't it want to protect your nationals?" Then release Lin Ming's information profile. Lin Ming checked a glance at the official Huaxia account to see their reaction. Major spokesman came out and condemned it. But the official website also uploaded 2 videos of the exercise. One video is about the Chinese armament picture, with various missiles accurately launched and intercepted. There was also a video of Song Shui wielding an undead bone gun and killing people. The threat was obvious, especially Song Shui, who could rank 3rd on the global list. That gun in her hand was even more terrifying. These 2 videos still shocked a lot of people. Many people have left comments under the video of the black boss, asking him if he is afraid. The black boss didn't respond. Is he afraid? He's scared to death. But there was no way around it, because provoking Huaxia was not something he wanted to do himself. Who's a black boss with nothing better to do than to provoke a country? It's all the top brass in the pretty country, giving it a push from behind. Those bigwigs want to use him to test the bottom line of Huaxia. The black boss is actually panicking, having already written his will and distributed his property. He looks back on his life of taking by force and realizes that it has actually come full circle. He has a full $500 million in assets, famous models, actresses from different countries, vegetarians, wives of powerful people. He has enjoyed all kinds of women. Even the children are more than a dozen. Besides, the top brass of the pretty country promised that as long as he cooperated with the drama to force China's hand, he would allow his children to inherit his family's business without having to pay inheritance tax, and he would also hand over to them a big project that the government was in charge of. The black boss was then willing to die. I don't know when I'm going to die in a weird game in the middle of this mess anyway. Instead of dying a worthless death, we should find a worthy one. It's just a shame that he messed with the wrong person. Lin Ming immediately began to look up this black boss's information. He didn't have to work very hard either. The comments section is for high-profile people who have already published all the information about this black boss, including his address, and have mobilized netizens to go door to door to get real with him. The black boss had actually seen these messages but simply ignored them. He knew he couldn't defend himself against these online friends who could find anything but a date. Back when the video was posted, the whole family had moved places. He even made all preparations to hide his wife, his lover and his children, all separately. In this way, even if they are retaliated against by Huaxia, they can still leave behind their own offspring of fire. After Lin Ming saw Boss Black's name, he immediately gathered his spiritual energy into his fingertips and drew a talisman in the air. Countless lines intertwined and transformed into a 20-centimeter talismanic seal, on which complex seal script was written. But if someone familiar with the small seal were here, they would be surprised. One could not recognize the words written on the rune seal at all, because that's the English name of the black boss written there. Soon, the rune seal was finalized. Lin Ming shook the 10,000 soul streamer and summoned a bazaar. This spooky was one he had taken in earlier, a spectre-level ghostly shadow. This ghostly figure can be invisible, sneak into any place, and is extremely fast. Lin Ming threw the talisman into the ghostly shadow's body and said in a deep voice, "This will allow you to track the location of your target. Go and fetch some of his blood back for me." Ghost Shadow received the order and immediately leapt out of the villa. After it went out the door, the talisman made up of spiritual energy instantly burned up, turning into a faint wisp of black smoke that floated into the distance. The ghost drifted past after the black smoke. This was precisely one of the new spells unlocked by the Heavenly Evil technique after Lin Ming's promotion to the Jindan stage. Miles of tracking charms. As long as you know the other person's appearance and name, you can find them, not without limitations, of course. For example, the prefixed word miles. It means within 10,000 kilometers to track each other. The ghost chased the black smoke all the way to Pretty Country. Only halfway through, it felt its power draining away. It's as if Blue Star is extracting its power. The ghostly shadow immediately told Wei Yuan about this matter through the connection between the 10,000 soul streamer and itself through space. Wei Yuan again reported this matter to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a bit surprised that Blue Star would extract weird powers. It shouldn't. He immediately looked at Yun beside him. Do you feel anything? Extraction? Yun sensed carefully. No, but my power is indeed decreasing all the time. And it's going to consume a bit more than in the weird game. I thought that was normal consumption. After all, there isn't that much death chi for me to absorb in this world. And besides, the increase in consumption isn't too much, so I didn't care. Creepy, even in the creepy game, dissipates dead air all the time, which is why he makes up for it by eating. And this feeding is usually a food with plenty of dead air, or a player. Lin Ming thought about it and first told Wei Yuan to tell Ghost Shadow to go find some players to absorb to enhance himself. Don't die halfway. At the same time, Lin Ming looked at Yun. Use your ability and see how the consumption is. Yun agreed and began to use his ability to reboot. When the reboot had passed once more, her face became hard. The consumption has become even greater. That is, these unmentionable shenanigans normally consume a lot, and will consume even more when you use the ability? That's clearly a restriction of some kind. Lin Ming had suspected before that the points used for this withdrawal were handed over to Blue Star. It's probably the equivalent of tariffs, immigration fees, or something like that. Now that he used the 10,000 soul streamer to bring Yun out, it was actually even a stowaway. Perhaps Yun was consumed because he was affected by the stowaway. Lin Ming decided to withdraw Yun to try it out, because Yun was a grieving spirit-level existence. 8,000 points were needed to withdraw. At that price, it's almost catching up with the undead bone gun. Lin Ming knew before that although the copy said the withdrawal was 1,000, it was divided into things. The stronger the withdrawals are, and the more impact they have on Blue Star, the more expensive they are. It only takes 10,000 points to withdraw the undead bone lance, not because it's weak, but because it's dead. Whether it is strong or weak depends on the user, but a living bazaar like Yun was different. It had an autonomous consciousness and the impact it caused was definitely great. Chapter 111 Alchemy. Lin Ming spent 8,000 points to withdraw Yun. He then stared at Yun and asked, "Has anything changed?" Yun felt it carefully and even restarted it once, and said seriously, "The consumption in the normal state has been reduced, and the consumption of using abilities is normal." Sure enough, the points are for handing over to Blue Star, which is the money for the road, the toll. In order for the ghostly shadow to reach its destination, Lin Ming spent another 3,000 points to withdraw it as well. The ghostly shadow had arrived within the snowy plains at this moment, and was constantly devouring the power of living beings to prevent itself from dissipating. But such an operation is like a drop in the bucket. The more the ghost shadow used its abilities, the more it consumed, and the rate at which it devoured living beings simply couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. It has even caught the attention of many players. Already players are rounding it up. Good thing, Lin Ming had already withdrawn it. When he felt his consumption diminish, Ghost Shadow immediately grabbed the road again. There must be no delay in the Master's mission. Soon the ghostly figure arrived at Pretty Country New Gold Mountain. It passed through the black smoke and found the Black Boss who was lurking in one of the basements. Although he was not afraid of death, the Black Boss did not want to die, so he got a very tightly secured basement. Not only are there all sorts of protections in place, but there are also highly paid players as well as some ghostly artifacts sitting around. Lin Ming had long predicted that this Black Boss would definitely be heavily protected, which was why he had chosen Ghost Shadow to go forward. The greatest ability of this ghostly shadow was that it could ignore any entity after stealth. What steel and concrete? What alloy materials? Even those laser alarms can't stop it. Ghost Shadow sneaks into Black Boss's place from underground and meets Black Boss, who is drinking and swiping his cell phone. The guy seemed to be still talking to someone about something. Ghost Shadow glanced at his cell phone, only to hear someone next to him crash through the door and rush in. It's two blonde gooks. The ghost weapon is reacting. There's a creepy sneak in, the two geezers yelled. Ghost Shadow couldn't understand what they were howling about, but as he watched a few people scanning around in nervous alarm, he knew that they must have discovered him. It even felt a mirror held in the hand of one of the ghostly men that seemed to lock onto itself. The ghostly shadow no longer hesitated and immediately took Boss Black's blood and turned to flee. Boss Black felt like he had been stabbed by something, and when he looked at his arm again, he realized that there was blood coming out of it. He was terrified and screamed for help. The two ghouls were also shining mirrors on the entire room, just in time to see the ghostly figures diving into the ground. With a loud curse, the two Ghostbusters pulled the alarm and went on full defense. It was a pity that the ghostly figure had already escaped. Waiting for the ghostly figure to return to Lin Ming's villa along the same path, Lin Ming was surprised when he realized that this guy's body had dulled beyond recognition. "You're injured?" The ghostly shadow was dying. "Master, they have a strange ghostly weapon that just shone a light on me and stripped me of most of my power, and in order to hurry back, I consumed the rest of my deathly chi, and I can't hold on any longer." Looking at the wretched ghostly shadow, Lin Ming immediately took the bottle containing Boss Black's blood and sent the ghostly shadow into the 10,000 soul streamer. Unfortunately, the ghostly shadow had already consumed too much, and even the 10,000 soul streamer couldn't save it. It seems that it's not just Wachovia that's griping about bizarre game loans. Other countries are also gripping loans, and then with the gripped loans, renting and withdrawing a lot of good things. It is surprising that all of them can kill one of Lin Ming's shenanigans. Lin Ming's face was icy cold. It was the first time he had suffered such a big loss. After all, he'd only had nearly 1,000 shenanigans, and now he'd lost one. He decided that he would first clean up Black Boss and then take the 10,000 soul streamer on a trip to Pretty Country. "Don't you guys have a lot of ghost weapons? Let's see if you have more ghost weapons or my little brother." It just so happens that I don't feel like there are enough disgruntled corpses. Lin Ming made up his mind and immediately started carving spell formations on the table. That spell formation was extremely complex, so even for the Jindan stage Lin Ming, it took him 10 minutes to carve it. As the spell formation ran, a black pillar of light erupted out, radiating a strange and gloomy power. Lin Ming poured Big Boss Black's blood into the spell formation, then injected spiritual energy and began to recite the spell. This was a spell that he had acquired at the foundation stage. Blood Killing Spell. This spell could kill the opponent through a blood spell and chase the opponent's bloodline all the way to obliterate it, eventually exterminating the opponent's entire clan. As Lin Ming recited the spell, the black light on the spell formation grew brighter and brighter. Those blood gradually fused and stretched, and finally slowly turned into the appearance of Black Boss. But that wasn't all. The image of Black Boss's children also surfaced in the phalanx, and relatives related to those children by blood are gradually appearing. For example, their children, or their mothers or grandparents. However, all those that could involve a bloodline connection appeared in the black light pillars of the spell. In the end, there were more than 40 people. Lin Ming watched as the spell formation didn't add any more newcomers for 5 minutes and began to activate the spell formation's true abilities. Wipe out. The moment the phalanx obliteration ability was activated, the Black Boss in the basement, who was videoing the pretty country executives about the incident of being bizarrely probed, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground in a violent death. The video's pretty country executives were stunned. You, Walter, you bet to win? Meanwhile, the children of the Black Boss, whether they were getting high in a nightclub, were rolling with their girlfriends and boyfriends, or even were smoking leaves, all died instantly and violently. Because the Black Boss is a tool used by the pretty country to provoke China, he and his family are under surveillance. At this time, the violent deaths of the Black Boss's family members also quickly reached the ears of the pretty country's top brass. More than 40 people, all at the same time, the same sudden violent death? This is definitely not the power of an ordinary person. It's spooky, and it's very likely that it's the tactics of the big brother of List 1. The pretty country executives were instantly terrified and held a meeting overnight to discuss the matter. They could be certain that this incident was definitely a retaliation from Huaxia or Big Brother List 1. The point of deliberation or controversy now is whether to launch a protest over the matter and force HWA to bow down, or to bow down and admit their own faults first. Lin Ming didn't care if they discussed it or not. After he saw all of Boss Black and the others die in the spell formation, he had Meng Meng take the 10,000 soul streamer on a trip to pretty country. Lin Ming stayed at home and had other things to take care of. Alchemy. He had reached the Jindan stage, and the heavenly evil Kung Fu had provided him with some Dan formulas and alchemy. There was an elixir in here that interested him. 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill. This elixir, when consumed, can give a person the ability to be as invulnerable as a zombie. It is also a control elixir that produces intense poison to cause excruciating pain. If you don't take the antidote regularly, you will die in agony, even if you are impervious to swords and spears. It just so happened that Lin Ming felt that his minions were a bit weak, and the survival rate was too low going into the game. He would use these elixirs to cultivate control over them. It's a lot less work than dementia. Chapter 112 Clearing a Street. Carrying the 10,000 soul streamer, Dreamy hoard out a random airplane flying pretty countries, in order for them to make a really big kill. Lin Ming even went so far as to spend 50,000 points to withdraw Meng Meng, Wei Yuan, Gluttony Ghost, and Misty Ghost. The points for these bizarre withdrawals vary. One of them, Dream, even took up 20,000 points alone. The reason for this is her ability to do so, which is just too powerful. On Lin Ming's side, he asked the streetlight boss to help himself to the market to purchase things. Alchemy requires tools and materials. The material was originally actually quite easy to find. Listen to the name of this potion. 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill. Obviously just use the dead air from the corpse. But cremation is now mandatory all over the world. Many places even dug up the bones from the graves and cremated them. What's even scarier is that some places have banned the burial of graves. The slogan that was shouted was that it was better to add 10 people than a grave. So old corpses with death aura are getting scarce and can only be obtained from spooky games. It sounds like more trouble than it's worth. But the potion is important, because it made up for the regret of those under Lin Ming who couldn't devour the bazaar. As long as there were enough pills, it would allow them to also become stronger as quickly as Lin Ming and still have to suffer control. So it's just going to have to be a bit of hard work and weird games. Compared to the materials, it was actually rather the Dan Ding that was very difficult to get. After receiving Lin Ming's order, Boss Streetlamp went and got a lot of finished Dan tripods and materials. The finished dandies made in modern times are usually used for major religions to burn incense or to display. But those things, honestly, don't burn. Lin Ming didn't even use the Samadhi flame, just the flames condensed with spiritual energy, and they couldn't even carry it. then tried the alloy material again and that didn't work either. This time it wasn't so much resistant to flame as it was to corrosion. That corpse poison is very strong. Ordinary materials can't carry it. Does it have to be a ghost weapon? Using spooky game ghost weapons, refining spooky game shenanigans, and then augmenting your minions? Lin Ming didn't even feel like a thing when he thought about it. But, it seems kinda cool. Over here, Lin Ming made the decision to go to the weird game and get some ghost weapons to use as a dan furnace. The pretty country has set off a turmoil. Because, Dream got off the plane. Meng followed Lin Ming's request and came to New Jinshan. At this point, the top brass of the pretty country have had 3 meetings and are still undecided. Mostly, no one can convince anyone. After all, it used to be pretty countries that bullied other countries so much that they launched protests. It's always a shame if they start a protest now too. After all, they were the pretty country, the world's top power, the beacon of the blue star. How can you bow down to someone else? But if you really fight, you may not be able to beat them. People's big brother Pongwon can take out the entire family of the black boss silently, and they can take out their entire family as well. Just when pretty country was still arguing over whether or not to lower his head slightly, the fog ghost released a large amount of fog that enveloped a neighborhood as Gluttony Ghost and Wei Yuan began to slaughter like crazy. Seeing the person, Wei Yuan first gave a fixation, and Gluttony went up and took a bite. No one in the streets had cared about the ghostly men when the fog appeared, thinking only that it was the weather. No one was in a hurry to go home, and some even took advantage of the cover of the fog to run to the corner of the street and play an exciting fight with the opposite sex. But soon, the Ghostbusters saw 2 creeps weaving in and out of traffic, stopping a car, then lifting the roof as if opening a can, grabbing out the people inside and eating them one by one. This time, all the Guilo all collapsed. Creepy, it's the weirdness that's descending. Help! An old woman stood in the street screaming at the top of her lungs for help, expecting Anal Iron Man and Team Phantom to come to her rescue. But what came was a glutton who resented her noise and ate it in one bite. When the others saw this scene, they immediately panicked and ran into the distance. Those who have cars are afraid to drive, mainly because the cars are all crammed into a ball. Not as fast as the legs, it's just that the fog ghosts are there so that they can't escape. Moreover, the fog ghost's corrosive ability had increased after it reached the grudge level. In just a moment, the concrete buildings, the steel vehicles, all showed signs of rust and corrosion. People are even more miserable, and their clothes are the first to corrode. Soon the Ghostbusters were all bare-assed. The good thing is, they don't care about that, and they even feel that the wind resistance is reduced, and they go faster instead. Dream was a kind little lowly in the end and didn't get involved in the chase. She just watched quietly from the sidelines. Suddenly, Dream saw a survivor in the distance who not only didn't run, but walked towards a little boy. The man wore a black robe, carried a cross on his chest, and held a leftover scripture, as if he were a priest. The priest stepped forward with a serious look on his face and said to the frightened little boy, "Why don't you leave? Come on, I'll take you to a safe basement." The little boy was horrified at the sight of the priest, as if he were more frightened than at the sight of a creep, and struggled frantically. Wei Yuan rushed over and directly tore this priest apart. The little boy was saved and showed his gratitude to Wei Yuan, apparently thinking that he was a superhero who had come to rescue the pretty countryman. Wei Yuan backhandedly slapped him to death as well, and with an expressionless face, rushed towards a black man in the distance who was smashing luxury stores. 10 minutes later, this long street of hundreds of meters was wiped clean and turned into a ghost street sprinkled with blood. As the fog began to shift towards another street, once the unafraid Ghostbusters came running by, you could vaguely see the Red Bull symbol on them. These people photographed the tragedy on Long Street and uploaded it to the internet, allowing the world to see the horrific scene. Instantly a stone is thrown into the air. A great deal of panic and despair arose in many people. Is Creepy already starting to show up in reality on a large scale and go on a mass murder spree? Also, just a few minutes after this video was uploaded online, it broke 100 million views. Then many viewers of the video received invitations to the spooky game. This time, there was another whale on the extranet. Seeing this, Huaxia immediately sent someone to completely disconnect the intranet from the extranet, allowing only a few specialized personnel to browse and observe the extranet. The top brass of the pretty country naturally learned of this. In the Potters Club building, the top brass of the pretty country, who were in the middle of their 4th meeting, all looked at each other in disbelief. The people didn't know the inside story, so they didn't connect the incident to Lin Ming, but they knew very well that they had just threatened Huaxia to hand over Lin Ming. As a result, the entire family of the Black Boss died violently, and now this kind of large-scale massacre has occurred. That is bound to be the first Big Brother Lin Ming did.